Chapter 1. The Tianyan continent, an extraordinarily vast realm of cultivation, is adorned with celestial mountains and spiritual lands, where myriad sects and families are intricately woven throughout, and the path of immortality flourishes remarkably. In the southeastern region of Zhangzhou, there lies a spiritual mountain named Dongbai, which serves as the ancestral land of the Yi family, a subordinate clan of the Yunqi sect. Yize, for reasons that need not be elaborated, traversed into the Tianyan continent and awakened his consciousness directly within his mother's womb, experiencing a novel sense of wonder during his time in the uterus. After living a mundane life for 7 years, he was discovered by his family to possess innate spiritual root qualities, leading him to be brought to the Yi family's territory on Dongbai Mountain for cultivation. In comparison to the fateful protagonists burdened with deep grievances, Yize is indeed fortunate his parents are alive and well, and his family is harmonious. He faces no survival crises, endowed with exceptional spiritual root qualities, specifically the rare dual wood and fire spiritual roots. Under the protection of the esteemed Jiedan cultivation family, the Yi family, he also possesses a fortuitous aid for his training. Upon reaching the first layer of qi refinement, Yize turned his inner gaze towards his dantian, where he discovered a bare green vine quietly residing within the sparse whirlpool of spiritual energy. He speculated that this vine had likely been present in his body since his arrival in this world, though the former version of himself had been oblivious to its existence. By a stroke of coincidence, he uncovered that while cultivating, the vine could absorb the energy from surrounding spiritual plants, giving rise to a mysterious purple spiritual aura. When he broke through minor realms, this purple aura would merge with his own spiritual energy, rendering it more solid and pure. Moreover, it facilitated the expansion of his dantian, augmenting the capacity of his spiritual energy, thereby endowing Yize with a significantly more profound foundation than his peers within the same realm. After all, the entire qi refinement phase is a continual process of enhancing one's spiritual energy. The function of the vine is to elevate both the quality and quantity of Yize's spiritual energy by 30%, surpassing countless miraculous elixirs. With a fortuitous start, along with exceptional cultivation aptitude, a strong backing, and a fortuitous aid, Yize felt quite content. However, a slight drawback remains his advantages are beneficial to those outside his family, yet within it, they may breed obstacles. Yize is merely a collateral member of the Yi family, with several generations preceding him being ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual roots. Within the Yi family, he lacks close predecessors to rely upon, with the nearest blood relation being a distant aunt from his grandfather's side. Additionally, due to his exceptional spiritual root qualities and impressive performance from a young age, he inadvertently encroached upon the interests of certain family elites, becoming a target for both overt and covert suppression, which hindered his growth. Having realized this early on and feeling the futility of resisting the powerful, Yize began to withdraw, striving to minimize his presence. On the mountainside of Dongbai, patches of spiritual fields have been cultivated, with stone courtyards dotting the edges, one of which serves as Yize's residence. To facilitate the vine's energy absorption, he has consistently undertaken the family task of cultivating spiritual rice, nearly transforming himself into a professional spiritual farmer. Although spiritual rice is considered the most basic of spiritual plants, Yize's outstanding with spiritual root allows him to cultivate a substantial area of spiritual fields. Consequently, the energy absorbed by the vine in this location exceeds that of the family's small medicinal garden. On one particular day, Yize sat cross-legged in his courtyard, his youthful and handsome visage bearing a solemn expression as spiritual energy surged around him. A nearby spiritual peach tree trembled violently, causing several ripe peaches to succumb to their weight and fall to the ground. As Yize's evergreen technique flowed uninterrupted, the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians multiple times before ultimately converging within his dantian. The green spiritual energy formed a cyclone within his dantian, and as more energy gathered, the cyclone grew larger, its rotational speed accelerating, gradually expanding Yize's dantian. Just as Yize sensed he was nearing his limit, A wave of purple energy erupted from the green vine within the spiritual energy cyclone. This purple energy not only merged with his green spiritual energy, but also dispersed around the Tianyan, forming an imperceptible layer of purple membrane. Once the purple energy emerged, the previously stagnant Tianyan began to expand slowly once more. After reaching its limit again, a second wave of purple energy appeared, repeating the previous process. This cycle continued until the seventh wave of purple energy completely integrated into his spiritual energy. Yize, no longer hesitating, stabilized his mind and operated the Evergreen technique to solidify his spiritual energy. Having undergone this breakthrough process 5 times prior, Yize was now quite adept at it. The only distinction this time is that to advance from the first to the second layer of Qi refinement, only 2 waves of purple energy are required, with subsequent breakthroughs necessitating an increasing amount. Correspondingly, the amplification of Yize's spiritual energy intensity within the same realm was also progressively rising. Currently, he needed 7 waves had he not delayed to allow the vine to absorb energy. He could have attempted the breakthrough much earlier. After a brief moment, Yize's long robe billowed without wind, and an aura far surpassing that of an intermediate Qi refinement practitioner burst forth from him, radiating outward. Finally, I have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yize felt a surge of joy within, yet he dared not relax immediately. He continued to circulate his energy for several cycles, only exhaling a long breath and concluding his cultivation once his aura stabilized. Gazing at the disarray of his courtyard, Yize could hardly contain his exhilaration. Having embarked on the path of immortality at the age of 7, a decade has now passed, and he has finally reached the late stage of Qi refinement, achieving his first minor goal. However, due to the limited range in which the vine can absorb energy, this patch of spiritual field can no longer meet Yize's upcoming cultivation needs. The speed at which the vine generates purple energy is far too slow to keep pace with his progress. His next breakthrough requires 8 waves of purple energy based on his calculations. Gathering the necessary amount would entail waiting several months at the pinnacle of the 7th layer, a prospect Yize clearly cannot accept. With this thought in mind, Yize couldn't help but lift his gaze toward the mountain peak, his brow gradually unfurling. Murmuring to himself, having broken through to the late stage of Qi refinement, according to clan regulations, I can now become an outer disciple of the Yunqi sect. Those individuals can no longer obstruct my path to the Yunqi sect. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. The Yi family is a powerful cultivation clan with 3 golden core ancestors, the most formidable force within 1,000 miles of Donbai Mountain, yet they pale in comparison to the Yunqi sect. The ancestors of the Yi family originally hailed from the Yunqi sect, and upon establishing the Yi family on Donbai Mountain, they never truly severed ties with the Yunqi sect. Over the years, the Yi family has remained a subsidiary of the Yunqi sect, with members reaching the late stage of Qi refinement consistently joining the sect, their fates intertwined. In addition to the prerequisite of reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, some exceptionally gifted members may enter the sect earlier. Yize, possessing dual spiritual roots, would normally qualify, but as a collateral relative, no direct lineage elders were willing to expend their quota to admit him, resulting in a decade of stagnation on Donbai Mountain. Compared to Donbai Mountain, the Yunqi sect, as one of the premier sects on Tianyan continent, offers an incomparable cultivation environment, and all Yi family members aspire to join the Yunqi sect. Although Yize knows little about the Yunqi sect, it is certain that they possess far larger medicinal gardens or spiritual plant fields. To ensure the vine has ample energy from plants to absorb, he must hasten his journey to the Yunqi sect. The Yunqi sect lies over 100,000 miles from Donbai Mountain, and given Yize's current cultivation, traveling alone would pose considerable danger. Fortunately, he has already learned that a group of clan members is soon heading to the Yunqi sect, and he can seize the opportunity to hitch a ride, which is also why he was eager to break through at this moment. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Yize, having sensed them early on, activated a cleaning spell to tidy up the courtyard slightly before proceeding to open the door. The visitors were two fellow clan members who were also engaged in cultivating spiritual rice, considered as neighbors. Yize did not employ the concealment technique, revealing his seventh layer of qi refinement to the two outsiders, who were immediately taken aback by this discovery. The elder of the two, Yize, with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, could not help but exclaim, "Yize, you've already broken through to the late stage of qi refinement? Congratulations, congratulations." Before Yize could respond, he continued, somewhat melancholic, truly a genius of this generation within the clan, even in this relatively thin aura of the mountainside. Your cultivation speed is astonishing. At over 50 years of age, Yize remains at the third layer of qi refinement, and he may never reach the late stage within his lifetime. Observing the youthful Yize, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Yize was well aware that this individual had been placed beside him as an informant, frequently reporting his activities to higher-ups. However, at this juncture, he had nothing to conceal, and he regarded him as an ordinary neighbor without much concern. The other clan member, Yiqing, in his 20s, possessed slightly higher cultivation, having reached the fifth layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing Yize's words, he too expressed his astonishment. "Yize, when you first arrived, you were only at the fourth layer of qi refinement. In less than 5 years, you've advanced to the seventh layer. It truly puts us to shame." Yiqing exuded a noticeably more vibrant energy than Yize. Being younger and more accomplished, he still harbored hopes of reaching the late stage of qi refinement or even foundation establishment. Thus, while his mindset fluctuated in response to the younger Yize, it was far more composed than that of Yize. With a calm smile towards the two outside, Yize, despite having lived 2 lives, could not help but unconsciously display the youthful exuberance characteristic of his age. "Just now, I was also struck by a stroke of fortune and managed to make a breakthrough. I express my gratitude for the congratulations from both of you. Come, let us together savor the spirit peaches I have cultivated," Yize casually explained, then turned aside to welcome the two into the small courtyard. The 3 of them settled on the stone bench in the courtyard. Though they were all collateral relatives of the Yi family and varied significantly in age, they found common ground in their conversations. On the table lay a platter of spirit peaches accompanied by tea. Yize prepared a cup of tea for each of them and poured one for himself, and the 3 began to enjoy their tea together. The fragrance of tea wafted through the small courtyard. After a moment of tranquility, Yize picked up a spirit peach and took a bite, opening the floor for conversation. "Yize, my dear younger brother, this spirit peach remains as delectable as ever. I truly do not understand how you cultivate it. The peach tree in my courtyard produces so few peaches, and their taste is mediocre at best." Yize mused inwardly. The green vine absorbs the energy of the flora, and this spirit peach tree has not been spared. Although it has had its energy siphoned off, the growth of spirit herbs, spirit rice, and other spiritual plants has paradoxically flourished. While Yize was unaware of the underlying principle, he deemed it a fortunate occurrence and decided not to delve into it for the time being, intending to explore it further as he encountered more things in the future. Yize replied nonchalantly, "I just plant them casually. Perhaps the tree species is simply superior." "Yize, what are your plans moving forward? Surely, you do not intend to remain here to farm?" Yize, now back to his usual self, jestingly inquired. Setting down his teacup, Yize sighed softly and said, "Indeed, the family's personnel rotation is soon to return from Yunqi Sect, and I must seize this opportunity to visit the Sect. Now that I am in the later stages of qi training, lingering here would only hinder my cultivation." Yize's residence did not provide an optimal environment for cultivation, as the spiritual energy could only sustain training at the mid-qi stage, while better locations were monopolized by the direct lineage of the Yi family. To pursue his cultivation in peace, Yize needed to head to Yunqi Sect. Upon hearing this, Yiqing felt a twinge of indignation and remarked, "The preferential treatment offered by Yunqi Sect to the Yi family allows those in the later stages of qi training to join the sect before the age of 30, thereby directly becoming external disciples. Once they are aware of your circumstances, who would dare to keep you?" This preferential treatment from Yunqi Sect, while ostensibly voluntary, left little room for refusal on the part of the Yi family. Without such an arrangement binding the family to the sect, what justification would there be for such privileges? Countless independent cultivators fight fiercely at the sect's ascension gatherings, all striving for the status of sect disciple. In other words, if the Yi family were to conceal exceptionally talented members without joining Yunqi's sect, the sect would have to reconsider their intentions. Thus, Yize's journey to Yunqi's sect was virtually a foregone conclusion. After a brief period of idle chatter, Yize bid farewell to his two neighbors and then took out a jade slip, pressing it against his forehead to examine its contents. The Evergreen technique that Yize practiced was a widely circulated qi training method, divided into 3 layers that corresponded to the early, middle, and later stages of qi training. He was now capable of practicing the 3rd layer. Although the core principles of the Evergreen technique were already deeply ingrained in his mind, Yize still reviewed them twice more to ensure accuracy before commencing his cultivation. The Evergreen technique was not particularly profound, which contributed to its popularity as an introductory method for many cultivators. Before long, Yize had familiarized himself with the flow of his spiritual energy. Having just completed a breakthrough, Yize did not rush. He merely practiced a little to gain proficiency before halting his cultivation. Intending to take a short rest, he habitually checked the state of the green vine within his dantian. To his surprise, he discovered that a tender shoot had sprouted from the previously bare vine, adorned with a vibrant, glistening green leaf. Curiously examining the newly emerged shoot, Yize's pupils constricted in astonishment as he noticed that the green leaf bore faint inscriptions. After reading the inscriptions out of curiosity, Yize's expression turned peculiar. The text on the green leaf was actually a cultivation technique, bearing similarities to the Evergreen technique, yet it felt significantly more profound. A surge of excitement welled up within Yize as he speculated about its origins, disregarding the fatigue that followed his breakthrough, and began to cultivate according to the technique inscribed on the green leaf. To his astonishment, he found himself grasping it in no time. Indeed, the technique on the green leaf did not conflict with the Evergreen technique. It resembled an advanced version of it, making it quite easy for Yize to adopt. After circulating his spiritual energy through several cycles, Yize ceased his cultivation. At this moment, he sensed a slight increase in his spiritual energy, and his cultivation speed was significantly faster than that of the Evergreen technique. Had it not been for the fear of making too much noise, Yize would have been unable to suppress a hearty laugh. His assumption proved correct. The green vine had evolved to enhance the techniques he had practiced, transforming an ordinary method into something far more profound. Though the Evergreen technique was ubiquitous, the sheer number of practitioners had led many revered predecessors to refine it meticulously, resulting in the version currently in circulation. However, after Yize had mastered the complete Evergreen technique, the green vine had grasped its method of spiritual energy circulation and was able to extrapolate and enhance it further. Undoubtedly, this has come as a considerable surprise to Yize. However, it remains uncertain whether there will be subsequent cultivation techniques. If that turns out to be the case, Yize's future practice may encounter numerous detours, which would undoubtedly excite him. Yize once again perused the enhanced version of the Evergreen skill inscribed upon the green leaf, a cultivation method uniquely his own. You have evolved from a vine, belonging to the wood element. Henceforth, you shall be called the Emu Evergreen skill that I hope that in the future it can evolve to even higher realms, allowing my path to immortality to be realized through you. Though the ideal seems distant, it does not deter Yize from indulging in beautiful dreams. The Evergreen skill originally comprised only the Qi cultivation chapter, and after establishing a foundation, it would necessitate a change in techniques. Even if the green vine could not derive subsequent methods, it would bear no significant consequence. Today, having achieved breakthroughs in the late stages of Qi cultivation and acquired the Emu Evergreen skill, Yize's spirits soared, his heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. He was eager to commence his cultivation immediately, but was well aware of the importance of balancing work and rest. He plucked a spirit peach from the burdened branches of the peach tree in the courtyard. nibbling on it as he returned indoors to rest in the late hours of the night. Beside the spirit rice fields of Donbai Mountain, Yize practiced the Evergreen skill in his small courtyard. Threads of energy began to emanate from the spirit rice, gradually converging into Yize's courtyard, merging into the green vine within his dantian. After absorbing the energy from the plants, the vine emitted a faint green luminescence, appearing more vibrant than ever, as if it were transforming into jade. Yize was already accustomed to this phenomenon, focusing intently on his cultivation that he had previously tested this with others and discovered that they could not perceive the energy from the plants, that he himself could sense it only due to being the host of the green vine. However, he could not ascertain whether higher-tier cultivators possess techniques such as spiritual sight that could perceive such energies. Thus, he chose to cultivate primarily at night to absorb the plant energy in the following days. Yize continued to adhere to his usual routine. Each day, he would first perform the spring breeze and rain technique on the spirit rice, followed by using the wood spike technique to clear pests and weeds before retreating to his courtyard to practice the Evergreen skill. Perhaps due to the change in cultivation methods, Yize sensed that the vine was absorbing plant energy at an accelerated pace. Unfortunately, the energy provided by the spirit rice was limited each day. Even with an increased absorption rate, it proved futile. Observing Yize's relentless dedication, even after reaching the later stages of Qi cultivation, Yize could not help but smile wryly. He marveled at Yize's innate talent and tireless efforts, confident that he was bound for great accomplishments. Not to mention achieving the golden core stage, establishing a foundation was assured. Once the foundation was laid, Yize could assume the role of a clan elder, thus undergoing a dramatic transformation in status. Conversely, their neighbor Yiqing seemed spurred into even greater diligence, to the extent that he became somewhat neglectful of his own spirit field. Yize had broached the subject with Yize once, but after seeing Yiqing's indifference, he refrained from further admonishment. Half a month slipped by, and Yize's Evergreen skill had reached minor success. The magical energy within him had been fully transformed, and his realm was now firmly established. Though he remained at the initial stage of the 7th level of Qi cultivation, his magical energy had increased by over 20%, surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. By his estimations, it was likely that in terms of magical depth alone, he could rival practitioners at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Days later, under a clear sky, the time for autumn harvest had arrived at Donbai Mountain. Like the other spirit farmers, Yize was in the spirit fields, harvesting the ripe spirit rice. Despite having a larger field than others, Yize, being the most powerful, completed his harvest first. He was now busy dehusking the spirit grains, carefully filling his storage bag with a polished white jade spirit rice. Suddenly, he sensed something and gazed into the distant sky, where a small spirit vessel was slowly making its way towards Donbai Mountain. Moments later, the others also noticed the vessel. Yiqing, puzzled, remarked, "Is that from the Yunqi sect? Why is the clan's spirit vessel returning now? It shouldn't be time yet for the rotation of the clan elders." Most of the clan senior members were at the Yunqi sect, with only 9 foundation-building elders stationed at Donbai Mountain. Apart from a few elders nearing the end of their lifespans, the rest rotated every 10 years. This time, however, the returning members had arrived a month earlier than usual. Yize watched as the spirit vessel descended slowly upon the peak of Donbai Mountain. Hastening his own movements, he had intended to take advantage of the elders' rotation to journey to the Yunqi sect. Now that the spirit vessel had arrived today, he needed to complete his clan tasks promptly to eliminate any possibility of being left behind. After swiftly processing all the spirit rice, Yize grabbed his storage bag filled to the brim with white jade spirit rice, mounted his flying sword, and soared towards the clan's territory at the mountaintop. Below, Yize watched Yize's departing figure with a sigh, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Had Yize already broken through to the late stage of Qi cultivation? Upon returning to the clan's territory, Yijianrui's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this news. He had been monitoring Yize's cultivation progress closely during his years at the Yunqi sect, and the last report indicated Yize had reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation, prompting him to expedite his return to the clan for oversight. He had returned a month early to secure the territory before Yize could reach the later stages of Qi cultivation, thus facilitating a delay in Yize's trip to the Yunqi sect. However, upon his return, he was met with the news of Yize's advancement. This not only thwarted his prior plans, but also resulted in his faction losing considerable goodwill within the clan. In response to Yijirui's inquiry, one of the clan members below replied, "Yes, Elder." After Yize's breakthrough, Egio and Iching were the first to arrive at his residence. After Egio reported to me, I corroborated with Iching. Both indicated that Yize's breakthrough was marked by stable magical energy and a profound aura, with no signs of strain, indicating that his advancement was a natural progression. After a pause, the clan member continued. Upon confirming the news, I related to the Yunqi sect, but by then, the elders may have already set off, thus missing the opportunity. As the subordinate recounted the events, Yijianrui's expression grew increasingly grim. Realizing the situation had become complicated, in truth, Yijianrui did not harbor a simple vendetta against Yize. The Yi clan had only been established for a few hundred years and was still in a phase of vigorous development. Despite some internal strife over resource allocation, it had not reached the point of undermining the growth of the younger generation. The ancestors would not permit such occurrences. Whether Yize attended the Yunqi sect was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the foundation-building pills that the Yunqi sect would distribute to the Yi clan in 3 years. Yijianrui's aim was merely to slow Yize's cultivation speed slightly, so that he could reach the pinnacle of qi cultivation after the distribution of the foundation-building pills. The Yi clan boasted 3 golden core ancestors, thus receiving 3 foundation-building pills every decade. Yet the number of clan members meeting the criteria for foundation establishment far exceeded this amount. Not to mention, several from the previous generation were also eagerly awaiting this batch of foundation-building pills. Yize was one of only 2 double spiritual root members of his generation, and the only one with comparable talent was a rare individual with an anomalous spiritual root. Crucially, he was a collateral descendant with no backing, and should he achieve foundation establishment, it would mean the emergence of another direct lineage within the clan. The already scarce resources would be further diluted, making Yize a target for some of the direct lineages. Yijianrui's faction, possessing another double spiritual root member besides Yize, naturally regarded him as a competitor, thus becoming the primary force suppressing Yize in recent years. Aware of these dynamics, Yize had begun to lie low on the mountainside 5 years ago, masquerading as a farmer to draw their attention away from him, as long as Yize remained out of the picture. According to past practices, 2 foundation-building pills would be allocated to the exceptional generation, with the remaining 1 going to the previous generation. In that case, the double spiritual root descendant from Yijianrui's faction would have a high probability of securing a foundation-building pill. However, with Yize's induction as a disciple of the Yunqi sect, now seeming inevitable, this situation was bound to lead to complications. Although it remained a formidable challenge for Yize to reach the 9th level of qi cultivation within 3 years, it was no longer an impossibility. This time, there can be no slip-ups regarding the foundation-building pills. Yijianrui, filled with resentment, resolutely made up his mind and swiftly headed towards the residences of several other clan elders. His descendant with dual spirit roots had already reached the age of 23. If he failed to establish his foundation this time, even if he obtained another foundational elixir in the future, he would miss the optimal age for it. Moreover, the difficulty of acquiring a foundational elixir would increase by then, which is why only 1 elixir is allocated to the previous generation in each batch. The older one is when establishing a foundation, the lesser the potential, making it more advantageous to provide it to younger clan members. Meanwhile, Yize was also busy preparing for his journey to Yunqi sect, ensuring his last line of defense. After completing the task of planting spirit rice, Yize carried a basket of spirit peaches and walked toward the courtyard. He knocked on the door and called out, "Junior Yize, seeking an audience with my grandaunt." "Come in," a commanding female voice echoed from within. Upon hearing this, Yize pushed open the door and strode inside. There sat a middle-aged woman in the courtyard. Engrossed in studying a book on formation techniques, Yi Jinyu, at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, was also a formation master and held a significant position among the clan elders of the Yi family. She was Yize's grandfather's aunt and currently the closest foundation establishment cultivator to Yize in terms of bloodline. When Yize had first been brought to Donbai Mountain, he had received guidance from her for a brief period. Although her time was limited, The reason she became Yize's mentor was due to her fondness for her brother, Yize's great-grandfather, and the ties of kinship. Yize placed the basket of spirit peaches on the table and, with a hint of respect, said, "Grandaunt, this year's spirit peaches in my courtyard have grown splendidly, better than in previous years. So I specially picked some for you to taste." Yijinyu glanced at the basket of peaches and then fixed her gaze on Yize with a knowing look. "So you've seen someone return early from Yunqi's sect and finally felt apprehensive. Coming to me for reassurance? I just broke through and need to solidify my cultivation." Yize scratched his head, offering a feeble explanation. He initially did not wish to trouble Yijinyu, as she had married into the Yi family and had her own direct bloodline. However, upon seeing the flying boat return a month earlier, Yize felt an inexplicable sense of unease, and ultimately, for the sake of caution, he sought assistance from his grandaunt. Yijinyu shot him a glare, unceremoniously calling his bluff. "Don't start with that. I also came up from the Qi refining stage. You think you need a month to stabilize after breaking through to the late stage? You think this is foundation establishment?" Yize's gaze wandered, and he awkwardly fell silent. Yijinyu observed him, a reluctant smile playing on her lips as she regarded his pitiful demeanor. "All right, stop looking so innocent. I know you too well, you sly one." When Yize had first arrived at the mountain, he had been quite formidable. Those children around his age had never gained an advantage over him. She knew that despite his youth, he was ambitious and opinionated. Unless she called for him, he typically would not disturb her, usually bringing her small gifts like spirit peaches and chatting casually. Yijinyu actually held a fondness for this descendant of her brother. He understood boundaries, yet his awareness of them made him seem distant. With a slight sigh, she said, "I am your direct grandaunt. You need not hesitate to trouble me with certain matters. The kinship within the family is not as thin as you imagine." She continued earnestly, "You need not worry about your journey to Yunqi's sect. After your breakthrough to the late stage of Qi refining, I informed several clan elders in a few days you would depart with us." Yize, upon hearing this, felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Since his grandaunt had stated it so, she surely would not deceive him. The concerns he harbored had already been addressed by someone else. "Thank you, grandaunt, for your consideration." Yize did not elaborate further, simply expressing his heartfelt thanks. Some matters required no excessive words, to be resolved in time. After a moment's thought, he added, "Grandaunt, regarding the foundational elixir." He had previously jokingly mentioned that if he could obtain the foundational elixir 3 years later and did not require it for his own foundation establishment, he could leave it to Yijinyu to handle. "Enough," she interrupted. "You've just reached the 7th level of Qi refining, yet you are aiming for foundation establishment. Focus on reaching the 9th level of Qi refining first." Yijinyu waved her hand dismissively. "Truth be told, I have not done much. I merely requested things be handled according to family customs. You need not concern yourself with it. Just prepare for your departure, and we will notify you when the time comes." Although Yijinyu spoke thus, Yize was not naive enough to believe it was that simple. That in a large family, numerous personal relationships and interests intertwined, and matters involving foundational elixirs were not solely governed by rules. "I take my leave," Yize said, bowing slightly. Before parting, his grandaunt gifted him a bottle of refining pills beneficial for cultivating in the late stage of Qi refining. And Yize descended the mountain with a light heart. "This child truly has a good heart," Yijinyu murmured, watching his departing figure. Moments later, Ikijinrue arrived at Yijinyu's courtyard. He had learned from several clan elders who remained behind that Yijinyu was Yize's primary supporter. So he decided to attempt to persuade her through an exchange of interests. "Sister, I have a matter to discuss with you." Yijinyu remained quietly focused on her book of formations, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Not long after, Yijinrue exited the small courtyard in exasperation, burdened with a heavy heart. Unlike Yize's light-hearted demeanor, his sister's attitude was resolute, leaving him no opportunity for persuasion. Half a month later, after bidding farewell to his mortal parents, Yize finally boarded the spirit vessel heading to Yunqi's sect as he had wished. The Lingquan Peak of Yunqi's sect, named for the presence of a spiritual energy spring at its summit. The spiritual vein of Lingquan Peak was originally of medium quality, but within the cave dwelling housing the spring, the concentration of spiritual energy approached that of high quality. The 3 foundational elders of the Yi family practiced here year-round. In Jianyu's residence on Linquan Peak, Yize listened intently as his grand-aunt laid out plans for him. You previously mentioned your keen interest in alchemy. I inquired within the sect and have found a suitable opportunity for you. This was Yize's excuse to get closer to the sect's medicinal garden, aiming to become an alchemist by familiarizing himself with various spiritual herbs. Quite reasonable, indeed, seeing Yize's expression of eager anticipation. Jianyu shot him a glance, continuing, "A senior apprentice of mine has a medicinal garden at Lingxi Peak. He is an alchemist who has recently encountered a bottleneck in his alchemy skills and wishes to enter seclusion for a time to enhance his abilities. I know he is seeking an outer disciple with a wood spirit root to assist in caring for the medicinal garden, so I recommended you. His master is a foundational stage alchemy master within the sect, and he manages this garden on behalf of his master. Upon arrival, he will teach you some alchemy techniques, and if you truly possess talent, perhaps after your own foundation establishment, you might even join that master's ranks." Yize, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. It was as if a pillow had been presented to him just as he was about to doze off. He hurriedly inquired, "Grandaunt, how large is this senior uncle's medicinal garden?" "Fear not, the garden is quite expansive. My concern is whether you can manage it," Jianyu responded, bemused by his focus solely on the garden rather than the rest of her words. She wondered how he had developed such an interest in farming. Was it influenced by his wood spirit root? Such a notion was not commonly heard of. "That's enough. That's enough. Thank you so much. Granted, in the future, if anyone dares to bully my sister, Yian, let her come to me. I will help her reclaim her dignity." Yize promptly replied that Yian is the great-granddaughter of Jianyu, being just a year younger than him. During their childhood, both had trained under Jianyu for a period of time. Currently, she is also at Yunqi Sect, reportedly possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refining. This is a place he has long yearned for, despite the fact that the size of the medicinal garden rivals the spirit rice he had cultivated previously. Moreover, nurturing spiritual herbs consumes significantly more energy and time than spirit rice, which implies that he would need to devote a considerable amount of time to this endeavor. However, Yize harbored no concerns that this would impede his own cultivation, as long as the condensation speed of the purple energy from Qing Tung keeps pace. Coupled with his dual spiritual roots, the bottleneck during the qi refining phase would be negligible, and he is certain to reach the peak of qi refining within 3 years. Not to mention, the cultivation speed of the Mu Chong Qing technique far surpasses that of the Chong Qing technique, presenting a truly fortuitous beginning that he couldn't help but glance at Jianyu with a hint of gratitude. This great-aunt had indeed done him a great service, and he would have to repay her kindness in due time. Enough of this nonsense. There are plenty of people willing to help Yin find a venue. Your assistance is not particularly essential. The way this was said seemed to hint at some significant information, as if reclaiming ground was a frequent occurrence to Jianyu, observing Yize's expression, discerned his agreement with her arrangements. Satisfied, she nodded. "Then today, you may rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to Lingxi Peak to meet my junior brother. However, he will assess you, and should you fail, I cannot intervene. You must be prepared. The junior understands." Yize responded, "I shall take my leave now. The journey has been exhausting, great. You should also rest early," Jianyu acknowledged with a slight hum, choosing not to speak further, and Yize discreetly exited the room. Just as he left Jianyu's courtyard, Yize was preparing to explore Linquan Peak when he encountered a young man approaching from the opposite direction, clearly waiting for him. "Greetings, Yize, junior brother. I am Jiedan." The young man initiated the conversation with a smile, introducing himself. Yize was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Jiedan, a foundational seed from the Jianxiao lineage, currently at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refining, surpassing even Jiexin. Over the years, Yize had been restrained within the clan territory, primarily due to the efforts of his elders. "Hello, Jieji senior brother," Yize replied, returning the greeting. Indeed, Yize junior brother is as talented as rumored, with a solid foundation in cultivation. I have long wished to converse with you. May I inquire if this is a convenient time?" Jieji complimented him sincerely, his demeanor suggesting authenticity. "Senior brother, you are too kind. Simply call me It is indeed convenient for me, as I have just arrived and have several matters I wish to inquire about." Yize responded, uncertain of his senior brother's intentions, but willing to see what he had to say. Very well, junior brother, please. After you, senior brother. Following the exchange of pleasantries, the two strolled towards a nearby pavilion. Resembling long-lost friends. Once seated, Yize spoke first. Yize, I am aware of the suppression you have faced from my elders over the years, and I wish to extend my apologies on their behalf. Their actions were not of my choosing, though I understand their motivations. Our lineage has not produced a foundational cultivator for 2 generations, and they hold high expectations of me. Yize was taken aback by the directness of his words. Yet he remained silent, calmly observing Yize as he continued, I believe my talent is not inferior to yours, but my elders may have acted out of concern, causing them to overstep their bounds with you. I do not have the standing to ask for your forgiveness at this moment. I merely hope you do not harbor too much resentment towards them, as I will make amends for their actions in the future. Having spoken, Yize regarded Yize with the demeanor of a courteous gentleman. Though confident in his own abilities, he still expressed a sincere apology. After a moment of contemplation, Yize interjected, Senior brother, since you have laid your cards on the table, I shall share my honest thoughts as well. If someone from Yize's past life were to hear this, they would know that the forthcoming words were certainly not entirely sincere. I bear little animosity towards your family. I am merely a collateral relative. The only close kin I have, my great-aunt, has remained at the clan territory all these years, even if I were to join Yunqi's sect before reaching the later stages of qi refining. The benefits to my cultivation would likely be minimal. After a brief pause, he continued, surprising Yize with a sudden shift. However, that said, enduring targeted treatment for so many years has been somewhat displeasing. It just hasn't bred any deep-seated resentment. Yize scrutinized Yize's expression, attempting to gauge the sincerity of his words, while Yize returned the gaze without flinching. Both were newly emerged dual spiritual root talents within the clan. And even in casual conversation, neither wished to yield in presence. After a few moments, Yize broke into a smile. Indeed, junior brother, you are a remarkable individual, straightforward and refreshing, which I greatly appreciate. He then produced a vial of elixir, stating, Here is a vial of qi refining pills, a token of my sincerity upon our first meeting. Just as Yize was about to decline, Jiedan interjected, I kindly ask that you accept it. While a vial of pills may not be substantial, it is a gesture of my goodwill. Furthermore, the allocation of the Foundation establishment pills will be determined by our ancestors, allowing for fair competition. Upon hearing this, Yize cast a deep glance at the young man before him, accepting the vial with a simple reply. Very well. The two then engaged in further conversation regarding the mundane affairs of Yunqi's sect before Yize excused himself to leave. Watching Yize's departing figure with a contemplative gaze, Yize's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Lost in thought, Yize took a brief stroll around Linquan Peak to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Indeed, confirming Yize's words that there were numerous disciples from families other than the Yi clan on the peak. With few familiar clan members in the vicinity, he soon returned to his residence, seizing every moment to devote himself to cultivation. The following day, Yijian led Yize to Yunqi Peak. Unlike most other spirit peaks, Yunqi Peak was enveloped by a grand formation. Yize marveled at the sight. A formation encompassing the entire spirit peak must consume an enormous quantity of spirit stones daily. Yijian infused a communication talisman into the formation, taking the opportunity to explain to Yize as they awaited their companion. Yunqi Peak is home to numerous spiritual plants and herbs, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Thus, the sect has established this locking spirit formation to prevent the leakage of energy from the peak. Before long, a figure clad in a dark robe flew towards them. Greeting Yijian. Apologies for keeping you waiting, senior sister. Please enter the peak. The newcomer was a man in his 30s, with a slightly haggard appearance. Shitty. It has been a while. This is the junior I am recommending to you. Yijian returned the greeting, introducing Yize to him. Yize quickly bowed. I pay my respects to Wu Shu. Wu nodded in acknowledgement, and then led the two into his dwelling. Once seated, the two foundational cultivators turned to Yijian with curiosity. Senior sister, this young man possesses considerable talent. Are you truly willing to assign him to tend to the medicinal garden? Are you not worried that it will impede his cultivation? Casting a glance at Yize standing behind her, Jianyu replied. This lad requested it himself. His wood spiritual root is quite prominent, and he has always enjoyed being around various spiritual plants. During his time in the clan, he cultivated spiritual herbs and rice, acquiring a fair amount of knowledge in the field, but Wu nodded in agreement. Having experience in this area, he felt more at ease, but still felt the need to verify Yize's abilities to Ishitsi. I trust you are aware that my medicinal garden is managed on behalf of my master. It contains not only numerous second-tier materials, but also a few third-tier spiritual herbs. Thus, the cultivation must be executed with utmost diligence. Therefore, you will need to care for the herbs in a designated spiritual field for a period. If I find everything satisfactory after half a month, you may remain here. Wu looked at Yize, who had made a good initial impression on him, and was willing to mentor him if his abilities met the requirements. I will ensure to meet your expectations. Thank you, Shu, for your support. Yize hurriedly expressed his gratitude, for he was but a step away from achieving his goal, a chance he was determined to seize. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the sprawling spirit herb garden rich in spiritual energy, a nurturing environment that surely bore herbs of considerable quality. Yunqi Peak was indeed the treasure trove he had long yearned for. Upon hearing this, Wu Biao nodded at Jianyu, who engaged in a brief exchange with him before offering a few words of caution to Yize and taking his leave. After Jianyu departed, Wu Biao led Yize to the medicinal garden under his care, simultaneously introducing him to the Yunqi stream that meandered through the peak, though it was referred to as a stream. Its width exceeded 10 meters, with the water glimmering faintly with spiritual energy. The soil along the banks was exceptionally fertile, making it an ideal locale for the cultivation of spirit herbs. Thus, the medicinal garden established here primarily flourished on either side of the Yunqi. Upon reaching the medicinal garden, Wu Biao pointed to a patch in the corner, saying, "This is the gathering spirit grass, a low-grade spirit herb. Start by tending to it. Remember, your skills must be applied solely to this herb. Do not interfere with any of the other spirit herbs in the garden." "I understand. Uncle Wu, you need not worry," Yize assured him. With confidence in this trial, he was well acquainted with gathering spirit grass, having cultivated a batch on Dongbei Mountain before, making the task feel like second nature. "Very well," Wu Biao replied non-committally, adding, "You shall stay in the medicinal garden for the time being. I will visit from time to time." With that, he departed. Wu Biao typically devoted his time to cultivation and alchemical studies in his cave abode, seldom residing in the medicinal garden. Thus, Yize could comfortably occupy the small courtyard within the garden. He had no concerns about Yize causing trouble, for Jianyu was present in the sect. Any mischief would surely attract attention. Additionally, he perceived Yize as someone with an understanding of boundaries. Yize gazed at the lush garden of spirit herbs, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Upon inspecting the gathering spirit grass, he noted its poor condition. Some blades were withered and yellow, displaying signs of damage from spiritual pests. Clearly neglected in recent times, Yize surmised that this was likely Wu Biao's deliberate test for applicants like himself. Determined to pave his path forward, Yize immediately engaged in his work, meticulously examining each plant of gathering spirit grass, locating the hidden spiritual pests, and dispatching them one by one using his wood spike technique. The remains of the pests would remain in the soil, transforming into nutrients for the herbs. Time, much like books, is only appreciated when we find ourselves in need, a lesson Yize had learned well during his previous life while hurrying to meet client deadlines. The process of eradicating the pests consumed over an hour, a consequence of the garden's prolonged lack of care. However, he anticipated that future maintenance would progress significantly faster. Having cleared the pests, he then employed a spring breeze rain technique, allowing the gathering spirit grass to soak in the much-needed spiritual rain, which instantly revitalized its vitality. Following this, Yize chose not to return to the small dwelling in the garden, but instead sat cross-legged by the field, discreetly controlling the green vine to absorb the energy from the gathering spirit grass. To avoid arousing Wu Biao's suspicions, he refrained from absorbing energy from any other spirit herbs, and even limited his intake from the gathering spirit grass itself, planning to gradually absorb it over the next half-month to subtly improve its growth. Patience, he believed, was key. After practicing for half an hour, Yize arose to inspect the gathering spirit grass, once more before returning to the small dwelling. The modestly furnished abode was tidy, suggesting that Wu Biao had spent considerable time resting there. After all, managing such a vast medicinal garden would require significant effort, even for a foundation establishment cultivator. For the next fortnight, Yize balanced his time between cultivating by the stream and dedicating 2 hours daily to tending the gathering spirit grass. The cultivation environment proved exceptional. He discovered a preference for practicing in the open air rather than confined spaces like the small courtyard or cave. Although his practice time was slightly reduced, the speed of his spiritual growth rivaled, if not exceeded, his previous experiences on Dongbei Mountain. During this time, Wu Biao visited multiple times to assess the state of the gathering spirit grass, casually testing Yize's knowledge on herb cultivation, to which Yize adeptly responded. Initially, Wu Biao checked in every other day, but as he noted the improving condition of the grass, he became increasingly satisfied with Yize's efforts, resulting in a decrease in his visits. As the fortnight came to an end, Wu Biao summoned Yize to his cave, where he was inspecting a specimen of gathering spirit grass. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "Indeed, Yishurji, you possess considerable skill. This gathering spirit grass has been well maintained, with minimal impurities, nearly rivaling my own efforts, but by the end of the process, Yize had only allowed the green vine to absorb a portion of the mysterious energy within the grass, resulting in an improvement of about 30% over the norm. Nonetheless, this quality was deemed commendable in Wu Biao's eyes. Yize humbly replied, "You flatter me, Uncle Wu. The cultivation of low-grade spirit herbs is relatively straightforward, and I have previously dabbled in this within my family, which accounts for my success. When faced with higher-grade materials, I would surely falter, but Wu Biao dismissively waved his hand, saying, "There is no rush. Take it one step at a time." Observing your progress with the gathering spirit grass, it is evident you possess a natural talent for this. Thus, you shall remain at Yunqi Peak." Suppressing his excitement, Yize bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Wu. I will dedicate myself to the management of the medicinal garden. Yes, I will guide you through familiarizing yourself with the various spirit herbs in the garden. Not become complacent. Strive to be capable of caring for them independently as soon as possible." With that, he produced 2 thin volumes from his robe and handed them to Yize, stating, "These are the fundamentals of alchemy and fire control. Be sure to study them thoroughly. I will be testing your understanding in due course." "Understood," Yize replied, accepting the 2 books with gratitude before discreetly leaving the cave. After conveying the good news to Jinyu at Yunqi Peak, Yize returned to his residence at Yunqi Peak and began perusing the newly acquired texts. The Fundamentals of Alchemy provided an extensive overview of many common spirit herbs, detailing their effects and cultivation methods. With most of the herbs found in the medicinal garden included, one particular section caught Yize's attention. It stated that to ensure stable maturation of spirit herbs, the concentration of spiritual energy in their growing environment is often kept slightly higher than necessary, resulting in an excess absorption of spiritual energy that accumulates within the herbs. While this accumulation contributes to the herb's potency, it cannot be purified for use in alchemy, thus considered an impurity. Upon reading this, Yize couldn't help but recall the energy absorption of the green vine from the spirit herbs. It was likely this very accumulation of impurities, which also explained why the spirit herbs thrived following energy absorption. Such impurities served no purpose for the spirit herbs themselves or the alchemist, potentially hindering both the growth of the herbs and the quality of the pills produced. However, for the green vine, it acted as a supplement, not only absorbable but also capable of generating beneficial purple spiritual energy. A prime example of waste repurposing. Having resolved a long-standing question, Yize continued to read the introductory section on alchemy. Within the alchemical furnace, herbs are transformed into medicinal liquid through the application of fire, during which impurities are removed. The liquid is then combined according to the prescribed ratios, resulting in a new elixir beneficial for cultivation, ultimately separated and solidified into pills, effectively preserving their potency. Blinking in realization, he suddenly experienced a sense of déjà vu akin to viewing chemical formulas from his past life. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts. The text further detailed 3 of the simplest alchemical formulas, air, recipes, which were also the most widely circulated, the pill of abstinence, the cleansing marrow pill, and the gathering chi pill. These 3 potions required minimal ingredients and were among the easiest to produce. Notably, the gathering chi pill solely required gathering spirit grass as its primary ingredient, supplemented by some mundane herbs as auxiliaries for creation. If a cultivator could reliably produce these 3 pills, they would be considered to have grasped the fundamentals of alchemy, qualifying as a low-grade alchemist. Having finished reading the fundamentals of alchemy, Yize closed the book with a sigh of relief. Previously focused solely on enhancing his cultivation, he had not delved deeply into the many arts of cultivation at present. It appears that he is quite suited to pursue the path of an alchemist, or more specifically, that of a pharmacologist. Perhaps in the past, there existed more sophisticated alchemical techniques capable of thoroughly eliminating impurities from medicinal materials, which is why the ratios of ingredients in these time-honored formulas represent the effective proportions of the medicinal components. Those stubborn impurities can disrupt this balance, resulting in variations in the quality of the elixirs produced that, in severe cases, they may lead to the generation of significant alchemical toxins within the pills, rendering them utterly useless. Due to the presence of Qing Tong, Yize has the ability to cultivate nearly pure spiritual herbs, thereby reducing the steps required to eliminate impurities during the alchemical process. This presents a tremendous temptation for alchemists, particularly those of higher ranks. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer the age of the medicinal materials required, and with age comes the accumulation of more impurities. Yize's Qing Tong conveniently addresses this issue during the growth of the spiritual herbs, making him exceptionally fit to become a pharmacologist specializing in cultivating spiritual herbs. However, Yize swiftly dismissed this notion. Such an enigmatic ability could not merely be explained by an aptitude for herb cultivation. Given the gravity of the situation, the strong intentions of those alchemical masters would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of advanced practitioners. And Yize could not guarantee that he would be able to keep the secret of the Qing Tong hidden. When the time comes, it would not solely depend on whether the ancestor of the Yi family would wish to protect this junior in the qi refining stage. Even if he desired to offer protection, it might not be feasible. The consequences for Yize would undoubtedly be dire, ranging from the loss of the Qing Tong to the threat of death. Whether from the novels he read in his past life or from his current experiences, he had never dared to underestimate the cruelty of the cultivation world, in the pursuit of immortality. There is nothing that cultivators would not resort to that. It appears that he must still become an alchemist, producing and selling his own elixirs in this way, even if the quality of the elixirs he concocts is high. It could be attributed to his superior alchemical skills, thus arousing less suspicion. Yize silently contemplated ways to maximize the potential of the Qing Tong. Initially, his intention to learn alchemy was merely a facade to get closer to the Sect's medicinal garden. Yet it now seems he can seamlessly integrate this into his plans that, in the cultivation realm, alchemists are undoubtedly a favored group. For instance, the Yaowang Valley, one of the top 10 sects of the Tianyan Immortal Alliance, is renowned for its alchemical prowess. The Yaowang Valley hold a significant position within the Immortal Alliance, and practitioners from other sects eagerly anticipate the opportunity to procure high-grade spiritual elixirs from them. Presently, a shortcut to learning alchemy lies before Yize, and after a moment of contemplation, he roughly outlined his plan to become an alchemist. Resolutely deciding to embark on this path, he retrieved another book on fire control, given by Wu Biao. This tome contained techniques for mastering the spiritual fire used in alchemical processes. Notably, it included examples of refining methods for 3 types of elixirs, including the Biden pill. Clearly, this Uncle Wu is also inclined to teach him the art of alchemy, likely thanks to the introductions made by Yi Jinyu. After perusing the fire control techniques, Yize could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, there is nothing simple in the myriad arts of cultivation. The demands for controlling the medicinal liquids and furnace flames in alchemy are exceptionally high. Even for the simplest Biden pill, using ordinary spiritual herbs would likely result in numerous failures before achieving success." Setting the book aside, Yize subtly stirred his magical energy, causing a flicker of flame to emerge from his fingertips. He quietly practiced the fire control technique, gradually increasing the flame's temperature, which shifted in hue from dark red to deep red, and then to orange red. Observing the flames, Yize focused his thoughts, causing the flame to suddenly unfurl like petals, then spin. Before converging once more, he experimented with various forms, ultimately closing his fist gently, extinguishing the flame. Possessing a fire spiritual root, the fire control technique was not difficult for him to grasp, especially with the assistance of wood-based magical energy. Wood nurtures fire, ensuring its endurance. However, to achieve true mastery over its movements, he would need to enhance his control over his magical energy, necessitating further practice. After tending to the spiritual field where the gathering spirit grass was growing, Yize returned to his cultivation. He settled his mind and began practicing the Imu Chongqing Gong, recognizing that mastering alchemy would take time and that his foundational cultivation must remain paramount, but AS for Wu Biao's future assessments of his fire control abilities. Yize was confident he could pass. After all, his primary focus was on managing the medicinal garden, and fire control was merely a secondary skill that shouldn't pose too much difficulty. Unfortunately, his cultivation was interrupted in less than an hour when a communication talisman flew before him. Ishidi, please proceed to the Sect's Internal Affairs Hall to accept the task of caring for the medicinal garden. There are Sect contribution points involved. This is my token. Present it to the staff at the Internal Affairs Hall, and they will know what to do. Accompanying this message was a certificate, which generally attested to Wu Biao's recognition of Yize's abilities and his willingness to allow him to assist in managing the medicinal garden. Yize could only rise reluctantly, but recognizing the importance of Sect contribution points, he could not afford to neglect this task. Contribution points served as the currency of the Yunqi sect, and as long as one had sufficient points, various resources from the sect could theoretically be exchanged for them. Taking the certificate, Yize mounted his flying sword and headed toward the Internal Affairs Hall. The Internal Affairs Hall of the Yunqi sect was divided into outer and inner sections, corresponding to Qi refining and foundation establishment practitioners, respectively. After approximately a quarter of an hour of flight, Yize arrived at the hall of the outer Internal Affairs section. The spacious hall appeared somewhat crowded. Despite the presence of over 100 servant disciples handling affairs, lines still formed in certain areas, indicative of the large number of disciples in the Yunqi sect. Yize located a relatively less populated queue and quietly waited at the end. The efficiency of the servant disciples was commendable, and soon it was Yize's turn. This senior brother, I am here to accept the cultivation task for the Yize 3 medicinal garden of Lingxi Peak, Yize stated as he presented the certificate to clarify his purpose that So, it is the medicinal garden belonging to Uncle Wu. It seems that junior brother possesses some skill in caring for spiritual herbs. Previously, Uncle Wu dismissed several other disciples who came to take on tasks. The servant disciple remarked, glancing at the certificate while continuing to work without lifting his head. Although this disciple was also in the later stages of Qi refining. He was older and had little chance of advancing to foundation establishment, yet he worked swiftly. Upon hearing Yize's intent, he praised him without hesitation. You flatter me, senior brother. I merely benefit from possessing a wood spiritual root, which makes me more sensitive to the condition of spiritual plants and herbs, Yize replied modestly. The servant disciple said no more, quickly processing the paperwork and handing Yize a token and a jade slip. Ishidi, you will need to submit your harvested medicinal materials every 6 months. The specific types and quantities are outlined in the jade slip. Just bring this token when the time comes. Yize accepted the items with his left hand while subtly slipping 2 spiritual stones into the servant disciple's hand with his right, maintaining a composed demeanor as he said, Thank you. Senior brother, may I inquire your name? The disciple was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Yize's astuteness despite his young appearance. However, he quickly recovered, pocketing the spiritual stones with a smile that my surname is Sure. Sure Ming, if you have any matters to attend to at the Internal Affairs Hall in the future, feel free to seek me out directly. His attitude noticeably improved compared to earlier. Afterward, Sure Ming handed Yize another jade slip. This contains the resources available for exchange with contribution points within the Internal Affairs Hall. You may take your time to review it and see if there is anything you need. For cultivators like Sure Ming, who had little hope of advancing to foundation establishment, there was not much demand for magical tools or elixirs. Rather, they valued spiritual stones highly, as they could only accumulate wealth for the next generation. Yize smiled in return. Very well. I will trouble senior brother Shi in the future. Noticing that there was no one behind Yize for the time being, Shiming took the opportunity to add, Ishidi, I must remind you that any medicinal materials you submit will go directly into the medicinal storage of that core formation elder. You must pay extra attention to the quality. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will be mindful of that, Yize replied, discerning the underlying implication. The elder's medicinal storage would certainly be affected by the quality of the spiritual herbs. Conversely, if he could seize the opportunity to make an impression, he might catch the elder's eye. The status of a core formation alchemist within the Yunqi sect would undoubtedly surpass that of the entire Yi family. After expressing his gratitude, Yize took his leave. Yize, just as he exited the internal affairs hall, he heard someone calling his name. Turning to look, he saw a group approaching, with Jiedan at the forefront. And the one who had called out to him was a young girl, Yian. The young maiden before us is indeed Yian, the great-granddaughter of Jinyu. However, the two have not seen each other for several years, and upon their reunion, they barely recognize one another. Yize, it truly is you. I heard you arrive at the sect, but alas, I was away on the very day you came. By the time I returned to Linquan Peak. You had already departed. Humph. You've been here for so long, and yet haven't even greeted me. How despicable. Once she confirmed that he was indeed her childhood companion, Yian's words flowed forth with vigor. Yize, aware of her playful nature, took her jest lightly and offered a brief explanation. On the second day after arriving at the sect, I went to Lingxi Peak. I've been occupied with cultivating spiritual herbs these past days. Today I just passed the test set by my master uncle, and thus I came here to manage the garden. You truly intend to cultivate spiritual herbs. I heard you spent several years tending the spiritual fields back in the clan. Why continue to manage the herb garden now that you are at Yunqi sect? Only then did she recall her companions beside her and hastily introduce them. Yize, these are my companions for this sect mission. You already know Brother Jiedan, and these three are the elder brothers from the Lin family. Lin Mu, Lin Yuan, and Lin Xiao. Everyone, this is my cousin Yize, who's just joined the sect this year after coming from the clan. The Lin family, like the Yi family, is a foundation-building clan with a good relationship with the Yi family, which is often the case for offspring of noble families. They naturally gravitate towards one another. Among the five, apart from Yian, who is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, the others are in the later stages of Qi refinement. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiedan spoke up, Cousin Yize, we just returned from dealing with a troublesome group of demonic beasts. Given your cultivation level, I believe it would be a waste for you to cultivate spiritual herbs in the sect. It would be far more beneficial to join us on our mission. This way, you can earn more contribution point for the sect. Yize politely declined. I appreciate your kind offer, brother, but while I have broken through to the later stage of Qi refinement, my combat skills are still lacking, so I would rather not accompany you on your expedition and risk holding you back. Managing the herb garden suits me well, and it poses no danger. Moreover, I have a keen interest in alchemy, and Lingxi Peak is the perfect place for me to begin learning the art of pill refinement. This carefully prepared explanation was finally brought to light. Yian, unable to restrain herself, interjected, you should focus on your cultivation. Why pursue alchemy? She discreetly glanced at Jiedan, well aware of the competition for foundation-building pills within the clan 3 years hence. Yize, seemingly unperturbed by her subtle antics, replied with a smile. Indeed, the myriad arts of cultivation call to me, but I feel that alchemy is particularly suited to my talents, since this opportunity has presented itself. I shall certainly give it a try. If it does not pan out, I can always settle for being an apothecary. Jiedan and Yian, hearing this, ceased their persuasion, engaged in casual conversation for a moment longer, and then parted ways. After Yize left, Lin Mu, who had remained silent until now, remarked, that person just now is one of the 2 dual spirit root cultivators of your generation. Although her cultivation speed is commendable, she appears to be considerably less astute than Jiedan. Yian pondered briefly before responding. Yize's lineage has lived in the mundane city for quite some time. He was only discovered to have spirit roots at the age of 7 and has mostly been confined to Dongbei Mountain, rarely venturing beyond its gates. Jiedan interjected. However, pursuing alchemy now seems a waste of his dual spirit root potential. He likely intends to abandon the competition for the foundation-building pill and is instead looking to acquire a skill for future endeavors. Yian opened her mouth to respond but ultimately held her tongue, perplexed by Yize's choices. Lin Yuan, on the side, jested, "Your generation of the Yi family boasts too many outstanding members, as long as they remain within the main line. It's manageable, but if a branch family member surpasses them, we might find ourselves in quite the predicament that I can only imagine how our elders would react." Jiedan chuckled at this, not contesting the assertion. For the Yi family indeed possesses formidable talent in this generation. Not to mention Yize, within the Youlan, 2 elder members had successfully established their foundations 7 years ago, and another with a lightning attribute spirit root and dual spirit roots was also among them. Coupled with several others in the later stages of Qi refinement who are poised to compete for foundation-building pills, it is clear that this generation surpasses the previous ones by a wide margin. But enough of that. Let us hurry to submit our mission report that we had a fruitful outing, successfully exterminating that nest of demonic beasts and obtaining materials that will yield considerable contribution points. Jiedan remarked, "Indeed, let us proceed." The mention of this mission sparked excitement in Yian as well. Although there were inherent dangers in undertaking such tasks, the rewards were indeed substantial. Since accepting the task of managing the herb garden designated as Eno 3, Yize began his daily routine of cultivating herbs. The majority of spiritual herbs in the garden were the first and second tiers, with only 2 varieties reaching the 3rd tier. Furthermore, even among the same type of spiritual herb, their ages varied, and once they became mature enough for use, they needed to be harvested and stored in a timely manner. Hence, the necessity of submitting the harvested materials to the Internal Affairs Hall every 6 months. After a month of diligent study under Wu Biao, Yize mastered the cultivation methods for all the spiritual herbs that Wu Biao periodically checked in, primarily to monitor the condition of the 2 3rd-tier herbs. 2 months later, he was completely assured of Yize's abilities and began secluding himself to enhance his alchemy skills. Before entering seclusion, he specifically left 2 bottles of auxiliary pills for Yize to aid in his cultivation. Yize expressed his gratitude, marveling at how wealthy alchemists truly are. Those 2 bottles of pills were worth at least 50 spirit stones, which was equivalent to the yield from cultivating 1 mu of spiritual rice in a year. Wu Biao simply handed them over without a second thought. Half a year swiftly passed, and Yize found his days fulfilling, balancing both cultivation and herb cultivation without compromise. Given the right conditions, the Qing Tong plant's absorption rate of spiritual herb energy gradually increased. After Wu Biao entered seclusion, the energy absorbed by the plant was sufficient to convert into a strand of purple qi each month at this pace. In less than 3 months, Yize would gather the required amount of purple qi to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. By then, his own cultivation would likely reach the pinnacle of the 7th level as well. However, Yize did not plan to make an immediate breakthrough at that time. Outsiders believed he practiced the everlasting art, known for its gentle mana and longevity benefits, which naturally leads to a slower cultivation speed that if he were to progress from the early 7th level to the 8th level in less than a year. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions among discerning eyes to avoid such complications. Yize decided to accumulate the purple qi from the Qing Tung plant for a while longer, refining his mana without haste. Once he grasped the basics of alchemy and established a profitable venture, he could then swiftly break through to the 8th and 9th levels in a short span, providing a reasonable explanation for his rapid advancement. He had previously tested this method while in Dongbai Mountain and was quite familiar with it. Concluding his training for the day, Yize stepped out of his small courtyard, gazing at the neatly arranged fields of herbs before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. These were all free labor herbs, continuously absorbing spiritual energy for growth, and aside from their own consumption, they also accumulated some useless energy from the surrounding flora. Benefiting the Qing Tong plant, Yize began his management of the spiritual herbs from the lower tiers, first visiting the initial patch of gathering spirit grass. After half a year of care, those gathering spirit grasses had thrived beyond measure, their internal energy impurities significantly reduced, now exceeding 80%. During this time, Yize had acquired considerable theoretical knowledge about alchemy. The quality of pills produced is generally categorized based on the amount of pill poison present into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades in ordinary alchemist. Utilizing this batch of gathering spirit grass could likely stably produce medium-grade pills, if not superior-grade ones, as for the impurities of the other spiritual herbs. Yize refrained from absorbing too much, ensuring that over half remained for maturity. 0.6 months is, after all, a brief period, and even with a talent for cultivating spiritual herbs, it would be unwise to stand out too prominently after tending to the gathering spirit grass. Yize meticulously managed each subsequent spiritual herb in the garden, primarily to prevent the emergence of spirit insects that could damage the plants. Once completed, he began harvesting the herbs that had reached maturity, carefully placing them into pre-prepared jade boxes, as the time to submit the harvested materials to the Internal Affairs Hall was fast approaching. Finally, he arrived at the 2 third-tier herbs. These rare third-tier spiritual herbs were incredibly precious, with only one of each type occupying a small section of the spiritual field, demanding very specific growing conditions and cultivation techniques. The third-tier herbs were dragon pattern ginseng and star spirit fruit. The dragon pattern ginseng thrived in special spiritual soil, its body a lustrous gold, adorned with intricate white patterns that resembled dragon scales. The star spirit fruit hung from a vine as dark as ink, its fruits shimmering with a soft white glow, resembling stars in the night sky. Yize was unsure of what kind of pills could be crafted from the star spirit fruit, but he knew that dragon pattern ginseng was one of the 3 main ingredients for the foundation-building pill. The quantity is not particularly abundant even throughout the entire Yunqi sect. Each time he reflects on this, Yize cannot help but marvel at Wu Biao's audacity. Such precious medicinal herbs, entrusted to him for cultivation merely 3 months after their acquisition, without fear of the novice potentially ruining them. Yize's heart is not as expansive as Wu Biao's. He meticulously examined the 2 spirit herbs with his spiritual awareness, confirming their condition before cautiously performing their daily care according to specific methods, even more scrupulously than he would in front of Yijinyu. Once he completed these tasks, Yize could not resist stretching, allowing himself a moment of respite from his fatigue. However, it was only upon gazing at the 2 distinct piles of herbs within his storage bag that his mind and spirit found true solace. With the excess wood energy absorbed, the spirit herbs thrived remarkably, some yielding quantities far exceeding the norm. But a month prior, he had already harvested the required quota for the sect. Nearly all of this month's spirit herb production had found its way into his personal stash. Aside from the 2 most valuable third-tier spirit herbs, Yize had managed to collect a variety of others from the herbal garden. Notably, the gathering spirit grass, being a low-tier herb, had been amassed into a considerable pile, more than sufficient to support his future studies in alchemy. In high spirits, Yize could not resist brewing himself a pot of spirit tea, savoring it while indulging in dreams of a glorious future where he would form a golden core and condense a nascent soul. At that time, he would possess the confidence to traverse the entire Tianyan continent. Before long, Yize found himself drifting into a deep slumber on the lounge chair. Though his days were busy, he was content with his current life. No uncertainties like those faced by wandering cultivators, and no excessive scheming. As long as he followed the proper steps, the path to greatness was within reach. Uncertain how much time passed, Yize, in a hazy state, sensed someone approaching the herbal garden, but he immediately awoke. Discerning that the visitor was merely at the qi refinement stage and not Wu Biao, who had come for an unannounced inspection. "Junior brother Yize, are you there?" A female voice called from outside the herbal garden. Each herbal garden is a restricted area belonging to its owner, and even fellow disciples cannot enter. It was Chening. What could she want now? Recognizing the voice, Yize recalled that Chening was an outer disciple managing a nearby herbal garden. Though her tasks primarily involved assisting an elder, yielding far fewer contributions than Yize's independent responsibilities, they had interacted a few times, primarily sharing insights on cultivating spirit herbs, but Yize was unsure of her purpose for visiting today. Contemplating her intent, he hurried to open the courtyard gate. Outside, Chening was dressed in a pragmatic yellow tunic, her figure upright, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her looks were merely passable, yet she exuded an air of cold seriousness. "Sister Chun, it has been a while. Your cultivation has improved significantly. Congratulations," Yize greeted her as he stepped outside. "Junior brother Yize, you flatter me. I have come here uninvited today, because I have something to discuss. May I enter the garden for a chat? Chen, straightforward in demeanor, wasted no time on pleasantries. Upon hearing her words, Yize could not immediately fathom what she wished to discuss, yet he promptly invited her into the small courtyard of the herbal garden. As Chen observed the myriad of fragrant herbs lining the path, her calm expression revealed a hint of appreciation. Junior brother Yize, you truly have a profound understanding of spirit herb cultivation. Just the appearance of the herbs in your garden number 3 surpasses those tended by Elder Zhou in my garden at Sister, I only possess this modest skill, having been engaged in this work since childhood. Familiarity breeds proficiency. Sometimes, I even entertain the illusion that I have a vague sense of the condition of the spirit plants. Yize replied, seemingly modest. Chen offered no further comments, accompanying Yize into the center of the herbal garden, where they sat facing each other. Yize politely poured her a cup of cool tea, gesturing for her to continue. After taking a sip and setting down her cup, Chen looked at Yize and inquired, Junior brother Yize, I have heard that you are here to care for the herbal garden due to your interest in alchemy. There is little to discuss in that regard. Yize nodded, acknowledging this as the reason he publicly proclaimed, encouraging her to proceed. You see, I was once like you, eager to explore the art of alchemy. However, after a year, I realized my talent in this area was lacking and subsequently abandoned that path. The alchemical furnace I purchased for my studies has since become obsolete. That I heard that you were studying alchemy, so I thought to offer it to you. Chen succinctly conveyed her purpose without any unnecessary embellishments. Yize felt a stir of interest at her words. He had been contemplating the purchase of an alchemical furnace. Yet the Sect's furnaces required contribution points, which he was reluctant to part with. Acquiring one from fellow disciples seemed ideal, especially since it appeared that Chen Ying's furnace had only been used for about a year, making it nearly as good as new. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yize expressed his interest. Sister, may I first have a look at the alchemical furnace? Of course, she replied, retrieving a purple furnace from her storage bag. The furnace, dark purple in hue and approximately 7 feet in height, appeared ordinary in design, with some signs of previous use at the base. Chen began to explain, this furnace is crafted from refined purple copper. Known as the Ziyang furnace, its thermal conductivity is exceptional. Unfortunately, my talent is simply too poor, and it is a waste for me to keep it. She spoke with a hint of regret, though her expression seemed somewhat stiff. Yize regarded her curiously. Based on his understanding of Chen, she was typically aloof, showing little interest beyond cultivation and herb management, not one to make such commercially inclined remarks, not to mention her rather awkward expression of regret. Setting aside his observations about Sister Chen's peculiarities, Yize examined the Ziyang furnace closely. From his perspective, it indeed appeared to be a fine item. After a moment, he inquired, may I ask how many spirit stones you desire for this furnace? Junior brother, you're interested in this furnace? Excellent. I purchased it for 300 spirit stones a year ago. That if you're truly interested, I can let it go for 200, Chen replied. She was preparing for her foundation establishment and did not wish to waste more time on alchemy. Given her age and cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, she was among the more outstanding disciples in the Yunqi sect, clearly not wanting to miss the opportunity for advancement in 2 years. Yize pondered the implications of her words, contemplating the potential for forging a good relationship with her. After a moment of consideration, Yize found the price within his acceptable range. He had already inquired about the prices of alchemical furnaces, and one like the Ziyang furnace was typically valued around 300 spirit stones for novice alchemists. Since this furnace had been used for only a year, he could skip the adaptation phase to the furnace's fire. Just as he was about to agree, Chen, noticing his silence, could not resist pressing. Is it too expensive? How about 180 spirit stones? Yize opened his mouth to respond, ultimately chuckling as he said, then I shall accept your kindness. Sister, I will take the Ziyang furnace. Upon hearing this, Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and praised, wonderful. Junior brother Yize, you are quite forthright that I wish you success in your alchemical endeavors. When the time comes, I will seek you out for medicinal pills, and you must give me a discount. Then I shall take your good wishes to heart. Yize replied, producing 180 spirit stones and handing them to Chen. After receiving the spirit stones, Chen refrained from further idle chatter and, after a few more casual exchanges, took her leave. Yize escorted her out of the herbal garden before returning to his small dwelling. Back at her own herbal garden, with the elder responsible for it absent, Qining found only a graceful young woman in a pale pink dress quietly reading nearby. Approaching the reading girl, Chunying's stern demeanor melted away, replaced by a glimmer of excitement, appearing much more relaxed than she had outside. Sister Yi, I followed your advice. The Xiang furnace has indeed been purchased by junior brother Yize. Without waiting for the red-clad woman to inquire further, he recounted the transaction process he had just experienced with Yize. Yijijun listened silently, casting a somewhat helpless glance at her senior sister and shaking her head. Senior sister, you are far too impatient. The other party merely pondered for a moment, and it does not necessarily mean they found it expensive. Yet you hastily revealed the bottom line. Yize's guess was indeed accurate. Chunying's peculiar remarks were not what she genuinely intended to express. Entirely influenced by her junior sister, Yijijun, Chunying waved her hand dismissively. What does it matter? As long as I could sell it for 180 spirit stones. I'm already quite satisfied. I have no desire to concoct pills anymore. The explosions from the alchemy furnace have nearly unsettled my Tao heart. At tea times, I even question whether I am a fool. You might be a bit foolish, Yijijun mused inwardly, though she refrained from voicing this thought, as her senior sister's pride needed to be preserved. Nevertheless, Yize proved to be fair-minded. Had he encountered someone with ill intentions, witnessing her naivety, he might have pressed for a lower price. After hearing the earlier proceedings, Yijijun's impression of Yize was quite favorable. If he truly intended to negotiate down, I would simply refuse to sell. However, I feel that Yize is not such a person. Being a collateral descendant of the Yi family, he lacks the arrogance typical of those from cultivation families. I heard he came to Yunqi Sect 6 months ago and has been cultivating herbs at Lingxi Peak, rarely venturing out. Suddenly, Qining turned to Yijijun and remarked inexplicably, he bears a slight resemblance to you. Both of you hail from foundation-building families, are quite amiable, and prefer to stay at home. He enjoys tinkering with spirit herbs, while you delight in perusing a plethora of books. Yijijun shot her a disapproving glance as she caught her senior sister unexpectedly bringing her into the conversation. I rarely see you so eloquent. Yet when it comes to my peculiarities, you have an endless supply of remarks. I have not said anything strange. However, truth be told, he is indeed quite skilled at nurturing medicinal materials. What I observed there was far superior to what I possess here. Specifically, the second-tier spirit herbs managed by Uncle Zhou. Chunying sighed again. With his dedication to spirit herbs, he just might become a master alchemist in the future. Yijijun replied leisurely. Becoming a master alchemist is no simple feat. Proficiency in growing herbs does not necessarily translate into talent for alchemy. We shall see how it unfolds. You have hit the nail on the head. Given your amiable rapport with him today over the furnace sale, it may very well benefit you in the future. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Qining said, a hint of pride creeping into her voice as she daydreamed about the future, envisioning Yize concocting foundation-building pills for her. Yet, Yijijun chose to ignore her, picking up a book from the table and resuming her reading, as serene as a pure orchid detached from the mundane world. After acquiring the Zhang furnace, Yize began preparing to learn the art of alchemy, eager to convert his advantages into resources and strength. Currently, he only possessed the formulas for 3 types of pills, the Bigodan, Juqidan, and Shisuadan, which were also the simplest varieties, thus he could only commence with them. The Shisuadan was primarily utilized by novices in cultivation to enhance their physical meridians, making their practice more conducive. This pill was consistently supplied across various sects and families, and its efficacy was only apparent upon first consumption, resulting in minimal market demand. Thus, he set his sights on concocting the Bigodan and Juqidan. The materials for crafting Bigodan were all common grade, typically used by cultivators to satiate their hunger during extended retreats or training journeys, leading to considerable demand for the Bigodan. The main ingredient for Juqidan was the Youlan grass, of which he had a substantial supply. When combined with several other common grade materials, it could be successfully refined into a pill. Juqidan was applicable for cultivators in the initial to mid stages of qi training, and even some resource-strapped late-stage scattered cultivators resorted to using Juqidan for their cultivation. highlighting its significant demand among practitioners. He approached senior brother Shi Ming at the Internal Affairs Hall to exchange for the common-grade materials necessary for refining Bigodan and Jiedan, naturally mentioning his intent to begin learning alchemy. On this day, with everything in place, Yize adjusted his state to its peak, his expression solemn as he retrieved the Xiang furnace and the prepared materials to commence his inaugural alchemy session. He preheated the furnace, washed the materials, and then, in accordance with the pill formula, placed each ingredient for the Bigodan into the Xiang furnace sequentially. The spirit fire, under Yize's control, gradually increased in temperature, as the materials within were slowly transformed into a medicinal liquid. Extracting the essence of the materials, Yize diligently maintained the furnace's temperature, striving to eliminate as many impurities as possible, and ultimately allowed the remaining liquid to merge together slowly. A quarter of an hour later, the medicinal liquid completely fused, exuding a fragrant aroma. Estimating it was nearly ready, he divided the amalgamated liquid into equal portions and began to lower the furnace temperature. The liquid swirled gently within the furnace, gradually solidifying into pill forms. "Open," Yize called softly, and a rich fragrance wafted forth as the furnace lid was swiftly lifted. However, with his keen senses, Yize discerned a burnt odor mingling within, prompting him to peer into the furnace. 8 pills, 7 white and 1 black, lay quietly at the bottom. Picking up the solitary black Bigodan, Yize examined it for a moment before breaking it open to inspect. Determining that this pill had excessive impurities, resulting in pill toxicity and rendering it a failure. Crushing the defective pill, Yize then turned his attention to the remaining 7 white pills. All were of inferior quality. After tasting one, a wave of satiety washed over him, and after a moment he felt no discomfort. Achieving such a success rate in his first attempt at alchemy was commendable, although it was merely the simplest Bigodan. It marked a significant step in Yize's journey from novice to alchemist. He tempered his joy. The success of this first batch instilled considerable confidence in him. Yize proceeded to refine several more batches of Bigodan, his technique becoming increasingly adept, and by the last 2 batches, he had not produced any defective pills. Seizing the momentum, Yize prepared to attempt the refining of Jiedan compared to Bigodan. Jiedan posed a slightly higher challenge, primarily due to the requirement of first-tier spirit herbs and the greater number of accompanying materials, complicating the process of liquid fusion. Yize methodically followed the steps of alchemy, and at the moment of merging the medicinal liquids, a flash of fire erupted, followed by a loud bang, as a cloud of black mist suddenly billowed from the furnace. Engrossed in observing the liquid, Yize was caught off guard, becoming enveloped in the black mist, instantaneously transforming into a figure covered in soot, in the adjacent herb garden. Qining was diligently cultivating when she suddenly heard the muffled sound, her heart momentarily tightening, only to realize the noise emanated from Yize's herb garden. After pondering for a moment, her expression relaxed, and a smile of camaraderie spread across her face, embodying a sense of satisfaction at shared misfortune. She then set up a simple soundproofing array nearby and continued her cultivation. The other cultivators in the surrounding herb gardens were also accustomed to such occurrences. After all, Qining had caused a similar ruckus in the past year. Truth be told, everyone found it rather amusing and quickly began to set up their own soundproofing arrays. Meanwhile, Yize remained dazed, entirely oblivious to where he had gone wrong. However, failure was within his expectations. It had become evident that he was not a natural-born alchemist. After a series of 4 subsequent explosions, he finally succeeded in 1 batch. Gazing at the 5 pills resting within the furnace, 4 black and 1 green, Yize's lips twitched as he sighed. Extracting the 1 remaining Jiedan, although this pill was a success, it was achieved with great difficulty. He still struggled with the liquid fusion step. Despite utilizing superior quality Youlan grass, the extracted essence of the spirit herb inevitably contained slight impurities, affecting the fusion of the medicinal liquid. As Yize scrutinized the failed pills, he reflected on his alchemical challenges. After cleaning the furnace, he commenced another round of refining. Progress in alchemy largely stemmed from the accumulation of experience through repeated attempts. He still had a considerable supply of Youlan grass, which should suffice for his learning endeavors. After 2 more explosions, Yize fixated on the distinct colors of the various medicinal liquids in his third batch. Just as he was about to merge them, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Unconsciously, he extracted a wisp of purple energy from the vine, directing it towards the medicinal liquid, and then intently observed the changes in the liquid. The purple energy slowly penetrated the Youlan grass liquid, circulating a few times within before emerging. The originally dark green medicinal liquid transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, as the impurities were completely absorbed by the purple energy. When Yize looked again, he realized that the purple energy had actually grown stronger. With a jolt of realization, he guided the purple energy through each of the other medicinal liquids, resulting in the same transformation. As all impurities were eradicated, the prowess of the purple energy was indeed remarkable. Suppressing his excitement, Yize withdrew the substantial purple aura back into the Qing tongue, continuing his alchemical endeavors. This time, no mishaps occurred. The medicinal liquid melded together seamlessly, and the subsequent separation and condensation of the elixir transpired flawlessly. "Open!" Yize exclaimed eagerly as he lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. A fragrance far richer than that of the pill of abstinence instantly enveloped the entire room. Yize widened his eyes, gazing at the 5 spirit-gathering pills lying within the furnace. The pills exhibited a semi-transparent emerald hue, with a faint white luminescence swirling across their surfaces, only to vanish moments later, resembling exquisite green pearls. "This is a superior-grade elixir." Yize scrutinized what was undoubtedly the most successful creation of his alchemical career. Inhaling sharply deep by the heavens, he had been in this world for nearly 18 years and had yet to witness a superior-grade elixir. However, based on the descriptions in the alchemical texts, it was evident that this batch consisted entirely of superior-quality spirit-gathering pills. The medicinal liquid refined by the purple aura had already undergone purification. The residual impurities were primarily the useless essences of accumulated spiritual herbs, perfectly absorbable by the purple aura, allowing for an optimal ratio of various medicinal ingredients, thus resulting in such superior pills. If only I could master my alchemical skills and gain better control over the furnace's temperature and separation process, I could potentially mass-produce exceptional elixirs, should my conjecture hold true. My path of rapid cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. In terms of alchemical resources, who could rival my fortuitous purple aura? With the Qing tongue aiding my cultivation techniques and exceptional elixirs at my disposal, the road to immortality seems promising. However, Yize was startled by his own thoughts. The concept of mass-producing exceptional elixirs was something even the alchemical masters at Yunqi Sect had never been rumored to achieve. I must remain discreet. The existence of these spirit-gathering pills must remain a secret. Otherwise, I would find myself in grave peril. Yize compelled himself to regain composure, refusing to let unexpected joy cloud his judgment. If the secrets he harbored were to be discovered by others, it would likely lead to a disastrous fate. My alchemical skills must improve steadily. At the very least, I cannot release superior-grade pills until 6 months have passed to solidify my identity as an alchemist. By then, the scope for maneuvering will expand significantly. Temporarily halting his alchemical work, Yize silently contemplated his future plans. With the purple aura assisting in his alchemy, his cultivation speed could indeed increase. In the following days, Yize tirelessly practiced alchemy, and while his skills advanced rapidly, the previously collected medicinal materials were swiftly depleted. Upon completing his final batch of elixirs, he obtained a total of 183 pills of abstinence and 75 spirit-gathering pills, with nearly half being of superior quality and even a few exceptional ones. 12 pills of abstinence and only 2 spirit-gathering pills. The pills of abstinence are the most fundamental elixirs. A skilled first-tier alchemist has a mere 20 chance of producing a superior grade one. The spirit-gathering pills are even more challenging, to say nothing of superior grade. Achieving a successful concoction is already considered commendable if it exceeds 50 that the Sect's Internal Affairs Hall allows for the exchange of medicinal materials with contribution points and vice versa, facilitating the alchemists within the sect in earning their contributions. After all, alchemists generally are not adept in combat and seldom venture outside to undertake tasks, needing to dedicate time to the study of alchemy. Thus, their means of earning contribution points are quite limited. Yize intended to exchange the elixirs he had concocted for contribution points to avoid unnecessary troubles. He would only submit 30 of the superior grade pills of abstinence and would only present inferior and a small quantity of medium grade spirit gathering pills. This would align with his persona as one gifted in alchemy without appearing overly extraordinary on the day of submitting the medicinal herbs. After several consecutive days of alchemical endeavors, Yize finally stepped out of the herb garden. The herbs required for submission were inspected by Wu Biao, who noted the quality had improved significantly since he last tended to them, praising Yize before instructing him to submit the task and returning to his cave dwelling. As Yize exited, he noticed Channing discreetly glancing his way from a distance. Upon seeing him emerge, she promptly approached. Clad in her familiar, efficient yellow attire, Channing assessed Yize's slightly fatigued state. Knowing well what had transpired, with a serious demeanor, she addressed him. "Junior brother, are you also heading to the Internal Affairs Hall to submit medicinal herbs today? Master Uncle Zhou has tasked me with running an errand. Why not accompany me?" Yize found it peculiar, as Channing had not shown much interaction with him in the past. Today, it seemed as though she had been specifically waiting for him. "Then, it would be an honor to comply, senior sister," Yize replied with a smile. As the two soared toward the Internal Affairs Hall, Channing casually inquired, "Junior brother, were you refining elixirs in the past few days? I thought I heard some muffled explosions coming from your garden while I was cultivating." Yize chuckled inwardly, having guessed the true intentions of his seemingly stern senior sister, yet maintained a composed expression. "I must apologize. I was merely attempting to refine some elixirs. However, I'm not sure if it was due to poor control of the furnace or miscalculated ingredient ratios, but I experienced several furnace explosions. I am truly sorry for disturbing you, senior sister." Channing's expression shifted to one of understanding, her demeanor brightening considerably. It seemed that not only she had faced such mishaps, observing Yize's current state, it was evident that he had yet to grasp the basics of alchemy. "And oh worries, junior brother, there's no need to dwell on it. Alchemy is a discipline that tests one as personal skill. You need not rush. With more practice, you will surely master it. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister," Yize humbly expressed, though inwardly he pondered what her reaction would be if she were to glimpse the elixirs within his storage bag. Upon reaching the Internal Affairs Hall, the two parted ways. Yize proceeded to where he had accepted his task, while Channing went to a familiar deacon disciple. "Brother Shi, I must trouble you again." Yize handed Shi Ming a storage bag with a smile. Shi Ming clearly remembered Yize, the young man with the old soul, and said with a grin, "Junior brother, please wait a moment. A specialist will be responsible for checking the medicinal materials before they are cataloged." After saying this, he took the storage bag and walked towards the back. Approximately 15 minutes later, Shi Ming returned, his smile even broader. "Junior brother, it seems you truly possess remarkable skills. The Foundation establishment master who inspected your materials praised them profusely." Yize waved his hand modestly, stating, "It's merely a trivial endeavor in nurturing spiritual herbs. Nothing noteworthy." Shi Ming complimented him once more, then took Yize's Sect token, adding 400 contribution points before returning it to him, explaining the task of managing the E-character herb garden grants 500 contribution points upon submission of medicinal materials. Master Wu previously instructed that, considering your abilities, he would take 100, leaving 400 for you. It is worth noting that other Qi refining cultivators assisting in managing herb gardens would consider themselves fortunate to receive 200 contribution points. Yize was already aware of this, accepting the token while acknowledging, indeed, it is due to Master Wu's considerations. Shi Ming thought to himself that this was not merely a matter of consideration. Not far away, Channing, who had intended to find Yize to return together, suddenly felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing this scene. The other Qi refining cultivators mentioned by Shi Ming were indeed her. She had only received 200 contribution points, which had genuinely been due to favorable treatment. Subsequently, noticing Yize still had matters to attend to, Channing politely bid farewell and departed. After completing the task, Yize did not hastily leave. Instead, he continued to inquire of Shi Ming, "Brother Shi, I have recently begun learning alchemy. Could you assist me in exchanging some first-tier spiritual herbs? Ideally, I would prefer those I have cultivated myself." as I am more familiar with their properties, which would benefit my alchemical practice. As he spoke, he handed over a small porcelain vial. Shiming took the vial without showing any sign of surprise, opening it to reveal a look of astonishment. Within lay 5 azure spirit-gathering pills, one of which was notably superior in appearance, exuding a richer fragrance. An undeniable medium-grade spirit-gathering pill. He gazed at Yize in shock. Did you personally refine this, junior brother? You've already managed to concoct a medium-grade spirit-gathering pill? I am quite ashamed. I have wasted an untold amount of medicinal materials before finally managing to refine a few. And the medium-grade ones were merely fortunate outcomes. Yize replied bashfully, striving to balance humility while also allowing a hint of pride to shine through. He found this expression management somewhat challenging. Shiming scrutinized Yize for a moment before chuckling. You did not only come here to exchange for herbs, did you? Surely there are elixirs you wish to trade for contribution points? The novice alchemist, Shiming, had indeed encountered individuals like this before and was well acquainted with their initial procedures. As he spoke, he had already stowed away the vial of gathering chi pills that on the market. A single inferior gathering chi pill is valued at 1 spirit stone, while a medium-grade pill can fetch 2 spirit stones. Thus, this entire vial, worth 6 spirit stones, represented a considerable profit for Shiming, prompting him to adopt a more cordial demeanor towards Yize. His warmth stemmed not only from the gift of pills, but also from Yize's remarkable talent in alchemy, as producing medium-grade gathering chi pills was no mere stroke of luck. Additionally, Master Wu Biao had devoted considerable effort in teaching him. He was a second-tier medium-grade alchemist who, it was rumored, was on the verge of reaching the upper grade. Senior brother, please allow me to inform you that I possess some fasting pills and gathering chi pills, which I intend to exchange for Sect contribution points, and then procure some medicinal materials in return. As he spoke, he produced dozens of vials of varying sizes, 10 fasting pills in one vial and 5 gathering chi pills in another. Shiming briefly examined a few vials and noted that while the superior fasting pills elicited little reaction, he was taken aback upon seeing an entire vial of medium-grade gathering chi pills. Judging by the total quantity, the likelihood of such medium-grade pills was already significant, especially considering how little time Yize had spent learning alchemy. Perhaps just a month or two. Regaining his composure, Shiming remarked, I shall assist you in converting these pills into contribution points, but I advise against exchanging them directly for medicinal materials. Please allow me to offer my guidance, for our sect has tasks related to the refinement of fasting pills and gathering chi pills, from which one could directly acquire the necessary materials, as long as the specified quantity of pills is submitted within the allotted time. Contribution points will be awarded, should you excel in alchemy and achieve a higher success rate. You might even have surplus pills. Upon hearing this, Yize's spirits soared. This task was precisely what he had hoped for. He readily accepted the alchemical task, and Shiming swiftly took the vials and proceeded to the back hall. After a quarter of an hour, he returned with an array of medicinal materials. Junior brother, here you go. These are the materials from your herb garden, which I conveniently exchanged before delivering them to the material storage. Please take a look. The contribution points accrued from the exchanged pills had already been credited to Yize's token, totaling 60 points. Could I possibly doubt my senior brother? Without even glancing at them, Yize placed the materials directly into his storage bag, further endearing himself to Shiming. Should you wish to exchange more materials from your herb garden in the future, feel free to say so to save me an extra trip. However, not all materials from your garden can be exchanged, as some are subject to annual quota tasks from the sect. Thank you sincerely for informing me of this. I shall trouble you again in the future. No need for such formality, Shiming replied. He then shared his residence details with Yize, promising to keep in touch more frequently. After a few polite exchanges, Yize took his leave. The Yunqi sect occupied only a portion of the Tianyan mountain range, with numerous scattered cultivators congregating in the surrounding markets. Life as a solitary cultivator in the wilderness was perilous, fraught not only with the threat of demonic beasts, but also the risk of being slain by other practitioners for their treasures. The Yunqi sect wielded considerable influence, boasting over a dozen nascent soul, true monarchs, and more than 100 golden core true persons, ensuring a high level of safety in the markets that bordered the sect. Thus, scattered cultivators sought every means to remain in these markets, where the deterrence of the Yunqi sect and the protective formations offered substantial security. Upon his initial visit to the Muyang market, Yize successfully entered this sizable marketplace after paying the entrance fee. Unlike the outer disciple robes of the Yunqi sect, he donned a plain gray long robe and a hood to obscure his identity. At that moment, he was meticulously observing the Muyang market. Previously, during his time in Dongbei Mountain, he had witnessed the nearby markets, yet their foot traffic paled in comparison to this bustling locale. Built within a valley, the Muyang market was nourished by a second-tier spiritual vein. The entire market adopted a square layout, with various shops lining both sides of the roads, alongside dedicated streets for stalls, all exuding an air of orderly chaos. Yize soon realized he had misjudged the situation. He had intended to discreetly sell medium to superior grade pills to scattered cultivators, but after a thorough exploration, he found that such pills were nearly non-existent in the market. Given their limited resources, scattered cultivators typically refrained from using medium to superior grade pills for cultivation, preferring a slower growth rate as it was more economical for them. Reluctantly, and wishing to avoid a fruitless trip, Yize made his way to the shop street. After careful consideration, he entered a store named Treasure Pavilion, which appeared to be quite large and reputable. Upon entering, a tall attendant approached him, her cultivation at the first layer of qi refinement. "Welcome to our store. How may I assist you today?" "We offer a variety of pills, magical artifacts, and talismans," the attendant greeted warmly, noting Yize was at the late stage of qi refinement. "Could you please provide an introduction to your pills?" Yize requested nonchalantly. As the attendant led him into the main hall, she elaborated, "We have gathering qi pills and refining qi pills for cultivation, energy recovery pills for replenishing spiritual energy, and vitality pills for healing injuries. May I inquire which type you're interested in?" "How much are the gathering qi pills and refining qi pills?" Yize asked. Gathering qi pills are priced at 1 spirit stone each, sold by the vial containing 5 pills. Refining qi pills are 5 spirit stones each, also sold by the vial containing 5 pills. Pausing to gauge Yize's reaction, the attendant continued, "Of course, there are discounts for larger purchases." "Sounds reasonable," Yize acknowledged, finding the prices consistent with his expectations. "You mentioned inferior grade pills. What about the prices for medium and superior grades?" The attendant stared at Yize in surprise. Scattered cultivators typically used only inferior grade pills, rarely indulging in medium or superior grade ones. Although puzzled, she quickly replied, "At present, we only have medium grade pills for sale. Gathering qi pills at 2 spirit stones each and refining qi pills at 8 spirit stones each. How may I assist you further?" Upon hearing this, Yize calculated the possibilities in his mind and replied, "Please summon your manager. There are matters that require someone with authority." The attendant, realizing the situation, expertly led Yize to an inner chamber and excused herself to summon someone. Moments later, a graceful woman entered the room, her cultivation impressively at the 9th layer of qi refinement. "Honored guest, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I am Lin Shui, the owner of this treasure pavilion. How may I assist you?" Lin Shui said, gracefully taking a seat opposite Yize. Without further ado, Yize produced a vial and stated solemnly, "Do you accept pills for sale here? I have a batch of gathering qi pills I wish to sell." Lin Shui, evidently informed by the attendant, guessed Yize's intentions and replied, "We certainly do, but our store has a fixed source for inferior grade gathering qi pills." This implied they would only accept medium grade or higher. Yize handed over the vial, indicating for Lin Shui to inspect its contents. She opened it with an air of confidence, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating her senses. It's the owner of Treasure Pavilion in the Muyang market. Encounters with superior grade pills were exceedingly rare, and here, within the vial, lay 5 distinctly colored superior gathering qi pills. Indeed, these are superior grade, Lin Shui assessed after examining one closely. "Oh, you wish to sell this vial to us? By the way, may I ask for your surname?" "My surname is Wu. In addition to this vial of gathering qi pills, I also have several medium grade pills for sale. Perhaps you could provide a price?" Yize inquired, placing 5 additional vials on the table, intending to test the waters with this initial offering. Lin Shui scrutinized the vials in silence. Since her entrance, she had been observing the gray-robed figure before her. Though his face was obscured, his demeanor suggested he was far from an ordinary scattered cultivator. It was highly likely he was a disciple of the Yunqi sect or a family cultivator with backing. As evidenced by the medium to superior grade pills he possessed, produce superior gathering chi pills. One would need to be at least a second-tier alchemist, a status that would rank above ordinary foundation establishment practitioners within the Yunqi sect. While it was conceivable that a particularly gifted first-tier alchemist might achieve this, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and Lin Shui doubted she had fortuitously encountered one. Friend Wu, might I inquire if you have any other pills you intend to sell in the future? I refer to those of medium grade or higher, Lin Shui probed, not providing an immediate answer, but instead seeking further clarification. This depends on whether we can reach a satisfactory agreement today and how the transaction unfolds. Yize replied. Yize was not someone to be trifled with, and he deftly tossed the question back. Lin Shui, seemingly unfazed by any embarrassment, smiled and said, "The middle-grade qi-gathering pill is priced at 9 spirit stones per vial, while the superior-grade qi-gathering pill is priced at 15 spirit stones per vial. What do you think, my friend?" Yize scoffed, shaking his head as he replied, "The price of the middle-grade qi-gathering pill is quite reasonable. But is the price of the superior-grade one a trick to take advantage of my ignorance, Lin shopkeeper? Ha! Although this superior pill is packaged in a vial containing 5 pills, it will be sold by the individual pill when it reaches your hands." Yize was not merely speaking frivolously. The superior-grade qi-gathering pill contained abundant spiritual energy and a purity far surpassing that of lower-grade pills that could not only aid in daily cultivation, but also assist in breaking through the bottlenecks during the initial stages of qi refinement. Upon hearing Wu Biao's words, Lin Shui felt a surge of delight rather than fear. Since Yize had not immediately departed, it indicated that there was room for negotiation. She continued, "What you may not know, my friend, is that while the superior-grade qi-gathering pill is indeed precious, the demand in the Miang Square market is rather limited that I still need to allocate some for sale at other branches." She then shifted her tone. "However, if you have similar pills to sell in the future, I can certainly negotiate a slightly better price that, oh, how much specifically?" Yize inquired. "0.4 spirit stones per pill. Show my sincerity. We can purchase this vial of pills at 5 spirit stones per pill, but this offer is only valid for this instance. This price is already quite fair, considering the shop must also maintain a profit margin." Yize let out a barely perceptible chuckle, surmising that the extra spirit stone was likely a form of bribery for himself. He guessed that the other party viewed him as a mere errand runner for an elder, and thus the additional spirit stone could be seen as a form of pocket money for him. Nonetheless, this was precisely the effect he desired. "Very well, let us proceed at your price, Lin Daoist. As for when I might have more pills to sell, I cannot say for certain. It depends on when the elders in my clan decide to refine more. However, I assure you, next time I have pills, I will come to your esteemed shop first." "Agree, my friend Wu. Is a deal," Lin Shui responded, beckoning the maid from earlier and instructing her to bring forth the spirit stones, totaling 70 spirit stones. After Yize received the spirit stones, he did not rush to leave, but continued to inquire, "I wish to procure 1 or 2 superior-grade magical tools. Might you have any recommendations, Lin Daoist?" Lin Shui's eyes brightened. It seemed that today's business could continue in the past. Yize had devoted himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation and had rarely ventured out, resulting in a deficiency in both magical tools and combat abilities. However, circumstances had changed, and he would inevitably need to sell pills at Miang Square in the future. Though the distance to Yunqi sect was less than 2 hours, it was prudent to bolster his strength for safety's sake. His magical power, both in quantity and purity, far exceeded that of other cultivators at the same level. The only lacking aspect was combat magical tools. Currently, he possessed only 1 middle-grade magical tool and several lower-grade ones. After learning of Yize's request, Lin Shui soon returned to the room with several maids, each carrying a delicate wooden box. She placed the boxes on the table and said, "My friend Wu, I have carefully selected 4 superior-grade magical tools for you. Please see if any catch your fancy." Without waiting for Yize to respond, she opened the first wooden box, revealing a dark red longsword that lay quietly within, emanating a faint heat from its blade. This sword was named Qiyin, crafted from Qihua copper, which possesses a remarkable affinity for fire-based magical energy. During combat, it can unleash its full potential. Not only is it exceptionally sharp, but it also carries an innate fire spell that can be triggered unexpectedly against adversaries. Lin Shui timely elaborated, while Yize merely murmured an acknowledgement, indicating his desire to see the next item. Lin Shui understood and opened the second wooden box, which contained a small round shield. This was the Longjia shield. Forged from a shell of a first-tier demon beast, the crocodile dragon tortoise, enhanced with Wuguang Xian iron, making it impervious to most superior-grade magical tools. The third item was a protective jade pendant, known as the Tian Shou Pei, which can be carried at all times. When under attack, it automatically forms an energy shield to deflect one attack from cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. After each use, it requires 3 days to restore its spiritual energy before it can be activated again. The fourth item was a complete set of magical tools called the Willow Leaf Flying Daggers. Crafted from the leaves of a spiritual plant known as Iron Willow, they are exceptionally hard, making them particularly suitable for cultivators practicing wood-based techniques. There are 4 daggers in total, all of superior quality. Capable of striking swiftly like lightning and ideal for catching enemies off guard during combat. They can also be used collectively to ensnare foes, with power comparable to that of typical top-grade magical tools. However, using all 4 daggers simultaneously requires considerable magical energy, though it is still less taxing than activating 4 superior-grade magical tools at once. Once Lin Shui finished presenting the 4 magical tools, she fell silent, sipping her tea while discreetly observing Yize's reaction. Yize gazed thoughtfully at the 4 wooden boxes before him. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, he found himself tempted by all of them. His profound magical power would allow him to sustain the use of the 3 magical tools, excluding the Tian Shou Pei, for a considerable duration. Unfortunately, his finances were tight, and acquiring even 1 or 2 items would be a challenge. Lin Daoist, what are the prices for these magical tools? Yize asked. The Qian sword is priced at 240 spirit stones, the Wujia shield at 220 spirit stones, the Tian Shou Pei at 280 spirit stones, and the Willow Leaf Flying Daggers at 360 spirit stones. Lin Shui stated succinctly. Yize's gaze shifted among the 4 magical tools, recognizing that the prices were quite reasonable for superior-grade items, even slightly cheaper than expected. This was a gesture of goodwill. If he haggled further, he would risk appearing greedy. After weighing the pros and cons, Yize made his decision. I shall take the Qiyin sword and the Tian Shou Pei. He already possessed a middle-grade defensive tool, the Xuanjia shield, which would suffice for now, but he lacked offensive means. Although the Willow Leaf daggers would have suited him better, their price was too steep. So he reluctantly settled for the Qiyin sword. Few cultivators in the late Qi refinement stage could afford superior-grade magical tools, particularly solitary practitioners. Most relied on middle-grade tools, with only the exceptionally skilled among them being able to wield superior-grade items. With the Qiyin sword, the Xuanjia shield, and the Tian Shou Pei as a final defensive measure, Yize had gained a reasonable degree of self-protection for his journeys between Yunqi Sect and Miang Square. Swiftly paying for the items, Yize bid farewell to Lin Shui and left the treasure's pavilion. As Lin Shui watched his departing figure, her gaze deepened, lost in thought. Only after Yize's silhouette had completely vanished did Lin Shui turn back to the inner room, where the maid who had initially attended to Yize remained, seemingly waiting for Lin Shui's return. Not a word about today, as dealings regarding the pills shall be uttered. You know the consequences if you do. Lin Shui's voice was cold and low, issuing a warning without even glancing at the maid. Furthermore, should this individual return, you are to usher him directly into the inner room and notify me at once. Is that clear? Yes, the servant understands. Please rest assured. Shopkeeper, the maid replied, trembling with fear. While Lin Shui had presented herself as warm and hospitable before Yize, the staff was well aware of their shopkeeper's capabilities. Once outside the treasure's pavilion and confirming he was not being followed, Yize made his way to a shop specializing in spiritual herbs, purchasing materials for refining the essence refining pill. Yunqi Sect's regulations on conventional first-tier pill formulas were not stringent. and Yize had acquired several formulas, including that for the essence refining pill. With the assistance of Qing Tong Ziqi, he could first refine the pills and then quickly learn the successful methods of alchemy in reverse. However, this process required time. Although he had previously taken advantage of some herb gardens, the quantities were limited, necessitating the acquisition of additional materials. As his spirit stones dwindled, Yize decisively departed from Yang Square and headed straight for Yunqi Sect. Throughout his journey, he encountered no assaults from thieves or demonic beasts, allowing him to return to the sect smoothly. Although the cultivation world is fraught with peril, the vicinity of Yunqi Sect remained relatively safe. Dear reader, this chapter still has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. Even the cunning Jieshio is not a fool. Numerous disciples of the Yunqi Sect traverse daily. And who can foresee when an unwarranted killing might occur? Generally, restraint is exercised. Yize spent nearly 6 hours on his recent outing. Upon returning to Lingxi Peak, he first inspected the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden for any anomalies before retrieving the recently acquired Qian sword to commence its ritual refinement. He estimated that he could wield this sword effectively until reaching the 9th level of Qi training. Earlier, in the Miang market, he had only conducted a rudimentary refinement to master its use in combat. A deeper connection needed to be established. The Tianyan was comparatively simpler. After infusing it with a strand of his consciousness for refinement, he could carry it with him. Subsequently, Yize returned to a regular routine, utilizing Qing Tong to assist in nurturing spiritual herbs, absorbing the accumulated energy of flora to condense purple qi. He then employed this purple qi to aid in alchemical concoctions, completing tasks to earn contribution points for the sect. With a success rate of nearly 90% in pill refinement, he amassed a substantial quantity of cultivation pills that, in addition to using them for his own daily practice, the surplus could be traded for spirit stones in the Miang market. The true overseer of the medicinal garden, Wu Biao, had only made a single appearance since Yize submitted the medicinal materials last time, after checking on the state of 2 third-tier spiritual herbs. He had retreated into seclusion and had not returned, prompting Yize to once again express his frustration at this hands-off manager. In such an environment, Yize became completely reclusive, often spending 1 or 2 months without leaving the medicinal garden. When he did emerge, it was usually to the internal affairs hall to hand over alchemical tasks. Meanwhile, his cultivation and alchemical skills were growing at an astonishing rate. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Biao, whom he had criticized as a negligent manager, was soaring towards the summit of Lingxi Peak with a face full of delight. His speed was so remarkable that even a foundation-building practitioner adept in speed would feel a pang of inferiority. The spiritual energy and scenery at the peak far surpassed that of the medicinal garden halfway up the mountain, where the seasons remained eternally spring, creating a world alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The stream that traversed the entire spiritual peak originated near several caves at the summit. Wu Biao arrived at a cave close to the source of the Lingxi stream, eagerly sending forth a sound transmission talisman. Moments later, he peered through the barrier into the cave. "Come in," came a faint voice, and the barrier was subsequently lifted. Upon hearing this, Wu Biao adjusted his attire and hurried into the cave. He navigated with familiarity to a quiet room where an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe sat on a mat. Eyes closed in meditation, the old man appeared unremarkable. Yet despite his head of white hair, he did not show signs of aging. An aura as profound and weighty as the ocean enveloped him. Signifying his status as a formidable golden core master, the Wu Biao approached the Taoist elder, formally bowing and respectfully stating, "Master, your disciple has come to pay respects." The Taoist elder was none other than Wu Biao's master. A golden core practitioner of late stage and one of the alchemy masters of the Yunqi sect, thus occupying the most auspicious location within Lingxi Peak. He was also the true owner of the medicinal garden that Yize currently managed. Dan Zengzi looked at Wu Biao, who stood beside him, his face subtly brimming with excitement, and inquired, "Fifth disciple, have you come to inform me that you have successfully refined the soul-calming pill?" Master's insight is remarkable. "Indeed, it is so. After half a year of research, I have finally succeeded," Wu Biao replied, presenting a vial of potion before Dan Zengzi. "Master, please take a look. This is the soul-calming pill I just refined." Wu Biao was aware that his master had mastered a secret method to enhance one's consciousness, a crucial aspect for an alchemist during the refining process. The integration of medicinal liquids and control of the furnace all relied on the mastery of consciousness, and he had long coveted this secret method. Unfortunately, Dan Zhengzi maintained strict control over it, and he, along with several senior brothers and sisters, had not been granted instruction. After much persistence, Dan Zhengzi had finally agreed to impart the secret method, stipulating 3 conditions. He would provide a formula for the soul-calming pill, and should Wu Biao be able to refine it with a success rate exceeding 30%, he would agree to teach him the method. Elated, Wu Biao was the only disciple currently receiving alchemical instruction from his master. Despite being only at the mid-foundation stage, his talent in alchemy was exceptional, and he could refine second-tier pills with relative ease. The soul-calming pill, according to the formula, was merely a second-tier upper-grade pill. With a few more attempts, he was certain to succeed. However, contrary to expectations, misfortune struck. Not once had he succeeded in refining the pill within 2 months of obtaining the formula. He tried numerous methods, resulting in either explosions or failed pills, which led him to doubt the authenticity of the formula provided by his master. Wu Biao, being an action-oriented individual, immediately sought to verify his suspicions, fearing that perhaps this trial was meant for him to discover any flaws in the formula. Ultimately, he overthought the situation. Dan Zhengzi reprimanded him soundly and personally refined a batch of soul-calming pills before unceremoniously ejecting him from the cave. After this incident, Wu Biao sought assistance in managing the medicinal garden while he delved into alchemical studies, focusing solely on the soul-calming pill. Today, due to a certain opportunity, he had finally succeeded in refining it and rushed to share the good news with Dan Zhengzi. Dan Zhengzi picked up the unremarkable, yet indeed lower-grade soul-calming pill, his consciousness probing the pill to discern its true nature, and a look of suspicion crossed his face. He was all too familiar with his disciple's alchemical prowess. Although the soul-calming pill was a second-tier pill, the difficulty of refining it was beyond Wu Biao's current capabilities. Yet, the pill lay before him. He believed Wu Biao would not dare deceive him. So it must indeed be his handiwork. Though he couldn't ascertain what shortcuts were taken. Setting the pill down, he regarded the expectant Wu Biao with narrowed eyes, keenly sensing a hint of trepidation in his heart. "Well, this soul-calming pill, while lacking in quality, barely meets your requirements," Dan Zhengzi said nonchalantly. To Wu Biao's heart soared at this response. "Then, Master, may I now receive the promised Yuqing tongshi method?" At that moment, all semblance of his earlier decorum vanished. Rubbing his hands together, he displayed an eager countenance, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor before Yize. "I will indeed grant you the Yuqing tongshi method, rest assured. However, first, you must refine another batch of soul-calming pills for me to observe. So I may offer my guidance," Dan Zhengzi replied leisurely. Wu Biao's heart sank, but he maintained a facade of normalcy. "Of course, Master, yet my current success rate barely reaches 30%, and I came in haste without sufficient materials. So it may be. Do not worry. Do you think I lack materials here? Proceed with the refinement." Dan Zhengzi's tone left no room for refusal, and Wu Biao sighed helplessly in resignation, hoping his master's eyesight would fail to catch any abnormalities with the materials. Without further ado, Wu Biao entered the quiet room, which was Dan Zhengzi's regular alchemical workspace, where a suitable furnace was readily available. He set up the alchemical furnace and began the refining process. Dan Zhengzi observed intently as Wu Biao executed each step. Fully aware of the changes within the furnace, Wu Biao extracted the essence of the spiritual herbs, meticulously removing any impurities before proceeding to blend the medicinal liquids. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon witnessing this, Dan Zhengzi shook his head. The reduction of impurities was insufficient, and the purity of the blended liquid was likely compromised, indicating that this batch of pills would probably be a failure. 15 minutes later, as he observed the freshly produced soul-calming pill before him, Dan Zhengzi blinked, pondering whether his eyesight had truly failed him. After all, he was only a little over 300 years old and should not be so quick to misjudge. Based on Wu Biao's refining process just witnessed, this batch of pills should not have succeeded. Wu Biao, too, was anxiously monitoring Dan Zhengzi's expressions, noticing the fluctuations in his master's demeanor. He hoped for the time to pass swiftly so he could escape immediately after obtaining the secret method. He planned to take on a long-term assignment and retreat to a safe distance, secure in the knowledge that once the deed was done, even if his master discovered his shortcuts, it would be too late to rectify it. Yet again, reality shattered Wu Biao's hopes. Refine it again. Dan Zhengzi's solemn gaze fixed on Wu Biao, his tone leaving no room for argument. The aura of a golden core practitioner emanated effortlessly from him. Wu Biao, aware of the impending trouble, felt helpless and could only comply with another round of refinement. Dan Zhengzi observed even more closely than before. The liquefaction of the medicinal pill was flawless. The extraction of the essence was impeccable, and impurities were being removed systematically. Then came the blending of the medicinal liquids. Wait, why were there so few impurities removed, yet the blending of the medicinal liquids posed no issues? If fortune smiled once, it could be a coincidence, but to encounter good luck twice in succession, that surely indicated a problem. Wu Biao, trembling with fear, cautiously presented the second batch of pills to Dan Zhengzi. His apprehension was not unfounded, for his master, Dan Zhengzi, was regarding him with an expression that suggested he was quite capable. Though there was a smile on his master's face, Wu Biao felt no warmth in it. "Humph, fifth, do you have nothing to say?" Dan Zhengzi inquired, lowering his gaze and speaking in a grave tone. "Such a wretched disciple. Just now, I truly thought my eyesight was failing." Wu Biao hastily knelt to admit his fault. Lying before a true golden elixir master was futile, especially since his master was a renowned alchemist who had undoubtedly perceived the truth. Therefore, he could only recount the reasons behind the successful concoction of the soul-calming pill. The explanation was quite simple. After Wu Biao submitted the medicinal materials for his Sect's task to Yize, he exchanged them for his own supplies from the Internal Affairs Hall. Previously, his attempts to refine the soul-calming pill had consistently failed primarily due to improper ratios in the medicinal liquid, often disrupted by useless impurities. However, the materials from Yize had significantly reduced the difficulty of Wu Biao's alchemical endeavors, as the spiritual herbs' inherent impurities had been greatly absorbed by the Qing tone. Following 3 consecutive successful refinements of the soul-calming pill, Wu Biao had discerned the underlying reason. Upon revisiting the medicinal garden to inspect the spiritual herbs Yize had tended to, he confirmed his suspicion. The reason for his success lay in the superior quality of the materials he had utilized, although this did not reflect an improvement in his alchemical skills to meet his Master-S standards. He had at least managed to produce the soul-calming pill. Wu Biao, being rather audacious, decided to approach Dan Zhengzi in hopes of luck, thinking that perhaps his master might overlook the details and allow him to slip by. Leading to the current scene. After hearing Wu Biao's account, Dan Zhengzi huffed and glared, delivering another scolding to his 5th disciple. Naturally, the Yuqing tonsure Fa was not bestowed upon him, and instead, Dan Zhengzi proposed a visit to the Yize No. 3 medicinal garden that he was intrigued to discover how the outer sect disciple named Yize managed to cultivate the spiritual herbs so well. For an alchemist, having a skilled spiritual herb cultivator was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the Yize No. 3 garden, they found Yize absent. Thus, the two entered Yize's modest dwelling without hesitation. Wu Biao, with keen insight, quickly retrieved Yize's records of herb cultivation and respectfully presented them to Dan Zhengzi. After glancing through the documents, Dan Zhengzi noted that this outer sect disciple had his own understanding of the state of the spiritual herbs, and his targeted cultivation methods were refreshing. Unlike the careless approach of the 5th disciple beside him, who merely rushed through tasks, with a disapproving glare at Wu Biao, Dan Zhengzi caused him to feel perplexed, thinking his master was still upset about the alchemical matters, and he could only offer an awkward smile. Observe how others manage the spiritual herbs, and then look at yourself. If you could expend such effort, even if it was merely by taking shortcuts to refine the soul-calming pill, I would let it slide, but you have merely taken advantage of the younger generation. Dan Zhengzi could not help but admonish. Giving Wu Biao a kick for good measure, Wu Biao lowered his head in silence. Knowing from experience that this was not the time to retort, the two continued inspecting the growth of the spiritual herbs in the garden. And Danshinzi nodded, saying, "This fellow is doing quite well. The spiritual herbs here could at least enhance an alchemist's success rate by 2 to 3 folds." Wu Biao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Senior sister Yijinyu mentioned that Yize had already displayed his talent for spiritual herb cultivation in the Yi clan. Since he arrived, I have observed that the condition of the spiritual herb has indeed been gradually improving. Danshinzi shot him a sidelong glance. "And that was when you began to have designs on him, was it?" Wu Biao shrank his neck, remaining silent, indicating his tacit agreement. "Humph," Danshinzi huffed in dissatisfaction. Just then, Yize returned, and the two sensed his presence early on, swiftly rising into the air. With their cultivation level, Yize was naturally oblivious to their presence. As usual, Yize first patrolled the medicinal garden, dealing with pests and rain, before returning to his abode to refine pills. Danshinzi watched with keen interest as Yize skillfully crafted high-quality gathering chi pills, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. This lad not only had a knack for cultivating spiritual herbs, but seemed to possess considerable talent in alchemy as well. Although the gathering chi pill was a basic elixir, Yize's ease in producing it did not resemble that of a novice just beginning to learn alchemy. Even with the superior herbs, it should not have been this effortless. The mysterious purple aura of the Qing tongue eluded even Danshinzi's detection. He merely believed that Yize possessed a remarkable aptitude for alchemy. Danshinzi stroked his white beard, murmuring with a smile, "He is indeed a promising seedling." Wu Biao was equally astonished. He was aware that Yize was studying alchemy, but the time frame had been short, and he had not anticipated that he could already produce high-quality gathering chi pills. His own talent in alchemy was not lacking. After all, how long had it taken him to refine high-quality gathering chi pills? Hearing Danshinzi's words, he quietly inquired, "Master, are you considering taking him as a disciple?" Danshinzi did not respond immediately, but continued observing Yize refine pills. After a moment, he said, "I am merely a little intrigued. Let us see how it goes. Moreover, it is useless unless he reaches the foundation establishment stage." He then added, "Let us observe for a while longer, and if all goes well, we can entrust him with a portion of the Yuan fruit and Xianyu grass for management." The Yuan fruit, Xianyu grass, along with the long one shun from Yize's medicinal garden, constituted the three primary ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill. Given the limited availability of these spiritual herbs within the Yunqi sect, they were typically tended to by the disciples of several alchemical masters. After issuing his instructions, Danshinzi cautioned Wu Biao, "Do not speak a word about Yize's situation." "Understood?" Wu Biao was taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Responding, "Yes, disciple will ensure confidentiality." Danshinzi nodded in satisfaction before producing a jade slip and handing it to him, which contained the Yuqing Tongshi Fa that Wu Biao had longed for. Wu Biao mused that this was a form of hush money. It seemed his master also desired to reap hidden rewards. This secret method could indeed enhance one's spiritual consciousness, but the process was accompanied by unimaginable pain. One needed to consume the soul-calming pill in advance to alleviate the suffering. However, it was essential that one's spiritual consciousness was sufficiently robust, so one had to practice with caution. Before departing, Danshinzi revealed the reason he insisted on Wu Biao refining the soul-calming pill. "Thank you, Master," Wu Biao said excitedly. Subsequently, the two returned to their respective abodes. Unbeknownst to Yize, he was currently engrossed in researching the refining of the essence-quenching pill. As a mainstream elixir for the later stages of qi refining, its preparation was significantly more complex than that of the gathering qi pill. However, thanks to his advantages, Yize quickly mastered the method of refining the essence-quenching pill. Even without the assistance of the purple aura, he achieved a success rate of around 40 to 50%. Afterward, Yize paused his alchemical work, consumed the newly refined high-quality essence-quenching pill, and felt a surge of potent medicinal energy coursing through his body, flowing through his meridians. Not daring to delay, he promptly activated the Yi Mu Chongqing Gong to begin refining the medicinal energy of the essence-quenching pill. It had been some time since he last consumed an essence-quenching pill. Firstly, he lacked stock, and secondly, Since he could soon refine high-quality pills, there was no need to resort to inferior ones. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood, and it also minimized his intake of pill toxicity. Feeling his magical power gradually strengthening, Yize could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The efficacy of the high-quality essence-quenching pill far surpassed that of the inferior ones, allowing him to accelerate his cultivation speed. Now, he need not worry about the pace of his training before reaching the foundation establishment stage. The value of the essence-quenching pill was considerably higher than that of the gathering Qi pill. And as most outer sect disciples of the Yunqi sect were in the later stages of Qi refining, there was no shortage of buyers for it. Additionally, he could foster camaraderie with his peers, build his reputation, and create a cover for his rapid cultivation advancements. Most importantly, he aimed to accumulate contribution points within the sect. In truth, Yize had not pinned his hopes on obtaining the foundation establishment pill from the distribution of Clan. Nor did he wish to engage in intrigue with his relatives. Since arriving at Lingxi Peak, he had rarely returned to Lingquan Peak. If possible, he still wishes to exchange contribution points for resources from his sect. In order to safeguard the advancement opportunities for non-family cultivators, the Yunqi sect requires that non-family cultivators redeem foundation-building pills solely with contribution points, whereas family cultivators must also utilize contribution points. Furthermore, every foundation-building pill obtained through contribution points is meticulously documented, and a report on the usage of these pills must be submitted within a year post-redeeming, effectively eliminating the possibility of family disciples acquiring pills from non-family disciples through unscrupulous means. Given Yize's current rate and quality of alchemy, he still has a chance to accumulate enough sect contribution points, albeit with a delay of a year or so. He is still young and can afford to wait. The longevity effect of the Imu Changqing technique far surpasses that of the Changqing technique. Generally, a Qi refining cultivator has a lifespan of around 120 years, with the Changqing technique extending life by approximately 20 years. Yet Yize senses that he currently possesses nearly 180 years of lifespan. Moreover, this is not even his limit. As his cultivation progresses, this number continues to rise. Once he reaches the 9th layer of Qi refining, it is likely that he will surpass 200 years, almost rivaling foundation-building cultivators at the same time. This fuels Yize's eagerness for further cultivation advancement. As spring gives way to autumn, and time passes unremarked in the realm of cultivation. A year has swiftly slipped by since Yize joined the Yunqi sect. Marking nearly 2 years of his tenure. 2 months ago, Yize broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refining, experiencing a more than 30% surge in his magical energy, which has become increasingly pure and substantial. Currently, there are still several strands of purple energy remaining in the Qing tongue, and at the current rate of condensing 1 strand of purple energy per month. If Yize's cultivation keeps pace, he should be able to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining in half a year. By that time, there will still be ample time left before the sect produces foundation-building pills. And during this interval, with sufficient medicinal assistance, Yize will likely refine his magical energy to perfection. In addition to ascending in cultivation, Yize's alchemical skills have also seen remarkable progress, and his reputation as an alchemist is gradually spreading around Lingxi Peak. Thanks to Shi Ming's guidance, Yize has eagerly taken on alchemical tasks assigned by the sect to accommodate lower-tier alchemists. The tasks stipulate that for every 10 medicinal materials, only 4 pills need to be submitted, which aligns with the success rates typical for first-tier alchemists. This regulation is a tremendous boon for Yize. With the assistance of purple energy, his alchemy success rate has reached 100%. Even for complex pills like the Qi refining pill, and the quality remains consistently high that he submits the lower quality 40% of his pills to the sect to complete the tasks and gain contribution points. While the remaining pills are divided into 3 categories. The first portion, consisting of the best quality pills, is naturally reserved for Yize's personal use for cultivation. The second portion is sold to the Zhenbao Pavilion for spirit stones. And the third portion is sold to fellow disciples of the Yunqi sect. With an ample supply of medicinal pills for his cultivation, Yize often consumes the next pill as soon as the effects of the previous one are absorbed. All of these are of superior and exceptional quality, so he does not need to worry about accumulating medicinal toxins. The pills Yize sells to the Zhenbao Pavilion are mostly of good quality. and in order to enhance the reputation of the alchemy master behind him, he even provided an exceptional qi refining pill. This has made Lin Xuan more enthusiastic towards him. Previously, her visits to the Zhenbao Pavilion were confined to the inner chamber on the first floor. But now she has been granted the privilege of welcoming him to the second floor at tea times. Yize cannot help but ponder when he might strive harder to see if there is an opportunity to be invited to the third floor. After selling a significant batch of pills, Yize promptly purchased the coveted willow leaf flying daggers, enhancing his strength after refining them. Coupled with his 8th layer of qi refining cultivation, he no longer fears anyone below the foundation building stage. Moreover, due to the swift nature of the willow leaf flying daggers, Yize can traverse the Miang market with greatly reduced travel time, enhancing his safety in high spirits. Yize, under Lin Xue's hospitality, procured numerous items from the Zhenbao Pavilion, including medicinal materials, magical robes, small formation plates, and various functional talismans. Carrying spirit stones is of little use. Leaving a few hundred for emergencies suffices, as accumulating various resources is the only way to effectively bolster his strength. As for the final portion of pills sold to the Sect's disciples, the auspicious start was contributed by senior sister Chuning. Upon learning of Yize's burgeoning alchemical skills, Chuning felt a mix of frustration and admiration, lamenting that the purple sun furnace she sold at a bargain price seemed useless in her hands, while in Yize's possession, it produced pills in abundance. Despite her internal conflict, she could not escape the allure of Yize's success. To express her gratitude for Chunying's initial generosity in selling the furnace, Yize offered her a batch of mid-grade qi refining pills at a price below market value. As she was preparing for foundation building, the demand for enhancement pills was particularly high, and this batch effectively dispelled her minor grievances. Henceforth, in the Yunqi sect, any matter could be resolved through her assistance, preserving Yize's modest stature, he added with a grin. Only for those at the qi refining stage, of course. This was Chunying's promise to Yize, as she patted her ample bosom, leaving Yize both amused and exasperated. However, he accepted it with composure. Unlike Yize, who remained reclusive, Chunying was keen on various experiences and had built a significant network among the qi refining disciples due to her higher cultivation level. This opportunity gradually led to Yize's reputation as an alchemist spreading further. Ming astutely disseminated news about Yize consistently taking on alchemical tasks, openly stating that Yize consistently exceeded task requirements with a stable success rate in alchemy. As time passed, Sect disciples began approaching him with medicinal materials, requesting his assistance in refining pills, also adhering to the task stipulation of submitting 4 pills out of 10 materials. Yize, naturally, welcomed them all. Alchemical tasks in the Yunqi sect are not always available. They only arise after the semi-annual submission of spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden, followed by a few alchemical assignments. In truth, it had been a month since Yize had last received an alchemical assignment from the sect. Now, with fellow disciples seeking his expertise, his predicament of having no materials to refine was swiftly resolved. Not only did he gain more pills, but he also earned spirit stones and, most importantly, cultivated connections with numerous fellow disciples. These disciples included both family and non-family members, thereby gradually expanding Yize's network. To secure a steady supply of materials, Yize invested significantly. Each time he refined pills, he would produce 1 to 2 extra pills, with the only cost being a slight increase in spirit stones charged at a lower price. This undoubtedly garnered him considerable goodwill among his peers, enhancing his reputation while attracting more disciples seeking his assistance. As Yize continued refining pills over time, he also began releasing mid-grade and even high-grade pills within the sect, cultivating a persona of possessing exceptional alchemical talent. This allowed others to perceive that he had an ample supply of high-quality pills. Explaining his rapid cultivation progress despite not conforming to the typical dual spiritual root expectations. It is noteworthy that Yize, who shares the same dual spiritual roots, reached the 7th layer of qi refining at a similar age, but only attained the 8th layer just before turning 20, lagging behind Yize by a full 2 years. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead, without the concealment of medicinal pills. it is likely that the cultivation of the Imu Changqing technique would be exposed. Therefore, whether for reasons of safety or the acquisition of resources, Yize must assume the identity of an exceptional alchemist, which would mitigate a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Over the course of the year, his life has undergone several changes. After arriving at Yunqi Peak for a year, his workplace has shifted. Master Wu Biao has arranged for him to manage a medicinal garden located near the summit of Yunqi Peak. Known as Jiazi No. 9, upon arriving, Yize was astonished to discover that the garden was predominantly filled with third-tier spiritual herbs, and the three primary ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills were all present. Yize tentatively declined, expressing that as an outer sect disciple with limited experience, he was unfit to oversee such a significant garden. However, Wu Biao appeared quite cordial, whether it was merely an illusion. Yize felt that Wu Biao's attitude towards him had improved considerably. As if he regarded him as one of his own, he subtly explained that this matter was beyond his authority to arrange and was rather the directive of those higher up. Consequently, Yize refrained from further discussion. If a foundation establishment cultivator like Wu Biao was merely a messenger, it was clear that the decision was ultimately made by a Golden Core master, an appointment he could not refuse. Nevertheless, this arrangement brought only advantages for Yize. The older third-tier spiritual herbs provided the Qing tongue with more botanical energy, thereby accelerating the condensation of purple qi, even with the aid of medicinal pills. Yize's cultivation was unlikely to keep pace with the rapid gathering of purple qi. Fortunately, the purple qi could accumulate within the Qing tongue. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Furthermore, the importance of this medicinal garden was evidently much greater, resulting in a corresponding increase in Sect contribution points. During his first submission of herbs, Yize garnered a substantial 1,200 contribution points, prompting the processing clerk, Shiming, to exclaim that Yize was poised for great success. While Yize's situation improved, certain members of the Yi family on Linquan Peak found themselves increasingly troubled by his presence. The Yi family line of Yi Jinrui was in a state of panic. Although Yize had broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement this year, given Yize's rapid cultivation speed and age advantage, by the time the foundation establishment pills were distributed, Yize might not be able to compete with him. Initially, they believed Yize's decision to cultivate herbs at Yunqi Peak indicated a show of weakness and a voluntary renunciation of the competition for foundation establishment pills. However, with the news of Yize's studies in alchemy spreading, this theory gained further credence. After all, investing effort in nurturing spiritual herbs and alchemy would inevitably detract from his own cultivation. Yet, in just over a year, Yize's reputation as a prodigious alchemist had spread among the peaks of Yunqi and Linquan. This was soon followed by Yize's breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. A remarkable feat considering it had been less than 2 years since his breakthrough to the 7th layer. As his alchemical skills continued to advance, who could say for certain that he would not reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement by the time the foundation establishment pills were dispensed? The elders of the Yi family's direct lineage were somewhat aware of the underlying dynamics. Although Yize and Jiedan both possessed dual spiritual roots, Yize's aptitude was slightly superior. His wood spiritual root was exceptionally outstanding, and were it not for the slightly more prominent fire spiritual root, Yize would have been classified as possessing heavenly spiritual roots. Thus, if both Yize and Jiedan were to attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement, it would only be logical for the foundation establishment pills to be allocated to Yize in order to maximize benefits. However, such a notion was utterly unacceptable to those of Jiedan's lineage. After all, humans are inherently rational. When it comes to self-interest, it often takes precedence over family and sect considerations. When the Yi family's gel lineage first emerged, especially following the last distribution of foundation establishment pills, 2 family members successfully established their foundations. Subsequently, there were Yijieli with a thunder spiritual root, Yijie with dual roots, and Yijiexen, whose aptitude barely kept pace with Yijie, all of whom had a significant likelihood of success in foundation establishment. Thus, the concept of the 5 talents of the Yi family began to take root, symbolizing the family's burgeoning prosperity. Yet, unexpectedly, a side branch member, Yize, emerged, whose exceptional cultivation talent and potential to become a high-level alchemist overshadowed both Yijian and Yijiexen, placing him just behind Yize. Eldest brother, seventh brother, what are your plans regarding Yize? In a splendid cave dwelling on Lingquan Peak, 3 foundation establishment elders of the Yi family gathered to deliberate on Yize. They were the decision-makers of their respective lines. The first to speak was the convener of this gathering, the master of the cave dwelling, Yijianli, the second in his generation. The other 2 were Yijianli of the Yijieji lineage and Yijianzhong of the Yijiexian lineage, ranked 5th and 7th, respectively. The middle-aged man, Yijianli, whose expression was clouded with concern, spoke softly. I wish to find something for Yize to do in the name of the family, preferably far from Yunqi Sect, to divert his attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Yijianzhong, dressed as a scholar, countered, currently Yize is at Jiazi No. 9 Medicinal Garden, although Wu Biao assigned him there. It is likely at the behest of Master Danshan it would be inappropriate to divert him now, and we cannot do so. The Jiazi No. 9 Medicinal Garden contains numerous primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills, making it a vital resource point for the sect. Since Yize has been assigned to cultivate spiritual herbs there, it would not be easy to transfer him without solid justification. Moreover, such an action could potentially offend Master Danshan, who is a key figure in the refinement of foundation establishment pills. Hearing this, Yijianli frowned. Previously, they had not paid much attention to Yize when he was merely a spiritual farmer within the clan. But now he had emerged as a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator at the tender age of 17, in Yunqi Sect. They had expected him to be a humble herb cultivator, yet he was now regarded with a different level of esteem due to his alchemical prowess. It left the influential elders of the direct lineage utterly powerless against a side branch youth. That's all the fault of the fourth sister for meddling, sending this lad to Yunqi Peak. She's not even his blood relative. Why care so much? Yijianli could not help but mutter in frustration. If it weren't for Yijianyu's interference back then, Yize would still be languishing in obscurity. Far from the current spotlight and complications, Yijianzhong, however, remained unfazed, pondering who could have foreseen Yize's extraordinary fortune. His own lineage, Yijiexian, had little hope of receiving a foundation establishment pill. So his mindset was relatively calm. He was merely curious why the second brother had summoned him today, glancing towards Yijianshun. Seeing both of his younger brothers looking at him, Yijianshun finally spoke. In fact, the reason I called you both here today is to share some news. Jelly's master has agreed to prepare a foundation establishment pill exclusively for him, and this information is confidential. No one else is aware as of now. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 2 were taken aback, and Yijianzhong inquired, "Third brother, is this true?" Yijianshun remained silent, merely gazing at him earnestly and nodding affirmatively. The cave fell silent, and Yijianli broke the stillness. Jelly will undoubtedly receive a foundation establishment pill from the family. His talent is exceptional. In using a single pill, he should succeed as for the remaining one. Yijianzhong, who had initially appeared indifferent, could no longer contain his thoughts. If the 2 foundation establishment pills of the Jiel lineage are secured by Jieli and Jieji, Jieli can then give the surplus pill to Jiexian, allowing the 3 of them to establish their foundations together. The 5 talents of the Yi family would then be a reality. The 3 men, seasoned in worldly affairs, quickly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. The current key point was to assist Jieji in obtaining a foundation establishment pill. They all understood that, regardless of the circumstances, the family would certainly allocate 1 foundation establishment pill to Jieli, and another would undoubtedly go to a member of the Jun lineage, leaving them to vie only for the final pill. Exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus, discussing the operational details of this endeavor, ultimately deciding on a strategy that would solely disadvantage Yize. Although Yize had Yijianyu's protection, if the 3 of them joined forces, even she would be unable to stand alone. Moreover, Yize's blood relation to her was not particularly close, thus not warranting her to expend great resources in his defense. An hour later, Yijianli and Yijianzhong departed the cave together. Upon exiting, the 2 exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Yijianzhong asked, "Fifth brother, why do you think the second brother has suddenly changed his tune to assist our 2 lineages?" Yijianli pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering Before articulating his speculation, perhaps the second brother's lineage has begun to feel wary of Yize's growth. Given Yize's current rate of growth, should he acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill, it is highly likely that he will achieve Foundation Establishment by the age of 20, a feat that has not occurred in the family for many years. Evoking memories of the esteemed Dao Feng ancestor, Yi Dao Feng is one of the 3 existing golden core ancestors of the Yi family and the only one with a heavenly spiritual root in nearly a millennium of family history. His cultivation speed is astonishing. He established his foundation at 20 and attained the golden core at 100, and to this day, his prowess continues to surge forward. Moreover, he is the youngest among the 3 ancestors, embodying the hope for further progress within the entire Yi clan. On the other hand, Yize has always stood out among his peers and was taken under the wing of a powerful golden core master from Yunqi Sect as a named disciple. He has been taught closely since childhood and awaits his foundation establishment to become an official disciple. Thus, Yize is regarded as the seed of golden core potential for the Yi family, receiving a level of attention that others cannot compare to. However, with Yize's emergence, the family's resources directed towards Yize will undoubtedly be diluted. It remains true that in the world of cultivation, self-interest reigns supreme. In the face of personal benefit, family and sect must take a back seat, which is precisely why today's gathering between the two has come to fruition. Jianli and Jianzhong exchanged a glance, then wordlessly parted ways, each returning to their respective residences as long-standing members of the Yi family. They both yearn for the emergence of talent within the clan, yet constrained by limited resources and enmeshed in the dynamics at play. They can only prioritize their closest At this moment. Yize remains blissfully unaware of the happenings on Ling Quan Peak, as he diligently tends to the weeding of the spiritual herbs required for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Since arriving at the number 9 Jiazi Herb Garden, Yize has taken a greater interest in the management of the spiritual herbs, openly absorbing a portion of the accumulated wood energy within them. With the removal of this stagnant energy, the growth of the herbs has visibly improved, yet has also attracted a greater number of pests. For instance, the bladeworm that Yize has captured is an exceedingly swift and harmful insect, particularly fond of the roots of high-grade spiritual herbs, and possesses strong concealment abilities. Common protective formations are ineffective against them. The primary pests Yize has encountered in the herb garden are predominantly this species. Since Yize's arrival, the population of bladeworms has steadily increased, necessitating that he conduct thorough inspections every few days without a moment's relaxation. Have you all collectively moved house? Why not go wreak havoc in other herb gardens? Yize lamented, tossing aside a deceased bladeworm with a look of exasperation. The distance between the Jiazi herb gardens is considerable, and the increasing number of these bladeworms is likely due to their fragrant attraction from other gardens. One must commend their long journey here only to meet their demise. After completing his tasks for the day, Yize let out a long sigh of relief and returned to his cave dwelling. Indeed, those managing the Jiazi herb gardens can now enjoy the benefits of a cave dwelling, with a cultivation environment far superior to the previous small courtyard, as it was once a place for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Making Yize quite unique in this regard, Yize entered the alchemy room within the cave, stowed away the Xiang furnace and over 100 pill bottles, and then departed Lingxi Peak, heading directly towards Muyang Market, as it was time to earn some spirit stones. After breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Yize spent over a month consolidating his cultivation and has yet to leave the sect. He has now accumulated several months' worth of elixirs, ripe for exchange for spirit stones. With practiced ease, he flew between the mountains, varying his routes to Muyang Market each time to avoid being tracked by those with ill intentions. Although this method is somewhat time-consuming, it prioritizes caution, and Yize has yet to encounter any unforeseen events. However, the very nature of surprises is that they arise from the unknown. Whether they will come before tomorrow is uncertain. Yize was flying smoothly when, without warning, he felt a tightness in his temples, sensing impending danger. Reacting swiftly, he produced a shield talisman, but before he could take further action, a crimson beam shot towards him at an alarming speed. The freshly summoned shield barely held for a moment before shattering, the red light continuing its relentless advance towards Yize's head. In this critical moment, the Tianyan pendant erupted with a burst of white spiritual light, enveloping Yize entirely, successfully halting the advance of the red light. Seizing the opportunity, Yize summoned the Xianjia shield, and for added precaution, he cast a layer of shield technique in front of it, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief as the white light of the Tianyan pendant began to dim. It was then that Yize realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not purchased the Tianyan pendant, he would have already met his demise. In a mix of anger at his own lapse in vigilance and a keen observation of the deadly red light, he noted that the object within had revealed its true form, a strangely designed spike. The outer aura of the spike dimmed as it retreated, realizing it could not land a hit, and it sped away towards the three figures in black robes that had abruptly appeared in the distance. Circling one of them with a whirling motion, Yize fixed his gaze on the sudden intruders, unwilling to waste words. Since they had attacked with lethal intent, reconciliation was no longer an option. Only one party could survive. Drawing forth the Qi sword, he prepared himself in a defensive stance against the three adversaries. The trio of black-robed figures were all late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, one at the 9th layer and two at the 8th layer. Such a combination would deter even those at the pinnacle of Qi refinement from engaging. "Kid, it seems you possess a rather impressive protective artifact, able to withstand my ambush," chuckled the owner of the spike. One of the 8th layer cultivators, his tone light and relaxed, as though he had already secured victory over Yize. Before Yize could inquire further about their intentions, the sole 9th layer cultivator among them spoke up. "No need for idle chatter. Let us end this swiftly. This kid is an alchemist with considerable wealth. He likely carries a substantial number of elixirs. Capturing him would allow us to elevate our own cultivation." Yize sighed upon hearing this. Despite his best efforts to remain inconspicuous, he had still attracted unwanted attention. It was clear that these three were habitual robbers, having likely set their sights on him in Muyang Market, lying in wait for him en route from Yunqi Sect. "Indeed, brother," the spike's owner agreed, recognizing the wisdom and acting quickly, and the three of them immediately summoned their artifacts, encircling Yize from three directions. "Hiding in Yunqi Sect for so long, we have truly suffered in waiting. Kid, today I will not show you any mercy." Yize, increasingly composed, recognized that his experience in combat was limited, yet he understood that it was precisely in perilous moments that one must maintain a calm demeanor. His magical prowess rivaled that of an average peak Qi refinement practitioner, enabling him to hold his own against the adversaries. Should circumstances become insurmountable, he possessed a secret technique that could consume his lifespan for escape. A sacrifice he was willing to make given his longevity. The three figures cloaked in black, demonstrating remarkable teamwork, swiftly encircled Yize, effectively severing his route of retreat. Almost immediately, three magical artifacts surged toward him. Yize, unflustered in the face of danger, once more summoned a protective shield talisman, raising the Xuanjia shield to deflect the third assailant's staff-like weapon that a mid-grade magic sword met the second scissor-shaped artifact, while the Qian sword lunged at the blood-red sword of the highest-ranked black-robed figure. The artifacts wielded by the first and second were of superior grade, whereas the third's spiked weapon, despite being of the same caliber, had likely exhausted its power with the prior strike, leaving him with only a mid-grade staff. Yize, pitted against three, managed to fend off their relentless assault through various talismans and spells as fireballs. Wooden spikes and water arrows filled the air. The trio, caught off guard by Yize's sudden resilience, were astonished to find him capable of returning fire, particularly given the formidable strength of his spells, which inadvertently prompted them to intensify their attacks. Yize, however, bore a silent burden. Although his magical energy surpassed that of the 9-layer practitioners, his consumption was over threefold theirs. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his defenses becoming increasingly strained. The three adversaries, sensing their advantage, felt a surge of elation. Though their target had proven somewhat troublesome, he remained within manageable limits. However, to withstand their combined efforts for so long at the 8th layer of Qi refinement indicated his exceptional prowess, promising substantial rewards for their efforts. With fervor igniting their spirits, they accelerated their assault once more. Moments later, Yize's use of talismans dwindled, and soon his mid-grade sword was the first to fall, severed by the second's golden scissors, its brilliance dimming as it plummeted below. A flicker of malice flashed in the eyes of the second assailant as he directed the golden scissors toward Yize, and his companions felt a wave of relief. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Yize, however, disregarded the incoming golden scissors, his peripheral gaze fixated on the third figure. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yize unleashed the concealed willow leaf flying daggers, enveloped in a layer of green light, launching one towards the unsuspecting third assailant and another towards the now pale second. Although the speed of the flying daggers did not match that of the third spiked weapon, they were still a high-grade artifact known for their swiftness. The daggers soared past the third assailant's staff, piercing through his throat before he could react. The third figure's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yize, ultimately descending in defeat. Third, the leader among the trio bellowed, suddenly catching sight of another swift green light darting towards the second's back, urgently warning, "Second, be cautious." The black-robed second had already used the golden scissors to block the assault of the flying dagger when another unforeseen attack silently emerged from behind him. An arrow, faster than the third's prior strike, pierced through his body, emerging from his chest instantaneously. Both Yize and the remaining black-robed figure were taken aback, halting their attacks as they turned towards the origin of the arrow. A woman clad in yellow cedar hovered gracefully in mid-air, a verdant longbow in hand, poised as if she had just released the arrow. Observing her cultivation, it was evident she had reached the 9th layer of chi refinement. Her flowing attire and a single wooden hairpin binding her cascading tresses exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being detached from the mundane world. Yize and the black-robed leader exchanged glances, their focus shifting between the two remaining figures. Although the sudden appearance of the woman had resulted in the demise of the black-robed second, Yize dared not let his guard down until he understood her identity, wary of the potential for further treachery. However, it was not long before a voice resonated within Yize's mind. It was the woman's transmission. "Ishidi, do not mistake my intentions. I too am a disciple of Yunqi's sect and a friend of Chuning." Upon hearing this, Yize felt a measure of relief and promptly turned his attention back to the last black-robed leader. That moment, the leader, sensing that the two seemed to have reached an understanding, realized the gravity of his predicament, as both energies were now locked onto him. In an instant, he summoned his escape light and shot away into the distance. Alas, Yize had anticipated this, the remaining 2 flying daggers already closing in on his retreat path. Before the black-robed leader could accelerate, he found himself cornered by the 2 daggers, forced to a halt. Just then, the yellow cedar woman's arrows arrived, and though he barely evaded one, he was simultaneously besieged by 4 willow leaf flying daggers and the Qian sword. In mere moments, his superior-grade artifact was struck down, and after narrowly avoiding another arrow, he was caught off guard as the 4 daggers pierced through his chest, causing him to plummet, drenched in blood. Thus, the assassination attempt against Yize concluded, thanks to the timely intervention of the yellow cedar woman. "Thank you, esteemed sister, for your timely rescue." Yize expressed his profound gratitude. After the battle, Yize joined forces with the yellow cedar woman, formally saluting her with respect. The woman, appearing to be of a similar age to Yize, possessed a strikingly elegant appearance. While not conventionally stunning, her beauty was undeniably captivating, and her aura brought a refreshing sense of ease. Upon hearing Yize's words of appreciation, the yellow cedar woman smiled gently and replied, "Ishidi, my name is Yijijun, also an outer disciple of Yunqi's sect. I have seen you from afar in Chunying's medicinal garden before. Who would have thought that upon our next meeting, I would witness the renowned alchemical genius being ambushed by rogue cultivators, prompting me to hide in the shadows and await the opportunity to assist. So, it is Sister Yi," Yize acknowledged. "I did not anticipate encountering such nefarious individuals during my outing, nearly costing me my life. I shall forever remember this great kindness. Should you require anything in the future, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist." Yize had no doubts regarding Yijijun's identity. Drawing closer, he felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had indeed encountered her once on Lingxi Peak. "There is no need for formality, Shidi. We are all of the same sect, and assisting one another is only natural. Moreover, Qining has a long-standing friendship with you, having purchased so many low-priced elixirs. As her friend, it was only right for me to lend a helping hand. Pausing, she added meaningfully, if I am not mistaken, even if I had not intervened, Yize would likely have managed to overcome them or at least retreat unscathed. Yize smiled, neither refuting nor confirming her assertion. He then descended to collect the storage bags of the 3 black-robed figures, presenting the second bag to Yize. This individual was slain by you, sister. Thus, this storage bag belongs to you. As for the remaining 2, we shall see what treasures they hold, and then divide them as needed. Yize accepted the storage bag of the second without hesitation, stating, I will take this one. You may keep the other 2, as I did not contribute significantly and require no such courtesy. Understanding that her modesty was genuine, Yize no longer insisted, promptly stowing the remaining 2 storage bags. Yize's attire of yellow cedar was no ordinary garment, but rather a valuable magic robe, complemented by her formidable bow and arrows, suggesting she hailed from a distinguished background, likely not in need of trifles such as these. Shitty, are you heading towards Muyangfang City? Yize inquired. Indeed, I am. I intend to stockpile some elixirs and exchange them for spirit stones at Muyangfang City, Yize replied, then added with a wry smile. However, after this battle, the spirit stones I earn will likely be spent on procuring artifacts and talismans. Then why not accompany me? We travel the same path, and I have matters to attend to in Muyangfang City as well. Moreover, given your considerable expenditure of magical energy, you may be in danger should another ambush occur. Having me nearby would afford you greater safety. Yize's eyes flickered as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Considering his predicament, Yize had indeed been contemplating the same. With only 3 or 4/10 of his spiritual power remaining, the journey ahead was undeniably precarious. However, he felt reluctant to voice his concerns. Now, with Yize exhibiting such profound understanding, his fondness for her grew considerably, prompting him to forego further pleasantries and agree to her suggestion for the sake of his own safety. Moreover, Yize's striking beauty was an additional allure that Yize could hardly resist. Before departing, Yize concealed a tracking talisman in this location. Observing his actions, Yize secretly nodded in approval, thinking to herself that this junior disciple, despite his youth, displayed a commendable level of meticulousness. Subsequently, the 2 transformed into streaks of blue and yellow light, soaring towards the direction of Muyang Market. The journey unfolded without incident, and after more than half an hour, they arrived at Muyang Market. Yize shared her whereabouts with Yize before they parted ways to attend to their respective matters. Yize did not rush to the treasure pavilion. Instead, he sought a nearby and to restore his spiritual power. With his strength significantly diminished, he felt a lack of security. Only by regaining his power could he proceed with other endeavors, for even within Muyang Market, safety was not guaranteed. Approximately an hour later, with the aid of a recovery pill, Yize finally restored his spiritual power to 80%. Ceasing his cultivation, he retrieved 2 storage bags belonging to the black-robed cultivator, erasing any traces of their ownership before inspecting their contents. Unfortunately, he found nothing that revealed their identities. Only a few mundane talismans and pills, which he regarded with little interest. However, he discovered a substantial number of spirit stones, nearly 600 of them, contributed by the 2 individuals, equivalent to the worth of a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. What surprised Yize the most was the discovery of a century-old life source grass, a primary ingredient for concocting longevity pills, highly sought after by cultivators nearing their end. The life source grass still retained some vitality, seemingly having been recently transplanted, but its life force was notably weak due to improper preservation. Yize infused it with a modicum of his evergreen power to sustain its vitality before storing it away, deciding to plant it upon returning to Yunqi's sect. This life source grass was on the verge of maturation. If nurtured properly, it could yield longevity pills, which, even if he had no use for them, could be traded with those cultivators facing the twilight of their lifespans. With that, Yize did not linger in the inn any longer, checking out hastily and making his way to the treasure pavilion. Having already delayed his outing considerably, The elegance of Pavilion Master Lin Shui was even more pronounced than before. In her 30s, she showcased her mature charms to the fullest. Unbeknownst to Yize, her prosperous year was largely due to his high-quality pills. Taoist Wu, you have finally arrived. After months apart, I was beginning to think you had forsaken our humble establishment, Lin Shui exclaimed upon seeing Yize enter the first floor hall. She promptly entrusted her current customers to a maid and approached Yize, her tone tinged with a hint of lament. My dear, let us set aside pleasantries for now. I had a breakthrough in my cultivation recently, which caused a slight delay. Yize replied with a hint of nonchalance. Moreover, if your treasure pavilion is considered a small shop, then what are the others in the market? Lin Shui, having discerned that Yize had reached the 8th level of qi refinement, became even more enthusiastic, congratulating him. Taoist Wu, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. How delightful. Allow me to extend my congratulations. The two settled in a tea room on the second floor, where a young maid served them tea before discreetly exiting. Lin Shui personally poured Yize a cup, saying, Taoist Wu, do sample our Miss Spirit tea. It possesses the ability to replenish energy and calm the mind, and regular consumption can strengthen the body and promote longevity. Yize took a gentle sip, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. As for the longevity benefits, he suspected they would be negligible. Otherwise, it would not be served to someone of his modest qi refinement level. Having established a long-standing rapport with the treasure pavilion, he harbored no concerns about any foul play with the tea, as harming him would be detrimental to their business relationship. His greatest assurance lay in the fact that he possessed the Evergreen power, capable of neutralizing common poisons. After a moment of contemplation, Yize adopted a serious demeanor. Taoist Lin, let us cease our reminiscence and discuss matters of importance. With a grand gesture, he produced over 100 pill bottles, placing them on the table before them. Lin Shui's demeanor shifted from flirtatious to serious as she began to inspect the various pills laid out before her. Is this a barrier-breaking pill? She exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment as she regarded the crimson pill in her hand, glancing at Yize with renewed intrigue. The barrier-breaking pill was renowned for being among the most challenging first-tier pills to refine, requiring rare herbs aged over a century. Yet, its effects were equally formidable, significantly enhancing the probability of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. The lower-grade pills increased the chances by 40%, mid-grade by 50%, upper grade by 70%, and top grade by 90%. Remarkably, all the barrier-breaking pills Yize provided were of upper grade. Yize's ability to refine these pills had come about through a fortuitous opportunity, possessing only a single batch of herbs. He had utilized purple qi to purify the pills, yielding an entire batch of upper-grade barrier-breaking pills. Lin Shui examined the pills for a moment longer before continuing her appraisal of the other medicines, which appeared to be standard. Yize silently nodded in appreciation. Lin Shui never pried into his affairs or the sources of his pills, a quality that had solidified their ongoing collaboration. Before long, Lin Shui had finished inspecting all the pills, offering Yize a charming smile. Pointing to 3 wooden boxes she had retrieved, Lin Shui opened them in succession, introducing each item. The first was a parasol-like top-tier magical artifact. Its main body a striking emerald green, shimmering with colorful radiance, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. This item was known as the Emerald Parasol, a premier defensive artifact that not only boasted exceptional durability, but also formed an energy shield when opened, impervious to upper-tier artifacts. The second was a jet-black longsword, its material ambiguous, neither appearing wholly metallic nor wooden. The blade emanated a layer of dark light, embodying a striking juxtaposition of sharpness and tranquility. This sword was named the Fuxiao Sword, a top-tier offensive artifact crafted from 200-year-old Qishao wood. Its hardness rivaled iron, and its razor sharpness was especially attuned to wood element's spiritual energy, making it exceptionally suited for cultivators practicing wood-based techniques. The third item was a rare mirror-like artifact, exuding a faint ghostly glow, seemingly unremarkable, yet its capabilities were formidable. This Youlan mirror could temporarily immobilize an enemy, even one wielding a top-tier artifact. As always, Lin Shui demonstrated her keen understanding of Yize's needs, presenting artifacts that thoroughly satisfied him. all equipped with comprehensive functionalities. However, Yize was no longer the financially constrained individual he had once been. Initially, he believed that possessing an upper-tier artifact would suffice, as even average Foundation establishment cultivators typically wielded top-tier artifacts. Yet, after today's assassination attempt, he recognized the necessity of fortifying his own strength. No matter how many spirit stones he amassed, they would be of little use if not converted into power. The artifacts Lin Shui had selected provided a balanced offense and defense, making them exceptionally suitable for Yize. With these three top-tier artifacts, alongside the willow leaf flying blade, he could decisively overpower those three black-robed assailants should they cross his path again, minimizing the risks he faced. Daoist Lin, please name your price. I will take all three of these artifacts, Yize declared, his gaze fixed on the three treasures with a sense of determination. Lin Shui wore a knowing smile as she replied, as expected. The price for the emerald parasol is 560 spirit stones, the Fuxiao sword 520 spirit stones, and the Youlan mirror 600 spirit stones, totaling 1680 spirit stones. Yize glanced at Lin Shui with an air of amusement. Chuckling, it is no wonder you manage such a grand establishment as the Treasure Pavilion. In such a short time, you have meticulously calculated the spirit stones I earned from selling pills. You need not concern yourself with the additional 180 spirit stones. I shall forego the 1600 spirit stones for my pill sales in exchange for these three artifacts. Shall we? Yize did not perceive any issues with the pricing of the magical artifacts. The sale price of top-tier magical instruments generally hovers around 500 spirit stones. Among these three artifacts, each belongs to the upper echelon of exceptional magical tools, making such a price entirely reasonable. Particularly noteworthy is the Youlan mirror, an unparalleled treasure for overcoming adversaries. Should he encounter a similar ambush as today, a single Youlan mirror could neutralize a significant portion of an opponent's threat. With the elixirs and artifacts secured, Yize chose not to linger, discussing the approximate timing for their next transaction with Lin Shui before taking his leave. Before departing, Lin Shui graciously presented him with a package of mist spirit tea, which Yize accepted with delight. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Yize proceeded to the designated meeting place with Jiedan, the Qinfu Hall that, as its name suggests, this establishment specializes in various spirit talismans. And its proprietor is none other than the Yi family. The Yi family is also a renowned Golden Core lineage, with a history that predates the Yi family by several generations, their ancestral grounds located within the Zhangzhou region, governed by the Yunqi Sect. However, unlike the Yi family, the Yi family's connection to the Yunqi Sect is not particularly close, with only a handful of Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators apprenticed under its banner, Jiedan being one of them. Upon arriving at the Qinfu Hall, Yize conveyed his purpose to the attendant, who then escorted him to the back hall of the shop. When he next beheld Jiedan, she sat upright at a table, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding her. Before her lay several freshly crafted spirit talismans, all of which surprisingly bore the rank of high first-tier. It turned out that she was a talisman master. As one of the myriad arts of cultivation, becoming a talisman master is more accessible than becoming an alchemist. Yet mastering it is no simple feat. The creation of spirit talismans demands exceptional control over one's spiritual sense and magical power, necessitating substantial materials for practice. Much like alchemy, relying heavily on resources that, of course, Yize was an exception, as he possessed a unique advantage. Sensing Yize's arrival, Jiedan greeted him with a gentle smile and rose to welcome him. Yize was momentarily taken aback by a waft of delicate fragrance that stirred his senses, prompting him to instinctively bow as a form of concealment. Junior brother, he has arrived. I trust matters have proceeded smoothly. Please take a seat, she replied gracefully, returning his greeting and inviting him to sit. Rather than resuming her previous position, she chose to sit in the chair opposite him. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. The transaction of elixirs went without a hitch, and I have even acquired a few new magical artifacts. After surveying the room, he continued, Senior Sister Yi, I noticed outside that there are alchemical furnaces for sale in the shop. They seem similar to the Ziyang furnace that Senior Sister Chun sold to me. Could it be that they were also procured from here, given that they had only just met and were not yet intimately acquainted? Mentioning Chuning would serve to bridge the gap between them. Upon hearing this, Yijijun's expression shifted as she recalled something, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Indeed, it was purchased here. However, she only spent 240 spirit stones. Yize was momentarily taken aback, as Chuning had informed him that the price was 300 spirit stones. Yet he quickly dismissed the discrepancy, realizing that he had not suffered any loss. Chuning had managed to acquire it for 240 due to her rapport with Yijijun. Had he approached to buy it at that time, he likely would have paid 300 spirit stones. Now, the few alchemical furnaces in the shop were priced around 300. With a nonchalant smile, Yize remarked. Senior Sister Chun is indeed adept at business, but he had already surmised that Chun Ying's unusual behavior when selling the alchemical furnace was likely influenced by this very Senior Sister Yi. After some idle conversation, the two transitioned to more pressing matters that why Yijijun set up a soundproof array and stated earnestly, I have gathered intelligence regarding the 3 black-cloaked individuals who attempted to ambush you. They are part of a gang known as the Bloodwind Trio, notorious for lurking around various markets and preying upon solitary cultivators. It seems they learned of your whereabouts and lay in wait on your journey to the Muyang market. Bloodwind Trio? Yize mused for a moment, confirming that he had no prior encounters with them, suspecting it was indeed a simple case of murder and theft. However, he pondered whether they had been monitoring him from outside the sect or if they had received intelligence about his departure from the sect. Lying in ambush to capitalize on the opportunity, the information at his disposal was insufficient to draw a definitive conclusion, but he resolved to investigate the matter further when the opportunity arose. If it were the former scenario, he would eliminate the 3 without hesitation. If it were the latter, he would not let the instigators escape unscathed. Thank you, Senior Sister Yi, for your assistance in uncovering this information. I shall remember your kindness, and should you require anything in the future, I will not hesitate to oblige. Yize felt compelled to express his gratitude, as today, Yijijun had not only come to his aid, but had also assisted him in investigating the identities of the black-cloaked figures. Unexpectedly, it seemed that Yijijun had been waiting for Yize to utter these words. As soon as he finished speaking, she promptly interjected, Then senior brother need not wait for a later time. I happen to require your assistance right now. Her gaze was filled with expectation as she looked at Yize. Yize was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a direct response, and he felt a surge of goodwill toward Yijijun for her forthrightness. He did not perceive her actions as an attempt to leverage his gratitude. He nodded and replied, Senior sister, please proceed. I will certainly assist you to the best of my abilities. Subsequently, Yijijun began to explain her predicament in detail. As she spoke, Yize gradually grasped the complexities of her situation, leading him to reflect on the challenges faced by those within cultivation families that why Yijijun's father was the younger brother of the family patriarch, and her grandfather was the sole golden core ancestor of the Yi family. Such a lineage placed her among the esteemed ranks of her clan, far superior to Yize's own status. Yet, high standing also came with its drawbacks, necessitating intricate schemes and power play for the sake of family influence. Disliking such an environment, Yijijun sought to distance herself by joining the Yunqi sect as an outer disciple. Initially, all seemed well, but a year ago, her family unexpectedly assigned her to manage the Qianfu Hall in Muyang Market and the Danding Building in Liang Market. Both establishments were situated near the Yunqi sect, making her management of them reasonable. But the suddenness of the decision was jarring. She inquired with her father, only to be informed that it was a decision made by the higher echelons of the family. Not only her, but other direct descendants of the clan were also given similar assignments. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself in charge of both the Danding Building and Qianfu Hall, casting a shadow over her heart. Approximately 3 months ago, however, the supply of spirit talismans and elixirs to both shops was abruptly cut off, leaving her on the brink of having nothing to sell. Yijijun sent messages to her family, but the responses were vague, merely indicating that there were opposing forces within the family causing complications and advising her to hold on for a while. It was during this period that Yijijun realized she had unwittingly become entangled in her family's power struggles, even while far away in the Yunqi sect. The Yi family did have opposing factions, but the simultaneous disruption of both elixir and talisman supplies seemed far too coincidental for her to dismiss as unrelated. She understood that she could not rely on her family, yet she was fortunate to be a high first-tier talisman master, which allowed her to maintain the operations of Qianfu Hall. However, the situation at the Danding building and Liang market was dire, with various elixirs nearly depleted, leaving her to survive on the sale of alchemical furnaces. Yet, the furnaces were merely adjuncts to elixirs and held little market value in a gathering place for rogue cultivators. Thus, the Danding building was on the verge of shutting down. Even with the financial support from Qianfu Hall, it was merely a temporary solution, as the monthly rental fees for the shops represented a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. After hearing Yijijun's account, Yize couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that even the direct descendants of cultivation families faced significant hardships. He wondered whether Yijiaji and Yijiaxan shared similar troubles. Senior sister, I believe I understand your intention. You wish for me to assist in concocting elixirs to sustain the operations of the Danding building. Am I correct? Yize ventured to ask. Precisely, I have lost my source of elixirs, but have managed to procure some spiritual herbs. So I simply require an alchemist, she replied, casting a meaningful glance at Yize. I need an alchemist capable of producing high-quality elixirs. If you are willing to assist, I would only require 40 of the elixirs produced from the herbs, and I will additionally compensate you with a batch of spirit stones. Yize remained silent, yet he was more than willing to assist in the alchemical crafting of elixirs. One might even say it was a sought-after endeavor. The presence of the purple aura significantly reduced the time required for purification, allowing his alchemical speed to far exceed that of the average practitioner, without impeding his cultivation, while also enabling him to gather a considerable amount of botanical energy. However, the undertaking was not merely a matter of concocting elixirs. It also entailed navigating the internal strife within the Jiedan family. Who could discern which faction the Yi family's foundation-building cultivator within the Yunqi sect aligned with, should he become a target? Yize could not guarantee his safety, especially since he could not remain in the Yunqi sect indefinitely. If sensing Yize's apprehensions, Yijijun continued, I understand the difficulties you face, junior brother. So allow me to propose a solution that I will personally bring the required medicinal materials to the sect for you, and after you refine them into elixirs, I will retrieve them, sparing you the peril of venturing outside the sect. Furthermore, should you need to leave the sect for any reason, trust in your senior sister. I can act on your behalf, and we may formalize our agreement with a contract. However, it would require you to remain within the Yunqi sect for the next year to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Yize felt a sense of relief. This was indeed a prudent approach. As long as he refrained from exiting the sect, he would be shielded from significant danger. He had just acquired 3 exquisite magical artifacts today and needed time to fully absorb their essence. So he would have no further need for such items before reaching foundation establishment. His primary purpose for visiting the market was to sell his elixirs, which could easily be handled by Yijijun's associates. In truth, he could bypass the Zhenbao pavilion and engage directly with the Danding pavilion. Yet Yize preferred not to place all his eggs in one basket. Having interacted with the Zhenbao pavilion for a considerable duration without any untoward incidents, he had no intention of severing ties. After contemplating the benefits and drawbacks, Yize replied, Very well, I shall agree to assist you in alchemical endeavors over the coming year, but I must request that you keep this arrangement confidential, for I have no desire to attract trouble. Although he understood that such secrecy would not endure indefinitely, Yize hoped to maintain control over the information. Once he reached foundation establishment, he would possess sufficient confidence to confront any ensuing complications. Yijijun's face lit up with joy upon hearing his words, and she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Junior brother, your noble intentions are commendable. Rest assured, I will be the sole point of contact for you going forward, and your information will remain strictly confidential, even from Chuning. Yize nodded in agreement. Although their acquaintance was brief, she appeared genuinely trustworthy, which was one of the reasons he was willing to collaborate. At that moment, Yijijun produced a shuttle-like magical artifact and handed it to Yize, saying, This item is called the Liuguang Shuttle, a small flying artifact that accommodates 2 passengers. That I present it to you as a token of my appreciation for your willingness to assist. Yize hastily declined. Senior sister, you are too generous. Your assistance to me was already a favor. Our collaboration in alchemy is mutually beneficial, and such gifts are unnecessary. Yize was taken aback by Yi Jijun's generosity. The value of the flying shuttle was comparable to that of exquisite magical artifacts. The partnership had yet to commence, yet she was already offering him such a precious gift, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. Yi Jijun smiled warmly, her expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Leaving Yize momentarily entranced, she softly remarked, "Junior brother, our encounter is fortuitous. You are willing to risk your safety to assist me, and I assure you that I will not let you suffer any loss." Without waiting for Yize to protest, she pressed the flying shuttle into his hands. Yize, momentarily dazed, realized he had grasped the shuttle, while Yi Jijun had returned to her seat, leaving him with no choice but to stow the shuttle in his storage pouch. With a wry smile, he replied, "Then I shall graciously accept it. I will certainly give my utmost effort in the matter of alchemy. I have heard much about your alchemical skills. Junior brother, I believe you will not disappoint me," Yi Jijun encouraged with a soft tone. Subsequently, the two discussed the details of their future collaboration and ultimately finalized their agreement, allowing Yize to take his leave. Once Yi Jijun was alone in the room, her expression relaxed as she touched the wooden hairpin atop her head. Lost in thought, after a considerable time, she returned to her desk and resumed crafting spirit talismans. Meanwhile, Yize did not allow his visit to the Qianfu Hall to be in vain. He procured numerous commonly used talismans, such as the Tutti talisman, the Invisibility talisman, and the Ice Armor talisman, spending nearly 200 spirit stones before departing with satisfaction. After wandering around the Muyang market, Yize piloted the newly acquired Liuguang shuttle, transforming into a silver streak of light as he flew towards the Yunqi sect. Instead of retracing his original route, he opted for a slightly longer path. True to its nature as a flying artifact, the Liuguang shuttle far exceeded the speed of a flying sword. Yize flew cautiously, and upon reaching a certain location, he abruptly changed direction toward the site of his previous ambush. Returning to the scene, Yize scanned the surroundings and found no anomalies. He then descended to a concealed spot and retrieved a recording talisman. Rather than inspecting on the spot, he stored it away and continued piloting the Liuguang shuttle towards the Yunqi sect. With Yize's urgent flight, he reached Yunqi Peak in less than half an hour. Upon entering his cave dwelling, Yize finally relaxed. The day's ambush had kept his nerves taut, and only now did he begin to unwind. The advantages of being backed by a sect became evident at this moment. Had he been a loose cultivator in such a predicament, he would have been plagued by anxiety. Fearing another attack at any moment, he retrieved the recording talisman and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, causing images to materialize before him. The area where Yize had been attacked initially appeared tranquil, with only a few silhouettes passing through, none of whom lingered. It was not until approximately an hour later that a gray figure appeared in the recording, clearly searching for something. However, all traces of the confrontation had been erased by Yize, leaving this individual with nothing to discover. After about 15 minutes, the figure departed, heading in the direction of the Yunqi sect. Yize's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve upon viewing the footage. His suspicions had proven correct. The ambush was indeed far from simple. It was highly likely that someone within the sect had revealed his movements to the Bloodwind trio, purposefully setting them on his trail. Upon recognizing the gray figure's visage, he had already identified the true mastermind behind the plot. Yizhen. Repeating this name in his mind, Yize recalled the lineage of this branch member of the Yi family. He was a subordinate to the direct line, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, yet his advanced age suggested he would likely never progress further. He was aligned with the direct line, led by Yi Jixin. However, Yize found it peculiar that it was Yi Jixin who had acted against him. The one most likely to target him should have been Yi Jilai, and any member of the Junzi generation would certainly be entitled to a share of the elixirs. With the final foundation-building elixir being a potential boon for both Yi Jieji and him, Yi Jieji had already broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, while Yi Jixin remained stuck at the 8th layer. Even if he were to eliminate Yize, he would still be unable to compete with Yi Jieji. Oh, why would his faction go so far as to put him in harm's way? Engaging in such a thankless endeavor, Yize surmised that some unforeseen change must have occurred, prompting Yi Jixin's faction to target him, and their actions were even more egregious than those of Yize's faction. Left with no answers, Yize decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Having identified the instigator, he knew that time was on his side, and he would eventually have the opportunity to seek retribution. In the realm of cultivation, the strong often prey upon the weak, and Yize would show no mercy to his foes. He would remain within the sect, denying them any opportunity to exploit him. Once he achieved foundation establishment, he would possess the means to protect himself and would then seek to settle accounts with them. Tianyan Peak, within a cave dwelling, Yize knelt on the ground with a grim expression, enduring a merciless reprimand from Yijianzhong. Beside him, Yize trembled uncontrollably. The aura of a foundation-building cultivator was overwhelming. In the face of such fury, even a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, like himself, found it difficult to withstand. Fool! Who instructed you to ambush Yize and to collude with that notorious blood wine trio? If any other clan members were to learn of this, the elders would be enraged. You wouldn't just lose your foundation. Your very life would be forfeit. After delivering his tirade, he cast a disdainful glance at Yize. That single glance caused Yize's blood to surge, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, yet he dared not utter a word of complaint. Even though he was merely following orders, Yijianzhong ignored Yize, continuing to berate Yize. Fortunately, your plans failed. Do you think that if Yize had truly died, the family would simply sweep it under the rug? How naive! After all, he is among the top 3 in terms of talent within our generation, a foundation-building seed, and a disciple with alchemical aptitude. If he were to perish, it would not be a matter easily dismissed like that of an ordinary branch member. My 4th sister would not allow it to be overlooked. Yize knelt silently on the ground, acutely aware that he had seemingly committed a foolish act. He was already cognizant of Yize's possession of 2 foundation establishment pills, and in his haste to act, he had failed to consider the ramifications of his actions. Now, having missed his chance, although he had evaded a family investigation, he had nonetheless startled the serpent by striking the grass. Yize would undoubtedly be more cautious in the future, making it increasingly difficult to coerce him into relinquishing the foundation establishment pills through other means. Reflecting on this, Yize felt a deep sense of regret. He should not have been so impatient. Had he consulted with his elders, he could have avoided the current predicament of being caught between a rock and a hard place. The words of Yijianzhong weighed heavily on his chest, causing his eyes to redden, and he inadvertently sustained internal injuries, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Observing his junior's condition, Yijianzhong's heart softened. He sighed, and, softening his tone, said, "We may employ all means necessary, but assassination is absolutely out of the question. Yize has targeted Yize for many years, yet has always allowed him a decade to establish his foundation. He has never contemplated extinguishing him, for he is a genius of the Yi family and an integral part of our clan's strength. Our family is flourishing. We cannot afford to open the floodgates to internal strife. Lest we become the pariahs of our own lineage, great-grandfather, what then shall we do?" Yize finally spoke. Yijianzhong, feeling helpless, replied, "It is best to do nothing at all and pretend that nothing has transpired. Let us hope Yize has not discovered your role as the mastermind behind these events. Otherwise, he will not rest until he has exacted his revenge. From now on, you shall not involve yourself in matters concerning Yize. I will take care of them. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Otherwise, even if you manage to acquire a foundation establishment pill, if you fail to establish your foundation within a year, it shall be forfeited to another." Yijianzhong dismissed Yize and then turned to Yize, who was struggling to stand. Coldly, he admonished, "I did not instruct you to follow Jiedan merely to engage in reckless behavior, but if he lacks sense, must you also do the same? Return home and prepare. In a few days I shall arrange for you to return to Dongbation." Upon hearing this, Yize was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression darkened. Being sent back to Dongbation meant his aspirations were effectively at an end. Although he felt a surge of indignation, he dared not express it. Merely bowing and saying, "Yes, elder," he then left the cave, dwelling unsteadily. Yijianzhong watched his retreating figure and muttered, "Truly more a hindrance than a help." Although his reprimand of Yize had been severe, Had Yize truly been killed, he could still unite with Yize and Yize to suppress the ensuing turmoil. After all, Yize was merely a qi refinement cultivator, and his significance was limited. However, the current situation, caught in limbo, was the most troublesome of all. Shaking his head, Yi Jianzhong resolved to seek an opportunity to discuss with Yi Jianli how best to proceed, for their interests were aligned. It could not be that only he bore the burden of concern at Lingxi Peak in the Jiashi No. 9 Medicinal Garden. After confirming the true culprit behind the recent events, Yize promptly retrieved the vitality grass obtained from the Bloodwind trio and selected a suitable patch of earth to plant it. After some resuscitation efforts, he succeeded in restoring a modicum of vitality to it. With proper care in the coming days, this vitality grass would return to its normal state, observing the verdant little grass swaying gently in the breeze. Yize nodded in satisfaction. A century-old vitality grass could be used in medicine, and the longer its age, the more effective the longevity pills produced from it would be. However, the grade of the vitality grass was limited. Beyond 150 years, its efficacy would no longer increase. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yize began to assess the spoils from his recent outing. Among the top-tier artifacts were the Fuxiao sword, the Biluo umbrella, and the Youlan mirror, which would serve as his primary weapons in future battles. The high-quality artifacts included 4 willow leaf flying knives, the bloodthorn spike from the third of the trio, the recovering Tianzhou pendant, and the Qian sword. The first 2 could still be used to catch foes off guard, while the Tianzhou pendant remained useful. Following this incident, Yize resolved to place greater emphasis on treasures that could prevent ambushes. For his current spiritual awareness was average, making it difficult to sense danger in advance. As for the Qian sword, it was now redundant with the Fuxiao sword taking its place. He would consider trading it when the opportunity arose. He proceeded to refine the 3 newly acquired top-tier artifacts one by one, erasing the residual aura of the bloodthorn spike and recasting it anew. He could not tell if it was due to the excessive killing, but the bloodthorn spike always emanated a pungent odor of blood. Although Yize found it somewhat distasteful, he accepted it, recognizing that its stealth and speed surpassed that of the willow leaf flying knives. Thus, he pinched his nose and accepted it. With this, Yize's strength surged once more, and the lingering gloom from the attempted assassination was temporarily dispelled on the 7th day, following his return from Mian Market. The day had arrived for Yize to meet Yi Jijun. That afternoon, Yize first arrived at Yizi No. 3 Medicinal Garden, tended to the spiritual herbs, and then took a brief respite in the small courtyard. Before long, he heard a commotion outside the garden. Then, Yi Jijun, dressed in a flowing pale red gown, pushed open the wooden gate and entered. She had come after witnessing Yize's spring breeze technique. Although she had intended to be discreet, Yi Jijun exuded an air of confidence, appearing as though she had come simply to chat with an old friend. Yize rose to greet her, saying, "Senior Sister Yi." Upon seeing Yize in the courtyard, Yi Jijun smiled radiantly and replied, "I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long." "Not at all. I arrived only shortly ago, just finishing up with the herbs in the garden." Chuning spoke truly. "Your skill in cultivating spiritual herbs is remarkable. You shitted on my way here. I took a cursory glance, and the quality of those herbs surpasses the usual standards by a significant margin. It is my first time witnessing such excellence. Yi family has its roots in herb cultivation, yet the spiritual herbs in our family garden pale in comparison to yours. You flatter me." Senior sister. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation naturally shifted to business. Yi Jijun produced a storage bag and placed it on the table, then handed Yize a piece of paper, saying, "Yishidi, please take a look at the types and quantities of pills to be refined." Yize, unreserved, accepted the paper and began to read. Most of the listed pills were common first-tier varieties, such as gathering qi pills, qi restoration pills, and qi refinement pills. Senior sister, the other pills are manageable. But I have never refined the nourishing spirit pill, nor have I even seen the formula. Yize indicated the last entry with some trepidation. Anticipating this, Yi Jijun produced a jade slip and smiled. The nourishing spirit pill is a type of pill that enhances spiritual awareness, but can only be consumed after reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. It is quite rare. This is the formula, which I obtained by chance. You may attempt to refine it. I have prepared 10 portions of medicinal materials, and these will not count towards our transaction. However, as this formula is precious, I hope you will keep it confidential." Yize's expression shifted, realizing the value of such a treasure. His spiritual awareness was rather ordinary, making the nourishing spirit pill perfectly suited for his current needs. "Senior sister, you have considered this thoroughly. Rest assured, I shall maintain the confidentiality of this matter," that Yize readily agreed. Knowing that this single formula could fetch at least 1,000 spirit stones, if it were circulated, he felt he had secured a significant advantage. Observing Yize's reaction, Jiedan, who had been watching him closely, noted his response, and, as he perused the formula, a glimmer of mischief briefly crossed her delicate features. The two then agreed to meet again in 10 days to collect the pills. And Jiedan hurriedly departed. Yize meticulously studied the formula for the nourishing spirit pill and briefly inspected the medicinal materials Jiedan had brought, confirming their accuracy before he too took his leave. The following day, a streak of light shot forth from Yunqi Peak and shortly landed on Tianyan Peak. Tianyan Peak, adjacent to Yunqi Peak, is rich in geothermal resources and has been developed by the Yunqi Sect in hundreds of alchemy chambers. Although Yize could use his own spiritual fire for alchemy, the consumption of mana was too great. For a small number of pills, this was manageable, but for larger batches, it was better to utilize the geothermal fire at Tianyan Peak. Yixiang, back to refined pills again, a disciple managing the alchemy chambers greeted Yize warmly. Yize's alchemical skills had gained him a certain reputation, and occasionally he would provide them with some pills. Though not in large quantities, this had earned him their goodwill, and they always reserved the best alchemy chambers for him. "Yes, I need a rent for 2 days this time. Please help me select a better alchemy chamber." Yize greeted with familiarity, handing over 2 spirit stones. Now considered one of Yunqi Peak's own, he had established good relations with his fellow disciples, as he often interacted amicably with them, of course. "I've saved the best for you. Right this way." Upon finishing his words, the disciple guided Yize to a secluded alchemy chamber before taking his leave. Yize settled himself within the chamber, taking a moment to adjust his state to its optimal condition before he began to retrieve the medicinal materials belonging to Jiedan and commenced the alchemical process. 2 days swiftly passed, and as Yize extinguished the flames of the furnace, he noted that a small portion of the materials had been consumed, yet he had successfully completed all the elixirs intended for her. The crafting of the soul-nourishing pill proved indeed to be a challenging endeavor. Despite the assistance of the purple aura, Yize encountered failure twice before finally succeeding on the 3rd attempt, producing 3 low-grade pills. After achieving success once, the subsequent processes became considerably simpler, yielding a total of over 20 soul-nourishing pills, each glowing with a gray light, as he had yet to reach the 9th level of chi refinement. He dared not test the potency of the pills just yet, choosing instead to store them away for the time being. It was not that he could not utilize all the materials at once, but rather that he had already exhausted the first-tier alchemy tasks assigned by the sect, making it difficult for him to explain the sudden influx of materials, thus necessitating a couple more trips. This was also the reason he had agreed upon a 10-day interval with Jiedan firstly, to conceal the origins of his abundant materials from others, and secondly, to hide his alchemical speed from Jiedan. This woman, possessing both grace and intellect, made Yize wary of inadvertently revealing too much to her. With a lingering fragrance of pills surrounding him, Yize departed from Tianyan Peak. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yize indulged in a well-deserved slumber. After 2 consecutive days of alchemy, his spiritual energy had been somewhat depleted, leaving him feeling fatigued. Thus he found himself eagerly anticipating the effects of the spirit-restoring pill. Yize had initially intended to rest for another 2 days, but the following day, an unexpected guest arrived at his cave. Seeing Yize emerge from his dwelling, Yize greeted him with a warm smile and initiated a conversation. Having spent nearly 2 years at Yunqi Sect, the encounters between Yize and Yize had been few and far between, primarily occurring during chance meetings while Yize assisted the clansfolk of Tianyan Peak with alchemy, often resulting in mere nods of acknowledgement. They had yet to reach a level of familiarity sufficient for mutual visits, causing Yize to ponder Yize's intentions. "Brother Jieji, it has been a long time. Why did you not inform me in advance? Please come in. Yize politely invited him into the cave. Jiedan, unperturbed by the invitation, followed Yize inside. Along the way, he remarked, I have long heard of your considerable skills, and the environment of this cave is akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Yize humbly replied, I merely cultivate fine spiritual herbs. It is only a temporary residence for convenience. Once they settled in the quiet room, Yize promptly stated his purpose, saying, I have come primarily to inform you that in half a month, it will be Elder Yong Tao's 200th birthday. We, the younger generation, plan to celebrate his longevity, and I wonder if you might have the time to join us in this festivity. Elder Yong Tao was a venerable figure within the Yi family. Being a generation older than Jianyu and others, among his peers, only 2 remained, with only 3 ancestors of the family holding a higher status than he. Although a foundation establishment cultivator could theoretically live up to 240 years, due to past battles and hidden ailments, it was considered remarkable for one to reach 200. An individual like Yong Tao, at 200 years of age, was indeed in his twilight years. It was likely that during the next rotation of clan defense personnel, he would be the only one remaining, and this visit could very well mark his final days on Dawn by Mount. Upon hearing Yize's words, Yize's immediate reaction was to decline the invitation, as he had never even met this elder and saw no need to partake in the festivities. Yong Tao held considerable esteem within the clan, not solely due to his advanced age, but also because of his diligent contributions to the family over the years. Even the current clan leader held him in high regard. Yize was about 90% certain that this birthday celebration was orchestrated by Yize, aimed at fostering a sense of respect for the elders within the clan and garnering the goodwill of the older foundation establishment members. Yize harbored no such intentions. Even if he wished to engage, time was not on his side. Yize had been at Yunqi Sect for over 10 years, and the connections he had cultivated were beyond what Yize could attain in just a year or 2. Furthermore, with Qing Tong by his side, Yize had already established himself within Yunqi Sect, and even without the assistance of the Yi family, he felt no fear. With these thoughts in mind, Yize courteously replied, Elder Yong Tao is a man of great virtue and high esteem. I ought to attend his birthday celebration. However, I find myself at a crucial juncture in my cultivation, and thus I can only prepare a generous gift to express my sentiments. When the time comes, I hope brother can assist me by conveying my regards. Yize seemed taken aback by Yize's firm refusal. Pressing on, you truly will not attend? Many clan members will gather that day, and there may even be some familiar peers. It would be a splendid opportunity for interaction. Yize once again declined. Sighing, I am indeed stretched thin. I hope you can understand, brother. Seeing that Yize was sincere, Yize conceded, very well. I have conveyed my message. Your mind is made up, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. Safe travels, brother. After bidding farewell to Yize, Yize paid little mind to the encounter and returned to his cave, continuing to lead his fulfilling life. Before long, the day arrived for Yize's next rendezvous with Yize, and they once again met at the Yize Sanhao garden. Yize examined the calming elixirs in her hand, while Yize presented her with 5 pills, all of which he had selected as low-grade. This calming elixir indeed possesses some intricacies. I exhausted 10 portions of materials and only managed to produce these 5 low-grade pills. That I am quite ashamed. Yize feigned humility in his explanation. Yize paid no heed to his words. Observing him for a moment before a playful smile unexpectedly graced her features, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, Yize felt a jolt of surprise. As if she had seen through him, and he forced himself to maintain composure, inquiring, Sister, why do you gaze at me so? Yize refrained from elaboration, producing a jade slip and presenting it to him, saying mischievously, Perhaps you should take a look at this before we continue our conversation. Feeling a sense of unease, Yize nevertheless took the jade slip and began to peruse its contents. To his astonishment, it detailed a technique named the Spirit Nourishing Record, capable of enhancing one's spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, the technique was merely a fragment, yet it specifically noted that one required consumption of at least high-grade calming elixirs to practice effectively. Pulling back his spiritual awareness, Yize regarded the composed Yize and asked, Sister, what is your intent? My alchemical skills are limited. Even if I wished to produce high-grade calming elixirs, it would be quite arduous without a substantial supply of materials. Yize no longer danced around the subject, candidly stating, I am well aware of your capabilities, brother, but I mean no harm. However, the treasure pavilion in Muyang Market serves as a rival to my Danding building. And I have been privy to certain information regarding their recent surge in quality elixirs that a year ago, they suddenly began to offer a plethora of high-grade pills, which piqued my curiosity, leading me to discover that this influx coincided precisely with the time you began your alchemical pursuits. After our chance encounter, I lingered in the market for several days and noticed that the treasure pavilion, previously lacking in quality elixirs, had become quite prosperous once more. Hence, her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Sensing that Yize might misinterpret her intentions, Yize continued, Rest assured, brother, I harbor no ulterior motives. I have not disclosed this matter to anyone. I merely hope you will not attempt to deceive me with low-grade elixirs, as the spirit-nourishing pill is of great importance to me. Should you be able to provide me with high-grade calming elixirs, I shall gladly offer you the complete technique of the spirit-nourishing record. If it is too much to ask, simply consider that I have said nothing. Upon hearing this, Yize was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the woman before him. I merely sell low-grade pills, even if they are of high quality. They hold little value in spirit stones. Why are you so concerned? At last, he understood why Yize had treated him with such courtesy, bestowing upon him flying artifacts and the formula for the calming elixir. She had long since discerned the truth of his situation. Women could indeed be formidable, and those who were both intelligent and beautiful were even more so, that a wry smile crept onto Yize's face as he remarked, Sister, you truly are impressive, without further attempts at justification. Yize, though astonished, remained composed, sensing that Yize had merely pointed out the truth and did not intend to harm him. Perhaps it was due to his earlier attempts to placate her with a few low-grade calming elixirs that she had chosen to unmask him. Yize smiled charmingly, saying thus, Brother, it would be wise to refrain from employing tricks with women in the future. With the exception of Chening, she is rather easy to deceive. If Sister Chening were to hear you say such a thing, she might seek vengeance upon you, perhaps by stealing your hairpin and watching you fret. Yize casually remarked. Why, Yize's expression shifted, losing its earlier tranquility, yet she quickly regained her composure, inquiring quietly. What do you mean by that, brother? Did I say something? I merely noticed that your hairpin is quite exquisite. You are at every time we meet, suggesting it must hold great significance for you. Sister Chenying's personality might indeed lead her to such actions. Yize appeared oblivious to Yize's change in demeanor as he continued to speak with a calm indifference. After a brief silence, Yize regained her composure and remarked, You truly understand my sister Chun, don't you? Although she often presents a cold facade, she is indeed capable of such deeds that I in that moment. The two seemed to grow more familiar, their exchanges becoming less rigid. With their secrets mutually unveiled, they forged a more fruitful collaboration amidst a shared wariness. After all, both Yize and Yize were astute individuals. This is a premium calming elixir. Please accept it. Sister Yize produced a vial of elixirs, placing on the table, it contained 5 exquisite calming pills, a testament to his sincerity, as he had only managed to concoct 10 in total. Yize did not hesitate, nearly simultaneously placing a jade slip on the table. Their eyes met, each offering a knowing smile as they retrieved what they required. Their first transaction concluded in a peculiar blend of harmony and tension. Both satisfied with their respective gains, yet slightly unsettled by the exposure of their secrets. Having agreed upon a time to meet next month, Yize and Yize departed, each lost in their own thoughts. Back in his cave abode, Yize reflected on his meeting with Yize unbeknownst to him. The hairpin she possessed held a secret. During their initial close encounter, his internal vine had reacted in an inexplicable manner, an occurrence he had never witnessed before. Thus, he deduced that the hairpin was extraordinary, at least in material, as the vine typically demonstrated a preference for plants. In that moment, Yize inadvertently revealed a hint of her true self. Perhaps due to her momentary distraction, the current mutual benefit they shared had inadvertently created a situation of checks and balances. Disregarding Yize's matters for the time being, Yize surmised that there would not be any immediate upheaval. Even if his alchemical skills were exposed, he could easily navigate through with his talent for alchemy, incurring only minor inconveniences. Taking out the calming manual he had just acquired, Yize began to study it diligently. The method for cultivating spiritual awareness was precisely what he urgently needed. The manual was specifically designed for those at the Qi refining stage, allowing self-practice before reaching the 9th level, after which the calming pills would be necessary. Mastering a manual would double the strength of one's spiritual awareness. The effectiveness would ultimately depend on the quality of the calming pills consumed while at the 9th level. The higher the quality, the greater the enhancement upon completion. The fundamental purpose of this spiritual cultivation technique was to assist practitioners in establishing their foundation. And oh wonder she insisted on premium calming pills, as it directly pertained to foundation establishment. Yize mused. Establishing a foundation involves 3 critical barriers: mana, spiritual awareness, and physical strength. The effect of foundation pills primarily lies in enhancing mana during breakthroughs, safeguarding the heart meridian to prevent practitioners from perishing in failure. The spiritual awareness barrier requires formidable awareness to control the surging mana within. Otherwise, uncontrolled mana flow could lead to failure. Physical strength, in contrast, is relatively simple. One must cultivate a robust body capable of withstanding the surging mana post-breakthrough. While Yize's mana far surpassed that of his peers, it also necessitated a stronger spiritual awareness and physical constitution during foundation establishment. He was unconcerned about his physical strength, having long prepared a suitable cultivation method, which could be further refined by the vine after practice. However, he had no clear path to enhance his spiritual awareness, making the calming manual's arrival fortuitous. After thorough study of the technique, Yize commenced his practice. The manual's straightforward presentation made it easy to grasp. Within 3 days, he had entered the preliminary stages of the calming manual, noticing a slight increase in the strength of his spiritual awareness within the Niwen Palace. The immediate results delighted Yize, leading him to conclude that Jiedan had been honest, not deceiving him with false methods. More directly, his internal vine exhibited new changes. Beside the leaf inscribed with the eternal green art, a second tender leaf emerged, documenting a brand new spiritual cultivation technique. That a smile crept across Yize's face, reflecting his satisfaction. He wondered how Jiedan would react upon discovering this development. Previously, he had attempted various methods, hoping the vine could deduce powerful spells, but the outcomes were disappointing. Regardless of the spell practiced, the vine remained unchanged. Yize speculated that the vine only responded to comprehensive cultivation methods, such as primary cultivation, body refinement, or spiritual cultivation techniques. However, he had been eager to advance his eternal green art to elevate his cultivation, planning to refine his body and spiritual techniques later, which had remained untested until now. With the confirmation provided by the calming manual, Yize's hypothesis gained further validation. Energized, he delved into the revised calming manual. Though its content was more profound and challenging than the original, the completed spiritual awareness would be quadrupled compared to ordinary practitioners, and its effectiveness would be double that of the original. Even more exhilarating was the addition of a defensive technique against spiritual attacks, known as the spirit-resisting technique, which not only countered spiritual assaults, but also prevented enemy scrutiny, far superior to the breath-holding technique. Suppressing his excitement, Yize took a moment to compose himself before resuming his relentless practice of the newly named revised calming manual's spiritual technique. This endeavor consumed considerably more time. It was not until 10 days later that Yize, feeling somewhat fatigued, finally opened his eyes. His exuberant gaze was now filled with a newfound brilliance. After enduring a period of spiritual anguish, he had successfully mastered the new technique, significantly enhancing his spiritual awareness. Yize exhaled deeply, realizing why the 9th level of Qi refining required calming pills for assistance. The pain endured during the cultivation of spiritual techniques was formidable. Over the past 10 days, he had neglected the care of his medicinal gardens, suffering through torment, but now he had achieved success. His next step would be to accumulate overtime. Fortunately, he still had over a year until his planned foundation establishment, leaving ample time for preparation. In high spirits, Yize disregarded his weariness and set out to tend to the spiritual herbs in both medicinal gardens before returning to his cave for a well-deserved rest. On his way to the third medicinal garden, he fortuitously encountered the cool and composed Chening. Grateful for the assistance provided by Yize calming manual, Yize warmly greeted her, leaving a perplexed Chening behind as he continued on his way. After a day of rest, Yize proceeded to Ling Yin Peak to finalize the elixirs for Yize, subsequently seeking out Yin. Sister, this is a barrier-breaking pill. Please deliver it to Elder Yong Tao on my behalf as a congratulatory gift. Yize was aware that Yong Tao had a beloved grandson who had been stuck at the 6th level of qi refining for years, making this premium barrier-breaking pill a perfect fit. Having been invited by Yize, Yize felt it proper to reciprocate. Yin gazed at Yize, who was of similar age, with a complex expression. Their last encounter had been when he was at the 7th level. She had assumed he would fall behind in cultivation due to his dedication to growing spiritual herbs and alchemy. Yet in less than 2 years, he had reached the 8th level. In contrast, she remained stagnant at the 6th level, unable to even approach the threshold of the later stage. Collecting her thoughts, Yin accepted the pill. Smiling as she said, "Rest assured, Yize, I will deliver it without fail. But are you truly not attending the birthday celebration? It is rare for so many family members to gather, and oh need, I'm not accustomed to such occasions. And I must focus on my cultivation," he replied, adding, "You must also cultivate diligently. Once you reach the peak of the 6th level, I will gift you a similar barrier-breaking pill." "Really? Then it's settled. You must not go back on your word." Yin understood that Yize had never quite fit in with the direct descendants, so she refrained from pressing further. Her own talent was mediocre, and without Jinyu support, she likely would not have even reached the 6th level. Yin lacked confidence in her ability to break through to the later stage of qi refining, preferring not to rely on a low-grade barrier-breaking pill for fear of potential side effects. However, with a premium barrier-breaking pill, not only would the success rate of her breakthrough significantly increase, but the likelihood of adverse effects would also diminish considerably. This was precisely why Yize had chosen it as a gift. Rest assured, it's a promise. Having concluded the conversation, he bid farewell and returned to his cave abode. As Yin watched his silhouette vanish from sight, she too turned to seek out her great-grandmother to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on the affairs of the Yi family. Yize continued to lead his modest existence, compared to before. He dedicated an extra 2 hours each day to practice the newly revised spirit-nourishing technique, his magical power and spiritual awareness steadily increasing with the passage of time. Yize's alchemical endeavors also remained unceasing, and the two seemed to have forgotten their previous confrontation, meeting each other with the same cordiality as before. Notably, Yize still adorned herself with that wooden hairpin, seemingly indicating that she had nothing to conceal. Yize, understanding without words, refrained from mentioning the matter again. He bore no ill will towards Yize and even harbored a modicum of affection. Everyone has their secrets, and there is no need to delve into them. Isn't it more delightful to seek common ground while accommodating differences? They agreed upon a monthly supply of 10 portions of spirit-nourishing pills ingredients, with Yize providing her 5 high-quality pills, while the remainder would belong to him. Consequently, he would amass approximately 3 supreme pills and 8 high-quality pills each month. Oh, naive senior sister Yi, you remain blissfully unaware of my alchemical prowess. As time passed, Yize discerned that Yize's demand for ingredients was ever increasing, suggesting that her alchemical workshop was gradually finding its footing. However, this did not concern Yize. The more spiritual herbs, the greater the energy the Qing tongue could absorb, hastening the amplification of its purple aura. Such changes were entirely beneficial to him. The IT merely required a bit more time for pill refinement. Moreover, this way, he would also earn more pills and spirit stones. At the treasure pavilion, Yize now took on the responsibility of delivering the pills. Although Yize was unaware of her methods, each transaction proceeded smoothly, sometimes yielding even greater profits than when he sold them himself. Yize gazed at the surplus spirit stones before him, and at Yize's expression that seemed to say no need to thank me, evoking the image of Lin Shue's resentful face within the bustling Muyang marketplace. As night deepened, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a silvery veil over Lingxi Peak, in the cave beside the Asia No. 9 herb garden. Yize sat cross-legged, each hand grasping a wood-type spirit stone. The spiritual energy within rapidly dissipating, while he was enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual essence. His magical power circulated swiftly around him. He kept his eyes tightly shut, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from within him, akin to a barrier cracking open as time passed. Yize felt a jolt of energy, as though he had melded with the heavens and earth, his perception of the surroundings sharpening instantaneously. The moment of breakthrough had arrived. Yize did not dare to be negligent. He exerted all his efforts to circulate the Imu Changqing Gong, drawing magical power from his major meridians into his dantian. While the purple aura of the Qing tongue orderly flowed into the magical energy vortex, his dantian expanded ever more, as if it might burst. Yize remained utterly composed, guiding the magical power to circulate around him once more. When it converged in the dantian again, a muffled sound resonated, shattering the barriers of his cultivation. A powerful wave of magical energy surged forth from Yize's body. He had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. After 2 years, Yize had advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, the final stage before foundation building. Next, he merely needed to refine his magical power gradually to attain perfection in Qi refinement, thereby preparing for foundation establishment. Once he concluded his cultivation, Yize felt the surging magical energy and vitality within him, brimming with confidence for the future. Following his breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refinement, he sensed his lifespan had once again soared, reaching an astonishing 220 years, nearly catching up to those of foundation-building practitioners. His spiritual awareness had also significantly enhanced. Previously, he could manipulate at most 4 supreme magical artifacts simultaneously. But now he felt at ease controlling 5 or 6. He was now qualified for foundation building, and that sensation of merging with the universe was indeed a precursor to it. Cultivators vie against fate. Qi refinement practitioners share the same lifespan as mortals, limited to a mere 120 years. Upon reaching foundation building, one's life essence elevates, and their lifespan doubles. With about a year remaining, I must commence body refining. Yize had long devised a plan. Currently, both his magical power and spiritual awareness were steadily growing, leaving only his physical body to refine. Upon stepping out of the cave once more, Yize perceived the external air felt notably fresher. After years of relentless cultivation, he was finally able to relax a bit today that he was still young. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had over a decade to prepare for foundation building. With a calm mindset, he instantly felt a layer of restraint lift, as if the world had expanded before him. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he inspected the spiritual herbs in the garden. Having been preoccupied with his breakthrough, he had somewhat neglected their care. While there were no major issues, Yize was always cautious. The exceptional cultivation environment he enjoyed was due to his ability to cultivate fine spiritual herbs. He could not afford to squander this value. The other 2nd and 3rd-tier spiritual herbs appeared normal, but upon reaching the area where the 3 main herbs for the foundation-building pill were planted, he noticed a peculiar anomaly. The nearly ripe Jinyuan fruit was vibrant green with red flowers, glistening with moisture, occasionally shimmering under the moonlight. The long one ginseng shone like gold, its white veins clearly visible. Both were perfectly fine, yet the Xianyu grass presented an unusual sight. Standing about half a meter tall, the grass should have been silvery white, appearing semi-transparent at night, harmonizing with the moonlight. Yet, the Xianyu grass before him exhibited an odd milky white hue. Its color significantly denser. Yize's heart raced. If there was a problem with the main herbs for the foundation-building pill, not only would the pill be in jeopardy, but he might also find himself unable to remain in Yunqi Sect. He hurriedly approached to inspect it closely, examining from the roots to the tips, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. What could have caused such a change in the Xianyu grass? Yize pondered in confusion, having spent quite some time searching for an answer. Fortunately, the Xianyu grass appeared unchanged during the day. He needed to uncover the reason as soon as possible. With his mind occupied, Yize turned back toward the cave, planning to thoroughly review the cultivation records of the Xianyu grass the following day for any clues. As he walked, a flicker of movement caught his eye from the spot he had previously occupied. revealing an unfamiliar figure who was also scrutinizing the anomalous Xianyu grass. Yize's heart tightened in an instant. Before his mind could register the situation, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture, his right hand reaching for his storage bag, ready to summon a magical artifact for battle. In a fleeting moment, he had never considered that someone could silently infiltrate Yunqi's sect and approach Yingxi Peak undetected. Even if such an enemy existed, as a mere novice at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he would have no means to resist. Prepared for confrontation, Yize finally discerned the figure's appearance. It was an elderly man standing tall. Though his hair was grizzled, his face bore no trace of age. Dressed in a magnificent black Taoist robe, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. Yize admitted that had he encountered this individual during the day, his first reaction would have been to regard him as a venerable elder of the sect, eager to bow and greet him if given the chance. Unfortunately, in the stillness of the night, this sudden and silent appearance compelled him to adopt an extreme level of vigilance, even though he realized his caution was futile. "Who might you be, esteemed senior, visiting at such a late hour?" Yize inquired tentatively. He was utterly unable to sense the elder's aura. Had his peripheral vision not caught him, he might have turned away without a second thought. "That you're quite quick on the uptake, young one," the elder remarked, having turned to face Yize, casually offering a compliment. Before Yize could pose further questions, the elder introduced himself. "I am Dan Shinzi. This garden was entrusted to you by Wu Biao at my behest." Yize was certainly familiar with that name. Wu Biao's master, one of the few alchemical masters in Yunqi's sect, and an elder in the late stage of foundation building. Jinyu had mentioned Dan Shinzi on the very first day he brought him to Yingxi Peak. Upon hearing this, Yize immediately straightened his posture, respectfully bowing. "So, it is Elder Dan Shinzi. I am Yize. I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. Please forgive me." Yize had no doubt regarding Dan Shinzi's identity and readily acknowledged his transgression. Dan Shinzi waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for forgiveness. You've committed no error. I was merely in the mood to inspect the Aji herb gardens today and happened to discover these Xianyu grasses." After speaking, he stroked his immaculate white beard and surveyed the surrounding spiritual herbs, sincerely praising, "You've taken excellent care of them." Yize stood silently by, not responding. The medicinal garden fell into a tranquil hush. And after a brief moment, Dan Shinzi spoke again. "Yize, do you wish to take me as your master?" Upon hearing these words, Yize felt a surge of excitement and instinctively wanted to perform a grand gesture of respect, eager to acknowledge his master at once. However, his cautious nature compelled him to inquire further. "Elder, do you mean to accept me as your disciple?" Dan Shinzi glanced at him, noting his composure, and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, yet it is not so simple to become my disciple." Yize gazed at Dan Shinzi, awaiting further elaboration. Achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement at such a tender age signifies remarkable talent. However, as a master renowned for my alchemical skills, my disciples must also demonstrate exceptional aptitude in this domain. I am aware of your innate talent for alchemy. Here are 5 sets of materials for the Crimson Heart pill, within 7 days. Using only these, if you can produce a finished pill before me, I shall accept you as my registered disciple. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will formally take you as my personal disciple. This is both a threshold and a trial. What say you? Do you dare to attempt it?" The echo of Dan Shinzi's words lingered in Yize's ears as he contemplated the materials laid before him. The Crimson Heart pill was not a first-tier elixir, but rather a second-tier one, albeit of common variety. Without the aid of purple qi, even with a month and limitless materials, he might not succeed. Nevertheless, the opportunity was right before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Dan Shinzi was a master alchemist at the late stage of core formation, and even the Sect's Yuanying elder treated him with great respect. After all, those at the Yuanying stage still required medicinal aids, and Dan Shinzi was capable of crafting pills of the 4th tier and above. It was a gamble. Failure would mean death, yet a chance to ascend lay before him. If he did not push himself today, he might regret it in the future, potentially even affecting his resolve. Yize steeled his determination and cupped his fists, addressing Dan Shinzi. "Disciple is willing to give it a try." Chenzi nodded in response, saying, "Very well, return to my cave in 7 days." However, Yize shook his head and asserted, "Elder, might I request to begin today? I have just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and my internal energy is abundant, coupled with acute sensitivity to the world around me, that I believe this is the perfect moment for alchemy." Chenzi was taken aback, then smiled, realizing Yize had fortuitously found an opportune moment just after his breakthrough. "Very well, follow me. I shall accompany you in your endeavor tonight." With that, he floated upward, heading toward the peak, and Yize hurriedly gathered the materials from the ground to follow closely behind. Chenzi flew at a leisurely pace. And as Yize trailed him, he glanced at the materials, discovering they were all ones he had cultivated himself. His heart settled, relieved to know what he was working with at Chenzi's cave was among the finest places for cultivation on Yunqi Peak. Abundant in spiritual energy, equipped with a dedicated alchemical chamber, and connected to a geothermal fire from the neighboring Tianyan Peak. The cave was simple and unadorned, yet it exuded a refreshing and comfortable atmosphere. Yize followed Chenzi into the alchemical chamber, carefully laying out the materials before delving into the recipe for the Crimson Heart pill. Chenzi sat nearby, meditating quietly without rushing him. The Crimson Heart pill was an infrequently used second-tier elixir, primarily aimed at calming the mind and spirit, providing assistance to those practicing the myriad arts of cultivation when breaking through their technical bottlenecks. Yize was entirely unfamiliar with the Crimson Heart pill. It was the first second-tier recipe he had ever encountered. Not to mention, he had never seen even the commonly used second-tier elixirs, as both the Yunqi sect and his family strictly controlled access to such resources. Second-tier elixirs differed fundamentally from first-tier ones, which typically comprised 1 or 2 primary ingredients, and most 4, supplemented by several auxiliary herbs, with success heavily reliant on the extraction of the essence from the main ingredients. In contrast, second-tier elixirs required a significantly greater number of primary ingredients. The Crimson Heart pill, for instance, demanded as many as 9, with fewer auxiliary herbs. Producing a pill within 5 attempts posed a tremendous challenge for Yize. It was worth noting that his previous endeavor, the barrier-breaking pill, had required 4 failures before finally succeeding, even with the aid of purple qi. Half an hour later, Yize finally set aside the recipe, summoned the geothermal fire, and commenced the alchemical process. Naturally, he utilized his own Zhang furnace. Though Chenzi's alchemical furnace was superior, he had no opportunity to familiarize himself with a new one at this moment. Yize handled the materials with practiced ease, a skill honed over more than a year of extensive alchemical experience. Chenzi observed as the materials transformed into a medicinal liquid within the furnace, nodding approvingly, though he soon shook his head. The properties of the spiritual herbs were complex, and Yize clearly struggled with their fusion. This batch had already failed, as anticipated. Moments later, a dull thud emanated from the Zhang furnace. Shrouded in black smoke, that Yize's expression remained unchanged as he cleaned out the furnace and prepared for a second attempt, which ended in failure again 15 minutes later. This time, rather than immediately commencing a third round, he sat on the ground, meticulously reflecting on the failures of the previous 2 attempts. Nearly an hour passed before Yize suddenly opened his eyes, ready to begin the third round of alchemy. During his first attempt, he had employed purple qi, but as it flowed into the furnace with his internal energy, most of his focus remained on Chenzi. Noticing the master's unchanging demeanor, he felt reassured. The purple qi was indeed potent. Even Chenzi remained unaware, granting Yize considerable peace of mind. At that moment, the medicinal liquids in the third round had fully fused, and Yize carefully controlled the heat to facilitate their interaction. Just as he deemed it ready to separate the liquids, an unforeseen reaction occurred. The fused liquid began to react violently, ultimately emitting black smoke. The third round failed, yet Yize exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, a relaxed expression graced his features. Chenzi, observing this, smiled as well, knowing that the young man was nearing success as expected. During the fourth round of alchemy, Yize's movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a stream. This time, he refrained from fully merging all the liquids. Instead, he extracted only the purest essence, discarding the rest along with the impurities. That it was this precise maneuver that allowed him to successfully create the first Crimson Heart pill. A faint fragrance wafted through the alchemical chamber as Yize opened the furnace. Inspecting the sole Crimson Heart pill he had produced, though it was merely of inferior quality, it was undeniably a genuine second-tier elixir. Without pausing, he placed the Crimson Heart pill on a tray, picked up the fifth set of materials, and began his final attempt. As anticipated, he succeeded once more, producing 4 pills this time. Yize panted slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This was his limit. He had only extracted the liquids he was confident would yield pills, and 4 was the maximum he could produce. To create more would require risking failure. The effort expended in these 5 rounds of alchemy had drained him significantly. If not for his willpower, he would have longed to lie down and rest. Danshenzi had been quietly observing, refraining from interrupting, minimizing his presence. As Yize completed the final step, Danshenzi finally revealed a satisfied smile. Yize approached, kneeling on one knee before Danshenzi, holding the tray containing 5 Crimson Heart pills, and proclaimed, "Elder, I have fulfilled my duty. Please examine the elixirs I've crafted." However, Danshenzi did not reach for the pills. Instead, he gazed at Yize, his expression reflecting satisfaction. That produce 5 pills. While you may have taken some shortcuts, you ultimately succeeded in refining the Crimson Heart pill. That I shall not go back on my word. From this day forth, you shall be my registered disciple. Overjoyed, Yize exclaimed, "I pay my respects to my master." Just as he was about to perform a grand gesture of reverence, a force stopped him. Danshenzi said, "You are merely a registered disciple for now. There is no need for such formalities, nor should you disclose this to others. When the day comes that you achieve foundation establishment, return to formally acknowledge me as your master." Yize had anticipated this, bowing in agreement, his desire for foundation establishment intensifying. What a grand opportunity! He firmly resolved to seize it. "Yes, master, I shall not fail your expectations." After concluding his words, Yize bowed once more and made his way towards the entrance of the cave. Unbeknownst to him, upon his departure, Danshenzi seized the freshly concocted Xiandan and scrutinized it intently. As time passed, a smile gradually blossomed upon his face, ultimately erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, at last. I've stumbled upon another genius in alchemy, with such innate talent for alchemy and the ability to cultivate spiritual herbs. He surpasses that fellow Dan Xuanzi's disciple by leaps and bounds that I can finally cease relying solely on that fool Wu Biao." This demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier ethereal and transcendent appearance. "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!" At that moment, the dawn had fully broken outside. Wu Biao, who had just landed before Danshenzi's cave, suddenly found himself unable to suppress a series of 3 sneezes, stumbling slightly and nearly losing his balance. Could it be that my current constitution is so frail that I can catch a chill from the morning mountain breeze? He murmured softly, rubbing his slightly uncomfortable nose, unaware that he had been mentioned by a certain golden core true person. Just as he was about to proceed, he encountered a figure slowly emerging from his master's cave, looking rather fatigued. "Yize, what brings you out of Master's cave?" Wu Biao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yize, equally surprised to run into Wu Biao, was aware that Wu Biao was a disciple of Danshenzi and presumed he had merely come to seek his master. Despite feeling extremely weary, Yize stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "Wu Shi Shu, Elder Danshenzi summoned me last night for a matter. I have just completed it and am on my way back to the cave." After all, this was his future senior brother, and maintaining a good relationship was paramount. Courtesy could not be overlooked. "What could Master want with you?" Wu Biao pondered aloud, then, as if realizing something, exclaimed, "Oh, you've reached the 9th level of Qi refinement." Although he sometimes became dizzy from alchemy, he distinctly remembered that 2 years ago, when Jinyu brought this junior to him, Yize had only just attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. The last time he saw him, he had reached the 8th level, and now, such a brief period later, he had already ascended to the 9th level. Could it be that I've been practicing the Youlan Tongji method incorrectly, causing my sense of time to become so muddled? With a slight change in expression, Wu Biao listened as Yize continued, "I fortuitously broke through last night. While enjoying the moonlight outside, I happened upon Elder Dan Shinzi inspecting the herb garden, and thus returned with him to hear his instructions. Enjoying the moon? Inspecting the herb garden? Wu Biao appeared bewildered. It was quite a legendary tale for a Qi refinement disciple to encounter a golden core elder during such an occasion. Suddenly, Wu Biao sensed something, his nose twitching, and inquired, "You carry the scent of medicinal herbs. Were you concocting elixirs in Master S cave?" "Yes, the elder instructed me to refine some Qi Xindan," Yize replied candidly. "Wi Tao Gon Semlen Wu Ji Xinjiang." "Is it the one I know of, the second grade Qi Xindan?" Wu Biao's eyes widened, his composure as a foundation establishment cultivator crumbling entirely. He could hardly contain his astonishment. As far as he knew, Yize had only been learning alchemy for a year and a half, and now he was already concocting Qi Xindan. What was the outcome? Did you succeed? Wu Biao inquired cautiously. Yize smiled faintly, maintaining a level of modesty. "Indeed, I did not disgrace the task. With 5 sets of materials, I successfully refined 5 Qi Xindan. Have you refined Qi Xindan before?" Wu Biao's tone grew increasingly peculiar. "Not all. Last night was the first time I encountered the recipe for Qi Xindan." Yize responded truthfully once more. Wu Biao seemed momentarily frozen, glancing towards the depths of the cave, likely surmising the expression of his master at that moment. Subsequently, his attitude towards Yize softened considerably, and he smiled. "It appears Master has gained another disciple today. Though only as an informal disciple. The elder mentioned he would formally accept me only after I establish my foundation," Yize replied, also smiling, the two sharing an unspoken understanding. Curious, Yize then asked Wu Biao, "Wu Shu, if I may be so bold, when you were accepted as a disciple by the elder, did you also come here to refine elixirs?" Wu Biao's smile momentarily faltered before he quickly regained his composure. Forcing an awkward smile, "Of course, this is a test from the master for accepting disciples. I, along with 4 senior brothers and sisters, all went through this. That it seems it won't be long before I must refer to you as 6th junior brother. However, we were refining 1st grade superior elixirs, which I certainly cannot disclose to the future junior brother, lest it undermine my authority as a senior." Just as he finished speaking, Wu Biao appeared to hear a faint chuckle emanating from within the cave, causing his expression to tighten once more. Noticing Yize was completely oblivious, he finally exhaled in relief. "Yize, you should return to rest, strive diligently in your cultivation, and aim to establish your foundation as soon as possible. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. I still hold some influence," Wu Biao generously offered. "Thank you, Shu. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yize departed from the scene. Wu Biao, too, made his way back into the cave, initially intending to seek guidance from his master regarding the cultivation of the Youlan Tongji method, but now he had an additional matter to inquire about Yize's success in concocting Qi Xindan. Upon returning to his own cave, Yize enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening the following morning refreshed and invigorated. In the ensuing month, Yize rapidly solidified his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He then commenced his next phase of training, body refinement. Yize had chosen a body refinement technique known as the Jing Shu, a method disseminated by the Mingxia Temple, widely practiced across the Tianyan continent. Its prevalence was comparable to the Chongqing Gong from the Yuhua Sect, both of which were among the 10 great sects of the Tianyan Immortal Alliance, one representing Buddhism and the other Taoism. Many cultivators across the continent utilized these 2 methods as their primary practices during the Qi refinement phase, including various smaller sects and families of cultivators. The Jing Shu is a body refinement technique capable of being cultivated up to the golden core stage, emphasizing a tranquil mind and minimal desires, purifying both body and spirit to achieve a harmonious balance between internal and external cultivation, wielding a pure body and mind to master a robust physique. Only the Qi refinement portion of the technique was widely known, yet that was sufficient for Yize, as he primarily focused on. The Jing Shu during the Qi refinement phase is divided into 3 levels, progressing from external to internal and from superficial to profound, refining the skin, refining the flesh, and refining the meridians. Attaining the level of refining the meridians would be sufficient to support his foundation establishment. Similar to most body refinement techniques, the Jingti Shu can be practiced in conjunction with medicinal baths for enhanced effectiveness, as for the Yang Yin San required for the medicinal baths. Yize had long since prepared everything. With his current financial resources, acquiring a year's supply was a trivial matter, and he had even obtained a recipe through Yijijun in the training room of Yize's cave. A bathtub crafted from fragrant cypress wood was newly placed, and the room was filled with a thick mist. Yize sat cross-legged within the tub, enduring the pain induced by his body absorbing the medicinal properties of the Yang Yin San. The process of bodily transformation was indeed excruciating, yet for Yize, it was merely a trifle. Compared to the agony of cultivating the nourishing spirit record, this was a mere trifle. The piercing pain that directly assaulted his consciousness was not something that simple physical discomfort could compare to. Yize felt his body gradually absorbing the medicinal energy, and as he began to acclimate to the pain, he commenced the practice of the Jingti Shu. The widespread popularity of certain techniques is not only due to their general effectiveness and lack of concealment, but also because they are relatively easy to cultivate. In less than 2 hours, Yize had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the Jingti Shu. Observing a new green leaf sprouting on the vine, Yize revealed a satisfied smile. From the very beginning, he had not intended to master the Jingti Shu entirely. After the vine deduced the Chongqing Gong, Yize resolved to rely on the vine for the development of his body refinement techniques, which led him to choose the easily accessible Jingti Shu. Carefully examining the newly derived technique, just as in previous instances, the new technique was significantly more profound, with an increased level of difficulty. Yet its power and efficacy were greatly enhanced. Originating from the Mingxia Temple, which belongs to the Zen school of Buddhism, he decided to name this new technique the Vedic Pure Body Technique. Having bestowed a distinctive name upon the new technique, Yize began to cultivate according to the new method. Finally, just as the effect of a Yang Yin San was about to wane, Yize successfully initiated the Vedic Pure Body Technique. His flesh took on a faint bronze hue, and Yize distinctly sensed an increase in his strength. Just as he was preparing to conclude his practice, a new change occurred within his body. The previously tranquil vine trembled slightly, and then a surge of purple energy shot forth, beginning to circulate around Yize. His already enhanced physique began to experience that familiar sensation once more. Accompanied by a subtle ache as his skin grew firmer, Yize felt a surge of delight within. Could it be that the purple energy, in addition to assisting in, also enhances body refinement? Indeed, the Vientiane purification technique is derived from the Qing Tong's profound insights, and it is only natural that the purple aura, sharing the same origin, provides auxiliary effects. Immediately, I added another portion of Yang Yin powder into the barrel, settled into a cross-legged position, and continued to cultivate the Vientiane purification technique. Yize immersed the medicinal liquid for another hour before concluding his session, with the assistance of the purple aura. The potency of the second portion of Yang Yin powder was entirely absorbed by his body. Simultaneously, the emanating purple aura, circulating within him, gradually diminished in volume until the last trace merged with his being, transforming into a nourishing agent for his enhancement. Yize clenched his fist. A palpable surge of strength, greater than before, erupted, revealing a satisfied smile upon his face, though this was merely his first attempt at body refinement. The results were exceedingly gratifying, and the unexpected aid from the purple aura was a delightful surprise. However, should the refinement of the body also deplete the purple aura to avoid delaying his foundation establishment a year hence, Yize would need to diligently condense several more strands of purple aura. I should not refer to you as the enigmatic purple aura, but rather as the omnipotent purple aura, Yize mused. His spirits lifted, indulging in self-entertainment. If the purple aura had a physical form, he would wish to embrace it and plant a kiss upon it. It truly was remarkable. As his cultivation deepened, the functionalities of Qing Tong were gradually being unveiled, and Yize had begun to anticipate the transformations that would accompany his foundation establishment in the days that followed. Yize persistently practiced the Vientiane purification technique, and with the dual assistance of Yang Yin powder and purple aura, he was nearing completion of the initial stage of skin refinement. Concurrently, The Yimu Chongqing Gong and the nurturing spirit record were not neglected, and having reached the 9th level of qi cultivation, he was now able to consume nurturing spirit pills, significantly accelerating the growth of his spiritual awareness. As time flowed by, the day arrived once more for Yize's clandestine rendezvous with Yijun. No, rather, the day for their transactional exchange of elixirs. Upon seeing Yize again, Yijun sensed his significantly enriched cultivation and was somewhat astonished as a prodigious daughter of a golden elixir family. She had never lacked for cultivation resources and had even reached the 9th level of qi cultivation ahead of Yize. Yet when she first glimpsed Yize from afar, he had only been at the 7th level of qi cultivation. In the mere span of 2 years, he had ascended 2 tiers to reach the 9th level. Such speed, even she could not rival. Indeed, junior brother, Yi is extraordinary. Your cultivation has advanced yet again, and the prospect of foundation establishment is within reach. Yijun remarked, taking a delicate sip of Miss Spirit tea, her crimson lips parting into a smile of praise. I cannot compare to senior sister Yi, whose magical power has nearly reached perfection at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. I still have much ground to cover. Flattery was indeed Yize's forte. Having collaborated for some time, they understood each other's temperaments well. After exchanging pleasantries, they commenced the main topic of the day. Senior sister, is there an excess of elixirs to be refined this time? I must hasten my cultivation, and I fear I may not be able to complete it. Though the elixirs on this list were merely a matter of half a month's work for Yize, he felt the need to conceal certain truths from Yijun's. Circumstances have changed. After this batch of elixirs is sent to the market, I cannot frequently leave the sect. However, junior brother, rest assured, these elixirs can be delivered within 2 months. Why Yijun's expression darkened with worry. Yize could not help but feel curious. Could there be some unforeseen turmoil occurring outside that he was unaware of? Senior sister, I have been in closed-door cultivation and am unaware of recent events. Might you enlighten me? Yize inquired candidly. Why Yijun cast a glance at Yize, marveling at his unwavering dedication to the path, completely disregarding worldly affairs. After a brief moment of contemplation, she proceeded to explain, Junior brother, you may not be aware, but approximately 2 months ago, there was a sudden increase in the number of bandit cultivators outside the sect, and many disciples have encountered misfortunes while venturing out. Given this situation, the higher-ups of the sect suspect that an unknown force is targeting Yunqi's sect. The sect leader has issued a directive urging outer sect disciples and miscellaneous disciples to minimize their outings until the situation is clarified. As for the family elders of Yunqi's sect, they have also advised me to remain within the sect for the time being. I had a plea with an elder from my family to accompany him outside in 2 months. However, this will be the last time. If this matter remains unresolved, I may have to wait until my foundation establishment. Upon hearing Yijun's account of the situation, Yize felt astonished. He had not anticipated such significant developments within such a brief period. The situation had shifted dramatically. The Tianyan continent is vast beyond measure. Since the establishment of the Immortal Alliance tens of thousands of years ago, which imposed constraints on various factions, large-scale wars had become a rarity across the continent, resulting in a fragile equilibrium. Yet this did not imply that the world was at peace. The formidable powers of cultivators could never be wholly restrained. Limited resources, familial feuds, and the succession of new and old sects perpetuated small-scale conflicts. Even the 10 major sects of the Immortal Alliance, while ostensibly maintaining a defensive alliance against external threats, were not devoid of internal strife. In the Zhangzhou region governed by Yunqi's sect, there were frequent skirmishes among the subsidiary powers. However, all parties tacitly suppressed their conflicts beneath the nascent soul stage, preventing any intervention from Yunqi's sect as a top-tier force on the continent. Yunqi's sect was not without rivals. The borders of Zhangzhou were perpetually garrisoned by numerous cultivators. Each year, prior to the refinement of foundation establishment pills, hostile forces would infiltrate Zhangzhou to create disturbances. Naturally, Yunqi's sect would engage in similar tactics. These intruders were not highly skilled and primarily targeted Qi disciples, aiming to eliminate potential candidates for foundation establishment while alleviating pressure on their own distribution of foundation establishment pills. Regardless of the faction, Foundation establishment pills were a strategic resource in high demand. Thus, during these times, both Yunqi Sect and other forces in Sangzhou would take great care to protect their Foundation candidates, restricting their outings as much as possible as a direct descendant of a golden elixir family. Yize was naturally included in this restrictive cohort. After hearing Yize's narrative, Yize finally comprehended the sequence of events. No wonder, even he, who seldom ventured outside, could sense the atmosphere of tension. Having lingered too long in a tranquil environment, he had nearly forgotten the harsh realities of the cultivation world. To be frank, it was not entirely Yize's fault for being oblivious. He owed a measure of gratitude to the Eve family. Although they imposed certain constraints upon him, they nonetheless provided a relatively safe environment for his cultivation, which he could not dismiss lightly. Very well, senior sister. I understand. I shall expedite the refinement of this batch of elixirs for you. Yize nodded in agreement, committing to the task at hand. Yize gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, listening calmly to Yize's words, before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, junior brother, I have complete faith in your abilities. You have never disappointed me. After a brief pause, her expression shifted slightly. There's one more matter. Not only are the disciples venturing outside in danger, but certain bandits may seize the opportunity to target the miscellaneous disciples at the outer edges of the sect. It is likely that the sect will arrange for us outer disciples to be stationed in various locations. So junior brother must be prepared. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. I shall remain vigilant. Yize expressed his gratitude, as he had been unaware of such developments. His original plan had been to remain within the sect until his Foundation establishment before venturing out. Although the residences of the miscellaneous disciples nominally belonged to Yunqi Sect, they were not within the confines of the 81 Spirit Peaks, and their safety was far inferior to that of Lingxi Peak. Now that he was aware of this news, he felt a sincere sense of gratitude for being able to prepare in advance. To be honest, aside from the incident involving the nurturing spirit pills, their interactions had been quite pleasant. Yize was astutely perceptive, able to discern the needs of others and extend her assistance accordingly. Yet, she was not the type to be overly generous. Skillfully maintaining her boundaries, in light of the goodwill displayed by Yize, Yize reciprocated generously by offering her 8 nurturing spirit pills, including 3 top-grade ones. Yize gazed at the elixirs in her hand, initially astonished before casting a resentful glance at Yize. Her breaths growing slightly more pronounced, as perceptive as she was, she quickly realized that the nurturing spirit pills crafted by her junior brother far exceeded the quantity she currently possessed. Previously, he had only given her 5 to appease her, and she felt somewhat taken advantage of. Unable to withstand such a gaze, Yize subtly averted his eyes and casually explained, "Recently, I have made breakthroughs in my alchemical skills, significantly increasing the success rate of these nurturing spirit pills." Yize replied dismissively, not believing a word of Yize's explanation. However, she did not press the matter further, as long as the nurturing spirit pills were sufficient for her use. That was all that mattered. After regaining her composure, she produced a talisman and handed it to Yize. "These talismans are a gift for you. Junior brother, you have been a great help to me during this time. I can only draw a few talismans, so please accept this as a token of my appreciation." Yize cast a curious glance and was taken aback to discover that they were second-tier spiritual talismans, such as the Thunder Sound Talisman and the Diamond Talisman. This revelation elevated his perception of her. He had long been aware that Yize was a talisman master of considerable rank. Yet he had not anticipated her prowess to extend to the creation of such an array of second-tier spiritual talismans. The ability to craft talismans beyond her current tier indicated that Yize's mastery in the art of talisman making was at least on par with, if not superior to, his own skills in alchemy. After all, to date, Yize had only succeeded in refining the Crimson Heart Pill, a singular second-tier elixir. He accepted the talismans without hesitation. Their prolonged acquaintance had allowed him to dispense with any superfluous pleasantries. Upon witnessing Yize's unhesitating acceptance, Yize felt a flicker of joy within her, only to subsequently realize that her emotions were somewhat misplaced. Stealing a glance at Yize, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. However, Not one to be easily swayed, she quickly regained her composure. The two exchanged light-hearted conversation regarding recent tales from their sects, with Yize primarily speaking while Yize listened as half an hour slipped by unnoticed. An awkward silence fell over them, prompting Yize to hastily take her leave. Once outside the small courtyard, she could not help but pause and glance back at the medicinal garden. The recent exchange of elixirs and talismans with Yize had created the impression of mutual support between them. Although she had initially intended for the talismans to serve a practical purpose, the reality of the situation struck her as somewhat peculiar, leading to a momentary turmoil within her heart. Taking a deep breath and shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Yize resolved to dismiss her lingering feelings and departed from Yunqi Peak. Unbeknownst to her, after her exit, a figure emerged from the neighboring medicinal garden, observing her retreating silhouette before turning to regard Yize's garden. A contemplative expression gracing their features. Within the small courtyard, Yize remained oblivious to the unusual occurrences around him. He gazed at the talismans in his hand, musing to himself. This senior sister, he truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Since their acquaintance began, he had received numerous benefits from her, including the flowing light shuttle, the spirit nurturing record, and the talismans, all of which were bonuses beyond their transactions. Were it not for his own modest proficiency in alchemy, he might have felt as though he were being pampered. After departing from the medicinal garden, Yize soared towards Yunqi Peak, where he sought out an elder of the Yi family responsible for documenting clan members' cultivation levels. He reported the time of his breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement and promptly returned to Yunqi Peak. The news of Yize reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement caused quite a stir among the Yi family. At not yet 20 years of age, he had achieved such a remarkable feat. Unbelievable. With his dual spiritual roots, who could possibly compare? Yet, even Yize, who also possessed dual roots, had not achieved such a prodigious level. He is an alchemist too, and a rather formidable one at that. His elixirs could serve as sustenance. Alas, it seems that next year the competition for foundation establishment pills has just become stiffer. What does that have to do with you? A mere 7th layer Qi refinement? Hey, why are you so sharp-tongued today? The members of the Yi family, along with some non-clan disciples from Yunqi Peak, engaged in lively discussions regarding this young practitioner of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Filled with envy, jealousy, and indifference. Due to Yize's identity as an alchemist and his high success rate in pill refinement, many believe his cultivation was solely the result of an abundance of elixirs. This perception led to a general skepticism regarding his prospects for foundation establishment the following year. Elixirs are not a panacea. Excessive consumption can lead to the accumulation of pill toxicity within the body and may even breed resistance, creating obstacles to future breakthroughs. Otherwise, given Yize's status, he would not lack for elixirs and would not have to wait until his 20s to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement. They did not consider that Yize consumed only top-tier and premium elixirs, supplemented by the Qing Tongzi Qi external aid, making his internal pill toxicity negligible, while his spiritual energy was extraordinarily pure. Yize took little notice of Yize's achievement of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, dismissing it with a smile. One thing he did not deny was that he had no significant conflict with Yize, as his ambitions had never been focused on cultivating for advancement. For him, achieving foundation establishment was sufficient, and he did not feel the need to rush. However, the elders of his lineage sought to secure resources for their own advancement, so he refrained from obstructing them too much, adopting a rather laid-back attitude towards the matter. Yize, upon receiving the news, was initially taken aback, and then furiously shattered the cup in his hand, his expression darkening to one of a fierce scowl, starkly contrasting his initial encounter with Yize. Ever since that reckless decision to collude with the Bloodwind Trio in an attempt to eliminate Yize, Yize had been confined to his quarters for half a year. Although he had been diligently cultivating during this time, his limited aptitude and lack of resources compared to Yize's abundance had left him stuck at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement for over 2 months. No matter how hard he trained, he showed no signs of breaking through, now left trailing behind Yize. Must I truly resort to that blood pill? Yize's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination as he retrieved a crimson elixir. Gazing at the dark red patterns on the pill, he felt an internal struggle, Consuming this blood pill would considerably complicate his future foundation establishment endeavors. 15 minutes later, Yize's conflicted expression began to fade. Replaced by a strange resolve tinged with bloodshot eyes, he realized he needed to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement swiftly, seeking additional auxiliary elixirs and hastening the refinement of his spiritual energy to secure a chance at foundation establishment. Given his average aptitude and advanced age, he could not afford to wait for the next batch of foundation establishment pills and had to stake everything on the coming year. Yize, I will not be outdone by you. An offshoot. I am one of the 5 talents of the Yi family. Yize seethed inwardly. Yize, meanwhile, paid no heed to the speculations of the Linquan Peak disciples. He was focused on his cultivation. Striving to perfect the Vientiane purification technique and attain the meridian refinement stage. The information relayed by Yize instilled within him a sense of urgency. Any force capable of opposing the Yunqi sect surely possessed formidable strength as a foundation. While he had confidence in his own abilities, the unknown tactics of his adversaries necessitated his enhancement for a sense of security. As the sun rose and set, the atmosphere within the Yunqi sect grew increasingly tense over time, with more disciples falling victim to external attacks. Many began to remain within the sect, awaiting a return to normalcy before venturing outside. Of course, there were also numerous self-assured disciples from powerful sects, some operating solo and others in small groups, who set their sights on the recently active bandits, intent on hunting them down. The allure of wealth stirred the hearts of the Yunqi sect disciples, who were not immune to temptation. As the bandits roamed freely, they undoubtedly amassed considerable resources. Yet while they pursued others, they too became targets. Unsurprisingly, some returned laden with spoils, while others vanished without a trace. The outskirts of the Yunqi sect transformed into a battleground for qi refinement practitioners, with weaker rogue cultivators trembling in fear, desperately seeking refuge within the markets. Some reckless bandits, blinded by bloodlust, even attacked the markets. However, the presence of numerous foundation establishment cultivators within the markets had thus far prevented any significant destruction. Even if deranged foundation establishment bandits sought to plunder the markets, the Yunqi sect would not allow it. With foundation establishment cultivators stationed in the markets, should a crisis arise, the golden core elders of the Yunqi sect would swiftly intervene. Amid such circumstances, 2 months later, tensions escalated, resulting in the fall of a foundation establishment cultivator from the Yunqi sect. Meanwhile, Yize received a mission dispatched by the sect shortly after the escalation of external conflicts. Yize was assigned to guard a gathering place for miscellaneous disciples for a duration of 5 months. Should the situation not improve after this period, other outer sect disciples would be sent for rotation. Yize had anticipated such a day. Recently, many disciples engaged in the cultivation of spiritual herbs have been dispatched for duty from Lingxi Peak. The delay in receiving his assignment was likely due to the 3 primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill yet to mature, necessitating that Dan Xinzi cultivate high-quality spiritual herbs himself, which had postponed the process by 2 months. Just 2 days prior, he had submitted the collected Jinyuan fruit, Xianyu grass, and Longwen ginseng to the Internal Affairs Hall. And thus it was now his turn. After meeting with Yize and delivering the refined pills, he informed her of his impending destination. Their transaction was consequently paused, while the demand for cultivation pills at the Danding building had diminished. The need for various restorative pills had surged. The restorative pills Yize had crafted comprised the majority of his output, sufficient to sustain Yize for a year and a half. Having concluded these matters, Yize promptly set off for the site of his sect mission. The periphery of Yunqi sect's 72 spiritual peaks was scattered with various residences for miscellaneous disciples, primarily comprising spiritual fields and mining sites, where these disciples worked as both spiritual farmers and miners. The spiritual veins in these areas were not prominent, often only of a low to mid-tier quality. Generally, Yunqi sect did not concern itself with these miscellaneous disciples, only arriving periodically to collect resources and assess contribution points, while the miscellaneous disciples were also prohibited from freely entering the realms of the 81 spiritual peaks, receiving far inferior treatment compared to outer sect disciples. The location Yize was dispatched to was a valley primarily cultivating spiritual rice and other crops, yielding both white and purple corn. Yize couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of having to return to tending fields. This residence was not large, accommodating around 30 miscellaneous disciples, and could be considered a medium-sized settlement. Upon his arrival, the miscellaneous disciples, who had received prior notice, had gathered outside the valley, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Uncle Dong, you are well-informed. Do you know anything about this outer sect disciple coming to station here? What is his temperament?" inquired a young man of the elder at the forefront. "Ahem, I have only a slight acquaintance with the inner sect steward disciples who come to collect rice, hardly worthy of the title of well-informed. However, I have managed to gather a few tidbits of information," the elder replied nonchalantly. The young man pressed on, "Please, Uncle Dong, share what you know so we may tread carefully." "Very well, although my knowledge is limited. I do know that the outer disciple coming is no ordinary individual. He is a direct descendant of a Golden Core family and is quite influential within the sect. Just think, considering how long the external banditry has raged. It is evident that he has someone backing him," the elder added mysteriously. Regrettably, it seemed that these rumors were not entirely accurate. The others, however, took his words to heart, collectively gasping in awe. For them, a Golden Core family represented an exalted existence. As they contemplated further inquiries, they noticed a silver light swiftly approaching from a distance, prompting them to collect their thoughts and await the arrival. Shortly thereafter, the silver light materialized before them, revealing a shuttle-like flying artifact, upon which stood a strikingly handsome youth of around 20 years, hands clasped behind his back, donned in the blue garb of an outer sect disciple, exuding an air of grace. More importantly, the aura emanating from him unmistakably indicated that he was at the 9th level of Qi training. The miscellaneous disciples gazed at Yize, scarcely daring to breathe, their expressions a blend of envy and reverence that it was only when Yize disembarked from the shimmering shuttle that Uncle Dong approached him. Yize remained silent, first retrieving his identity token to confirm his identity with Uncle Dong. "Zhou Dong from Xiaofeng Valley, on behalf of the miscellaneous disciples of the valley, I welcome you, brother Yi." Zhou Dong bowed, while the other miscellaneous disciples followed suit in greeting that in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect, and Yize's 9th level Qi training warranted their calling him brother. Yize observed the assembly before him, noting the considerable disparity in cultivation levels. Some were as low as the 2nd level of Qi training, while others had reached the 7th. His primary focus fell upon 4 individuals in the later stages of Qi training. Zhou Dong was among them, accompanied by what appeared to be a couple closely following him, while another individual stood somewhat apart, seemingly solitary. "I am Yize, a disciple of Lingxi Peak at Yunqi Sect. By the decree of the sect, I shall be stationed in Xiaofeng Valley for the next 5 months. Should you discover any unusual occurrences, please report to me promptly. This is for the safety of the sect and your own lives." "Do you understand?" Yize stated forthrightly, setting the tone for their collaboration. "That we understand." The group nodded in unison. Afterward, Yize's expression softened, shedding the earlier severity as he addressed Zhou Dong gently. "Brother Zhou, let us not keep everyone standing outside the valley. Let us move inside to discuss further." "Indeed, let us proceed." Zhou Dong led Yize and the gathered crowd into the valley. The spiritual field within Xiaofeng Valley were quite expansive and well-connected. With merely over 30 miscellaneous disciples, including 4 in the later stages of Qi training, their collective strength was already comparable to that of certain Qi training families. That it was more than sufficient to oversee this valley. As they traversed the spiritual fields, the disciples introduced the ownership of each plot. Yize quietly absorbed the information while observing the condition of the spiritual rice, ultimately concluding that the farmers here lacked skill. Compared to the spiritual rice he had previously cultivated, both the yield and quality were significantly inferior. Upon reaching their destination, they found a mountain spring cascading down, flowing through a cluster of buildings before meandering toward the spiritual fields they had just traversed. The living conditions of these miscellaneous disciples were quite pleasant. Dozens of small courtyards were scattered along either side of the spring, arranged harmoniously, with clusters of greenery interspersed among the courtyards, surrounded by mountains and water. Presenting a picturesque scene of tranquility, Yize was led into the largest courtyard, which faced the mountain spring. Zhou Dong remarked, "Brother, This is the residence we have arranged for you. The environment is rather simple. I hope you will bear with you, Est, in no matter. This place is quite agreeable. I shall gladly take it, Yize replied, unreservedly claiming the best accommodations. As long as you're satisfied, we have prepared a feast to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels. We hope you will grace us with your presence, Jiedan added, a smile lighting his face. Jiedan continued, there is no harm in accommodating Yize. On his first day here, he deserves a bit of courtesy. Though my status and strength surpass those present, it is essential to establish good relations with these individuals to ensure a smooth passage through the upcoming 5 months. Jiedan's spirits lifted at these words, leading to a lively exchange of toasts and merriment. It was not until an hour later that everyone dispersed, and Yize settled into his new residence in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed since Yize arrived in the narrow Wind Valley, during which he gained a considerable understanding of both the environment and its inhabitants. The residents led their own modest lives, tending to their small patches of land. Previously, some would occasionally visit the market, but during this special period, aside from Zhao Feng and Sun Ling, who ventured out together after consulting Yize, the others remained in the valley with no signs of leaving. Over these 2 weeks, Yize developed a general understanding of the valley's inhabitants. First and foremost was Jiedan, a longtime resident of the narrow Wind Valley, who had lived there for nearly 30 years and was the strongest among them. At the peak of the 7th layer of Qi training, he was the one who engaged in negotiations with the visitors from the Yunqi Sect, effectively serving as the village head. The 2 individuals who appeared close were not the husband and wife Jiedan had assumed. They were both once solitary cultivators who had only become disciple laborers within the past 5 years. The man, Zhao Feng, was nearly 50, while the woman, Sun Ling, had joined the sect shortly after Zhao Feng and appeared to be in her mid-20s due to her youthful appearance. Despite being in her 30s, currently, Zhao Feng was pursuing Sun Ling, which was considered a normal occurrence among the disciple laborers. Given their similar ages and cultivation levels, it was common for such laborers to form partnerships and live together. Once they entered the Yunqi sect, most would be reluctant to leave, and with such a limited social circle, it was more practical to find a suitable companion nearby. Lastly, there was a reclusive man who had not exchanged a single word with Yize. According to Jiedan, this man was named Zheng Tai, nearing 40 years of age, and had lived in the narrow Wind Valley for over a decade. Initially, he was merely quiet, but in recent years, he had become increasingly withdrawn, rarely communicating with others in the valley. Yize paid little attention to the other individuals at the early to mid stages of Qi training, only memorizing their names in a general sense. After his arrival, he had not taken any significant actions. His days were spent either cultivating his courtyard or leisurely surveying the surroundings of the narrow Wind Valley, as if he were on a vacation. As time passed, the inhabitants of the valley began to develop a certain understanding of Yize. Although he was a youthful prodigy and a promising candidate for foundation establishment, he displayed no arrogance. Being more approachable than the previous outer disciples who came to collect spiritual rice. Over the past few days, as he interacted equally with everyone, he gradually became less reserved than he had initially been. Jiedan felt a sense of relief upon noticing that Yize did not act superior to him or the others, that he had heard that the outer disciples residing next door, whose cultivation levels were inferior to Yize's, exhibited a rather imposing demeanor, summoning the laborers that Yize's current demeanor left the people of the narrow Wind Valley feeling fortunate. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Yize took his customary stroll by the fields. The others greeted him warmly, and he responded to each one, resembling a benevolent landowner surveying his estate. Occasionally, he would gently brush the still green spiritual rice with his hand, which drew curious glances from the others, who felt he was merely putting on a show. Even the scion of a golden core family has begun to take an interest in agriculture. One man remarked to his brother nearby. After ensuring no one was within earshot, his brother quietly replied, "Isn't it natural for someone to be curious?" Yize did not divulge much about his identity. The inhabitants only knew he was a member of the Yi family of golden core status, with little else known. They instinctively regarded him as a direct descendant of the Yi family. Given his youth and attainment of the 9th layer of Qi training that moment, a young man approached Yize, saying, "Elder, what do you think of my spiritual rice?" All the outer disciples held the title of steward. Hence the residents referred to him as steward. Only those like Jiedan, who were more astute and at the later stages of Qi training, would call him senior brother. Yize did not mind the titles, allowing them to call him as they pleased. Yize glanced at the young man, recognizing him as Wang San, the same individual who had previously inquired about matters in front of Jiedan. Although young, he was of a similar age to Yize, yet his cultivation was only at the third layer of Qi training. Your spiritual rice must yield around 400 to 500 pounds per mu each year, Yize stated, framing it as a question, though his tone was quite certain. Wow, you can tell just by looking, Wang San exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration, though internally he remained skeptical. His spiritual rice was the best grown in the valley. With only Jiedan producing a comparable yield, the others typically achieved only 300 to 400 pounds, and their rice was of inferior quality. This was common knowledge, and he assumed Yize had merely heard something and was trying to show off. Your skills in this area rank among the best, which is why you were given the more rare purple corn, Yize continued, seemingly oblivious to Wang San's thoughts. Isn't it true that in the third stage, the lower parts of the stalks begin to turn yellow? His tone remained assured, as the growth of spiritual rice was classified into 4 stages, with the third being crucial for ear development. How do you know that, steward? Wang San asked, genuinely astonished this time, as the other inhabitants of the valley did not pay much attention to the upkeep of their spiritual rice, and typically no one would monitor his rice's growth stages. I have nurtured the soil of my spiritual field to be rich in nutrients and care for it diligently. Yet for some reason, there comes a time before maturity when the stalks suddenly fail to absorb nutrients. Even after applying the spring breeze rain technique several times, there was no improvement, and instead, weeds began to proliferate, requiring me to spend time clearing them out. Wang San poured out his concerns, scratching his head, clearly troubled by this issue for some time. Upon hearing this, Yize smiled gently and picked a handful of spiritual rice, placing it before Wang San. If one eats too much, their stomach will become distended. Similarly, if the spiritual rice receives too much nourishment, it can hinder its development. Look at these stalks. Some areas are a deeper green, indicating they have absorbed excessive spiritual energy and nutrients, which cannot be distributed to the ears above, causing a backlog here that if this continues for another half-month, your stalks will likely turn yellow, Yize explained, pointing at the spiritual rice on the ground. Wang San listened to Yize's seemingly knowledgeable explanation, but did not immediately believe him. Though young, he had grown rice in the narrow Wind Valley for 3 to 4 years and had his own methods of seedling cultivation. Does Steward, you have any solutions? Wang San asked, his face betraying a hint of anxiety, as he feared Yize would soon involve himself in the affairs of the valley. Starting with the spiritual rice, that if things went poorly, he might suffer losses in his harvest and fail to meet this year's quota, which would be disastrous. Noticing the expression on Wang San's face, Yize guessed his thoughts and smiled softly. He then whispered a few words to Wang San, who listened with increasing interest, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Yize. Yet, Yize paid him no further heed, finishing his last sentence before walking away, leaving Wang San in a quandary over whether to follow Yize's advice. With his experience, Wang San realized that Yize was not speaking frivolously. Without a certain level of expertise, he could not have offered such guidance. However, he was also hesitant to fully trust it, uncertain whether following Yize's method would yield the desired results. After a moment of deliberation, Wang San steeled himself, deciding to give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, in 10 to 20 days he would know the results. If anything went awry, he could always use his previous surplus grain to compensate. He had also saved some spiritual grains over the years, so this could serve as a way to flatter the new steward. After heeding Yize's suggestions, Wang San slightly altered his approach to caring for the spiritual rice. The other residents had mixed reactions. Some were skeptical, some tried to dissuade him, while others watched with detached interest in their minds. Despite Yize's formidable strength, his youth raised doubts about whether he could truly surpass the experience of these seasoned cultivators in the realm of spiritual rice cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. Wang San gazed in disbelief at the vibrant, flourishing spirit rice before him. He had never witnessed such remarkable growth in spirit rice. As if it had undergone a transformation in variety, the already robust stalks of rice, burdened by the weight of the plump, green ears, bent low in submission. Doubtful of the phenomenon, Wang San searched the spirit field for a moment, examining numerous spirit rice plants, and discovered that each one was laden with full grains. After a rough estimation, he concluded that if this trend continued until maturity, the yield of spirit rice per mu could exceed 600 jin. This revelation left him astounded. The Yunqi sect harvested only 300 jin of spirit rice per mu each year, indicating that his own harvest could accumulate to more than half that amount. Previously, his yields were considered high, but he would typically only harvest an additional 1 or 200 jin per mu. Now, with the potential to double his spirit rice yield, he could amass a significant quantity of spirit stones. As others in the field began to gather around, it became evident that Wang San's spirit rice stood out distinctly, towering and robust compared to their own. They recalled how Yize had previously advised Wang San to alter his cultivation methods, a suggestion that had been met with skepticism and disbelief. After all, how could a prodigy from a prestigious golden core family offer guidance on farming? It seemed rather incongruous and unorthodox. Now, witnessing the transformation of Wang San's spirit rice, they were all taken aback. Even Zhou Dong, a seasoned farmer, stood nearby with a pipe in hand, expressing his amazement. Who would have thought it actually worked? Wang San, did you truly follow Yize's methods? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I adhere to the timings for weeding, pest control, and irrigation as instructed by Yize. He truly has a remarkable approach, Wang San responded, his tone brimming with excitement as he regained his composure upon hearing the inquiry. Hey, you truly are fortunate, someone remarked, casting a covetous glance at the flourishing spirit rice. Ugh, these past few days have exhausted me far more than before. Wang San feigned complaint, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I've noticed Wang San spending significantly more time in the spirit field than ever. Another chimed in. Tisich, if I could nurture my spirit rice to such an extent, I too would gladly invest additional time. If only Yize would guide me as well, they lamented, genuinely envious of Wang San. With everyone's financial circumstances being modest, their primary source of income relied on the surplus spirit rice they sold. Why not? At some point, Yize approached from behind the group, overhearing the desire for guidance, and he readily agreed. The crowd, now aware of Yize's presence, promptly bowed in greeting to this moment. Their respect for him was not merely due to his strength, but also because he could bring tangible benefits to them. The transformation of Wang San's spirit rice was not solely attributable to Yize's elaborate methods. Despite having cultivated spirit rice for several years, Wang San's experience paled in comparison to the professionals within the field. The significant changes in the spirit rice were, in fact, the result of Qing Tong's influence. As the output of the miscellaneous disciples increased, Qing Tong could also absorb some of the energy from the vegetation, achieving a dual benefit, while Yize garnered the goodwill of the crowd. Moreover, with more time devoted to work, there was less opportunity to entertain idle thoughts, which also benefited Yize's management of the narrow wind valley. As they would be spending the next few months together in an unstable environment, it was conceivable that the narrow wind valley could become a target for certain individuals, necessitating a united front from the community. With their interests intertwined, this would encourage them to contribute more effort when the time came that Yize meticulously observed the state of each person's spirit rice, offering insights that sounded impressive yet yielded only moderate results. With each person receiving different advice that he had performed similar tasks during his time at Dongbei Mountain, executing them with great skill, with Yi Jiao and Yi Qing as first-hand witnesses. However, two individuals displayed notably peculiar reactions during this process. Although Sun Ling listened attentively and expressed happiness at the prospect of increased spirit rice yields, Yize noticed a subtle unease in her demeanor, as Yize elaborated on the cultivation methods. Sun Ling's brows furrowed even more tightly. Yize found Sun Ling's behavior quite perplexing, as if she were viewing everything through a foggy lens. Were it not for his heightened perception after cultivating the spirit-nurturing record, he might have overlooked these subtle signs of abnormality. The other individual, Zheng Tai, remained exceedingly withdrawn, speaking little and exhibiting a complete disinterest throughout. That Yize was aware that Zheng Tai's annual yield typically hovered around the passing mark. Suggesting he had alternative sources of income, and thus did not prioritize the spirit rice yield. After Yize concluded his advice, Zhao Tai merely expressed a brief thanks before departing. Yize observed Zhao Tai's retreating figure with a contemplative gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. His newfound temper since arriving at the narrow Wind Valley seemed to have emboldened certain individuals. Taking note of their reactions, Yize resolved to observe further, ready to respond should any additional anomalies arise. As long as their cultivation levels remained below foundation establishment, he felt no fear of their secrets. Days turned into weeks, and with both the white corn and purple corn having a growth cycle of 3 months. The spirit rice in Narrow Wind Valley was nearing maturity. Most individuals were reaping a bountiful harvest, filled with joy, yet there were exceptions. Sun Ling surveyed the state of her spirit field with a grim expression. While Zhao Feng stood silently beside her, Yize was not one to merely impart knowledge and withdraw. He diligently monitored whether each person adhered to his methods. Only if they complied would he absorb the accumulated energy from the spirit rice. Should they neglect this, he would absorb not just the excess energy, but also the essential energy they required. He had been keeping a close eye on Sun Ling's progress. Initially, she followed Yize's instructions diligently. But soon she began to cut corners, an action that warranted no leniency. Prior to the spirit rice's maturity, she had nearly drained its energy, leaving the ears to wither and fall, a dismal outcome. For a miscellaneous disciple to neglect the sect's farming duties, Yize felt compelled to press her, curious about her intentions. Sun Ling, you need not worry that I will have plenty of surplus spirit rice. Enough to ensure you meet the 300 gene threshold. Zhao Feng hastily reassured her, noticing her growing distress. Sun Ling nodded expressionlessly in response, though her frustration deepened within. Zhao Feng, observing her demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Standing awkwardly in silence, Sun Ling's discontent did not stem from her lackluster yield. A small quantity of spirit rice was insignificant to her. Rather, she was irked by her current predicament. Initially, she intended to follow Yize's directives alongside everyone else, but soon realized it consumed far too much time, leaving her with no opportunity to engage in other pursuits. She had not come to this place merely to farm. Yet, even after attempting to streamline the process, the condition of her spirit rice deteriorated even further. With everyone's spirit fields essentially interconnected, her own stood out like a sore thumb. To claim Yize's methods were flawed would be unconvincing, given that others were thriving. Thus, the motivations behind Sun Ling's actions became increasingly scrutinized. With a viable method for increasing yields at her disposal, why was she unwilling to invest the time? Was it for the sake of cultivation? That could serve as a justification, but the crux of the matter was that Yunqi Sect had regulations. Failing to meet the spirit rice quota for 2 consecutive submissions would result in the revocation of a miscellaneous disciple status. Initially, she might have relied on others for support, or even used spirit stones to compensate, but under the current circumstances, with the presence of overseers, her unusual behavior would surely raise suspicions. Having evaded scrutiny this time by feigning diligence in her cultivation, Yize would remain in the area for nearly 4 more months. Was she to endure a life of unceasing toil in the fields? Sun Ling simmered with frustration, feeling trapped. Moreover, who could say whether others would come to oversee after Yize left? Would she be forced to endure this situation indefinitely? Sun Ling remained oblivious to Yize's nightly diligence in absorbing energy for the Qing tone, mistakenly believing that his methods had indeed yielded results, ensuring the spirit fields within the valley would continue to flourish. Her gaze flickered uncertainly as she occasionally cast glances towards Yize's courtyard, her expression dark and brooding, as if it could drip with the weight of her thoughts. Yize noted her predicament, but refrained from probing further. Initially, he was merely intrigued by the impression Sun Ling left on him, but it now appeared she might genuinely be facing issues. Despite the diligence expected of a disciple focused on cultivation, her actions suggested a frantic urgency to expedite her training. Yet, as a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, not yet reaching her zenith, what could possibly compel her to display such desperation at this moment? Was there a pivotal technique at stake, or was there some other underlying reason? Regardless, Yize resolved to keep a closer watch on Sun Ling. Although the valley had experienced a tranquil month, he remained acutely aware of the external turmoil. with rogue cultivators wreaking havoc, and he had no desire to suffer misfortune. Days passed without incident leading up to the harvest of the spirit rice. The astonishment of those coming to collect the bounty was palpable upon learning that Yize had been the guiding force behind it, their expressions morphing into incredulous disbelief, their lips twitching in suppressed amusement. "What brings you here, brother? Are you here to advise on agricultural development?" This sparked curiosity about Yize among them, prompting a decision to inquire further about this fellow disciple. They soon learned that Yize had been tending to the medicinal garden on Yunqi Peak and had made notable strides in alchemy, which only deepened their intrigue. Yet that was a story for another time. The miscellaneous disciples within the valley reaped substantial rewards this time, expressing their gratitude towards Yize, the station's steward, by presenting him with small tokens of appreciation. Yize accepted each offering with graciousness. Even Sun Ling, whose spirit rice harvest had been lackluster, appeared with an explanation, citing her singular focus on cultivation as the reason for her neglect of the spirit fields. Yize merely smiled in response, thinking to himself that he would take her words at face value, though his suspicions of her would not abate. Another month passed in serene monotony, during which a few individuals ventured beyond the valley's confines, some in groups, others alone. With the recent harvest of spirit rice, the surplus needed to be exchanged for cultivation resources, so Yize did not impose any restrictions. However, with the current external dangers, should any mishap occur, he could only blame his ill fortune. Fortunately, no unforeseen events transpired, and those who had ventured out returned safely. The new seedlings had been sown, and throughout the month, including Sun Ling, everyone diligently tended to the spirit fields. Zhao Feng's pursuit of Sun Ling continued unabated, reportedly for nearly a year with no success. Recently, he had been assisting her in managing the spirit fields, thus saving her considerable time. Yize, uninterested in their trivial affairs, remained wholly focused on his cultivation. Although the spiritual energy in this locale was lacking, he had prepared ample qi refinement pills, sufficient to sustain his training for 5 months. He also kept up with the practice of the Fan Tian pure body technique and the new spirit nourishing record. In terms of body refinement, he was nearing completion of the flesh refinement stage, experiencing a significant enhancement in his physique. Meanwhile, his spiritual awareness grew exponentially with the aid of the spirit-nourishing pills. Though he had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage and could not project his consciousness externally, his perceptive abilities had markedly improved. This was the reason Yize could continuously elude the notice of all within the valley, while siphoning energy from the spirit rice and flora, even from Zhou Dong, the most accomplished among them, who remained completely unaware. One night, while Yize was immersed in his training, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. Faint sounds of something slicing through the air reached his ears. He immediately ceased his cultivation and began to observe the commotion outside. Yize's courtyard was strategically positioned and elevated, allowing him to easily survey the residences of everyone in the valley. This arrangement, one must commend Zhou Dong, a seasoned veteran, for orchestrating so adeptly. Silently, Yize ascended to the rooftop, catching sight of a figure darting between various courtyards with remarkable speed and stealth. Had it not been for Yize's keen eyesight and formidable spiritual awareness, he might have missed the figure entirely. The shadow flitted swiftly to Zheng Tai's residence, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yize retracted his presence, stealthily moving closer, his concealment skill matching that of the shadow he had just observed. He quietly positioned himself outside Zheng Tai's dwelling, holding his breath and sharpening his senses to detect any sounds within. He soon discerned a low, male voice. "Did you manage to contact anyone during this outing? What are your plans?" It was Zheng Tai's voice, and Yize was surprised to hear him utter so many words at once. What do you mean by you? Shouldn't it be we? After this operation, do you truly wish to remain here? A melodious voice chimed in, unmistakably Sun Ling. The two typically exchanged little dialogue, so Yize was taken aback to find them convening in the dead of night. He thought to himself that there was indeed something amiss and remained cautiously attentive. Humph! Zheng Tai offered no rebuttal, merely a disdainful grunt that indicated his displeasure, suggesting a lack of familiarity with Sun Ling. As it seemed they had only recently conspired together, Sun Ling appeared reluctant to provoke him further, adopting a serious tone. I've already made contact, but they are currently unavailable and will likely take another 7 days to arrive. 7 days? I have no pressing matters, as long as you maintain your composure and don't reveal our plans, Yunqi jested. Humph, that insufferable Yize, always meddling and instructing this and that. I have no desire to waste my time on this nonsensical spirit rice. Sun Ling's voice brimmed with ire, revealing her genuine frustration with Yize. Very well, due to your circumstances, we must advance our plans. When the time comes, we cannot afford to be careless. We must strive for a swift resolution. Yunqi replied coldly. Rest assured, when the time comes, I'll handle those lower-tier disciples, while you deal with Zhaofeng. With Yize and that old codger, they won't stir up much trouble. Sun Ling spoke confidently, exuding assurance. Do not underestimate them. Yize gives me a rather unsettling impression. He seems far from ordinary. Yunqi's voice is concerned seriously. The first time I encountered him, I sensed a wave of fear emanating from him. He is merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement, level 9. Logically, he shouldn't pose a threat to us. Sun Ling articulated her own reservations. The room fell silent for a moment before Sun Ling spoke again. At this juncture, we have no choice but to act. Our preparations are ample. Even if he possesses some tricks, we can confront him together, and I am confident we will prevail. Agreed. We shall prioritize him, then deal with Zhaodong. That old ghost. Provided we act swiftly, even if he manages to escape, it will not be a significant issue. Yunqi concurred with Sun Ling's sentiments. After assessing the strengths of both sides, it was clear they had little to fear. The two continued to conspire for a while longer before Sun Ling stealthily departed. Yize refrained from making any rash moves, observing Sun Ling's swift retreat. The sense of obscurity surrounding her growing ever stronger in his mind. Coupling this with the recent exchange he had overheard, he could not help but form a conjecture. Could it be that she was concealing her true cultivation level? Not merely as simple practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such a method of concealment was impressive. He had detected nothing at all. After Sun Ling left, Yize waited for approximately half an hour, ensuring that no further activity transpired within Yunqi's residence before he quietly returned to his own courtyard. Sun Ling and Yunqi were evidently backed by a formidable force, which had originally intended to strike at the valley, but his presence had delayed Sun Ling's training, prompting them to take preemptive action. It was likely that Sun Ling's previous excursion beyond the valley was to establish contact with her associated faction. Yize meticulously organized the information he had gathered, arriving at a rough outline. The following day, he resumed his ordinary life as if nothing had transpired. However, he occasionally soared above the narrow wind valley, spending more time on the surrounding mountain peaks to observe the environment, preparing for the impending assault. These actions were consistent with his previous endeavors to avert unforeseen incidents, and he was no longer concerned about raising the suspicions of Sun Ling and Yunqi. His current curiosity revolved around whether there were other accomplices within the narrow wind valley. There were over 30 individuals within the valley, although most were low-tier cultivators at the early to mid-stages. They would not be easily dealt with. Among the crowd, Yize recognized only Zhaodong and Zhaofeng as formidable combatants. Yet from his observations, Zhaofeng's infatuation with Sun Ling had reached an unsettling degree. Coupled with Sun Ling's remarks, it was likely that he had already fallen victim to her charms. Hastily explaining the situation to him could inadvertently alert the enemy. As for Zhaodong, his loyalty seemed unquestionable. But this individual was astutely aware of survival tactics. If he were to inform Sun Ling of their plans prematurely, he might seize the opportunity to escape. Yize held no doubts about this. Cultivators who had survived to such an age typically had low moral standards. Thus, he decided to remind him at the last moment, which could also help alleviate some pressure. From their conversations, he learned that reinforcements would arrive in 7 days. But Yize suspected the numbers would be limited. It was crucial to note that while the narrow wind valley lay on the periphery of the Yunqi sect, it was not far from it, making it considerably safer than the roads to various markets. Moreover, the Yunqi sect had patrolling cultivators nearby. If too many assailants attempted to infiltrate, their movements would be compromised. Therefore, Yize estimated that Sun Ling's reinforcements would number fewer than 5. However, It was likely they were all late-stage qi refiners. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to resolve matters swiftly. Additionally, Yize was quite intrigued by the mention of Shao Air by Zheng Tai. From his words, it seemed that Shao Air had been present on the day Yize first arrived at the narrow wind valley, though he suspected it referred to something other than a person. Could it be a small spirit beast, secretly concealed? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Yize's mind. No wonder this individual spoke so boldly. If he were a beastmaster, he would indeed have the audacity to boast. Yize refrained from reporting this matter to the sect, primarily due to his confidence in his own strength. Even if he could not defeat the adversaries, possessing the flowing light shuttle ensured his ability to escape, at most facing a reprimand for inadequate vigilance afterward. Another reason for his silence was his interest in the group's worth. The last time he encountered the Bloodwind Trio, they had bestowed upon him a high-grade artifact, a spirit source grass and several hundred spirit stones. Recently, many robbers had returned with substantial gains, likely more prosperous than the Bloodwind Trio. He had also witnessed some Sect disciples returning victoriously, flaunting the treasures acquired from slaying robbers, some of which had piqued his envy. Having learned of the robbers' plans in advance, Yize held the advantage of knowledge, an opportunity that was rarely encountered, thus he had no reason to let it slip away. As for the auxiliary disciples of the narrow wind valley who might be implicated, Yize was not one to show mercy. They would have to fend for themselves in the following 6 days. The valley remained tranquil, and Yize's body refinement was nearly complete, bolstering his confidence for the impending attack, observing Sun Ling's recent neglect of the spiritual fields over the past 2 days. He realized she had lost patience and was preparing to optimize her state for action, but on the evening of the 6th day, Yize refrained from resting. After creating the illusion of sleeping in his courtyard, he stealthily exited the narrow wind valley. Clad in dark clothing, he knew that Sun Ling's reinforcements were due on the 7th day, though he was unaware of the exact timing, prompting him to take precautions against a potential night raid. Since they intended to launch a surprise attack, he resolved to initiate a counter-assault, aiming to eliminate as many as possible before their forces converged. Ideally, he would eradicate them entirely. Yize arrived at a pre-selected ambush point, concealing himself and suppressing his aura. The location was optimal. Regardless of the direction for which the enemy approached, he could execute a surprise attack with minimal distance. Under the deep night sky, silence enveloped the surroundings. With only the faint sound of the wind traversing the narrow wind valley, Yize focused his vision, meticulously scanning the area for any suspicious beings above or below. Suddenly, he detected an anomaly in the sky. A few dark figures were rapidly approaching. Although the escape lights were faint, Yize, ever vigilant, noticed them immediately. At last, they had arrived. Yize readied himself, poised to deliver a fatal strike as they drew near, aiming to maximize his gains as time passed. The silhouettes within the escape lights became clearer. There were 4 individuals, each clad in dark red garments, exuding an aura that suggested they were not mere rogue cultivators. He was facing adversarial forces. Yize mused. Typically, robbers were lone cultivators, often disguising themselves in markets until they identified a target for ambush. This group was evidently organized, making them more formidable than ordinary robbers. However, with no option but to act, Yize resolved to press forward. Among the 4, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Astonishingly, 3 of them were at the 9th level of qi refinement, while the remaining slightly younger man had reached the 8th level. Such strength, coupled with Sun Ling and Zheng Tai, posed a genuine threat. Had Yize been an ordinary 9th level qi refiner, he could have easily been overwhelmed. Yize fixated intently on the 4 figures as they flew directly toward the narrow wind valley, only slowing their pace as they neared his hiding spot. Remember what was discussed beforehand. The toughest opponents in the valley are an outer disciple of Yunqi's sect and a 7th level qi refiner. We must eliminate them swiftly. Zheng Tai will handle the others. Even if there are stragglers, do not pursue them. As long as we capture that outer disciple, we will not suffer losses, the leading man instructed the others. Understood, senior brother, they replied in unison. According to senior sister Sun, that outer disciple has reached the 9th level of qi refinement at a young age and belongs to the esteemed Yi family of the Golden Pill lineage. He must possess numerous valuable items. The trio nodded in agreement, particularly the only 8th level Qi refiner, who was especially enthusiastic. Xiaofeng, be sharp during the confrontation. Disciples from major sects often possess some tricks up their sleeves. Do not let her guard down. The leading man cautioned the 8th level Qi refiner. Rest assured, my sister has already gathered ample information that Yize has only just attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. With you here, capturing him will be effortless. The soul woman chimed in, offering praise to the leading man that he nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued to issue instructions. Yize sensed an uncanny similarity between this woman and Sun Ling. Although their appearances were vastly different, their demeanor and aura bore striking resemblances. After a brief discussion of their action plan, the four unexpectedly split into two groups, abandoning their concealment and swiftly flanking the narrow wind valley. One group heading directly toward Yize's position. Heaven is aiding me. Yize's heart leapt with joy as he fixated on the approaching duo, consisting of the 8th level Qi refiner and the previously silent male. Suddenly, Yize's pupils constricted. With a surge of magical energy, he unleashed two beams of spiritual light. One crimson, aimed at Xiaofeng, and the other verdant, directed at the other individual. The 9th level Qi refiner was the first to sense the disturbance. Bellowing, "Who goes there?" With relentless movements of his hands, a shield was summoned in an instant, all the while he did not forget to assist Xiaofeng. After pulling him back with a swift motion, he affixed a defensive talisman upon him. However, all of this proved to be in vain. The blood spike pierced through with astonishing speed, its penetrating power formidable, just as the protective barrier of the talisman was barely taking shape. The blood spike had already closed in on Xiaofeng. With a soft, sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared in his throat. The astonishment of being ambushed lingered on Xiaofeng's face as he gazed in disbelief at the swiftly approaching Yize, then glanced at his companions beside him. His lips parted in a futile attempt to speak, ultimately descending with a countenance full of reluctance. The green spiritual light of the willow leaf flying daggers was slightly slower than the blood spike. Yet Yize unleashed all 4 daggers in one breath. Although the practitioner at the 9th level of Qi could react swiftly to block 3 of them, the final dagger broke through his defenses. Plunging deep into his left rib, the battle erupted instantaneously. After delivering a fatal blow to Xiaofeng, Yize wielded the Fuxiao sword, advancing rapidly towards the injured lone man. Yize struck with ruthless precision, reserving the blood spike for the weakest, Xiaofeng, ensuring a lethal strike. Severing the arm of the approaching assailant, who was also wounded by the willow leaf daggers, Yize's ambush was executed at an extremely close range. After the blood spike and the willow leaf daggers were launched, he immediately revealed himself. Approaching just as Xiaofeng was falling, he had already arrived beside the injured man, with the Fuxiao sword gleaming ominously with red light. Striking down fiercely, an exquisite magical artifact. The injured man's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the Fuxiao sword charging toward him. To his astonishment, the opponent's initial strike was not only a peculiar high-grade magical artifact, but also accompanied by a complete set of high-grade artifacts, followed closely by an exquisite magical artifact. Could it be that he was facing a bandit even more ruthless than himself and his companions? The thought crossed the injured man's mind. It appeared they had not merely been coincidentally targeted, but had encountered a fellow practitioner of the same trade. Indeed, the style of action was strikingly similar. "Fellow cultivator, please wait. There may be a misunderstanding between us." Regardless of the circumstances, the injured man sought to halt the onslaught. The opponent's strikes were too skillful. The power of the exquisite magical artifact made it exceedingly difficult for his spiritual shield to withstand. Clad in black, Yize concealed his features, and the injured man had yet to discover that he was the very target of their pursuit that night. Attempting to buy time, Yize, however, remained deaf to his pleas, relentlessly assaulting the man with the Fuxiao sword and willow leaf daggers. Striving to resolve the conflict with utmost speed, the injured man silently lamented his plight. Armed only with a high-grade magical artifact and a high-grade spiritual shield, he found himself thoroughly outmatched against Yize's onslaught. In desperation, he called out towards a distance, "Senior brother, save me." Meanwhile, the leading man and woman from another direction noticed the unusual situation as Xiaofeng fell. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards the fray. The leading man took the lead. Xiaofeng was his junior brother, both disciples under the same master, and they shared a strong bond. The prospect of returning empty-handed from this expedition, knowing that his junior brother had perished, filled him with dread of his master's wrath. With that thought, his expression became twisted with rage as he clenched his teeth, shouting ahead, "Junior brother, hold on. It is Yize." This individual was keenly observant, having discerned Yize's identity from such a distance, alerting his companion. Unfortunately, the injured man had lost the initiative, wounded by Yize, and his combat strength was already compromised. With diminished magical power and artifacts inferior to Yize's, he found himself in dire straits almost instantly. Yize caught a glimpse of the approaching duo out of the corner of his eye and summoned forth a crimson flame sword. The fiery blade, in conjunction with the Fuxiao sword, forced the injured man's spiritual shield to retreat under relentless pressure, causing it to dim and lose control, plummeting downward. Realizing the dire situation, the injured man hurled a fireball at Yize and attempted to flee. However, with Yize positioned between him and the leading man, he could only escape towards the narrow wind valley. Yize, of course, would not grant him the opportunity to escape. A flash of bloodlight erupted as the blood spike, already poised for action, struck with lethal precision, piercing through the injured man's chest, delivering a chilling blow. The injured man staggered, then followed in Xiaofeng's tragic footsteps, descending straight down. Yize, the leading man and woman, finally arrived. Their eyes filled with fury as they beheld their fallen comrades, but a profound trepidation flickered within their gazes. Xiaofeng's demise was somewhat understandable, given his lower cultivation level and being the primary target of the ambush. Yet, the fact that the injured man, second in strength among their group, had only managed to hold out for a mere moment before being slain left them utterly astonished, even if ambushed and wounded. The leading man was keenly aware that even he would not have been able to eliminate the injured man so easily. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the array of magical artifacts surrounding Yize. Until now, he had failed to notice that every one of Yize's artifacts was of high grade, with that long sword flickering with red light being an exquisite magical artifact. Outside the valley, as Yize faced off against the leading man, a battle erupted within the narrow wind valley. After Yize made his move, he sent a sound transmission talisman to Jiedan and Xiaofeng. Upon receiving the message, Jiedan was taken aback, feeling the fluctuations of magical energy from the battle outside the valley, shattering any thoughts of escape. Fearing he might stumble into danger, he immediately rushed out to contact familiar cultivators to prepare for the potential assault from Sun Ling and Zheng Tai. Xiaofeng, however, was not as fortunate until the moment he received Yize's sound transmission talisman. He was with Sun Ling. The voice of Yize rang out, and both exchanged astonished glances, but Sun Ling quickly reacted, launching an attack that instantaneously claimed the unguarded Xiaofeng's life. Poor Xiaofeng, who had hoped to win the heart of a beauty that day, instead met his demise. It was no wonder that in Yize's previous life, it was said that a sycophant would not meet a good end. Xiaofeng's fate was a perfect embodiment of that saying. Sun Ling, having succeeded, wore a grim expression, uncertain of when their plan had been compromised. Nor did she know if Yize had sought aid from Yunqi's sect. The longer she lingered in narrow wind valley, the greater the danger. With this thought, Sun Ling could not help but stab Xiaofeng with another blade. And without further delay, she burst through the door, shouting, "Let us move at once." Her voice, laced with magical power, resonated throughout the valley, revealing her cultivation level as a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi. Nearing the pinnacle of her strength, as her voice echoed, many of the miscellaneous disciples, just waking from their slumber, were still oblivious to the circumstances when Jiedan's voice followed suit. Sun Ling and Zheng Tai are bandits. Everyone, prepare yourselves to face the enemy. Only then did the crowd grasp the gravity of the situation. Panic set in as they scrambled to rise and assess the unfolding chaos. A sickening sound echoed as a body was pierced. A miscellaneous disciple stared in shock at his former companion, who had just been assassinated by another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the assailant, the latter was already charging toward him. "Master, there's more to this chapter," Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, he instinctively summoned his magical artifact to defend himself. But as soon as he began to channel his power, his internal magical energy suddenly spiraled out of control, rendering his artifact useless. The assailant's weapon was already looming in front of him. With another soft sound, this miscellaneous disciple fell lifelessly to the ground. Confusion etched upon his face. He could not comprehend why a companion who had been perfectly fine the day before would turn against him today. The battle erupted instantaneously. Within the valley, aside from Sun Ling and Zheng Tai, several miscellaneous disciples were revealed to be their accomplices in a sudden onslaught. The miscellaneous disciples of Yunqi's sect suffered grievously. At this moment, the remaining disciples had gathered around Zhou Dong, making their final stand. However, their situation was dire. I'm poisoned. My magical energy is difficult to control. A miscellaneous disciple at the 6th level of Qi struggled to wield his artifact against the enemy. So, am I? Another miscellaneous disciple echoed. Only Zhou Dong and Wang San were in relatively good condition, likely because they had just returned from the market earlier that afternoon and had not been poisoned. However, Wang San's cultivation was low, and their survival hinged entirely on Zhou Dong's efforts. Zhou Dong too bore his burdens. He had initially sought out familiar friends for mutual support, only to find them all afflicted with the same poison, their abilities reduced to less than 50%. Now, mutual support was a distant dream, and each was left to fend for himself, listening to the sounds of battle dwindling in other parts of the valley. Zhou Dong felt his heart sink with growing anxiety, fully aware that the miscellaneous disciples of Yunqi's sect were being systematically eliminated at that moment, with Zheng Tai watching them like a hawk. He knew that once Sun Ling arrived, there would be no escape for him and his companions. With this thought, he raised his head towards the valley's exit, praying fervently for Yize's swift return. The survival hopes of these individuals now rest entirely upon the shoulders of the newly arrived outer disciple. As the situation unfolds, within the confines of the narrow Wind Valley, Sun Ling and Zheng Tai are sweeping aside their adversaries. While not far outside the valley, Yize is locked in a standoff with the leading man. Having just eliminated 2 foes, Yize is shrouded in an aura of chilling intent, calmly fixing his gaze on the newly arrived leader and his companion. The Fuxiao sword and the Qian sword stand poised at either side, while the willow leaf flying daggers orbit around him, and the blood spike is held behind him, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Yize refrains from unnecessary words, his eyes narrowing as he faces the two. He hesitates, weighing whether to lend support to his companions within the valley, should he be the sole survivor of Narrow Wind Valley. He would find it difficult to explain himself to the sect. Are you Yize? Quite the skilled individual. It seems my sister has underestimated you. The leader's companion, a woman with a melodic yet frosty voice, interjects while the leader remains silent. Dudo, are you referring to Sun Ling? Yize replies with a smile, seemingly at ease. She doesn't underestimate me. Rather, she overestimates herself. With that, his smile morphs into a mocking grin, inciting further ire from the woman. Humph, you may be young, but your tongue is sharp. The leader's eyes gleam coldly. Having already lost 2 men at the outset of this confrontation, he knows he must subdue Yize to return with a semblance of honor. Resolving to act, the leader's knife-shaped artifact suddenly doubles in size, radiating a blinding brilliance as it descends upon Yize with a fierce slash. Giant blade technique. Simultaneously, the woman brandishes a metallic whip, unleashing a flurry of intricate strikes directed at Yize from cunning angles. Observing the approaching blade and whip, Yize's expression shifts as he discerns their formidable nature, recognizing them as 2 exceptional artifacts. He dares not underestimate the threat. Swiftly forming a spell gesture, the Biluoshan appears above him, enveloping him in a transparent shield. Meanwhile, the Fuxiao sword meets the giant blade in combat, with a resounding clash. The 2 exceptional artifacts recoil from the impact, yet neither the leader nor Yize yields that in an instant. They resume their fierce duel, the woman's whip following closely behind, but all her attacks are thwarted by the shield conjured by the Biluoshan. She then attempts to assault the core of the Biluoshan itself, only to find her efforts thwarted by a luminous burst of energy, realizing belatedly that it too is an exceptional artifact. Kid, it seems your wealth is quite substantial. 2 exceptional artifacts at your disposal, the leader remarks, dodging a spell of aggression launched by Yize, his envy palpable as he observes the Fuxiao sword and Biluoshan. Yize remains silent, focusing intently on controlling his artifacts to counter the onslaught, evading the enemy's spells whenever possible. The shield of the Biluoshan has its limits. Minimizing damage prolongs its efficacy. The woman recognizes this and intensifies her assault on the shield with her whip. While the leader appears to merely be distracting Yize and no longer holding back, Yize calls upon the Tianyan sword and the willow leaf daggers to join the fray, swiftly shifting the tide of battle. The expressions of his opponents shift in surprise. They had not anticipated Yize's ability to simultaneously wield so many artifacts, compelling them to shift from offense to defense. Seizing the opportunity, Yize escalates his attacks, particularly with the 4 willow leaf daggers, which dart around the 2 adversaries, seeking a breach in their defenses, just as Yize prepares to press his advantage and eliminate one of them. He suddenly feels a sharp pulse at his temple, a warning from his keen senses, and catches sight of the leader's smirk, realizing the impending danger and swiftly retreating. Without hesitation, he slaps the golden bell talisman gifted by Yijijun onto himself. As a second-tier defensive talisman, it envelopes him in a golden bell-shaped shield upon activation. In the next moment, a stream of black spiritual light shoots from the leader's hand, hurtling directly toward Yize. Thunderbolt. Yize gasps at the sight of the object within the black spiritual light. Taken aback, it is a formidable attack akin to a foundational strike. Not even a seasoned foundational cultivator would emerge unscathed from such an assault. Realizing that Yize is effortlessly wielding 4 exceptional artifacts, the leader understands that subduing him will not be easy. Time is of the essence, and the longer this drags on, the more it favors Yize. Desperately, he resolves to unleash the Thunderbolt, hoping to claim Yize's 2 exceptional artifacts should he succeed. Thus, he confers with his companion, planning to exhaust the shield of the umbrella-like artifact before delivering a lethal blow when Yize seeks to capitalize on his position. However, to their surprise, Yize perceives the danger at the last moment, prompting the leader to deploy the Thunderbolt prematurely. As the Thunderbolt approaches, the shield of the Biluoshan, already weakened by the woman's relentless attacks, shatters the instant the Thunderbolt strikes the golden bell shield. With a thunderous explosion, the golden bell shield is obliterated, but the protective light from the Tianyan show pendant materializes just in time to absorb the brunt of the Thunderbolt's impact. Yize is violently propelled backward for several yards, but he quickly regains his footing. Feeling his insides churn, a trickle of blood escapes from the corner of his mouth. The explosion from the Thunderbolt has left him injured. Fortunately, his recent progress in body refinement has mitigated the damage he has sustained. Raising his gaze to the astonished leader and woman, Yize offers a faint smile. Just then, the blood spike, having appeared at the woman's left side unbeknownst to her, lunges toward her with alarming speed. The woman remains composed, having anticipated the blood spike's trajectory after witnessing the fate of her 2 companions. A round shield materializes before her as she swings her whip toward the blood spike. Despite its remarkable speed, the blood spike, being merely a superior artifact, falters under the assault of the whip. The leader, seeing that the Thunderbolt has failed to eliminate Yize, is initially shocked, but his combat experience kicks in. Noticing Yize's injury, he seizes the opportunity to attack. Spraying a mouthful of blood onto his giant blade, its already massive form swells further, turning a deep crimson and emanating an eerie red glow. Blood God Slash. Yize observes the leader's impending attack. Remaining unfazed, a small mirror emerges from his chest, and a beam of white spiritual light shoots forth, landing upon the descending giant blade. The moment the blade makes contact with the white light, it comes to an abrupt halt, no matter how the leader tries to urge it forward. The leader, taken aback, had not anticipated Yize's hidden reserve, yet another exceptional artifact. This individual is no ordinary scion of a golden core family. Possessing 3 exceptional artifacts and such profound magical power, coupled with a second-tier talisman, it appears this day will not conclude favorably for him. With this realization, the leader's resolve begins to wane. Just as he comes to this conclusion, He notices that he is now encircled by the Fuxiao sword, Qian sword, and willow leaf daggers, his face draining of color as he urgently calls for assistance from his companion. "Junior sister, save me." The woman, now aware of the leader's precarious situation, abandons the blood spike and hastens to his aid, but alas, is too late. The leader had advanced toward Yize in an attempt to strike him down. Now, Yize, bolstered by the Biluoshan, quickly closes the distance, commanding his 3 artifacts to simultaneously assault the leader while unleashing a barrage of spell attacks. Under this relentless onslaught, the leader's defensive talismans are swiftly depleted. Clang! A sharp crack echoed as the willow leaf blade first struck the leading man. Yet, regrettably, it failed to secure a victory. It was only then that Yize discerned the defensive robe concealed beneath the man's outer garment. However, this merely delayed the inevitable. The leading man's defenses were soon breached, and a multitude of magical artifacts followed suit, culminating in the Fuxiao sword severing his right arm, blood gushing from the wound. A look of panic crossed the leading man's face. His junior sister was still some distance away, and just as he noticed his colossal blade regaining control, he had no time to rejoice before Yize advanced upon him and cleaved through his skull. The last sight that the leading man beheld was his junior sister, Sun, in a state of shock, retreating in haste. His headless corpse plummeted downward, the once uncontrollable colossal blade reverting to its original form. Effortlessly collected by Yize, Yize then turned his gaze towards the sole remaining woman, who hesitated on whether to pursue. Sensing Yize's scrutiny, the woman hastily waved her delicate hand, and a whirlwind of sand and stones was instantly stirred up between them, obscuring visibility and blocking Yize's path. As the battle within the narrow wind valley gradually subsided, and glancing at the woman who was now fleeing into the distance, Yize deliberated for a moment, ultimately sighing and abandoning the chase, soaring towards the narrow wind valley. At this juncture, the valley lay strewn with corpses. The remaining miscellaneous disciples clustered around Jiedan, making a final stand. Yet, judging by their disheveled appearance, it seemed unlikely they could endure for much longer. Dong Shu relinquished the resistance. "After all, we have shared more than a decade of camaraderie. I harbor no desire to make things difficult for you. As long as you disregard today's events, I shall permit you to leave unharmed," Zheng Tai proclaimed nonchalantly from the periphery, accompanied by a towering gray wolf, which bared its teeth menacingly at Zhou Dong and the others. The wolf's gaping maw was quite fearsome, exuding an aura that indicated it was a peak first-tier demon wolf, on par with a cultivator of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Zhou Dong had nearly fallen victim to this wolf moments ago. Even though he narrowly escaped, his thigh bore deep claw marks, exposing flesh to the bone. 3 others flanked Zheng Tai. They too were once disciples of the valley's lower ranks, but now they wielded their blades against former comrades, encircling Zhou Dong and his companions with predatory intent. As soon as Zheng Tai finished speaking, the expressions of those surrounding Zhou Dong changed drastically, but a cultivator of the 6th layer of Qi refinement urgently interjected. "Dong Shu, do not fall for their ruse. Zheng Tai will undoubtedly not allow you to leave and inform others." Zhou Dong, being of advanced age, was naturally inclined towards a stable demeanor. Hearing Zheng Tai's words, he instinctively held onto a glimmer of hope. However, the reasoning of those beside him resonated, and after a brief contemplation, he realized that escaping unscathed might be an unattainable dream, even if he managed to leave today. Remaining in the Yunqi sect would be out of the question. At his age, should he continue to live as a rogue cultivator, facing the uncertainty of each day? Zheng Tai, there is no need for further persuasion. The steward, will arrive shortly. He has already sent word to the sect, and when he does, none of you shall escape. It would be wiser to surrender now, and considering your long-standing tenure in the Yunqi sect, the sect will surely show leniency. Zhou Dong, seasoned in the ways of the world, began to sow discord among their ranks. Zheng Tai responded with a chilling smile, just as a blood-red whip lashed out towards Zhou Dong and his companions. Upon witnessing that strike, which contained a power far exceeding his own, Zhou Dong's countenance paled, and he hastily summoned his magical artifact to defend himself, with others quickly assisting. Yet, alas, the disparity in both magical artifacts and cultivation levels was insurmountable, and a single blow sent them all reeling backward. A mere farm boy, and you expect him to be your savior? The voice of a woman, whose presence preceded her, filled the air. Did you hear the commotion outside the valley? Allow me to inform you. That was my companions besieging that brat Yize. Sun Ling had yet to arrive, but her voice had already echoed as a woman clad in red appeared before the group. You are Sun Ling? Zhou Dong inquired uncertainly. Although the voice of the woman matched that of Sun Ling, her appearance was entirely different. Her figure was graceful, her beauty enchanting, exuding a charm that surpassed the former Sun Ling. Sun Ling let out a melodious laugh. I am certainly not her. Sun Ling perished in my hands over a year ago. You old fool. How could you not notice? You've squandered your life without a hint of awareness. With Sun Ling's arrival, 2 more traitorous disciples joined, merging their ranks to encircle Zhou Dong and his companions with a total of 7, their gazes filled with mockery. Both Sun Ling and Zheng Tai appeared unhurried, even finding the time for banter. You are actually at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. So, you have been hiding your true power. Zhou Dong and his companions finally realized the impostor's aura was indeed at the 9th layer, 2 levels higher than what she had previously displayed. Did you expect Yize to rescue you? The faux Sun Ling pointed towards the valley's exterior. Can you still hear the commotion beyond? There, my 4 companions of the 9th layer Qi refinement are attacking Yize. It seems the battle has concluded, and your hope for rescue by Yize is likely in vain. The impostor's expression grew increasingly frigid. To undermine their fighting spirit, she deliberately elevated Xiao Feng's cultivation level by 1 tier. She had been harboring grievances regarding Yize's teachings of spiritual rice cultivation. Originally, her plan was to remain in the narrow Wind Valley until reaching the peak of Qi refinement before making her move, but due to Yize, she was compelled to expedite her plans, introducing a multitude of uncertainties. Enough of this idle chatter. I am Shunyu. When you meet your demise below, do not forget whose hands it was that took your lives. With that, Shunyu commanded. Zheng Tai, let's strike them down. Shunyu, the true identity of the faux Sun Ling, no longer wished to delay. I inner mind. Yize was already dead, and he surely possessed numerous treasures worth sharing. Despite her sister's presence, for one could never be certain of what they might conceal. Zheng Tai did not object, guiding the gray wolf to charge forward, attacking Zhou Dong. Xinyu too did not hold back, her blood-red whip slicing through the air towards Zhou Dong. Both were acutely aware that as long as they eliminated Zhou Dong, the remaining individuals would merely be lambs to the slaughter. Wounded gravely and nearing the depletion of his magical energy, Zhou Dong could only sigh in resignation, closing his eyes and awaiting death. The sounds of weapons tearing through flesh and the wolf's anguished howl echoed in succession. Zhou Dong abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the once mighty gray wolf now with a gaping wound across its abdomen, intestines spilling forth, blood gushing profusely. Meanwhile, Xinyu's blood-red whip had been intercepted by a colorful, umbrella-shaped magical artifact. She retracted her whip, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed upwards behind her. Zhou Dong swiftly turned to see Yize hovering in midair, coldly observing Shunyu and Zheng Tai, and wielding a still-bloodied spike encircling him. The very weapon that had grievously injured Zheng Tai's wolf. Big Gray. Without waiting for anyone to react, Zheng Tai cried out, leaping to the side of the gray wolf, his expression filled with anguish upon seeing its tragic state. He hastily retrieved various medicines from his storage pouch to treat it, but it was evident that the wolf was beyond saving, sustained only by the fierce vitality of the beast. Shunyu quickly steadied herself, questioning Yize, how did you arrive here? What am I seeing your brother and sister? Oh, are you inquiring about their corpses? They lie just outside the valley. I have yet to gather their bodies. Would you like to take on that task? Yize regarded Xinyu with a playful expression, seemingly at ease. So, this is your true form. You bear a resemblance to your sister. You are Xinyu. But what is your sister's name? Yize began to engage in light conversation. Having faced 4 opponents alone, his magical energy had significantly waned, and he was currently refining the medicinal energy to restore his strength. Xinyu and her companions did not act immediately. and Yize was content to buy time. Xinyu tightened her grip on the whip, scrutinizing Yize for any signs of weakness, only to find none. He maintained an air of nonchalance. The earlier tumultuous battle outside the valley had been quite loud. She was certain her sister and the others would arrive soon. Yet it was Yize who had come first, forcing her to accept the grim reality that Yize spoke the truth. Upon Yize's arrival, Jiedan and the others were filled with exhilaration. According to Xinyu, for cultivators at the 9th layer were outside, now dispatched by Yize, making the defeat of the remaining adversaries a mere formality. Steward Yi, you have finally arrived. Jiedan's tears flowed freely as he faced the precipice between life and death, the elder struggling to contain his emotions. My apologies for the delay. I was entangled and took some time to arrive. Yize surveyed the devastation within the valley, a tinge of sorrow crossing his features. Yet the realm of cultivation was inherently ruthless. Yize, a thunderous roar erupted as Zheng Tai, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fixated on Yize, beneath him lay the lifeless form of the gray wolf, his first spirit beast and the most powerful among them. With its demise, Zheng Tai's strength plummeted by half. It was precisely this spirit beast that had enabled him to collaborate with Xinyu and the others. Despite his cultivation being merely at the 7th level of qi training, that I will not let you escape. Zheng Tai raged, his demeanor transformed from that of a solitary figure to one of unrestrained madness. Yize cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. If he were to summon another spirit beast at the 9th level of qi training, perhaps he might regard him with some measure of respect. Otherwise, based solely on Zheng Tai's cultivation, dispatching him would take mere moments. Yize's presence had momentarily stunned Xinyu and her companions, halting any immediate confrontation and returning them to a state of tense standoff. However, Xinyu quickly noticed the bloodstains lingering at the corner of Yize's mouth and sharply commanded, "Zheng Tai, let us attack together. He is wounded and merely posturing." As Xinyu's words rang out, Yize's expression subtly shifted in response, prompting the others to launch an immediate assault against him. A barrage of various magical artifacts and spells surged toward Yize, creating a fearsome spectacle. Yet, the shield of the Biluoshan effortlessly repelled all attacks, including those from Xinyu. Turning his gaze towards Zheng Tai, Yize observed him releasing a demon beast from his spirit beast pouch, an astonishing 3-legged fire crow. This creature, rumored to possess a trace of the divine beast Jinwu's bloodline, excelled in fire-based attacks and was typically a social creature, making its solitary appearance remarkable. Although this fire crow's realm was inferior to that of the gray wolf, it still managed to reach a respectable first-level advanced stage. Upon its emergence, it lunged towards Yize, darting about with remarkable speed, its claws striking relentlessly while it occasionally unleashed fireballs. Zheng Tai summoned a long sword artifact, engaging Yize's Fuxiao sword in a fierce duel. Fueled by rage, his attacks were relentless. Yize had already resolved to eliminate Zheng Tai first. While Xinyu's cultivation was superior, it appeared that she stood on equal footing with the earlier leader. Conversely, Zheng Tai remained an enigma, leaving Yize uncertain of any hidden trump cards he might possess. As far as Yize knew, Zheng Tai was not part of Xinyu's original group, and his ability to ally with them suggested he possessed unique capabilities that Yize refrained from launching an immediate counterattack, biding his time for an opportune moment, which he anticipated would arrive shortly. As Xinyu observed Yize's composed demeanor, an unsettling premonition gripped her heart. She was acutely aware of the strength of her sister and her companions. Should they truly fall to Yize alone, it would indicate that his true power far exceeded his current display, prompting her to prepare an escape route. In the midst of her thoughts, her offensive began to wane. If Yize were aware of her intentions, he would undoubtedly marvel at how these sisters shared a talent for retreat. Moments later, just as Xinyu resolved to withdraw, her magical energy suddenly faltered, her aura destabilizing, causing her whip artifact to be repelled by Yize's onslaught. The predicament was not hers alone. All her companions suffered the same fate. A flicker of fierce determination flashed in Yize's eyes as he seized the opportunity, unleashing 4 willow leaf flying daggers that swiftly dispatched several mid-stage qi training opponents in a single strike. Simultaneously, he closed in on Zheng Tai, his Fuxiao sword aglow with radiant energy, forcing Zheng Tai's sword back with relentless pressure. Although Zheng Tai was startled, he remained composed. The three-legged fire crow timely positioned itself in front, unleashing a searing flame that shot straight at Yize. The Biluoshan interposed itself, dispersing the fiery assault, and as it rose, Yize had already reached Zheng Tai as Zheng Tai sought to retreat. Yize cast the wooden prison technique, momentarily restraining his body. Although Zheng Tai quickly broke free, the willow leaf flying daggers were already upon him from four directions. Just as it seemed he would be pierced by multiple blades, a protective shield manifested around Zheng Tai, deflecting the dagger's assault. At that moment, a cruel glint flickered in Zheng Tai's eyes, and Yize suddenly noticed a triangular red snake head protruding from beneath his chest garment, its forked tongue flickering as it fixed its gaze on him. In an instant, the venomous snake shot towards Yize like a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Yize was bitten on the wrist, a numbing sensation beginning to spread from the point of contact. Zheng Tai's expression brightened at the sight of Yize's injury. Once my little serpent bites you, you shall succumb to its poison within moments. Despite the shock of the bite, Yize remained unperturbed. Seizing the moment, he struck back at the retreating red serpent with his blood thorn, slicing it in two. Yize, I shall feed you to my spirit beast in vengeance for my gray and my little two. Zheng Tai's eyes blazed with fury, grief dripping from his heart at the loss of his two powerful spirit beasts. Yize retrieved a detoxification pill and swiftly activated his Imu Changqing technique to gradually refine the poison. The wood attribute technique was inherently adept at detoxification, and the Imu Changqing technique was particularly effective in this regard. Disregarding Zheng Tai's threats, Yize relentlessly assaulted the protective shield with his flying daggers and bloodthorn, and within moments, the shield shattered. Zheng Tai began to panic. His internal energy was unstable, and his artifact's power was diminished to less than half. As he faced imminent defeat, he realized, did you poison us? The fire crow once again positioned itself protectively in front of him, and Zheng Tai, bewildered, was unaware of when he had been poisoned. Humph, I am an alchemist, and I naturally dabble in poisons, Yize retorted. His hands never ceasing their assault. On my very first day here, I administered a mixed poison to everyone. Unless guided by another of my concoctions, you would not be harmed. During our recent conflict, the poison within you has been activated. As he spoke, Zheng Tai's long sword artifact was severed by the Fuxiao sword, and simultaneously, the fire crow let out a mournful cry as a flying dagger found its mark. Severing one of its wings, as it descended, the remaining daggers swiftly ended its life. Zheng Tai was now completely exposed before Yize, his panic finally surfacing. Wait, I am. His words were cut short as Yize's Fuxiao sword pierced through his chest. The remainder of his sentence drowned out by the blood pooling in his mouth. Having dispatched Zheng Tai, Yize immediately redirected his efforts toward Xinyu, commanding several artifacts to pursue her. Upon witnessing the venomous snake's assault on Yize, Xinyu had contemplated the possibility of eliminating him, only to be struck with shock when Zheng Tai was unexpectedly killed in a state of disarray. She attempted to flee, but Yize would not let her escape. Having learned from the fate of Xinyu's sister, he swiftly produced the ghost orchid mirror, immobilizing her long whip in an instant. Unwilling to relinquish her precious artifact, Xinyu struggled to regain control, but in that fleeting moment, Yize closed in. Realizing escape was futile, she made one last desperate plea. Yize, sure, I am willing to serve you as a slave. Please spare my life. As she spoke, her face twisted in a sorrowful expression, evoking sympathy. Yize's gaze began to shift, momentarily clouded. But just as Xinyu felt a glimmer of hope, she unleashed her seductive arts to capitalize on the moment, attempting to disorient him. Unfortunately, Yize's actions remained unimpeded. The momentary haze in his eyes cleared. In the instant Xinyu activated her charm, Yize countered with the god-blocking technique. Her seductive arts, akin to a mental assault, were effortlessly thwarted as her attack loomed close. Xinyu came to a realization and could not suppress her anger, cursing vehemently. Yet her invectives could not halt the advance of Yize's Fuxiao sword, which ultimately struck true, sealing her fate. Thus, the attempt to plunder the narrow Wind Valley ended in disaster, with only Shen Yu's sister managing to escape. All others were eradicated. Yize collected the storage pouches of both Shen Yu and Yunqi before making his way to the valley's entrance, retrieving the corpses and pouches of the leading men. Upon returning to Narrow Wind Valley, he was met with the awed gazes of Zhou Dong and the others. The losses were severe, leaving only 8 disciples among the auxiliary members. "We express our gratitude to Elder Yi for saving our lives," they said in unison, bowing in appreciation that I have sent word to the sect. "You all should tend to your injuries while awaiting their arrival to clarify the situation." Yize responded, waving his hand dismissively. He then tossed them 2 vials of pills, one for detoxification and the other for healing, urging them to recover swiftly, lest they face a resurgence from their foes. I did not manage to eliminate all of the reinforcements summoned by Shen Yu. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Dong and the others were equally astonished, not daring to be negligent. They promptly settled into a meditative posture to heal their wounds and dispel toxins. As they entered their trance, Yize, observing their focused state, refrained from attending to his own injuries and instead ventured away alone toward the spirit field. His injuries were not severe. He had merely expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos, he aimed to absorb a surge of natural energy from the flora. The spirit rice seedlings, having been planted not long ago, contained limited spiritual essence. However, the expansive area of the spirit field allowed for a cumulative absorption, and Yize managed to draw in a significant portion of energy. The spirit field within the valley had not suffered extensive damage, as Shen Yu and her companions were preoccupied with their murderous intent, leaving the spirit field relatively intact. After absorbing the natural energy, Yize employed several spells to wither the spirit rice, thus implicating Shen Yu and her associates in the ensuing chaos. Once he had completed this task, Yize returned to Zhou Dong and the others. Noticing they were still engrossed in their healing, Yize chose not to disturb them, instead hovering in vigilance while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from their sect. The skirmish with the leading man and Shen Yu was complex in nature, yet had not consumed much time. From the moment the leader appeared until the battle concluded, merely half an hour had passed. Yize had sent out a distress signal at the onset, a unique method employed by the outer sect disciples stationed there. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted a rapid streak of light darting toward the narrow Wind Valley from the night sky. As expected, reinforcements arrived only after the fact. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize, Yize discerned that the speed of the light was far beyond that of a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator. It was a Foundation establishment practitioner that approached. This made sense, as Yize's message had indicated an assault by 3 or 4 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A few at that level would not suffice to resolve the situation effectively. Additionally, the slower speed of Qi refinement practitioners meant the sect was concerned that Yize might not withstand the onslaught alone, prompting them to dispatch a Foundation establishment expert directly. The streak of light soon entered the valley. Halting in front of Yize, whose form was instantly scanned by a divine sense, as the radiance receded, a man appeared, appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a dark robe, his expression stern. His arrival startled the remaining survivors in Narrow Wind Valley, who promptly stood to pay their respects to Yize, not wishing to appear disrespectful, hurried forward to greet him. "I am Yize, a disciple stationed at Narrow Wind Valley. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Uncle Yize. You are the one who sent the distress signal. I am Li Feng. What is the situation within the valley?" The man scanned the area, noting the scant number of individuals remaining. His expression growing even more grave, Yize briefly recounted the events. Omitting the fact that Sun Ling and Yunqi were traitors, he explained that during his nocturnal patrol, he had encountered the assailants, and after a fierce battle, he had slain 3 of them while one escaped, who was suspected to be Shen Yu's sister masquerading as Sun Ling. He faithfully reported the situation upon their arrival in the valley. And Zhou Dong and the others, having concluded their healing, provided additional details regarding occurrences prior to Yize's arrival. Feng listened intently to their accounts, occasionally posing questions while observing their expressions. Once all matters were recounted, several more outer sect disciples arrived, accompanying Li Fong for support, albeit arriving a little later. Hearing that Yize had single-handedly faced 4 adversaries, managing to kill 2 at the 9th level and 1 at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Not to mention later slaying another 9th level cultivator and a beastmaster, the newly arrived disciples regarded him with newfound respect. If what he said was true, this disciple named Yize was indeed formidable. Observing the numerous corpses of men and spirit beasts strewn about, it was evident that he was not fabricating his claims. Truly impressive, they regarded Yize with curiosity, admiration, and genuine respect. Hell, Fong disregarded the accompanying outer sect disciples. Meticulously inspecting the scene of Yize's battle and largely confirming his account. Disciple E, you have performed admirably. The traitor has lurked for years, and considering your relatively brief time here, it is understandable to be caught off guard. Today, you have safeguarded narrow Wind Valley and vanquished these foes, earning you great merit. As the threads of the situation became clearer, Li Fong's demeanor softened somewhat. His words served to affirm the situation. Though Yize had made a minor error, he had achieved significant success. Your surname is Yi. Could it be that you hail from the Yi family of Linquan Peak? Li Fong began to inquire about Yize's background. Reporting to senior uncle, I indeed come from the Yi family, though I typically cultivate at Lingxi Peak. Yize had no qualms about revealing his origins. Before Li Fong could respond, one of the outer sect disciples interjected. Disciple E, I believe I've heard of you. Your alchemical skills are quite renowned, and it is said you have a high success rate in concocting high-quality pills. Brother, you flatter me. I dare not accept such praise. I have merely followed Uncle Wu Biao and learned some rudimentary alchemy. Yize humbly waved his hand. Duh. You studied alchemy under Wu Biao? Li Fong inquired. Yes, I managed the herb garden quite well. Which is why Uncle Wu Biao taught me some techniques. Yize answered truthfully, acknowledging that Wu Biao had indeed provided him with foundational knowledge in alchemy. From Li Fong's tone, it seemed there was some acquaintance between them. Humph, he cannot even perfect his own alchemy, yet he dares to teach others? Li Fong revealed a hint of displeasure. Evidently, his relationship with Wu Biao was not a positive one. Yize refrained from pressing further, surmising that this senior uncle had likely sought Wu Biao's assistance with alchemy, only to be disappointed by the results. Fortunately, Li Fong bore no malice toward Yize. After gathering more information and leaving behind 2 outer sect disciples, he departed with the others back to the sect. Before leaving, he advised Yize to bolster their defenses that night, just in case as to the subsequent matters concerning Narrow Wind Valley. Specialized personnel from the sect would arrive the following day to handle them. After bidding farewell to Li Fong, Yize, along with the other 2, patrolled until dawn approached, at which point he excused himself to rest. The 2 companions were aware of Yize's exhausting battle from the previous night, and, recognizing his considerable strength and their desire to foster camaraderie, kindly encouraged him to return to rest. But of course, their amicability was also influenced by Yize's intent to gift each of them a bottle of Qi refinement pills. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Yize did not rush to rest. His injuries were not as severe as they initially seemed. Before Li Fong's arrival, he had already recuperated significantly. Now, Yize's gaze fell upon the 5 storage bags before him, his emotions stirring with excitement. The moment of reward had finally arrived. He refrained from touching the storage bags of the others, both because he found them lacking and to leave something for Zhou Dong and his companions. Given their heavy losses today, Yize felt it prudent to reserve some resources for them to prevent future grievances. First, he opened the storage bag of the 8th level Qi refinement practitioner, Xiaofeng. There are not many spirit stones, just over 200, but a considerable number of pills designed to enhance cultivation. This was likely his primary objective, to swiftly break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The second storage bag belonged to the companion of Xiaofeng. The contents were also of average quality, comprising various mundane items, amounting to around 600 spirit stones in total. What a miser! Generally, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement would possess around 1,000 spirit stones, and considering their artifacts, this was not unusual. However, as bandits, shouldn't they have accumulated more wealth? After 2 disappointing storage bags, Yize turned his hopeful gaze toward the bag belonging to the leader. The moment he opened it, The brilliance of spirit stones illuminated his face, finally drawing forth a smile. Upon counting, he discovered nearly 4,000 spirit stones. Yize surmised that the spirit stones they had plundered were likely hoarded by the leader, as the disparity among the same group of bandits was rather pronounced. Ecstatic, Yize accepted all the spirit stones. Marking a new peak in his assets, he felt that with just a bit more effort, he could attend the auction and attempt to acquire a foundational pill in the storage bag of the leading man. Yize also discovered a jade slip. Upon inspection, he found that it primarily contained techniques for combat using vital blood, one of which was the blood god slash employed by the leading man earlier. Yize was particularly intrigued by teleportation technique within, which, despite consuming vital blood, could double the evasion speed of a chi refinement stage cultivator for a brief period, potentially invaluable in a dire situation. Fortunately, the leading man had not utilized it at that moment. Otherwise, Yize would likely have had no means to detain him. Next, he turned to the storage bags of Shunyu and Zheng Tai. Beginning with Zheng Tai's, as he held a keen interest in the assets of beast tamers. Setting aside the miscellaneous items, 3 particular objects captured Yize's attention: a mysterious beast egg, a jade slip detailing various spirit beasts, and a thin, unnamed manual. Yize first perused the jade slip, named 10,000 Spirits Register, discovering it contained remarkably comprehensive descriptions of spirit beasts ranging from the 1st to the 4th rank. It included detailed accounts of the 3 types of spirit beasts contracted by Zheng Tai. Some beast names were highlighted, mostly 1st and 2nd rank, with only 2 or 3 at the 3rd rank. Uncertain of its significance, he placed it aside. As he examined the mysterious beast egg, he noted that it did not correspond with any spirit beast listed in the 10,000 Spirits Register. However, Yize could sense a life force emanating from within the egg, surmising it was an unhatched living egg. Opening the final unnamed thin manual, he found it contained information about Zheng Tai's family. Thus learning of Zheng Tai's background, beast tamers typically possess a lineage, making them rare among loose cultivators. Zheng Tai, despite being a loose cultivator, had become a servant disciple of the Yunqi sect, yet his lineage was far from ordinary. He was a descendant of the Zheng family, renowned beast tamers who were once celebrated as a golden core family residing in the neighboring Chu prefecture. Unlike Song prefecture, which enjoyed relative peace due to the presence of the Yunqi sect and a more restrained conflict among various factions, Chu prefecture was a different story. Lacking a dominant power, it was rife with chaos and complex interfactional relationships, leading to fierce confrontations. Moreover, the Zheng family had been obliterated over a decade ago, with a history spanning thousands of years. The Zheng family had relied on the longevity of their spirit beasts to protect the family far longer than that of golden core cultivators. Even with a gap in golden core practitioners, the family could rely on their contracted spirit beasts for protection while they nurtured more cultivators. Contrary to expectations, the Zheng family's downfall was not due to a shortage of golden core combatants. Rather, at the time of their destruction, they possessed 2 golden core cultivators and 3 golden core spirit beasts, placing them in the upper echelon of golden core families. Yet this formidable Zheng family was annihilated within a single day, with nearly all its members lost. Zheng Tai himself did not possess outstanding cultivation talent and was relatively weak at that time, thus unable to fathom the reasons behind his family's annihilation. He had only been entrusted by family elders to flee with the unknown beast egg. Alongside him were over a dozen others, all young cultivators of similar strength, each carrying a beast egg. Zheng Tai was fortunate. Despite numerous tribulations, he eventually made his way to Song prefecture and smoothly became a servant disciple of the Yunqi sect, thereby concealing his identity for over a decade. As a beast tamer, Zheng Tai was a considerable consumer of resources, maintaining 3 late-stage chi refinement spirit beasts, which implied significant daily expenditures. After all these years, he had only reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. Upon reflection, Yize could not help but lament the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The Zheng family was certainly stronger than the Yi family, yet in a single night, they had vanished, leaving their descendants to wander in exile and become servant disciples. That it was no wonder Zheng Tai exhibited such reclusiveness. Apart from a need to hide his identity, it was likely his mindset had shifted following the destruction of his family. As for how he had allied himself with Shun Yu and why he had chosen to break his years of concealment, those remained mysteries. Resolutely, Yize destroyed the thin manual and meticulously examined all of Zheng Tai's possessions, obliterating anything that could potentially prove him to be a member of the Zheng family. He had no desire to be mistaken for a remnant of the Zheng family by those who had wiped them out. As for the mysterious beast egg, he hesitated to destroy it, even though he sensed it was likely the most problematic item. He would consider how to handle it later. For now, being within the Yunqi sect, he felt little fear of the forces that had annihilated the Zheng family. Finally, only Shun Yu's storage bag remained. Yize had not held high expectations, yet to his surprise, he uncovered an unexpected boon. Firstly, he found a significant quantity of spirit stones, over 5,000, even more than the leading man had possessed. This was understandable, as the deceased servant disciples in the narrow Wind Valley likely had their spirit stones scavenged by Shun Yu. Coupled with her own stock, such a quantity was indeed plausible. The second item was a treasure known as the Hunyuan Spirit Pearl, capable of disguising one's identity. This pearl not only altered a person's appearance, but could also conceal their cultivation level. It was due to this very pearl that Shun Yu had been able to masquerade as Sun Ling and shroud her cultivation as merely 7th layer Qi refinement without detection for so long. Yize examined the Hunyuan Spirit Pearl, which emitted a yellowish glow, realizing that with this pearl, his activities in the marketplace would become significantly more convenient, and his safety would be elevated to a new level. Given that Yize's spiritual sense surpassed that of an average 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, the fact that he had not detected Shun Yu's disguise underscored the pearl's remarkable concealment ability. Furthermore, with his own divine blocking technique combined with the Hunyuan pearl, it was likely that even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would be unable to discern his true circumstances after 2 consecutive bountiful finds. Yize continued to rummage through Shun Yu's storage bag, where his gaze fell upon an ordinary-looking mat. The mat appeared quite worn, covered in dust, resembling something Shun Yu had carelessly tossed inside. However, upon closer inspection, the dust did not seem to have accumulated over time. Rather, it appeared to have been deliberately scattered to obscure its presence. This peculiarity piqued Yize's interest. Curious, he extracted the tattered mat and examined it closely. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his eyes to widen. Could this be the Kunling mat? Yize, having perused various cultivation records, was aware of many rare and peculiar items. The Kunling mat was a rare auxiliary cultivation treasure, said to be crafted by a sect renowned for its artifact refinement. This mat could connect with the ethereal essence of the earth, allowing cultivators to achieve a more profound state of emptiness while cultivating upon it, thereby enhancing the efficiency of their practice and comprehension of techniques and divine abilities in the present day. The sects that once produced such mats had long since faded into obscurity, yet some extraordinary treasures occasionally surfaced within the cultivation world, reminding people of the existence of such sections. While the essence of the earth was an abstract concept, the Kunling mat's other function was the reason it was so sought after. It could assist in breakthroughs, even applicable for transcending major realms. Although the increase in success rate was somewhat mystical and arguably negligible, for cultivators, even a slight enhancement in breakthrough probability was a rare and coveted opportunity. No wonder Shun Yu had been so diligent in her cultivation. She had gone to the extent of altering her plans to strike at the narrow Wind Valley due to the time she felt she had lost because of Yize. Yize murmured to himself. With such a treasure in her possession, along with a wealth of spirit stones, if she could acquire a foundational pill, her chances of successfully establishing a foundation would be significantly bolstered. His actions since arriving at the narrow Wind Valley had inadvertently obstructed her path in a rather ironic sense. To It was no surprise that she harbored such intense animosity towards him. Yet, Yize remained unfazed. No matter how deep her resentment, with her demise, it would all dissipate, and everything she possessed would now belong to him. Wait, she had a sister. Yize suddenly recalled the woman who had managed to escape last night. To this day, he remains unaware of her name. However, as the sister of Shun Yu, she is likely privy to certain matters concerning her. It is uncertain whether she is aware of the existence of the Kunling Puta. For if she knew, she would likely not relinquish it easily. In truth, Yize has overestimated the bond between the two sisters. Although they are indeed siblings, the competition between them is particularly fierce. Xinyu had been lying in wait in the narrow Wind Valley for an entire year, while her sister followed the lead man, indicating that their sisterly affection is not as profound as one might expect. In reality, the sister is oblivious to the rare Kunling Puta that Xinyu possesses. After her escape last night, she did not dare linger around the Yunqi sect, but returned directly to her own faction. She attributed the failure to Xinyu, claiming that their misjudgment of Yize's strength led to the demise of 3 and the escape of 1 from their party. Moreover, in her understanding, given Yize's displayed prowess, Xinyu would undoubtedly meet her end, along with the beast master Zhangti A. Why casting the blame on Xinyu, she ensured that there would be no evidence to contradict her, thus maximizing her ability to evade censure. Unbeknownst to Yize, his elimination of Xinyu inadvertently aided her sister. Regarding the attack on the narrow Wind Valley, such incidents have become quite commonplace for the Yunqi sect during this period. The personnel from the External Affairs Hall swiftly discerned the situation and proceeded with the necessary measures. Firstly, concerning Yize, the outer disciple stationed there, despite the considerable losses suffered by the narrow Wind Valley. No punishment was meted out due to the formidable strength of the intruders, rendering any rewards out of the question, thus balancing his merits and demerits. Yize was required to continue his station at the narrow Wind Valley until the completion of his mission. He was not taken aback by this outcome and found it quite satisfactory, as the sect did not demand him to surrender the storage bags of Xinyu and the others, which he considered an alternative form of compensation. Evaluating the benefits he derived from them, he could not help but feel a sense of joy, particularly regarding the Kunling Puta. Zhou Dong and others merely offered a few tepid reprimands before instructing them to enhance their vigilance over the surrounding servant disciples and replenish the seeds for the spirit rice. Continuing with their agricultural endeavors. Naturally, following the significant reduction in personnel at the narrow Wind Valley, an additional 20 individuals were soon dispatched to fill the vacancies. The positions for servant disciples in the narrow Wind Valley are highly sought after, and despite recent losses, they can be quickly replenished. Quite frankly, servant disciples are considered expendable by the Yunqi sect, with loose cultivators serving as the primary source for replenishing these expendables. Cultivators draw their might from within, and with nearly 30 cultivators undertaking the cleanup, the narrow Wind Valley was restored to its former state within 2 days. The damaged houses were rebuilt, the spirit fields were reopened, and new seedlings were planted. The newly arrived servant disciples, having heard of Yize's exploits, felt greatly reassured to have such a formidable practitioner, capable of dominating even in the Qi refinement stage. Stationed there, however, the new servant disciples were unfamiliar with one another, and the lingering older members, due to Sun Ling's influence, were particularly wary of them. Daily, they formed several small groups, remaining vigilant against the reoccurrence of past betrayals. Yize paid little mind to the rift among them. On the contrary, it facilitated his management, as he preferred not to have the individuals below him grow too close. The narrow Wind Valley soon returned to a state of tranquility, as if the pain of that night had been forgotten, with everyone continuing their daily lives, a true reflection of the norm in the realm of cultivation. Amidst this calm, the narrow Wind Valley welcomed another bountiful harvest of spirit rice 3 months later. Notably, Wang San, once a mere character of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, had also survived the tumultuous events of that night. I could see this moment. He gazed at the plump spirit rice in his fields, a broad smile illuminating his face. Thanks to the previous harvest, he had gained ample resources and had recently broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, now standing as a practitioner in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. He diligently cultivated the newly planted spirit rice, according to Yize's precise directives. Hard work indeed pays off. He once again reaped a harvest, proving that the lives of the small folk can be quite content, as they invariably find joy in their modest existence. After experiencing 2 exceptionally high yields per acre, he began to harbor a glimmer of hope for his future. Alas, he remained unaware that such good fortune would soon dissipate with Yize's departure. As his mission in the narrow Wind Valley was nearing its conclusion, Following the attack that night, Yize finally found the opportunity to settle down and dedicate his time to cultivation. His magical power, physique, and spiritual awareness all required time for refinement. In that familiar little courtyard, Yize sat cross-legged upon the slightly worn Kunling Puta. His face bore an expression of serene tranquility, as though he had melded with his surroundings, and combined with his relatively handsome features, he appeared extraordinary and ethereal. A cerulean light shimmered around him, and his magical power flowed smoothly through his meridians at an accelerated pace. As if a layer of lubricant had been applied within, the efficacy of the Kunling Puta was indeed well-deserved, as practitioners entering a state of emptiness experience an undeniable enhancement in their cultivation speed. Coupled with Yize's lavish consumption of high-quality elixirs, his cultivation was indeed advancing by leaps and bounds. The only drawback was that achieving the state of emptiness via the Kunling Puta required an excessively long preparation time, rendering it somewhat impractical to last. Yize comprehended the true reason behind Shan Yu's exasperation with him. Just as he began to find his rhythm in cultivation, he was summoned to tend to the fields. Had he been in her position, he too would have contemplated violence. Fortunately, within the narrow wind valley, no one dared to disturb him during his cultivation. 5 months swiftly passed, and the individual arriving to relieve Yize was set to arrive today. Just as on that fateful day, 5 months prior, the weather was splendid and clear, and a streak of escaping light leisurely approached the narrow wind valley, where Jiedan and the other servant disciples awaited outside. The newcomer, youthful in appearance, bore a hint of subtle arrogance upon his face. Lin Yuan surveyed the crowd, failing to spot Yize, and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The one coming to take over was Lin Yuan, who had previously crossed paths with Yize outside the Internal Affairs Hall. The two had exchanged a few words due to their connections with Yize and Tianyan. However, at that time, Lin Yuan had looked down upon Yize, a fortunate member of the Yi clan's collateral branch who had reached the later stage of qi refinement, yet squandered his time in the Yunqi sect, nurturing trivial plants. Despite their goodwill in inviting him to undertake tasks together, he had been unequivocally rejected. Although Lin Yuan had not been particularly inclined to include him, being spurned so openly had left a different impression. Initially, their meeting had been serendipitous. Given the vastness of the Yunqi sect, they would not have much overlap. Lin Yuan would not have given a second thought to a collateral branch member of the Yi clan. However, it was not long before he heard tales of Yize's remarkable prowess in alchemy and his rapid rise in cultivation that in just 2 years, he had astonishingly ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement, a feat attributed to his success in alchemy. Although the two had little in common, even if Yize was exceptional, the ones truly burdened by issues would be those like Yize. Lin Yuan was aware that Yize had been ordered into seclusion for a year. Lin Yuan himself felt indifferent toward Yize, even though he was merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Having heard of Yize's achievements, he still regarded him with a touch of disdain. Among the loose cultivators, the bandits wielded inferior techniques and artifacts. Killing a few was nothing extraordinary, had he been present that day. Lin Yuan believed that not a single bandit would have escaped. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Yize remained merely a fortunate fellow, without the backing of a clan, destined not to surpass his own accomplishments. Today, as he arrived to take over Yize's station duties, Yize's absence from the valley to greet him only served to confirm Lin Yuan's impression of him as somewhat arrogant and presumptuous. Did he expect Lin Yuan to seek him out instead? How brazen! Lin Yuan felt a flicker of annoyance within, yet he was quite composed, not allowing it to manifest outwardly. He responded curtly to the attendant disciples who had come to greet him, then proceeded into the valley, leaving a group of puzzled disciples behind who eventually followed suit. Under Jiedan's guidance, Lin Yuan arrived above Yize's courtyard, where he found Yize leisurely sipping tea. Upon sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, Yize raised his hand in a casual gesture, inviting him to join for a cup. Yize had initially waited outside the valley for his successor, but after a quarter of an hour past the appointed time, without sight of Lin Yuan, he decided to return for a rest. The attendant disciples, however, lacked the audacity to leave and remained outside. Although Yize was on the verge of stepping down, they dared not offend him, and even less so the incoming Lin Yuan, who would be their direct superior for the coming months. Jiedan had just explained the situation to Lin Yuan, yet Lin Yuan was not inclined to believe that his tardiness justified Yize's nonchalance in enjoying tea. "Sure, brother, what exquisite taste you have. How does this Wuling tea fare?" Lin Yuan, possessing a discerning eye, immediately recognized the type of spiritual tea Yize was indulging in. However, his tone was laden with sarcasm, and the term brother was uttered with evident reluctance. Despite Yize being a level above him in cultivation, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation to Yize, however, remained unperturbed, his expression as placid as a still pond, gesturing for Lin Yuan to take a seat. Yet Lin Yuan stood firm, looking down at him from his elevated position. After savoring another sip of tea, Yize finally met Lin Yuan's gaze and spoke slowly. "It is thanks to you, Lin Shidi, that I have had this moment of leisure after my duties ended. Having awaited your arrival for quite some time, I thought it best to seize the day." The implication was clear, since Lin Yuan had shown a lack of respect. He could not blame Yize for his own rudeness. As Yize's words concluded, a formidable aura radiated from him, causing Lin Yuan's garments to flutter violently. Observing Yize's unhurried demeanor and hearing his words only stoked Lin Yuan's ire further. Yet, stemming from his lineage in a prominent family, he managed to maintain his composure, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault today, and sought to assert some control over the rather oblivious young man before him. However, it dawned upon him that Yize was not merely a product of pill-induced elevation. The aura emanating from Yize was remarkably steady, even more so than that of his elder brother. Lin Yuan probed with a spiritual sense. He found no information to grasp. Instead, it felt as though it had been repelled, causing a dull ache upon being met with Yize's indifferent glance. This youth not only possessed a solid foundation in cultivation, but also a formidable spiritual sense. Lin Shidi, it is impolite to pry with your spiritual sense in person. Let this be a lesson. Yize cast a stern look at Lin Yuan, his tone now stern. Assessing Yize's strength, Lin Yuan dared not overreach and promptly took a seat on the stone bench opposite him. Yize regarded Lin Yuan with lowered eyes, retracting his aura, and silently acknowledged the young man's awareness of the situation. Had he persisted in his stubbornness, Yize would not have hesitated to teach him a lesson. Confident that Lin Yuan would lack the face to report his grievances to AS for any potential retaliation in the future, Yize believed that their disparity would only grow, rendering such thoughts irrelevant. Outside the courtyard, the onlookers felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows, acutely aware of the suffocating tension within, fearing that the two might come to blows. Fortunately, with Lin Yuan's capitulation, their worries were alleviated. The ensuing conversation was much simpler, with Yize succinctly outlining the valley's fundamental conditions to facilitate the transition. He then bid farewell to Zhou Dong and the others, departing from the narrow Wind Valley and soaring towards the 81 spirit peaks. Yize's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Standing on the cliffs surrounding the narrow Wind Valley, Lin Yuan watched Yize's retreating figure, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. What a hidden gem Yize is. The Yi family must be in for a headache now. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan dismissed the thought and returned to the modest abode previously occupied by Yize to commence his own duty. As Yize's magical prowess deepened, the speed of the flowing light shuttle increased significantly, and soon he beheld the towering Tianju peak. Having not seen it for nearly half a year, Yize was once again struck by a sense of awe at the grandeur of such a natural wonder. Feeling a solemn reverence akin to a pilgrimage, after pausing to admire Tianju Peak, Yize set off once more and soon arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall, having completed the transfer of duties and successfully acquired 800 contribution points. Yize returned to Lingxi Peak, satisfied. The medicinal garden on Lingxi Peak still exuded rich aromas, and Yize made his way to the two gardens he had previously tended. After inspecting the spiritual herbs, he noted that while their growth was not as vigorous as during his stewardship, they were still in fair condition, likely due to Wu Biao's return to his old trade. Not bad, not bad. He mused that, in 5 months, these herbs have accumulated quite a bit of essence. They can once again be joyfully fed to the green vine. During this time, the refinement of the purple qi had slowed considerably. while its consumption had accelerated, which was precisely why Yize had been reluctant to spare even the tender shoots of spiritual rice. Although the purple qi consumed for body refinement was not as substantial as that for breaking through cultivation levels, Yize had expended 5 strands thus far while advancing to the pulse refinement stage, leaving his reserves alarmingly low. Thankfully, the spiritual herbs had accumulated enough essence over the past 5 months to adequately replenish his energy. He also glanced at the Xinyuan grass he had obtained from the hands of the Bloodwind Triad's leader. It had long since regained vitality and was thriving in the garden, appearing to be just a few years away from maturity. Subsequently, Yize made his way to the cave dwelling assigned to him during his management of the 9th garden. The interior was as he had left it, save for a thin layer of dust, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. Before heading to the narrow Wind Valley, Yize had met with Dan Shinzi, the elder of the Golden Core stage, who had preserved this cave for him and instructed him to seek him out upon his return. After casting a few cleaning spells, the cave was instantly revitalized. Yize took a brief rest before setting off to pay his respects to Dan Shinzi at the peak. Standing before Dan Shinzi's cave at the summit of Lingxi Peak, Yize observed the entrance, with a simple yet profound characters Qing Ping Dong were inscribed above it. The sides were written. Human effort determines outcomes. Do not say everything is fate and the realm is born from the heart. Take a step back, and naturally, there is room. Previously, Yize had hurriedly come and gone without truly examining Dan Shinzi's cave. Today, however, upon seeing the couplet outside, he could sense his master's tranquil state of mind and the principle of non-action. With such a mindset, one could surely refine pills with ease. No wonder Dan Shinzi had achieved the status of a master alchemist at such a young age. During this period, Yize had learned more about Dan Shinzi from his peers. Although Dan Shinzi appeared as an elderly man with flowing white hair, his actual age was relatively young, just over 300. Having celebrated his 300th birthday a decade prior, over 300 years old, and in the late stage of Golden Core, he was considered young among his peers, with prospects for reaching the nascent soul stage. Among the alchemy masters, he was also regarded as youthful and promising, with a significant chance of advancing to higher levels of alchemical mastery. Most of the other alchemy masters in Yunqi Sect were older than Dan Shinzi, making Yize feel fortunate and grateful for Dan Shinzi's favor. As the cave was protected by a barrier, Yize approached the entrance, bowed respectfully, and called out, "Junior Yize, here to pay my respects to Elder Dan Shinzi." Dan Shinzi had previously stated that only upon Yize's successful foundation establishment would he take him as an inner disciple. Until then, they could not refer to each other as master and disciple. Yize kept this in mind and thus addressed him as elder, not master. His voice echoed through the corridor of the cave, and soon, Dan Shinzi's voice resonated from within. "Come in," as the voice of Dan Shinzi resonated. The restrictions at the cave entrance dissipated automatically. After performing another bow, Yize hastened into the residence. The structure of Qingping Cave was not particularly intricate, and Yize quickly located the chamber where Dan Shinzi resided. Having met with the elder, he conveyed that his task as a junior had concluded and that he had come to pay his respects as instructed by the elder. Yize maintained a humble demeanor, adequately reflecting his respect for Dan Shinzi. However, his tone was neither servile nor arrogant, a quality that Dan Shinzi greatly appreciated. Unbeknownst to him, it was the confidence instilled in Yize by Qingting. Dan Shinzi appeared as ethereal as ever, still in a meditative state when Yize arrived, only opening his eyes after Yize addressed him. "I see you are brimming with spiritual power. Your physique has strengthened, and your consciousness seems to have been enhanced as well. Your prowess has notably increased compared to 6 months ago. Very good, indeed, that it seems you have not neglected your cultivation during this time." Although Dan Shinzi's expression remained as calm as a still pond upon seeing Yize, he immediately discerned the latter's current level of cultivation and was quite satisfied with it. "I would not dare to forget the elder's teachings, and have been diligently practicing." Yize replied in a manner that adhered to decorum. Dan Shinzi nodded, refraining from further inquiries about Yize's cultivation, while he was curious about the source of Yize's enhanced consciousness. He held a significant regard for him and did not feel compelled to pry it out a few days prior. The sect leader issued a decree summoning us to concoct foundation establishment pills. You have any preparations regarding the acquisition of these pills?" Yize inquired casually. Yize's heart stirred. The moment had finally arrived. After over a decade of cultivating, he had progressed from an ordinary mortal to the 9th level of Qi refinement, now just a step away from foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill was the key to help him transcend this final hurdle. Only by establishing his foundation could his life essence be elevated, marking his formal entry into the realm of cultivation. Yize's mind raced with thoughts, yet he did not hesitate to respond. Respected elder, I am a branch member of my family, and it is unlikely that the family would allocate the precious foundation establishment pills to me. Yize was well aware of Yize's circumstances, even more so than Yize himself understood the family's allocation plans regarding the foundation establishment pills. Upon hearing Yize's words, he chose not to respond, simply waiting patiently for him to continue. Since Yize had stated that he would not refer to Yize as a disciple before his foundation establishment, he would not offer him excessive assistance, even though procuring a foundation establishment pill would be relatively simple for him. This served as a test for Yize. Yize's criteria for accepting disciples extended beyond mere talent, encompassing character and perseverance as well. Thus, I have accumulated over 10,000 Sect contribution points. In the time to come, I will undertake additional Sect tasks to gather the remaining 5,000, allowing me to exchange for the foundation establishment pill directly at the Internal Affairs Hall. For ordinary outer disciples, a mere 10,000 contribution points suffice to exchange for a foundation establishment pill, whereas disciples from prominent families required 15,000. That this was an alternative protection devised by Yunqi's sect, considering the limitations faced by ordinary disciples. Moreover, I have amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones over the years. Should I fall short of contribution points, I could try my luck at the auction. It is said that the sect occasionally releases some foundation establishment pills to various auction houses stationed in the market. Following the battle at the narrow Wind Valley, Yize's spirit stone count had surpassed 20,000. With the sale of magical tools from Shunyu and others, coupled with his own alchemical skills, gathering 30,000 spirit stones within half a year would be effortless. The usual transaction price for a foundation establishment pill at an auction hovered around 20,000 spirit stones. And Yize was confident that, should he encounter one, he would be able to acquire it. Yize had 3 potential avenues to obtain the foundation establishment pill. He held little hope for the first, yet had a fair degree of confidence in the second and third options. Observing Yize's ambition, Yize nodded in approval, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace his otherwise impassive countenance. Exchanging contribution points for a foundation establishment pill is indeed your most feasible approach, but time is of the essence. It may not be easy to gather them all at once, and some individuals may not readily permit you to do so. As for the auction outside, it would be prudent not to pin your hopes on it. Even if you manage to acquire one, there is no guarantee you could bring it back to the sect, even with the foundation establishment cultivator's protection. Yize clearly understood the limitations imposed by Yize's family, candidly stating that even Jiedan would not be able to safeguard his return with a foundation establishment pill. Yize succinctly outlined the pros and cons of the latter 2 options, implying that Yize would be better off pursuing the auction rather than expecting his family to allocate a foundation establishment pill to him. What the elder says is most insightful. However, I shall endeavor to give a TRY in the pursuit of cultivation. One must seize opportunities, Yize declared resolutely. Yize regarded him for a moment, and after a considerable pause, he spoke again. Yes, I have taken you as a named disciple. I must extend some level of support. I possess a method you may wish to consider. Yize felt a flicker of joy. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Yize's proposed method, it was assuredly easier than his own 3 routes. Once the foundation establishment pills are delivered to the Internal Affairs Hall, you may initially exchange one for 10,000 contribution points. Should you succeed in your foundation establishment, you will become my formal disciple, no longer merely a member of your family, though it may seem a shortcut. My standing is worth 5,000 contribution points. Yize was taken aback with a mix of surprise and joy. Observing his animated expression, Yize's tone shifted. However, should you fail in your foundation establishment, not only will you need to compensate 5,000 contribution points, but you will also have to pay an additional 5,000 as a penalty for having benefited from the Foundation establishment pill prematurely. Furthermore, you will lose the opportunity to receive a Foundation establishment pill for the next 10 years. Would you be willing to take this risk? Yize fixed his gaze intently on Yize. Yize pondered briefly, recalling a similar moment during the refinement of the Qixin pill. Yize had entrusted him with a choice, which undoubtedly constituted yet another test, a gamble. However, for him, there was no option for refusal. And he promptly responded, "Respected elder, I am grateful for your nurturing and willfully accept this challenge. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will succeed in my Foundation establishment." Yize's voice resonated powerfully within the chamber. Yize was not without confidence. He possessed the foundation for his success. He wielded the top-tier techniques for refining methods, strengthening the body, and refining the spirit, all derived from Qingting's calculations, coupled with the assistance of the purple energy during his breakthrough. Yize felt assured of his ability to establish a foundation. Thus, when faced with Yize's inquiry, he responded with unwavering confidence. Yize stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled. "Very well, you may take your leave. Upon your return, immerse yourself in cultivation. I hope that the next time you visit Qingping Cave, you will bear a different identity." Yize's words were simple, yet Yize discerned the underlying meaning. Should he succeed in his Foundation establishment, he could return as Yize's formal disciple. But if he were to fail, he should not return. "Yes, I appreciate the elder's encouragement. I shall take my leave." Having departed from Qingping Cave, Yize returned to his own abode, not immediately resuming his cultivation, but instead changing into a fresh set of garments before venturing out once more. That he intended to inform Wu Biao and Yi Jinyu of his return, but unfortunately, both were preoccupied and absent from their residence. Thus, Yize made his way to the Yize No. 9 herbal garden. Within the garden, rows of medicinal fields were arranged in a grid-like pattern. Breathing in the refreshing aroma of the herbs, Yize finally felt a sense of homecoming. After spending an entire hour inspecting the spirit herbs, clearing away the sparse weeds, and exterminating the hidden pests, he concluded his efforts with a final application of the spring breeze rain technique, and only then did he return to his cave with satisfaction. Back at Yunqi Peak, he could once again delight in absorbing the essence of flora, and naturally, he prioritized tending to these precious spirit herbs. Yize's days after returning to Yunqi Peak were filled with joy, alternating nights between the G No. 9 and E No. 3 herbal gardens, allowing him to absorb a considerable amount of botanical energy each evening. The rate at which the green vines gathered purple qi had notably accelerated compared to his time in the narrow Wind Valley. And as the accumulated essence of the herbal garden was absorbed, the condition of the spirit herbs improved remarkably. Within a mere month, they had returned to the state they were in before Yize's departure. Wu Biao, perpetually busy, paid a brief visit, exchanged simple greetings with Yize, shook his head, and departed, leaving one to wonder if he was lamenting the disparity in their abilities to cultivate spirit herbs. Now back at Yunqi Peak, Yize intensified his cultivation efforts. Despite numerous enhancements, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer, and time was of the essence for him. While Yize focused on his training, Yize, whom he had been eagerly thinking about, was also quite active. One day, several streaks of light descended upon Yunqi Peak, revealing the figures of several alchemical masters from the Yunqi Sect. A total of 6 alchemical masters, 5 men and 1 woman, stood before him, each exhibiting vitality, with some appearing youthful despite their years, while others exuded an air of refinement. Among them was Yize. Atop Yunqi Peak, a middle-aged man clad in a splendid dark robe awaited their arrival. This man bore a striking resemblance to Yize, yet the signs of weariness were more pronounced on his face, and his vitality seemed lesser. His name was Yunqi, the current leader of the Yunqi Sect. At the pinnacle of the core formation stage, Yunqi had overseen the Yunqi Sect for nearly 50 years, diligently committed to his duties. Although he might not be the strongest among those at the core formation stage, he held the highest position within the sect, second only to the Yuan Ing ancestors. The crafting of foundation establishment pills was crucial to the sect's reserves of power. Thus, as the sect leader, Yunqi personally attended each alchemical endeavor, underscoring its significance. "Greetings, sect leader." The 6 alchemical masters bowed in unison. Despite their esteemed status, they maintained the decorum befitting their leader, Yang Jingyan, not one to be arrogant. Returned the gesture with a warm smile. Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for excessive formalities. I must trouble you again this time, that we shall fulfill our duties. Sect leader, you are too courteous. They replied that as the leader of a premier celestial sect like Yunqi, Yang Jingyan typically projected a strong and assertive image externally, yet he maintained a gentle demeanor within the sect, thanks to his leadership. The cultivation environment for lower-tier disciples, such as those at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, have become notably friendly in recent years, after a brief exchange among the 6 alchemical masters and Yang Jingyan. They shared knowing glances, and the only woman among them spoke first. Esteemed brothers, shall we engage in a small wager this year? Youlan, adorned in palace attire, appeared strikingly youthful at under 30 years of age, standing out among the older men. Despite being slightly older than Danshinzi, no one dared to jest about her age, for she was known as a top-tier poison master, unless you were a master alchemist or apothecary skilled in detoxification. Perhaps only your life is at stake, she remarked, noticing the exchange of glances among the others, promptly articulating their unspoken intentions. Each time they crafted foundation establishment pills, they would compete to see who could produce the highest quantity and quality from the same amount of materials. Given their infrequent gatherings, this friendly competition had become a source of amusement among them. As soon as Yulan's words fell, the eyes of 4 of the men lit up, with Danshinzi feeling the most exhilarated. Though he concealed it well, with the high-grade spirit herbs cultivated by Yize, he was determined to outshine the others. Naturally, with a wager come stakes, and the seasoned participants had their eyes on numerous coveted items. Not only was Danshinzi eager for this challenge, but the others, confident in their alchemical skills, shared the same sentiment that a somewhat stern and serious middle-aged man spoke up, "Count me in for this year." "Oh, Yuan Mudo is participating this year. I must show my support. Count me in as well," chimed in another elderly man with a graying beard, immediately directing a knowing glance toward Danshinzi. Yuan Mudo, known as Yuan Bin, was rather taciturn and often wore a serious expression, earning him the nickname Yuan Mudo. His alchemical skills were not particularly impressive among the group, and based on past results, he often placed last. After suffering a humiliating defeat 40 years ago, he had abstained from such wagers, so this departure from his usual behavior suggested significant improvement in his skills. However, the others were unconcerned, as they were all seasoned experts with decades or even centuries of reputation. Who among them lacked skill? The elderly man known as Tai Yi, who had achieved the core formation stage, was renowned for his alchemical prowess amongst the group. 10 and 20 years prior, he had outperformed all present, leaving them in awe. Upon hearing Tai Yi's words, although Yuan Bin remained silent, a faint smile of confidence appeared on his serious face. Tai Yi, noticing this, could not help but ponder. Yuan Mudo is not known for his cunning. Could it be that he truly possesses a winning strategy, seeing that 2 participants had already declared their intentions? Danshinzi quickly added, "Count me in as well. However, senior brother Tai, your wager must include that piece of Qi Lian Zijin." Tai was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "Ah, so you have your sights set on my piece of Zijin." "No problem." As he spoke, he produced a piece of purple or the size of a human head, with a faint crimson glow swirling within. Then he turned to Danshinzi. "What will you wager in return?" "It must be something of equal worth to this Qi Lian Zijin." The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Qi Lian Zijin is a high-tier material for crafting magical artifacts, and such a sizable piece is considered invaluable in the market. After a brief moment of hesitation, Danshinzi revealed a hint of reluctance on his face before producing a water-blue demon core. As soon as the core was extracted, a rich aura of water spirit energy emanated from it. This is the inner core of a 3rd-grade Tianyan silver python. The others gasped in astonishment. Even the previously silent Yang Jingyan turned to look. Qi Lian Zijin is exceedingly precious, but this silver python's inner core is equally formidable, perhaps even superior. Although the Tianyan silver python is a type of python beast, its bloodline contains dragon lineage, rivaling that of the flood dragon clan. Their inner cores are comparable to flood dragon pills, both equally rare in the market. If this core could be refined into a pill, its value would entice even Yuan-ing cultivators. Yi's expression grew serious. Knowing that Danshinzi would not produce this core without confidence compelled him to take this matter seriously, coupled with Yuan Bin's demeanor. Yi felt increasingly uneasy. These two fellows, could they be plotting a collective ambush on me, confident in their victory? Meanwhile, Liwan also showed interest, a smile gracing her lovely face. It seems this year will be quite intriguing. Junior brother Danshinzi is exceedingly confident. I shall join in as well. Though speaking of Danshinzi, her gaze was unmistakably directed at Dan Zhuangzizi, clearly provoking him to respond promptly so that she could continue to relish the spectacle. Although Dan Zhuangzizi felt a tinge of unease within, he ultimately acquiesced, for he held a fair degree of confidence in his alchemical skills. Despite Danshinzi's rapid advancements, he deemed her a relative newcomer, and based on his observations over the years, her alchemical prowess still fell slightly short of his own. Among the group, if one were to rank their alchemical skills, he would place himself first, followed closely by Li Wan and Danshinzi, with the two of them vying for second place. Next in line would be Yuan Bin. The remaining two, one having recently ascended to the rank of master and the other well into his twilight years, were no longer at their peak. Ultimately, it was decided that Dan Zhuangzizi, Danshinzi, Li Wan, and Yuan Bin would partake in the wager, while the other two, recognizing their inadequacies, chose not to participate. Each of the four presented 3 items as stakes, with the first-place winner entitled to select 1 item from each of the other 3, the second-place winner claiming items from the third and fourth, and the third-place winner receiving 1 item from the fourth. The items presented were all of significance to the group, including talismans, spiritual herbs, and materials for refining weapons, among which the most precious were the inner cores of the Tianyan silver python and the Chilean purple gold. The combined value of the items wagered was akin to that of a small trading fair. As per usual, all stakes were entrusted to Yang Jing'an for safekeeping, and the esteemed alchemists then retreated to their respective alchemical chambers to commence the decade-long process of refining foundation-building pills. Upon entering the specially prepared alchemical chamber, Danshinzi could no longer contain a triumphant smile, reveling in the success of his scheme. Peering through the stone wall towards the others' chambers, he could no longer suppress the expression of pride upon his face. Ha ha, iron old ghost. 10 years ago you seized the precious forged dark iron that I painstakingly refined with Qinyuan true fire. This time, I shall reclaim it with interest. As for the fact that he lost the dark iron due to the wager, Danshinzi conveniently overlooked this detail in his mind, believing it to have been taken from him outright. He retrieved a plethora of medicinal materials and placed them upon the already prepared alchemical table, instantly filling the chamber with a fragrant aroma. Observing the notably superior quality of the spiritual herbs, Danshinzi was exceedingly pleased. These were all spiritual herbs cultivated by Yize, which, after being submitted to the Internal Affairs Hall, had directly entered his private stockpile, subsequently hidden away with all news regarding them sealed. As for the other informed party, Wu Biao, Danshinzi felt no concern over potential leaks. Had it not been for Wu Biao's discovery of the scheme, that nefarious disciple would likely have kept everything hidden, quietly amassing wealth for himself. He shows no respect for his elders. How did I ever take a liking to him? Yize, on the other hand, is far superior. Not only does he possess the ability to cultivate excellent spiritual herbs, but his alchemical talent is commendable as well. A natural-born alchemist, he hoped Yize would soon establish his foundation, allowing the old man to take on another apprentice, and with a bit of guidance, he could once again overshadow Iron Old Ghost disciple. Pondering this delightful prospect, Danshinzi couldn't help but chuckle softly. After a brief moment, he steadied his emotions and began processing the medicinal materials, officially commencing the refinement of the foundation-building pills. Meanwhile, Yize had returned to Lingxi Peak for over 3 months. His physical body and spiritual consciousness had been honed to the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, with only a slight deficiency in magical power remaining, which required further refinement over time. He estimated that in another 3 to 4 months, he would achieve perfection, at which point he could attempt to break through to the foundation-building stage as for the violet qi condensed from the qing tongue. Since his physical cultivation had been completed, he no longer consumed any violet qi. He had currently accumulated 8 strands, theoretically needing just one more to meet the requirements for a breakthrough. However, Yize had yet to attempt a major realm breakthrough and was uncertain whether 9 strands of violet chi would suffice. Adhering to a cautious principle, he wished to condense a few more strands before attempting to establish his foundation, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, though even if he ended up not needing them, it would be of no great consequence. In theory, reaching the 9th layer of chi refining would permit an attempt at foundation establishment, but generally, few would dare to try before achieving complete magical power. The risks associated with attempting foundation establishment are extraordinarily perilous. The deeper one's magical power, the higher the chance of success. Consequently, many individuals reach the 9th layer of chi refining early, yet delay their foundation establishment. Willingly allowing time to pass in order to refine their magical power to perfection, Yize, however, did not have the luxury of time. Despite being relatively young in terms of age and lifespan, he understood that if he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter another chance like this with someone like Danshinzi. Given his current circumstances, having a supportive foundation within the sect would greatly benefit his future development. One day, as Yize was diligently refining his magical power within his cave dwelling, he suddenly heard commotion from outside. Furrowing his brows, he quickly recalled something and ceased his practice, stepping out of the cave. At that moment, a graceful young girl stood outside, curiously surveying the surrounding spiritual herb garden. Tianyan, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared even more youthful and radiant than 3 years prior. And she had grown taller, now resembling a young lady. Today, she wore a long dress of red and white, exuding a sense of maturity rather than the innocence of her earlier years. Tianyan had broken through to the 7th layer of chi refining a few months ago. The young girl had demonstrated commendable determination, opting not to use the top-grade breaking barrier pill Yize had prepared for her. Yize, she called out, her voice bright, as she approached, already having guessed his purpose for being there. I just finished my training and sense your arrival. Are you here to summon me for the clan meeting? Yes, my great-grandmother sent me to fetch you. Lest you miss the appointed time, Yian replied cheerfully. Observing Yian before him, and sensing the depth of his magical power, she found it hard to believe that he had indeed reached the 9th layer of chi refining in less than 3 years. When Yize first arrived at the Yunqi sect, although it was said he might contend for the foundation-building pill, she had harbored doubts about his ability to achieve that. Have progressed 2 layers of cultivation in 3 years, especially across the 2 most significant layers of the chi refining stage, would typically only be feasible for someone with a heavenly spirit root. My great aunt must be worried that I won't attend. Yize mused internally. In truth, it mattered little whether he attended or not. His participation would not alter the outcome, as it was highly unlikely that the foundation-building pill would come his way. He had long received notice regarding the clan meeting, which primarily aimed to determine the allocation of the 3 foundation-building pills, with the clan's golden core ancestor emerging from seclusion to personally oversee the distribution. Don T say that, who knows, perhaps the ancestor will bestow one upon you, especially given your remarkable prowess. Yin comforted, though she too held little hope, yet refrained from disheartening. Yize shook his head. Remaining silent, he possessed a fair understanding of the information circulating within the clan, particularly regarding the competition between him and Yize. The situation was now quite evident. It was a choice between the two, and it was abundantly clear that Yize held a significant advantage, if not an outright lead. While it was true that the foundation-building pills would be distributed by the Golden Core ancestor, the ancestor's information was also derived from various clan elders, and in this respect, Yize clearly had the upper hand. Moreover, despite his older age, Yize had broken through to the 9th layer of chi refining before him, and his current cultivation was more profound than Yize's. In such circumstances, the outcome regarding the foundation-building pill was virtually a foregone conclusion, and Yize had long since tempered his expectations. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. He suspected that Danshinzi had already been aware of these circumstances, which was why he had prepared an alternative path for himself. The two ceased their conversation and took to the skies, silently soaring towards Lingquan Peak. In no time, They reached their destination at this moment. Other parts of Linquan Peak appeared considerably quieter than usual. The majority of disciples wandering about being from other sections upon seeing Yize and Yilan arrive, making their way directly to the summit. No one found it surprising, for they all knew that today marked the day of the Yi clan meeting, and most of the clan members within the sect had gathered at the Grand Hall atop the peak. When Yize and Yilan arrived at the Grand Hall where the clan meeting was to be held, they found that a considerable number of clan members were already present, including several clan elders who had successfully established their foundations. Groups of people were engaged in enthusiastic discussions, although they all resided within the Yunqi sect. Opportunities for such a large gathering were rare, prompting lively exchanges among them. Yize's alchemical skills had garnered him a modest reputation. Having assisted numerous individuals in refining pills, he recognized several familiar faces among the attendees. As he made his way through the hall, he drew attention, and those unfamiliar with him began inquiring about his identity. Upon learning that he was a contender for this year's Foundation Establishment Pill and a commendable alchemist, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of those present. They were amazed not only by his youthful age and impressive cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but also by his remarkable talent in alchemy. It is well known that mastering the art of alchemy requires substantial resources. Without exceptional talent to swiftly grasp the craft and yield benefits, many would be overwhelmed by the associated costs. Those aware of Yize's circumstances understood that he lacked the resources to support his alchemical endeavors. Thus, his current achievements could solely be attributed to his innate talent, presently capable of producing high-tier first-grade elixirs. Should he succeed in Foundation establishment in the future, he would undoubtedly become a second-grade alchemist, a boon for the entire clan. With this thought, many began to contemplate whether to support Yize in obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill. Shortly after Yize entered the Grand Hall, the elders of the Yi family began to file in one by one. The once vibrant hall gradually fell silent as the Foundation Establishment elders took their seats. The lively chatter of the crowd shifting to hushed conversations. Jinyu arrived relatively early, taking a seat in a prominent position, prompting Yize and Yilan to quickly position themselves behind her. Auntie Jinyu regarded Yize, sensing his cultivation, and her eyes brightened with satisfaction as she nodded with a faint smile to Yize. Your progress in cultivation is indeed remarkable, very impressive. Alas, her gaze dimmed immediately, her smile fading as she sighed and turned away. Yize understood her implication. The allocation of the Foundation Establishment Pill was undoubtedly predetermined, and this clan meeting merely served to announce the outcome. Judging by his aunt's reaction, it was evident that, as he had surmised, the Foundation Establishment Pill would not be designated for him. Yize felt no disappointment. He had anticipated this result and was prepared to accept it. If the clan would not provide, he still had the option of pursuing Danshanzi's path. He would assuredly achieve Foundation establishment this year. In the center of the hall, 2 rows of seats were arranged, reserved solely for Foundation establishment cultivators, while others were required to stand behind. As the seats filled, the hall fell into complete silence. Yize surveyed the assembly, noting that over 60 Foundation establishment cultivators were present, with all of the family's members in that realm attending, save for those stationed at Donbai Mountain or on missions elsewhere. The Qi refinement practitioners numbered around 300, all at the late stage of Qi refinement. The minimum requirement for attending this clan meeting. Yize spotted Jiedan standing behind Jianzhong. His complexion was rosy, his demeanor robust, and he had also reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing him, a glint of cold light flashed in Yize's eyes. He had not forgotten the attempt on his life orchestrated by this individual, though currently he had no substantial evidence to act against him. Furrowing his brow, he felt something unsettling about Jidan's current state, as his aura had shifted dramatically. If sensing Yize's gaze, Jidan looked up, but Yize quickly averted his eyes. He also noticed Yize standing behind Jianli. Their eyes met, and Yize offered him a slight smile, to which Yize responded with a subtle nod. Over the past nearly 3 years, Yize had indeed kept his distance from Yize, and Yize bore him no ill will, though he remained wary. Sensing that this individual harbored deep intentions, Yize continued to scan a room, Spotting a young man with striking eyebrows and sharp eyes, standing tall behind Yize, he emanated a sharp, formidable aura, akin to a sword poised to be drawn, seemingly causing those around him to keep their distance. This was Yize, the most distinguished member of the Yi family in contemporary times, as he had often been described. Yize truly deserved this title, not merely due to being the grandson of the clan leader, but because of his extraordinary talent in cultivation. He possessed the rare thunder root, reputed for its unparalleled offensive capabilities, as well as the even more uncommon 10,000 calamities thunder body, a powerful thunder attribute physique that allowed him to progress at an astonishing pace in thunder-based cultivation methods. Furthermore, due to the 10,000 calamities thunder body, should Yize aim for the nascent soul stage in the future, he would enjoy a 10% increase in success rate when facing the heavenly tribulation, a boon that countless cultivators aspire to achieve. The significance of this 10% should not be underestimated, as the challenge of advancing from the core formation to the nascent soul stage is formidable. And such an increase is a coveted dream for many. Because of this 10,000 calamities thunder body, Yize was regarded with even greater esteem than some of the celestial root talents at Yunqi Sect. At a young age, when he first displayed his exceptional capabilities, he was taken under the wing of a powerful elder with a thunder root from Yunqi Sect, who has since mentored him closely. Even Yize, in his current state, felt uncertain about his ability to surpass him, as he knew little of the techniques possessed by core formation masters. Who could say how Yize had been nurtured? Consequently, Yize's lineage held significant influence within the Yi family, solidifying his grandfather's position as clan leader. Yize observed Yize for a moment before shifting his gaze. He had no immediate connection with this individual, and regardless of his strength, it was of no concern to him at this moment, so he chose not to dwell on it. Finally, with the arrival of clan leader Youlan, the hall fell into complete silence. In the blink of an eye, Yize noticed a golden-robed elder taking the foremost seat at the front of the hall. The elder exuded a profound aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Appearing as if he had always been present yet unnoticed by the assembly, we welcome our esteemed ancestor. Led by clan leader Youlan, all the Foundation establishment elders rose in unison, with the Qi refinement practitioners following suit. Respectfully bowing to the seated core formation ancestor, in no need for formalities, please take your seats. The voice of the core formation ancestor, Yize, resonated, prompting the assembly to settle down. Yize regarded this core formation elder. He knew that Yize was in the early stage of core formation and was nearly 400 years old. That Yize was the second core formation cultivator Yize had encountered. Compared to the reserved demeanor of Dan Shinzi, this elder emanated a considerably more domineering presence, instilling a sense of restraint in the assembly. This might also be due to the familial ties. Outsiders would likely find it even more challenging to maintain composure in the presence of such a formidable figure. Yize dared not underestimate this elder, despite his aged appearance, resembling a true old-timer. He knew that even the weakest core formation master was beyond the grasp of a mere Qi refinement practitioner like himself. Yize collected his thoughts, ready to await the commencement of the clan meeting. After Yize's arrival, he engaged in quiet conversation with several elders seated nearby, appearing cordial, before resuming a serious demeanor moments later. Then, a wave of spiritual awareness swept across the hall, and the last remnants of sound dissipated. Yize scanned the younger generation of clan members, pausing on several newly ascended Foundation establishment cultivators, including Yize and Yize, seemingly smiling at the sight of so many promising talents. Excellent, excellent. You have managed the family well, producing an abundance of talent. Your continued efforts are vital for the rise of the Yi family. He continued, this year's clan meeting will be presided over by me. Yuting, you may begin. Clan leader Yuting, noting the assembly's attentive posture and Yize's silence, understood it was his time to speak. Fellow clansmen, I trust you all know the purpose of today's meeting, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Yuting's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. Having assumed the position of clan leader for just over a decade, he had seldom encountered such clan-wide gatherings. Moreover, since his ascension, he had consistently acted with decisiveness, a trait that his grandson, Yize, had perfectly inherited. Many of the elders present were his uncles and elder relatives, to avoid inciting their impatience. He bypassed lengthy speeches and got straight to the point. Currently, our sect is in the process of refining the Foundation Establishment Pill, which will soon be distributed. Thanks to the blessings of our 3 ancestors, we are entitled to 3 pills as per tradition. Today, we shall determine the allocation of the Foundation Establishment Pills. As Yunqi's words concluded, the hall remained silent, yet many eyes turned toward the prominent contenders, including Yize. However, Yize and the other candidates maintained calm expressions, showing no reaction to the clan leader's announcement, quietly awaiting the unfolding developments. The allocation of the Foundation Establishment Pills would begin with the distribution among the previous generation of the Jun lineage. The Yunqi proclaimed loudly from the front of the hall, "The elders have compiled a list of eligible clan members. We shall first determine the candidates from the Jun generation. Jungong. Yunqi, clan leader." 2 young men, both in their 30s, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to him. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement at the 9th level and held the status of direct lineage, making them the 2 individuals with the greatest competitive advantage in their generation. While there were others among the Jun clan who had also attained the peak of Qi refinement, they were all older, and the probability of their successfully establishing a foundation was not as favorable as that of these 2. Now, I request the esteemed elders to cast their votes regarding Jungong and Yunqi. First, concerning Jungong, who agrees that he should be awarded the Foundation Establishment Pill. As soon as the Yunqi's words fell, over 20 elders immediately raised their hands. The Yunqi's gaze sharpened, quickly noting who supported the proposal. Subsequently, a few more individuals expressed their approval, bringing the total number of supporters for Jungong to 30. Yunqi's expression dimmed. The number of supporters for Jungong had surpassed half, indicating that he had lost his chance. Although there were more than 60 Foundation Establishment cultivators present in the Grand Hall, nearly 10 lacked voting rights, being the sons-in-law or disciples of the Yi family, and thus did not partake in the distribution of the Foundation Establishment Pills. They were merely here to observe, as anticipated. The outcome was that Jungong successfully secured a spot, his face alight with excitement. Yunqi looked at his spirited younger cousin and forced a faint smile. Both had comparable skills and abilities, yet Yunqi was 2 years older than Jungong, a significant factor in his exclusion. Next, it was time to allocate the 2 Foundation Establishment Pills to the Jiel lineage. As expected, nearly everyone favored Yize for one of the pills. Even the venerable ancestor, Zongding, expressed commendation for Yize and encouraged him to diligently establish his foundation. Yize maintained a calm demeanor throughout, only bowing in gratitude to the ancestor and the elders once the results were announced. Exuding the poise befitting the foremost youth of the family, as the clan meeting continued, it finally reached the distribution of the last Foundation Establishment Pill, which was the most contentious one. All eyes turned to Yize and Yize, both outstanding young individuals within the clan, particularly Yize, who had yet to turn 20, that had both been of direct lineage. There would have been no doubt that Yize would prevail. Alas, he was merely a collateral descendant. Yize fixed his gaze on Yize, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. Though he did not participate, he vaguely suspected what Jianzhong and the others had orchestrated. They merely seized upon a sense of stability, leading Dingzong to choose the direct descendant Yize. The Yi family was at a crucial juncture. Another foundation-building ancestor was poised to make a breakthrough, necessitating the consolidation of family resources to fully support that endeavor. Should a new direct lineage suddenly emerge, a redistribution of family resources would inevitably ensue, not merely involving a few additional spirit stones, but impacting a series of family strategies, likely causing considerable upheaval. Moreover, with the elder Zongding emerging from seclusion, he would undoubtedly favor the original direct lineages from the family's inception, thus ensuring that the Foundation Establishment Pill was awarded to Yize, a fact evident from the disparity in his treatment of the 2 since his arrival. Yize observed with a detached gaze, neither saddened nor elated, as he awaited the final verdict. His surprise. During the subsequent elder voting, aside from those from the Yijian lineage, over 10 others chose him. The family had grown large, and even the foundation-building ancestors could not wield absolute authority. Despite having made their stance clear, these elders still recognized Yize's potential as an alchemist and sought to curry favor. Among them, he noticed the elderly Yong Tao, although Yize had no prior interaction with him, having not attended his birthday celebration, sending a high-quality breakthrough pill instead. He had heard that the elder's less-than-promising grandson managed to break through to the late Qi refinement stage thanks to that gift. He mentally cataloged the names of these supporters. Smiling in acknowledgement when they glanced his way, he was not an arrogant individual, and given his current strength, it was unwise to act alone in the realm of cultivation. He did not wish to rely solely on Yijianyu within the clan. Thus, it was prudent to cultivate relationships with others as well. Unlike Yijian Li and Yijian Zhang, who had targeted Yize, these individuals posed no significant conflict with him, and he was eager to befriend them. After all, the elder had once advised that one should amass friends aplenty while minimizing enemies. This was the fruitful result of his frequent assistance to clan members in concocting pills. However, the support from these elders could not alter the overall outcome. Ultimately, Yizongbing announced that the third Foundation establishment pill would be awarded to Yijiezhi. Throughout the proceedings, Yizongbing had only cast a fleeting glance at Yize, offering no further commentary. Perhaps in his mind, even the most outstanding Qi refinement cultivator could not stir his emotions, for he had witnessed too many youthful prodigies. Only those like Yijieli, who bore the weight of high expectations as a direct descendant, could capture his attention. Once the matters concluded, Yizongbing was the first to depart. We bid farewell to the ancestor, the assembly intoned, bowing once more as his words echoed. Yizongbing's figure had already vanished from the hall. Yuding swiftly declared the meeting adjourned, yet the attendees did not immediately disperse, continuing to cluster in small groups for discussion. Yize initially intended to take his leave after bidding farewell to Yijianyu, but he noticed the clan leader, Yuding, approaching him to Yize. Yuding called out. Yize turned and inquired, "Clan leader, do you require anything?" The clan leader's expression was gentle as he regarded Yize. Smiling, "I also find it regrettable regarding the Foundation establishment pill. A young cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, such as yourself, has not appeared in the family for quite some time." Yize remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. Within the clan, there is still a batch of medicinal materials that need refining into pills that I will apply for a task at the Internal Affairs Hall. And you may take it up. You'll also earn some contribution points for the Sect. Generally, the Internal Affairs Hall will have inventory of Foundation establishment pills within 6 months, if you can gather enough contribution points within that time frame. You may exchange them for one that, unfortunately, contribution points are not easily traded, but this can be considered a form of support from the family. Yuding, undeterred by Yize's silence, conveyed his intentions in one breath. At that moment, Yijianyu approached, expressing some confusion upon hearing this. Yuding, this seems to contravene regulations. Will the Sect acknowledge such contribution points? Yijianyu, being of an older generation than Yuding, spoke to him casually in informal settings. Do not worry, fourth ant. This batch of spirit herbs belongs to the resources of Linquan Peak, counted as Sect resources. The pills crafted will be stored in Linquan Peak's warehouse, not in the Yi family's treasury, Yuding clarified. Hearing this, Yijianyu finally relaxed and nodded at Yize. Yize bowed to Yuding, saying, "I thank the clan leader." Yuding acknowledged him with a grunt, and then moved aside to converse with others. At that moment, Yize noticed Yijianyu striding toward him, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to observe what schemes he might concoct. Should he overstep, Yize had no qualms about embarrassing him here. Yet, just as Yijianyu was halfway over, he was abruptly pulled away by Yijianzhang. Yize shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts of him, and promptly exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, Yijianzhang regarded Yijianyu with a cold stare. "What were you planning just now?" "I merely wish to speak a few words with Yize," Yijianyu replied, somewhat evasively, his gaze flickering and hesitant to meet Yijianzhang's eyes. "Humph, I know exactly what you're thinking. Jianyu, listen closely. You must not stir up trouble right now. This is a critical period, and many eyes are upon us." Yijianzhang ruthlessly laid bare his intentions. "Your utmost priority is to remain low-key. Once you establish your foundation, it will be too late for others to object, and we will manage it then. Do you understand? Jianzhong, with a hint of disappointment akin to that of a teacher lamenting an unfulfilled student, quietly advised him. He found it somewhat perplexing. The child's nature had not been so altered. Ever since the incident involving collusion and the murder of Yize, it was as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. Shaking his head, Jianzhong decided not to dwell on it further. Attributing it to Yize's provocation, he sent Jiexin back, unaware that a fleeting crimson glint had passed through Jiexin's eyes as he turned to leave, only to return to normal thereafter. After the clan meeting, Yize's life remained unchanged. He continued to hone his magical powers day and night on Lingxi Peak, allowing the Qing tongue to absorb the essence of plants during this period. He also made a trip to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect the tasks assigned by Yuding. Discovering they primarily involved the crafting of ordinary first-tier elixirs, he completed these tasks with ease, exchanging them for a few hundred contribution points, which felt rather meager. That on his way to Lingyan Peak to refine elixirs, he learned from the disciples within the peak that the summit had been placed under strict surveillance, with several master alchemists engaged in crafting foundation establishment pills in the finest alchemy chambers. This revelation sparked a flicker of anticipation within Yize as he realized that his day to acquire the foundation establishment pills was drawing nearer. As days passed at the summit of Lingyan Peak, Yang Jingyan, dressed in his customary attire, sat leisurely in a pavilion sipping tea. The steam rising from the tea bore faintly shimmering multicolored halos, indicating that this was no ordinary brew but a rare spiritual tea with special properties. Calculating the time, Yang Jingyan mused that his junior disciples should be nearing the completion of their elixirs today, aware that he had little hope of achieving the Yuanying stage in this lifetime. He had taken on the role of sect leader, wholeheartedly dedicated to nurturing the talents within the sect, particularly valuing strategic resources such as the foundation establishment pills. His early arrival at the pavilion was to await the completion of the elixirs by the master alchemists, so he could promptly ascertain the quantity produced this year. Approximately half an hour later, the door of the first alchemy chamber finally swung open, and Dan Xuanzi, calm and composed, emerged from the refining room, immediately surveying his surroundings. Tai Shidi, you are the first to come out. Come over here for a sip of spiritual tea while we wait. Yang Jingyan beckoned to Dan Xuanzi, who brightened at the sight of the spiritual tea and hastily joined him in the pavilion. Taking a seat, Shi Xiang, you are quite generous today. You even brought out the Bihai Qinglian tea. We certainly did not receive such treatment in previous years, Dan Xuanzi remarked, savoring a small sip that elicited an expression of profound enjoyment. The Bihai Qinglian tea was exceedingly rare. In the entire Yunqi sect, there existed only one Bihai Qinglian, nurtured in a small spiritual spring atop Tianju Peak. The entire plant was a treasure, its leaves capable of being brewed into spiritual tea. Harvested only once every 100 years, the Tiang Jingyan had prepared was steeped in the water from the spiritual spring that nourished the Qinglian, inducing tranquility, replenishing energy, and nourishing the cultivator's spiritual consciousness. Even Dan Xuanzi seldom had the opportunity to indulge in such spiritual tea, which was typically reserved for the Yuanying cultivators of the Yunqi sect. Observing Dan Xuanzi leisurely consuming his tea, Yang Jingyu finally inquired, Tai Shidi, how did the crafting of the foundation establishment pills go this time? Dan Xuanzi, brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, Rest assured, Shi Xiang, that I have not faltered in all these years. Moreover, inspiration struck me this time, and I exceeded expectations. Just as he was about to elaborate, the doors of the alchemy chamber swung open simultaneously, and the two master alchemists who had not participated in the wager emerged in succession. Yuanhai Shidi, Qinjiang Shidi, please come this way. Yang Jingyan called them over to the pavilion, pouring each a cup of spiritual tea. Upon seeing the Bihai Qinglian tea, Yuanhai and Qinjiang, like Dan Xuanzi, eagerly partook of the refreshing brew, which was perfect for calming the mind and alleviating the fatigue of elixir crafting. Continuing the previous discussion, Dan Xuanzi turned to Yang Jingyu and stated, Shi Xiang, I managed to refine a total of 74 foundation establishment pills. Without further ado, he produced 4 spiritual gourds, placing them neatly on the table, but he then picked up a unique purple jade gourd and presented it to Yang Jingyu with a smile in his eyes, saying, "Shidi has been fortunate this time, having produced 5 top-grade foundation establishment pills for your inspection, 8T this proclamation." While Yang Jingyu remained composed, Yuan Hai and Qin Jiang gasped in astonishment. Each alchemist had been allotted 20 portions of materials for crafting the pills, and based on their alchemical skills, each portion could yield 3 to 4 pills. The disparity in their mastery was reflected in the probability of producing 4 pills per furnace. Ideally, each furnace yielding 4 pills would result in a total of 80 pills. A feat nearly impossible even for the most skilled alchemists. Dan Xuanzi's situation, however, revealed that he had achieved 3 pills in 6 furnaces while maxing out the others at 4, a success rate significantly higher than that of the other 2. Yang Jingyu accepted the gourd, discovering within it 5 pills, each shimmering with a purple hue, the very epitome of foundation establishment pills. "Excellent work, Tai Shidi. It seems you're on track to claim the top spot again." He jested. Though his tone was lighthearted, it was not without merit. In previous years, the best yield had been a mere 72 pills. If the others had not made significant improvements, Dan Xuanzi was virtually assured of first place. Yuan Hai, the eldest among the 6, chuckled ruefully as he produced his own 4 gourds. "Fortunately, I had the foresight not to participate in your wager. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences." He then revealed his results. Only 65 foundation establishment pills, with just 1 being of the top grade, solitary in his purple jade gourd. Shortly thereafter, Qin Jiang presented his results, slightly better than Yuan Hai's, totaling 68 pills, including 2 top-grade ones, an improvement compared to his performance from a decade prior. The gap between these 2 and Dan Xuanzi was substantial. Dan Xuanzi's previous yields had typically exceeded 70 pills, and this time he had truly outdone himself. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. If calculated at the market price of 20,000 spiritual stones per foundation establishment pill, Dan Xuanzi's gains surpassed Yuan Hai's by 180,000 spiritual stones, not even accounting for the quality of the pills. The smile on Dan Xuanzi's face grew broader as he contemplated how best to utilize the silver python's inner core from Dan Xuanzi once it was in his possession. Should he refine it into pills or seek to forge a magical artifact? Why has Dan Xuanzi still not emerged? Could it be that he produced too few pills and intends to sneak away to avoid settling his debts? Just as Dan Xuanzi's thoughts wandered, another door opened, revealing the graceful figure of Li Wan. Upon entering the pavilion, her presence stirred a fragrant breeze laced with the scent of medicinal herbs. Without exchanging pleasantries, she promptly produced 4 spiritual gourds and poured herself a cup of spiritual tea. Beginning to sip leisurely, Yang Jingyan, having known Li Wan for centuries, was well acquainted with her character and bore no offense at her silence. Instead, examining the contents of her gourds as he assessed her gourds, a look of surprise crossed his face. Noticing the change in his countenance, Dan Xuanzi hastily queried, "Shimmy, how many foundation establishment pills did you refine this time?" Yang Jingyu interjected, revealing the outcome: 71 pills. He then gestured with the purple jade gourd, continuing, and 4 top-grade foundation establishment pills. A collective gasp escaped the 3 others as they turned to regard the still-sipping Li Wan, having previously attempted to refine foundation establishment pills. Her best result had never exceeded 70. This time, she had evidently exceeded expectations. Dan Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. While Li Wan's yield was impressive, it still fell short of his own. Yang Jingyu chuckled. "It appears this year our Yunqi sect is favored by fortune, producing an abundance of foundation establishment pills. Congratulations to all on your improved success rates." Li Wan finally spoke up. "Tai Shi Xiang, did you surpass me this time?" Dan Xuanzi, maintaining his demeanor of calm, revealed his total with a hint of pride creeping into the corner of his mouth. Unable to contain herself, Li Wan emitted a scoff. Dan Xuanzi, glancing at the remaining doors, remarked to Li Wan with a smile, "No need to rush, Shimmy. Perhaps you will secure second place this time." Yuan turned her gaze toward the doors, perplexed. "I can understand Yuan Bin's delay. But why is Luo Shidi also taking so long? He was always the first to emerge in previous years." Dan Xuanzi, whose surname is Luo, is respectfully addressed as Dan Shinzi by the younger generation within the sect, with only fellow cultivators of the same rank aware of his true name. Dan Xuanzi, wearing a calm smile, remarked, "Who knows what he is concocting in there? However, that silver python inner elixir is something I must obtain." As if in response to Dan Xuanzi's words, the door of a pill refining chamber suddenly burst open with a resounding bang, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Several individuals in the pavilion turned their gazes toward the commotion. Yet no one emerged for a while. This must be junior brother Luo's pill refining chamber. Why isn't he coming out? Yuan Hai inquired, his expression one of puzzlement. Others shared similar expressions of curiosity. After a few breaths, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Dan Shinzi strolled out with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor reminiscent of someone who has reached the pinnacle and gazes down upon all others. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly asking, "Has this fellow's pill refining caused him to lose his wits?" Dan Shinzi, oblivious to their strange expressions, wore a confident smile as he approached the pavilion with measured steps. Until he drew near, no one dared to speak, silently observing his theatrical display. "Senior brother Zhongmin, I have not disgraced my mission." Dan Shinzi clasped his hands in greeting to Yang Jingyan before taking a seat. "You have worked hard, junior brother," Yang Jingyu replied with a smile, expertly preparing a cup of spiritual tea for him. Dan Shinzi's eyes brightened at the sight of the tea before swiftly taking a sip. Closing his eyes to savor the lingering fragrance, Dan Xuanzi, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Dan Shinzi, what is the meaning of this? How many foundation establishment pills have you refined?" "Let us see." Dan Shinzi cast him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely. "First, let us hear how many you have produced at a total of 74, 5 of which are of the finest quality." "Currently, I have the most," Dan Xuanzi confidently declared his results. Yet Dan Shinzi remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as ever. Upon witnessing this, Dan Xuanzi's heart sank, secretly musing, could it be that this fellow will truly turn the tables this year? "Huh, you're nothing extraordinary." Dan Shinzi shook his head dismissively, provoking Dan Xuanzi to the point of wanting to hurl his own pill refining furnace at him. The others quietly observed the scene, watching the verbal sparring unfold. It was Yang Jingyu who, noticing Dan Xuanzi nearing his limit of patience, intervened to ease the tension. "All right, junior brother Luo, stop keeping everyone in suspense. Just tell us, how many foundation establishment pills have you made?" His curiosity piqued, he wondered what gave Dan Shinzi such confidence. In response to Yang Jingyu, Dan Shinzi finally set down his teacup, retrieving 4 gourd-shaped containers from his storage bag. "Brother Tai, would you be so kind as to help me count?" he said, handing the gourds to the increasingly anxious Dan Xuanzi. Dan Xuanzi, unable to wait any longer, was eager to see just how many foundation establishment pills Dan Shinzi had brought forth, if the quantity was less than his own. The coveted silver python inner elixir would surely be his for the taking. He first examined the gourd containing the low-grade pills. At a glance, his immediate reaction was one of disbelief. How could there be so few? Yet, something felt amiss. This could not possibly reflect Dan Shinzi's true capabilities. 0.8 pills. "Dan Shinzi, what are you playing at?" he exclaimed, his shock mirrored by the others, who were equally astonished. Even the most lackluster among them, Yuan Hai, had produced over 30 low-grade foundation establishment pills. "Everyone, please remain calm and continue observing," Dan Shinzi said, savoring his spiritual tea, seemingly indifferent to their reactions. That Li1, unable to restrain herself, swept her spiritual sense across the remaining 3 gourds, revealing their contents in an instant. Her face registered shock as she looked at Dan Shinzi, as if seeing him for the first time. The others, too, soon grasped the staggering quantities contained within the gourds. Yang Jingyan snatched the gourd filled with the finest quality pills, peering inside with careful scrutiny. 21 premium pills. After confirming with his own eyes, Yang Jingyu murmured in disbelief. A sudden silence enveloped the pavilion, all struck by the magnitude of Dan Shinzi's accomplishment. Seeing their reactions, Dan Shinzi felt an immense satisfaction swell within him as he calmly stated, 21 premium pills, 38 high-grade pills, 12 mid-grade pills, and 8 low-grade pills, totaling 79. He sighed, "Alas, I regret that one batch failed." yielding only 3 foundation establishment pills. Otherwise, I would have achieved complete success. How unfortunate. The others were left speechless. Dan Xuanzi felt as if the winds of fate had shifted dramatically, witnessing his own hopes of triumph dissipate. No, this cannot be. How did you manage this? Junior brother Luo. Yang Jingyu, noting the silence among the other alchemists still reeling in shock, was compelled to voice his inquiry. Brother Zhongmin, there is no need for alarm. I will explain the matter to you privately later, Dan Xinzi replied. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer remain composed, their curiosity ignited by the prospect of understanding how Dan Xinzi had produced such an abundance of high-quality pills. Is there something you cannot share with us? Must it be discussed in private? Dan Xuanzi protested, his own curiosity piqued by the thought of losing out on valuable insights. Please do not rush. I will first report to Brother Zhongmin, who will decide when to disclose the information to you, Dan Xinzi stated with a serious demeanor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Dan Xuanzi and the others ceased their inquiries. As the conversation unfolded, the final alchemist, Yuan Bin, finally emerged from the refining chamber. I apologize. It appears I was the last to arrive, Yuan Bin said, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. However, the calmness he exuded bore an uncanny resemblance to Dan Xinzi's earlier demeanor, leaving the others silent as they continued sipping tea. Junior brother Yuan, please take a seat. Yang Jingyan gestured to the last stone bench. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere within the pavilion, Yuan Bin chose not to delve deeper. Without waiting for a question, he produced the foundation establishment pills he had refined. Brother Zhongmin, Yuan Bin has not failed his mission, he announced, prompting a collective gasp from the others. This familiar opening line caused Dan Xuanzi's heart to race. He feared that not only had he lost to Dan Xinzi, but could he also be outdone by Yuan Bin? If he were to secure third place, it would surely be a laughingstock. Li Wan remained unconcerned. The stakes of her wager, while high, were not immediately relevant to her, thus maintaining her steady demeanor. Yuan Hai and Qin Jiang focused solely on Dan Xinzi, contemplating whether understanding his methods could empower them in future endeavors. Calmest of all was Dan Xinzi, seated comfortably with 79 foundation establishment pills, 72 pills, 5 of which are premium, Yuan Bin declared, eliciting a sigh of relief from Dan Xuanzi, who had managed to preserve his second-place standing. The expressions of the others varied. 72 foundation establishment pills were no small feat, indeed. However, in light of Dan Xinzi's remarkable performance, Yuan Bin's results seemed less impressive by comparison. Noticing the mixed reactions, Yuan Bin felt a growing sense of confusion. Was my total considered high or low? He uncertainly inquired, his previously confident demeanor wavering. He had initially believed he could secure second place, but now doubts began to cloud his mind. Yang Jingyan replied with a smile. Junior brother Yuan, your pill refining was commendable. You rank third overall, with your premium pills tied for second place with Brother Tai. Yuan Bin widened his eyes in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected situation. I have 72 pills, yet I am merely in third place. He cast a perplexed glance at Dan Xuanzi and Dan Xinzi, realizing that only these two could possibly surpass him. Observing Dan Xuanzi's sulky demeanor, he deduced that the ultimate victor would be Dan Xinzi. Intrigued, he scrutinized Dan Xinzi with renewed curiosity. Initially, he had acquired a one-time alchemical secret technique, hoping to achieve a remarkable breakthrough, yet he found himself still anchored in the third position. However, Yuan Bin soon dismissed his concern. After hearing the explanations from others, he also became curious about Dan Xinzi's secret. Despite their efforts, Dan Xuanzi and the others could not uncover the reason behind Dan Xinzi's impressive production of high-quality foundational pills. Subsequently, under Yang Jingyan's directive, they each returned to their respective abodes. Meanwhile, Dan Xinzi accompanied Yang Jingyan to Tianju Peak. As soon as they settled down, Dan Xinzi eagerly spoke up, Senior brother, I wish to take on a disciple. Yang Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. Did you not come to discuss alchemy? How did the topic shift to discipleship? Dan Xinzi wasted no time in clarifying, succinctly recounting the matter of Yize and emphasizing his extraordinary talent in both herb cultivation and alchemy. Yang Jingyan pondered for a moment, processing the information Dan Xinzi had shared. Is it true that this Yize, a distant relative of the Yi family, possesses such remarkable aptitude in cultivating medicinal herbs? He inquired for confirmation. Dan Shinzi nodded and presented a spirit herb he had cultivated over the years, urging Yang Jing'an to examine it. This is one of the spirit herbs I've nurtured, which has been added to my medicinal repository. The impurity content is exceedingly low, and alchemists utilizing this herb typically see an increase in their success rate by around 30%, Dan Shinzi explained with a serious expression. It was initially discovered by my disciple Wu Biao, and after observing him for 2 years, I found that all the herbs he cultivated exhibited similar qualities, with some high-tier spirit herbs proving even more effective. Moreover, I reviewed his cultivation records and noted his meticulous control over the state of the spirit herbs, allowing him to administer precise treatments at the appropriate times. Yang Jing'an's expression shifted as he regarded Dan Shinzi uncertainly. "Are you suggesting?" Dan Shinzi affirmed with a nod, stating, "I suspect Yize possesses a certain affinity for spirit plants, indicative of a wood-type spiritual body. For what I understand, he demonstrated similar talents while cultivating spiritual rice on Dongbaishan. However, the low-tier nature of the spiritual rice meant that even skilled spiritual farmers could achieve high yields, thus failing to draw significant attention." Upon hearing all of Dan Shinzi's findings, Yang Jing'an's face brightened. Ancient texts indeed recorded similar wood-type spiritual bodies that inherently resonated with various spirit plants and herbs. However, such spiritual bodies offered limited advantages in cultivation and were rare, even when they did appear. Achieving notable accomplishments was exceedingly difficult, rendering them largely unknown. As the sect leader of Yunqi sect, Yang Jing'an immediately grasped Yize's immense value. Enhancing the sect's medicinal reserves by 2 to 3-fold was invaluable. In comparison, Dan Shinzi's recent production of additional foundational pills seemed trivial. Of course, expecting Yize to manage all the medicinal materials of Yunqi sect was unrealistic. Nevertheless, entrusting him with high-value spirit herbs would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for both individuals present. Yize was still quite young, not yet 20, and had considerable potential. Furthermore, with an unblemished background, should Dan Shinzi accept him as a disciple, he would undoubtedly become a core member of Yunqi sect in the future. In Yang Jing'an's eyes, the external disciple named Yize was rapidly escalating in significance. If nurtured to achieve the golden core stage, Yunqi sect would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in its foundations over the next 4 to 5 centuries. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jing'an had already contemplated the future, realizing that if he did not ascend to the nascent soul stage, he had but a century of life remaining. "Take him. Junior brother, you must accept this child and guide him well. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." After a moment of reflection, Yize had transformed in Yang Jing'an's discourse from a mere name to this child. Yang Jing'an then cautioned, "Let this matter remain undisclosed for the time being. I will also advise Dan Xuanzi and the others." Dan Shinzi concurred, "Indeed, that would be prudent. This child possesses considerable cultivation talent, and given time, achieving the golden core stage is not out of reach. However, senior brother, you must delay informing them. I have made an agreement with Yize to accept him as an inner disciple only after he establishes his foundation. I fear they may attempt to intervene if they learn of it." Yang Jing'an humorously pointed at him, yet ultimately acquiesced. The two then proceeded to discuss the relevant details of the matter, and an hour later, Dan Shinzi left Hans Hufing with a radiant smile, shortly after the successful refinement of the Foundation Establishment pill. Before the news could be disseminated, the long-quiet Yunqi sect revealed its fangs to the outside world. Yang Jing'an was not solely focused on the situation regarding the refinement of the Foundation Establishment pill. On the other hand, he also ordered the Enforcement Hall to organize personnel prepared to carry out targeted eliminations of the robbers lurking on the outskirts of the sect. The sect leader. Yang Jing'an was a jovial senior brother in front of Dan Shinzi and others, yet he could effortlessly transform into a ruthless executor wielding a bloody blade in front of outsiders. The training of the disciples had nearly reached its conclusion. It was now time to tighten the net. Yang Jing'an issued a decree as the sect leader, commanding all disciples engaged in battles with the robbers outside to return to the sect within a day. Then, just a day after Dan Shinzi and the others emerged from their seclusion, the atmosphere within Yunqi sect abruptly turned solemn and lethal. All disciples of Yunqi sect witnessed teams of Enforcement Hall members continuously springing into action. each team consisting of cultivators at least at the foundation establishment stage, with the leaders being elders of the enforcement hall at the core formation stage. One of the powerful factions within Yunqi Sect. The enforcement hall's strength was unquestionable, and their efficiency in execution was astonishing. For quite some time, Yunqi Sect had already grasped the general movements of the robbers. Within 3 days, all the robbers active on the outskirts were thoroughly eliminated. A small portion sought refuge in various markets, but was systematically uncovered by the sect members within those markets and handed over to the enforcement hall for disposal, ultimately meeting their demise. Only a handful of those well-informed or backed by formidable forces perceived the anomaly on the day Yunqi Sect recalled its disciples and managed to flee in advance, thus escaping disaster. In recent days, enforcement personnel were coming and going within Yunqi Sect, their expressions grave, departing with overwhelming momentum and returning in blood-stained battle armor. The reality proved that Yunqi Sect remained the overlord of Songzhou, particularly in the vicinity of the Tianyan mountain range, possessing absolute power. The once boisterous robbers vanished without a trace in the face of the sect's serious measures. After all, most robbers were at the Qi refinement stage, and at best, they reached foundation establishment. Core formation cultivators could establish their own sects and create immortal cultivation families, rendering the life of a robber, devoid of prospects, unnecessary. Not to mention the meager gains. The targets remained significant. Who knew when they might be targeted by Yunqi Sect? Hence, the enforcement hall's efficiency was exceedingly rapid, as the combination of core formation and foundation establishment cultivators inflicted a dimensional reduction in power upon the lesser robbers. Many servant disciples, witnessing the sporadic yet swiftly concluded battles nearby, instantly shed their earlier grievances against Yunqi Sect born of fear, instead feeling fortunate for their identities. However, time is a curious thing. Under the iron-fisted rule of Yunqi Sect, memories of its terror would fade. Yet a decade later, as a new generation of cultivators emerged or fresh rogue cultivators arrived, they would gradually forget all that transpired today, once again provoking Yunqi Sect for personal gain, perpetuating a cycle that would lead to yet another suppression. Nevertheless, such matters were of little concern to the disciples of Yunqi Sect. Their eyes were set on the transformative foundation establishment pill. Everyone understood the implications of the sect eliminating robbers. The foundation establishment pill had been successfully refined and would soon be distributed. Many who had secured a spot for the foundation establishment pill awaited notification from their elders, diligently preparing for their own foundation establishment. Meanwhile, numerous others focused on the internal affairs hall, amassing sect contribution points to see when they could exchange for the foundation establishment pill. Outside Yunqi Sect, the atmosphere was tense following the purges, yet within the sect, little had changed, akin to existing in two distinct worlds. The Lingxian Peak, home to the transmission hall, had recently become increasingly lively, in anticipation of the distribution of the foundation establishment pill. Every 10 days, a core formation elder from the transmission hall would deliver teachings on Lingxian Peak, continuing for a month. Naturally, the subjects of these teachings revolved around the methods and insights for foundation establishment. Consequently, the majority of outer disciples at the late Qi refinement stage would not miss such an opportunity to listen, with even some cultivators who had recently established their foundations benefiting greatly from attending. Today marked the first teaching session, and many disciples arrived early at Lingxian Peak. As dawn broke, the preaching square was bustling with activity, and a glance revealed a crowd numbering in the tens of thousands. It seemed that all the idle disciples within the sect had gathered at Lingxian Peak today, considering that the total number of outer disciples in Yunqi Sect was only around 100,000. Aside from those stationed outside or on missions, merely several thousand remained within the sect. Fortunately, the preaching square was spacious enough. Otherwise, some might have had to stand in the air to listen. Yize was among the throng of listeners, fully aware that such a splendid opportunity should not be missed. Any chance to enhance his success rate in foundation establishment was worth seizing. At the forefront of the square stood several foundation establishment cultivators. With a few steps behind them were the sect's promising foundation establishment seeds, elites regarded as certain to succeed in their foundation establishment. The Yize was prominently among them. Logically, with guidance from a core formation master, He had no need to attend this gathering. It appeared that even prodigies held a grave respect for the process of foundation establishment, no less than others. Dressed in blue sect robes, Yize blended into the crowd, casually finding a patch of ground to sit cross-legged upon his Kuan-Ling mat. Quietly awaiting the commencement of the teachings, he hoped that this mat would yield remarkable effects in enhancing his comprehension of the lessons. As the first rays of sunlight graced the preaching square with the dawn of a new day, a golden figure emerged at the forefront. The golden core elder from the transmission hall arrived quietly. With a resounding clang, a grand and ancient bell tolled, resonating throughout the Lingxian peak, prompting the crowd in the square to instinctively cease their conversations and fall into a serene silence. Moments later, as the echoes of the bell faded, the elder's sermon formally commenced. The teachings did not immediately delve into the intricacies of foundational cultivation, but rather began with the process of qi refining. The opening of the Dantian, the condensation of qi vortices, and the immersion of these vortices into the sea of qi, covering various aspects in a gradual manner. Only after establishing a solid understanding did the elder transition into discussing foundational cultivation, striving to ensure comprehension among all attendees. Down below, Yize greatly benefited from the session, recognizing the elder's prowess. Even the most fundamental concepts sparked new insights within him. The inaugural sermon lasted 3 days, and once it concluded, the elder departed silently while the audience remained in reflective contemplation. While the foundational cultivators quickly regained their composure, those like Yize, who were still in the qi refining stage, took a good 15 minutes before they began to awaken from their reverie. Yize gazed at the now empty space at the front, feeling an unexpected sense of loss upon realizing the sermon had ended. Collecting his thoughts, he left Lingxian Peak, determined to assimilate the knowledge he'd gained over the past few days, for in 7 days' time, he would attend another elder's lecture. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Concluding the 3 lectures on foundational cultivation at Yunqi Sect. Within his cave dwelling on Lingxi Peak, Yize sat cross-legged, delving into his insights gained from the month's teachings, his path to foundational cultivation becoming increasingly clear. In high spirits, Yize intensified his training. His magical power, honed day and night, gradually approached perfection. Although the rate of growth slowed, its purity and solidity surpassed the levels he had reached when first entering the 9th layer of qi refining. Yize sensed that within 2 months, he would attain the pinnacle of qi refining and be ready to formally challenge the foundational stage. Day by day, Yize remained diligent in his training. As the sect distributed the foundational elixirs to the Golden Core elders, leaving only a few necessary reserves, the rest were allocated to the Internal Affairs Hall for disciples to exchange. Outer disciples, having prepared their contribution points, flocked to the Internal Affairs Hall, eager to exchange with the foundational elixirs at the earliest opportunity. However, the requirements to exchange for these elixirs were not easily met. Even ordinary disciples from non-Golden Core families found it challenging to accumulate 10,000 Sect contribution points. Thus, the foundational elixirs in the Internal Affairs Hall would not be quickly depleted. Yize was guided to the Internal Affairs Hall by Wu Biao. Although he felt anxious about exchanging for the foundational elixir, he also harbored a slight apprehension, uncertain if Dan Shinzi's promise had reached the hall. He feared the potential embarrassment should the elder forget. Just then, Wu Biao, having received instructions from his master, arrived at Yize's cave dwelling to escort him to the Internal Affairs Hall, which relieved Yize greatly. The journey was silent, and upon their arrival at the Internal Affairs Hall, they encountered a bustling crowd. Many who could not exchange for the foundational elixirs still sought to observe those who had, eager to follow up on their cultivation outcomes. Such information was highly sought after within the sect and often served as popular conversation topics. As a foundational cultivator, Wu Biao did not linger in the main hall, but led Yize directly to the back room, where they found a steward in charge of foundational matters. Brother Wang, I've brought Yize to exchange for the foundational elixir, Wu Biao stated, familiar with the steward, bypassing all pleasantries. Greetings, Steward Wang. I am Yize. Yize expressed his respects, ever courteous. Seeing Yize behind Wu Biao, Steward Wang understood the purpose of their visit. Directives had been communicated from above, so he was not particularly surprised. Wu brother, I didn't expect you to personally escort someone. It seems Master Danshanzi holds this young brother in high regard, the steward remarked, possessing some background knowledge regarding Yize's significance to Danshanzi. Ah, my master tends to forget the old when new talents emerge. Wu Biao replied nonchalantly. Yize realized for the first time that Wu Biao had a penchant for speaking without restraint, feeling somewhat awkward as he stood silently beside him. Steward Wang chuckled at Wu Biao as casualness, shaking his head in amusement before turning to retrieve a brocade box from a cabinet behind him. Handing it to Wu Biao. Wu Biao casually accepted the box, opening it to reveal a foundational elixir shimmering with a purple hue. Resting securely within a top-quality foundational elixir, Yize's breath quickened. He immediately recognized the quality of the elixir, his heart racing with excitement. Foundational elixirs were extraordinarily precious, and a top-quality one could significantly enhance the success rate of foundational cultivation. While a low-quality elixir might improve the success rate by 30%, a top-quality elixir could elevate it by 45%, nearly half the chances, as long as one's aptitude wasn't exceedingly poor. Success was almost guaranteed. Yize had long anticipated that due to his influence, the primary herb for this foundational elixir would be of exceptional quality, thus benefiting Danshanzi's refinement of the elixir and consequently enhancing its overall quality. However, he did not expect Danshanzi to be so generous as to provide him with a top-quality foundational elixir, something not easily obtainable even with contribution points as an outer disciple. He had initially thought that securing a low or mid-quality elixir through backdoor means would suffice, but he was surprised with such a delightful outcome. What Yize was unaware of was that this top-quality foundational elixir was not solely due to Danshanzi. The sect leader, Yang Jingyan, had also approved it. Furthermore, the availability of more top-quality foundational elixirs this time allowed for such a provision that Wu Biao and Steward Wang were already aware of this arrangement and were not particularly astonished. Wu Biao handed the jade box to Yize, indicating for him to keep it safe. Yize carefully accepted it, verifying its contents once more before treating it like a treasure and placing it into his storage pouch. "Thank you, Steward Wang," Yize expressed as he prepared to bow in gratitude. "And no need for such formalities. I observe your cultivation is progressing well, and soon I may be addressing you as junior brother." Steward Wang remarked with a smile, using his magical power to support Yize. "Thank you for your kind words, Steward," Yize replied, standing upright in appreciation. Afterward, Yize presented his sect token and deducted 10,000 contribution points before departing the Internal Affairs Hall alongside Wu Biao. In the main hall, the crowd, albeit unaware of Wu Biao's and Yize's activities in the back room, speculated that on such an occasion, it could only pertain to the exchange of foundational elixirs. Before long, news of Yize obtaining a foundational elixir from the Internal Affairs Hall spread swiftly through the Yi family. "What did you say?" Yize went to the Internal Affairs Hall and managed to exchange for a foundational elixir. In a cave dwelling on Lingquan Peak, the family head, Yunqi, exclaimed in astonishment, while those present shared similar reactions, fixating their gazes on the family member delivering the report, feeling the weight of scrutiny from many foundational cultivators. The reporting family member felt an overwhelming pressure and nearly knelt, only to have the intensity subside as the foundational cultivators reigned in their auras. The family member, not daring to delay, hurriedly explained, "We did not see Yize personally exchange for the foundational elixir. We only observed Wu Biao escorting him directly into the back room." Approximately 15 minutes later, they emerged together. However, based on inquiries made by those present, they deduced that they went to meet Steward Wang Ruofeng, which led to the conclusion that they were there to exchange for the foundational elixir. Having relayed all the information he knew, the family member finally exhaled in relief. "Continue monitoring the situation at the Internal Affairs Hall. You may leave now," Yunqi instructed after a moment of contemplation, gesturing for the reporter to depart. Upon exiting, the atmosphere within the cave grew silent for a brief moment. Yunqi glanced at his uncle, Jianshun, who concurrently turned to look at the family head, both harboring a sense of gravity and a hint of resignation in their expressions. "We have inadvertently cast ourselves as the villains in this scenario," Jianshun sighed, unable to contain his disappointment. His original plan had been to suppress Yize for a time, widening the gap between him and Yijieli. thereby directing the family's resources towards Yize's favor. To this end, he had been monitoring Yijianyu, even going so far as to collaborate with the branches of Yijianli and Yijianzhong to seek favors from the ancestral patriarch Yizongding, allocating an extra foundational elixir to Yijixin. Little did he anticipate that Yize had already paved his own path and secured a foundational elixir on the very first day. Yize's Sect contribution points were likely insufficient to reach 10,500. How could he have exchanged for a foundational elixir? Within the confines of the room, one individual voiced their confusion, noting that they had already inquired about the quantity of contribution points attributed to Yize. It was precisely for this reason that Yu-Tung felt assured enough to assign him some alchemical tasks. Intending to compensate Yize and prevent any subsequent matters from becoming overly awkward at this juncture, how Yize obtained the foundation establishment pill was of little significance. Yu-Ting spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing this, the questioner fell momentarily silent, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. Yize had already acquired the foundation establishment pill. Even if there were irregularities in the process, did they truly wish to delve deeper? Such an action would be exceedingly embarrassing, only serving to make a spectacle of the Yi family. The room fell silent once more, with none daring to speak further. Yet curiosity lingered. One finally could not contain themselves. Inquiring how Yize had come by that foundation establishment pill, especially since it was Wu Biao who took him to claim it. Could it be that he had genuinely caught the attention of Elder Danshinzi? Someone finally voiced their doubts and speculations that Yi Jianshun and Yu Tung remained silent, possessing more knowledge regarding Yize. Initially, Yi Jianyu had arranged for Yize to be under the tutelage of Wu Biao at Lingxi Peak, with the intention of garnering Elder Danshinzi as favor. Observing the current situation, it appeared that the initial scheme had indeed succeeded. They had not taken this matter to heart, considering it a flight of fancy. After all, Yize merely possessed dual spiritual roots, and even among the Sect's few possessing heavenly spiritual roots, not all could capture the interest of Danshinzi. Heavenly spiritual roots merely facilitated a smoother cultivation process before achieving the golden core, allowing more time to prepare for that pivotal moment. While it could marginally increase the probability of success, that increase was negligible. Thus, from the perspective of a late-stage golden core cultivator like Danshinzi, the quality of spiritual roots was not deemed overly significant. After all, who among those capable of forming a golden core was not a prodigy in their own right? Yet, who could have anticipated that an utterly ordinary Yize would inexplicably attract the favor of a golden core elder, and one who was also a master alchemist? It is worth noting that in terms of importance to the Yunqi sect, Danshinzi even surpassed Yijieli's master. Enough of this matter. Let us refrain from further discussion until the clan members finish their foundation establishment, Yijian Chen decisively concluded. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their speculations. From this day forth, Yize's name would be etched in their minds, though this would only be reaffirmed once he successfully established his foundation. After returning to Lingxi Peak, Yize bid farewell to Wu Biao. Uncle Wu, I shall soon enter seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. I kindly request you to tend to the 2 medicinal gardens for a few months. Yize was uncertain how long he would need to remain in seclusion. Thus he sought Wu Biao as assistance. Do not worry. Focus on your foundation establishment. The gardens will be in my care. While I may not be as meticulous as you, sustaining them will pose no issue, Wu Biao readily assured him. Now regarding Yize with the eyes of a junior brother, occasionally revealing a hint of anticipation, assisting in this minor task was certainly not a burden. Thank you, Uncle Wu, Yize replied with a respectful gesture. Yes, go on. I hope this will be the last time you call me uncle. Next time we meet, you ought to call me brother. Certainly. Yize's response brimmed with confidence. At that moment, he was not as modest as he had been before Manager Wang, for he regarded Wu Biao as one of his own. Wu Biao felt a surge of happiness at this, having watched Yize progress to this point over the years, and soon he would become his fellow junior brother. After parting ways with Wu Biao, Yize returned to his cave dwelling. Now that he had the foundation establishment pill in hand, it was time to make the final preparations. He first absorbed 10% of the spiritual essence from the medicinal herbs in the garden. A slender thread of purple qi within the vine rapidly expanded, soon transforming into its complete form, as the purple qi within him reached 12 strands. This should suffice, Yize murmured to himself, gazing inward at the vine within his dantian. Dear Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting, his greatest reliance for establishing his foundation. Aside from the foundation establishment pill, was this small segment of mysterious vine. Ever since entering the qi refining stage and discovering the vine's functions, Yize had regarded it as his second spiritual root. Whether it was enhancing and solidifying his magical power during the qi refining phase or the subsequent development of the 3 systems of techniques, Imu Chang Qin Gong, New Spirit Nourishing Record, and Brahman Pure Body Technique, each had incrementally strengthened his foundation. It even instilled in him a sense of boldness. He believed he could succeed in foundation establishment, even without the foundation establishment pill. Calming his emotions, Yize gathered the items he had long prepared and left his cave dwelling. Now that he possessed the top-tier foundation establishment pill, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Yize decided to utilize it as soon as possible. Lingshu Peak, adjacent to Tianju Peak, ranks among the foremost spiritual peaks within the Yunqi Sect as 81 spiritual peaks. The spiritual vein of Lingshu Peak is classified as a high-level 4th tier, and it is broader than the average 4th tier spiritual vein, capable of covering a more extensive area. Thus, the Yunqi Sect has established many superior cultivation rooms here, if the disciples of Yunqi Sect wish to break through significant bottlenecks. They are keen to come here for seclusion, even if it requires a modest expenditure of spirit stones for rental. Upon entering Lingshu Peak, Yize promptly requested the disciple managing the affairs of this place to prepare a cultivation room for his foundation establishment. The disciple, accustomed to such requests, quickly led Yize to a superior quiet room, with a spiritual energy density reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, making it an optimal location for foundation establishment seclusion. It is worth noting that a higher concentration of spiritual energy does not necessarily equate to a better training environment. The body of a qi refining cultivator has a limited capacity to absorb spiritual energy, and exceeding the 2nd tier would not contribute to superior cultivation outcomes. Yize paid for a half-year rental with spirit stones, promising to compensate for any excess time upon his exit. After completing all necessary formalities, Yize entered the cultivation room without a backward glance, commencing his foundation establishment. A multitude of urging energies traversed the boundless void and the borders of the Youlan realm, ultimately landing upon Yize, who was in seclusion for his breakthrough. Shui Tian Fu Yun even summoned an urging talisman, rendering his already restless state uncontainable. Thus, Yize, with no other recourse, resolved to establish his foundation that very night. The following is the main text. Yize had yet to reach the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Therefore, upon entering the cultivation room, he did not hastily attempt to break through to foundation establishment, but instead continued to refine his already solid magical power. He had originally planned to remain in seclusion for a period, adjusting his state to the optimal condition before proceeding with the breakthrough point 2 months later. Yize concluded his cultivation. This was the longest duration he had ever spent in seclusion, but fortunately, the results were satisfactory. My magical power has not seen any improvement for 3 days. It seems I have reached my peak point 3 days prior. He had begun to feel a swelling sensation in his dantian, after several days of adjustment. He had gradually adapted to the feeling, but now the magical power within him had reached saturation, making further progress difficult. Now that everything was in place, it was time to establish his foundation. To refine qi, one must open the dantian, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, clear the meridians corresponding to the cultivated techniques, and condense a magical power vortex to establish a foundation. One must lay the groundwork for their own path, necessitating the refinement of both body and spirit, externally strengthening the muscles and bones while internally refining the organs, gathering energy and condensing liquid, adjusting breath and focusing the spirit, all aimed at laying a solid foundation for subsequent higher-level cultivation. The more robust the foundation, the smoother future cultivation will be. Foundation establishment comprises 3 stages: body, consciousness, and magical power, progressing sequentially. After meeting the requirements of body and consciousness, one ultimately completes the qualitative transformation of magical power, converting gaseous magical power into liquid true essence, thereby opening a spiritual sea within the Dantian. Recalling the methods of foundation establishment in his mind, Yize hesitated no longer. He retrieved the top-tier foundation establishment pill and swallowed it, immediately channeling his energy to activate its medicinal effects, officially commencing his breakthrough to foundation establishment. As the foundation establishment pill entered his abdomen, Yize instantly felt a surge of warmth emanating from within. A surge of warmth coursed through his veins, enveloping him in a long-forgotten sense of comfort, reminiscent of the feeling that accompanied each breakthrough past a minor bottleneck. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the sensation, his expression shifted dramatically. The once gentle warmth morphed into a flurry of sharp blades, wreaking havoc throughout his body. Yize clenched his teeth, enduring the intense pain, fully aware that this was the foundational elixir commencing its effects, cleansing and refining his physique. The agony persisted for approximately half an hour before easing slightly, only to be replaced by an unbearable itch that surged forth, prompting Yize to yearn for a willow leaf knife to conduct a thorough scraping of his own skin. After another long half hour, the peculiar itch gradually subsided, replaced by the sensation of countless insects attempting to burrow out from within him. Moments later, he realized that a layer of gray impurities had silently accumulated over his body. With new impurities continuously emerging, as time passed, the accumulation of impurities on his skin grew denser, eventually turning black and exuding a foul odor. Simultaneously, an inexplicable lightness washed over him, akin to the sensation he experienced upon his arrival in this world. Devoid of any impurities, with the aid of the extraordinary foundational elixir, Yize underwent a profound transformation. The impurities continued to slowly exude, though they diminished in quantity, while the magical energy within Yize's Dantian surged once more, advancing his cultivation to greater heights. The medicinal potency of the foundational elixir, under his sustained cultivation, gradually transformed into his own magical energy. As this energy increased, his Dantian approached saturation, accompanied by waves of unbearable pain. The warmth that had once resided within transformed into a searing, prickling sensation. The energy vortex of magical power spun wildly, and Yize strove to compress it in an effort to alleviate the burden on his Dantian. Tremors racked his body, and the discomfort in his Dantian became increasingly intolerable, gradually affecting his mental clarity, causing his vision to blur. Just as he neared his limit, preparing to invoke the purple aura to safeguard his Dantian, the first drop of liquid true essence finally coalesced. Drip! The sound of the liquid true essence falling was like a celestial melody to Yize at that moment, signifying that he had successfully achieved half of his foundational cultivation. His spirits lifted. Yize bore the discomfort in his Dantian and continued to circulate the Imu Changqing technique. Having crossed the threshold from non-existence to existence, the subsequent process became considerably simpler, and he began to produce more liquid true essence, alleviating the pain within his Dantian. This process persisted for an indeterminate duration until finally 90% of his gaseous magical energy had transformed into liquid true essence, forming a verdant sea of spiritual energy within his Dantian. The green vine had long since submerged itself in this sea, its tendrils inexplicably becoming more vibrant and translucent, resembling jade. The efficacy of the extraordinary foundational elixir proved to be extraordinary. Even now, remnants of its potency remained unrefined, and Yize diligently transformed it into true essence, albeit the remaining gaseous magical energy proved quite tenacious, resisting change and significantly slowing the refining process. Without further hesitation, Yize immediately drew forth the purple aura from the vine. It seemed that the vine had been eagerly waiting. The moment Yize focused his intent, a stream of purple aura erupted from his body, swirling through the sea of spiritual energy like a fish before darting toward the significantly diminished energy vortex above. Upon entering the vortex, the purple aura seemed to react with a burst of energy, doubling its rotation speed, and soon began to be refined into droplets of liquid true essence, cascading into the spiritual sea below. Seeing this, Yize rejoiced, his internal cultivation proceeding smoothly, as the last vestige of gaseous magical energy transformed into true essence and fell. His aura began to shift, rising steadily and growing stronger. Yize did not relent. Although his magical energy had completed its transformation, half of the medicinal potency of the foundational elixir remained, and the first stream of purple aura had yet to be refined. Still swirling tumultuously in the spiritual seed, Yize assessed the state of his dantian and discovered that he still possessed considerable surplus energy. Without hesitation, he drew forth another stream of purple aura to add to the spiritual sea, followed by the third, fourth, and eventually the fifth streams. The 5 streams of purple aura, 4 large and 1 small, now roamed freely in the spiritual sea like orcas, transforming the once tranquil waters into a turbulent maelstrom, making Yize's cultivation efforts increasingly laborious. That he promptly halted the infusion of purple aura and began to gradually assimilate the 5 streams into the spiritual sea, concurrently noting that the presence of the purple aura accelerated the refining process of the foundational elixir's potency within his body. 3 days later, the 5 streams of purple aura had been fully refined, and the spiritual sea had expanded by over 40%. Similarly, his dantian underwent a transformation, although it retained its original size. It became markedly more stable, indicating an increased capacity for accumulating true essence. Aware of the changes within him and feeling the profound depth of his magical energy, Yize's heart surged with excitement. At this moment, he had effectively achieved foundational cultivation. As long as he solidified his realm, he could complete the final step and officially become a foundational cultivator. Nonetheless, Yize understood that this was not yet his ultimate limit. With a mere thought, 5 more streams of purple aura materialized within the spiritual sea, and he repeated the previous process, continuing the refinement. This time, the process was swifter, within 2.5 days. He had completely refined them, and his dantian had finally reached saturation. Cautiously, Yize extracted another stream of purple aura, instantly feeling the overwhelming sensation within his dantian re-emerge. Even with the purple aura's support, it provided little relief. Fearful of taking further risks, he prudently began to refine the 11th stream of purple aura, and his dantian, still unsteady, felt as though it might burst at any moment. Yize recognized that he had reached his limit. With the addition of the purple aura, his magical energy had nearly doubled, an astonishing increase compared to his earlier cultivation phase. He could not afford to be greedy. Maintaining focus, he commenced the final step of his foundational cultivation. With his dantian brimming with energy, he aligned the governing and nourishing meridians, safeguarding against potential hazards and allowing the energy to flow through the channels. Circulating continuously, he harmonized his energy with the dantian. Culminating in a brilliant manifestation of power, Yize mobilized the true essence within his dantian, flowing through the 3 gates of the governing meridian and exiting through the nourishing meridian, adhering to the pathways of the Imu Chanqing technique, continually cycling until it converged back into the dantian. After an indeterminate number of circulations, Yize's meridians became increasingly unobstructed, eventually reaching a critical point. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yize, and after days of effort, he had finally completed his foundational cultivation. Yize opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone within them. He felt invigorated, his complexion rosy and his spirit clear, a stark contrast to the fatigue of the qi refining stage. At last, he had succeeded. Unable to contain his excitement, Yize reflected on his foundational cultivation process, which had not been perilous but rather a natural progression. Having spent 20 years in this world, today marked the official commencement of his journey toward immortality, filling him with anticipation for the future. Sensing the residual medicinal potency within him, Yize adhered to his principle of waste not, and continued to refine it. Given the burden on his dantian, he exercised caution in his refining, incrementally enhancing his reserves, and at this point his magical energy had already surpassed double that prior to the purple aura's assistance. A month following his foundational success, Yize not only refined the last remnants of the foundational elixir's potency within him, but also solidified his cultivation realm. The impurities that had exuded from his body had completely solidified. resembling dried black mud clinging to his skin. With a gentle shake of his body, all the impurities fell away, forming a small black ring around him, casting a cleansing spell upon himself and clearing the impurities surrounding his meditation mat. Yize donned a fresh set of robes and began to examine the changes brought about by his recent foundational cultivation. First and foremost was his physical body, after the removal of impurities. His skin appeared significantly more refined, yet the internal strength had also increased considerably. Although he was not solely a physical cultivator, he felt that his current physical speed and strength could easily overpower late-stage qi refining cultivators. His senses had sharpened dramatically, and his perception of the spiritual energy in the world was clearer, reminiscent of the moment he broke through to the 9th layer of qi refining, feeling one with the cosmos. Moreover, his lifespan had astonishingly surged to 360 years. Startling it was essential to note that he was still in the early stages of foundational cultivation. As he advanced further, it would likely increase even more. By the time he reached the late stages of foundational cultivation, his lifespan might very well rival that of core formation cultivators. Now, at just 20 years old, he had over 300 years to strive toward core formation, which further illuminated the value of the Imu Changqing technique in his mind. His knowledge. There exists no cultivation method in the entire realm that can extend one's lifespan to such an extent. Suddenly, Yize recalled the life source grass he had salvaged. For him, it was truly more of a nuisance than a boon. For the divine consciousness. The realm where it resides is known as the Sea of Consciousness, also referred to as the Niwen Palace or Upper Dantian. After establishing the foundation, the application of divine consciousness is no longer confined to the body. It can be projected externally. The stronger the divine consciousness, the further it can extend. Due to his practice of the spirit-nourishing record, his consciousness prior to his breakthrough was already comparable to that of an ordinary foundation-establishing cultivator. Yize found himself particularly at ease during the trial of his consciousness. And after the breakthrough, his divine awareness surged dramatically. Becoming far more sensitive to his surroundings, he had intended to test the limits of his consciousness's range, but discovered that the surroundings of the quiet room were obstructed by arrays, rendering him unable to extend his perception beyond the confines of his retreat, forcing him to abandon the endeavor for the time being. However, based on his estimations, his consciousness should effortlessly perceive events several miles away. Lastly, regarding his magical power, the energy reservoir within his Dantian far surpassed that of cultivators at the same level. Both in quality and quantity, it was sufficient to rival mid-stage practitioners, allowing him to maintain the advantage of overwhelming his peers as he did during the qi refinement stage. Yet, Yize pondered that since his debut, he had never engaged in a one-on-one confrontation. He had always relied on his numerous magical tools to overwhelm groups of adversaries. Yize lamented, "The cultivation world has been most unkind to me." Although he had successfully established his foundation, he was not in a hurry to exit his retreat. He had a more pressing matter at hand than a month prior, upon his breakthrough into the foundation stage. He had noticed new developments with the green vine, but at that critical juncture of solidifying his realm, he had lacked the time and energy to examine it closely. Now that his cultivation was stable, it was time to explore the surprises that the green vine had in store for him. The verdant vine appeared to have grown an additional segment. What once seemed lifeless now emanated a hint of vitality. Furthermore, the original 3 branches were no longer barren, for at their tips, new leaves had sprouted. Yize's heart surged with joy, and he restrained his excitement to investigate the new leaf that recorded the Imu Changqing technique. This new leaf was larger than its predecessor and contained more information as he had anticipated. It indeed detailed the foundational techniques of the Imu Changqing method, and a smile of delight finally broke upon Yize's face. After examining the remaining 2 new leaves, his excitement gradually settled. He had experienced so many surprises that he had become somewhat immune to them. Each of the 3 cultivation types not only derived foundational techniques, but also bore unexpected surprises. Each new technique came with a spell, such as the newly added God-resisting technique from the spirit-nourishing record, as long as Yize could successfully cultivate them. The resulting power would swiftly translate into combat prowess. For a newly initiated foundation cultivator, such opportunities were rare and precious. Save for those who had golden core masters or close kin among core formation elders, Yize hesitated no longer and, seizing this opportunity presented by his foundation establishment, immediately commenced training in the foundational techniques of the Yimu Changqing. Since his ascension to the foundation stage, the Qi refinement techniques could no longer enhance his magical power. The new stage's techniques were several times more profound than those of the Qi refinement stage, and Yize found himself unable to grasp them instantly, thus dedicating more time to meticulous study. Striving to gain entry into the practice at the earliest opportunity, this pursuit of knowledge spanned several months. Heaven rewards the diligent. 3 months later, Yize finally succeeded in completing a full cycle of the Great Tian. Mastering the foundational techniques of the Yimu Changqing, observing a slight increase in his energy reservoir, Yize felt elated, yet discerned a new change during his cultivation. To verify this, he did not linger and continued his practice. Yize's rate of absorbing spiritual energy had increased geometrically compared to the Qi refinement stage. However, this was not solely due to the techniques. The green vine was also absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Akin to Yize's own methods, transforming this energy into its own liquid true essence. This revelation truly astonished Yize. He had perused numerous ancient texts, but had never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be that this green vine is evolving into my second spiritual root? What an incredible notion! The essence of a cultivator's practice lies in their spiritual root, for whether in Qi refinement, foundation establishment, or golden core and nascent soul stages, it is the spiritual root that allows for the absorption of heavenly spiritual energy and essence, which is then utilized through techniques. Yet now, this mysterious green vine could harness external spiritual energy during his practice to convert it into magical power, which genuinely astounded Yize. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Although he often jested that the green vine was his second spiritual root, he had not anticipated that one day it would not only absorb the essence of plants, but also spiritual energy. Could it be that my frequent musings have bestowed it with sentience, prompting it to evolve autonomously? Might it even absorb the essence of heaven and earth once I reach the golden core stage? Shaking his head, Yize dispelled such fanciful thoughts, for the future could be addressed in due course. At present, this change was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Based on the current circumstances, his cultivation speed was approximately 1.8 times that of normal conditions, and with the aid of future medicinal elixirs, he could likely rival the cultivation speed of those with heavenly spiritual roots. After all, even the rarest heavenly spiritual roots only achieve 2 to 3 times the cultivation speed of dual spiritual roots before reaching the golden core stage. Calming his elation, Yize instinctively began to weigh the pros and cons of this situation. He was not fearful of the anomalous speed of his future cultivation growth. Upon exiting his retreat, he could join the ranks of Dan Qinzi as a master alchemist in the late golden core stage. It would be entirely reasonable for his disciples to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Wouldn't it? At worst, he would simply maintain a lower profile in his dealings, focusing on herb cultivation. He had long coveted the various medicinal gardens on Yunqi Peak. Unbeknownst to Yize, his current thoughts aligned perfectly with the intentions of both Dan Qinzi and Yang Jiedan, leading to increased favor and attention from the two towards the promising Yize in the future. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months later, Yize finally entered the foundational techniques of the Yimu Changqing. His spiritual sea expanded by half again, after which the rate of increase in his magical power began to slow. Upon emerging from his state of cultivation, Yize calculated the time and realized he had spent over 10 months in the cultivation chamber. It was time to exit. Whispering softly to himself, Yize rose, his tall figure complemented by his more refined features post-foundation establishment, endowing him with an even more ethereal demeanor. Yunqi Peak had been lively for several months, with many fortunate cultivators who had obtained foundation pills choosing to break through within the cultivation chambers of Yunqi Peak. Additionally, as Yunqi Sect had distributed more foundation pills than usual this time, greater attention was drawn to this area, reminiscent of families awaiting the results of imperial examinations in the mortal realm. Now, over 10 months had elapsed since the first batch of foundation pills was distributed, and most cultivators who had come to break through, regardless of success, had already exited, leaving only a small number still within. While the crowd at Lingshu Peak had diminished, some remained to inquire about the latest news. Due to the presence of arrays, those outside could only ascertain the fates of the cultivators within the chambers. And nothing further could be known to a few outer disciples, dedicated to gathering information, gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. They say foundation establishment takes 100 days. Now it's been over 300 days. So the remaining ones probably haven't succeeded. One disciple, growing somewhat impatient, complained, "You lack insight. The so-called 100 days of foundation establishment means any time within 1,000 days counts as 100 days. I've even heard of someone taking 3 years to establish their foundation," remarked another, attempting to contribute to the conversation. "The person you heard of probably entered before reaching the peak of chi refinement," retorted the first speaker. "Indeed, the sect mandates that anyone who receives a foundation pill must report their status within a year. Do you think this timeline is arbitrary?" chimed in another companion as they awaited news. The conversation grew tedious, and they found amusement in their banter. Suddenly, one of them seemed to recall something and brought up a matter I heard from a friend at Lingshu Peak that an outer disciple named he had entered seclusion quite early. He didn't seem to have reached the peak of chi refinement back then, yet he has been inside for over 10 months now, without coming out. Surely he is not from the Yi family of Linquan Peak. I know of him. His name is Yize, a collateral descendant of the Yi family. Initially, the family did not allocate a foundation pill to him, but he exchanged for one using his contributions to the sect. I also know of this Yize. It is said that his alchemy skills are quite impressive, and he is just over 20 years old. Wow, so young. If he successfully establishes his foundation, wouldn't he overshadow the 5 talents of the Yi family? Suddenly, a man lowered his voice and cautiously glanced around. The Yi family has experienced remarkable growth in recent years, with prominent figures emerging from all 3 generations: old, middle-aged, and young. The representatives of the new generation are the renowned 5 prodigies of the Yi family, who have remarkably produced 5 foundation establishment cultivators within a decade. However, even the most outstanding among them, Yize, is now in his 20s, several years older than Yize. The Yi family is indeed fortunate. Not only did Yize acquire a foundation establishment pill, but even the otherwise inconsequential Yize managed to luck into one, leading to his successful foundation establishment. How remarkable! Someone nearby expressed envy and jealousy towards the luck of others. Just as their conversation reached a lively pitch, the door to a training room slowly opened, and a handsome young man stepped out. The young man was none other than Yize, who had just completed his seclusion. With his eyes closed, he inhaled the fresh air outside, feeling instantly rejuvenated. Although the spiritual energy within the training room was abundant, being confined in a closed space for an extended period can be stifling. Even for someone like him, who has lived over 40 years across 2 lifetimes, Yize sought out a disciple managing the training rooms at Lingshu Peak, intending to replenish the spirit stones used for renting the training space. "Uncle E, you've emerged from seclusion. Congratulations, Uncle." Coincidentally, the disciple he encountered was the same one who had selected the quiet room for him. Upon sensing Yize's cultivation level, the disciple quickly realized that this senior brother, who had been absent for over 10 months, had successfully established his foundation and was now his uncle. After a moment of surprise, the disciple recalled that many of his fellow seniors had come out of seclusion as uncles during this period. So he was not overly astonished. "I was fortunate to break through. Thank you for your congratulations," Yize replied with a smile, offering no further comments as he paid the spirit stones and took his leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at the group of people gathered nearby, having vaguely overheard some information. Jiedan had also established his foundation. How amusing. After Yize left, those who had been gathering information immediately erupted in conversation. He truly succeeded at just 20 years old. The family is indeed brimming with talent, one person remarked. Hey, let us not forget that he redeemed the foundation establishment pill himself. The Yi family received 4 such pills this time, and didn't he give him even one? Instead, it was Jiedan, the filler, who got one. What do you make of that? Another person said with malice. The others, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of schadenfreude. These individuals were well-informed and could easily deduce the underlying intricacies given Yize's circumstances since joining the Yunqi sect. The disciple from Lingshu Peak did not eavesdrop on their conversation, but calmly recorded. On a certain day of a certain month in the celestial calendar, at Lingquan Peak, Yize broke through to foundation establishment and emerged from seclusion. Yize, unaware that others were discussing him, was soaring through the peaks, his destination set for Lingxi Peak. After breaking through to foundation establishment, he no longer needed to rely on magical artifacts for flight. He could now ascend using his own magical power, his speed surpassing that of when he wielded the flowing light shuttle during his chi refinement stage. Although it consumed more magical energy, it was negligible for him now. Glancing at the retreating scenery beside him, Yize felt a sense of exhilaration and fully extended his consciousness, immediately perceiving everything within a 10-mile radius. His range of consciousness was significantly greater than that of an average foundation establishment cultivator. While they could typically extend their awareness for about 5 or 6 miles, he had nearly doubled that. This provided him a considerable advantage in both combat and reconnaissance. That moment, a mental map seemed to materialize in his mind, encompassing everything within a 10-mile radius centered around him, allowing him to sense even the minutest details of the environment. The spirit nurturing record is truly a remarkable tool. He must continue to cultivate the subsequent methods of spirit refinement. However, he was running low on spirit nurturing pills and wondered whether the cultivation during the foundation establishment stage required them as well. This thought reminded him of his first encounter with Jiedan, who had been gracefully shooting arrows with her bow. He wondered if Sister Yi had successfully established her foundation. Given her solid accumulation at the 9th level of chi refinement, she should be fine. Yize had never doubted Jiejun's ability to obtain a foundation establishment pill. She was meticulous in her actions and undoubtedly well prepared. Soon, Yize arrived at Lingxi Peak. As soon as he returned, he spotted a figure diligently tending to medicinal herbs in the herb field. Appearing somewhat impatient, to his surprise, he had encountered Wu Biao in the herb garden. Wu Biao noticed Yize as well. Waving his hand and calling out, "Hey, Yishidi, you finally emerged from seclusion." Wu Biao was entirely unfazed by Yize's successful foundation establishment and adeptly changed his form of address, leaving Yize both amused and exasperated. When he first met Wu Biao, the latter still exuded an air of senior cultivator, but over time, Yize realized that Wu Biao had a carefree and unconventional personality that resonated with him. Landing beside Wu Biao, Yize smiled and said, "Thanks to your earlier words of encouragement, I was fortunate to break through." Wu Biao scrutinized Yize for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. "Your aura is profound, and your magical power is substantial. You are far stronger than I was at your AGIT is all due to Elder Dan Chenzi's favor, and I am grateful for your guidance in obtaining the foundation establishment pill back then." Yize replied respectfully. Wu Biao waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, I merely ran an errand. There's no need for thanks. You should be thanking the old man." Just as Wu Biao was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill, and though his expression remained unchanged, he instinctively corrected himself. Yize pretended not to hear the slip, nodding in agreement. "I will take you to meet the master now. With your successful foundation establishment, you should be accepted as a direct disciple," Wu Biao said as he led the way towards Dan Chenzi's Qingping cave. Appearing even more eager than Yize, Yize had no objections and followed closely behind as they ascended to the peak. After nearly a year away, Yize found that Qingping cave still resembled his memories, offering a sense of tranquility. Without announcing their arrival, Wu Biao directly led Yize inside, knowing that his master would have sensed Yize's presence upon his entry into Lingxi Peak. Wu Biao was well aware that this old fellow cared deeply for the disciple who was about to enter the sect, after Yize had been in seclusion for half a year. The master had often hinted for him to check on Yize's progress. Under Wu Biao's guidance, they soon met Dan Chenzi. To their surprise, a stern-faced woman stood beside him. The woman was beautiful, appearing to be in her 30s. Yet her skin looked remarkably youthful. Yize and Wu Biao approached Dan Chenzi to pay their respects, with Yize kneeling on one knee and solemnly declaring, "Master, I, Yize, have successfully established my foundation and come to report. Dan Chenzi regarded Yize with satisfaction. Easily discerning his current level of cultivation, he stroked his white beard, nodding with approval and smiling as he said, "Good, good, Yize. You have not disappointed me. From today onward, you shall be my sixth direct disciple. Rise." Dan Chenzi then gestured towards the stern woman, introducing her. "This is your second senior sister, Luo Se, a member of my lineage who has been practicing alongside me for quite some time." Following the instruction, Yize stood and then bowed to Luo Se, respectfully saying, "Second senior sister." Before Luo Se could respond, Wu Biao eagerly approached her and asked, "Second senior sister, when did you return?" Clearly, they shared a close relationship. A fleeting smile graced Luo Se's face as she replied, "I just returned yesterday and came to visit the master today." Then, turning her gaze to Yize, who stood straight and attentive, she generously praised. "Sixth junior brother, there's no need for excessive formalities. The master was just speaking of you. It's quite the coincidence to run into you as you emerge from seclusion. Upon seeing you, it is evident you are a young genius. And oh wonder the master has taken an interest in taking on disciples after all these years." Yize quickly realized that his second senior sister possessed an aura like the ocean. Her cultivation having reached the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from forming a core. He humbly replied, "Senior sister, you flatter me. I am far from your level. I cannot accept such praise." Upon encountering Yize, the second senior sister found him to be exceptionally courteous and sincere in his speech, which left her with a remarkably favorable first impression of this junior disciple. At that moment, Dan Chenzi interjected, "Your senior sister is currently serving in the Tianyan hall of our sect. She has been executing various missions outside for quite some time and has just returned. She plans to rest within the sect for a while. The Tianyan hall is one of the core halls of the sect, responsible for overseeing various intelligence matters of Yunqi sect. The fact that Luo Se holds a position there speaks volumes of the trust the sect places in her." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Se and Wu Biao willingly ceded the spotlight to Dan Chenzi and Yize, as today they were the protagonists. Dan Chenzi sat cross-legged at the head of the table. With Luo Se and Wu Biao flanking him, he then addressed Yize with a serious demeanor. "Yize, since you have today entered my tutelage, I shall impart to you 6 phrases, which I hope you will keep close to your heart. Disciple is all ears from Master's teachings." Yize replied, performing a formal bow to signify his respect. "First, cultivate the heart. Remain pure and desireless. Second, cultivate the body. Return to true gentleness. Third, govern the world. Act naturally and effortlessly. Fourth, manage your household. Maintain harmony and unity. Fifth, refine the spirit. Embrace oneness and return to the origin. Sixth, nurture all things, attain unity, and give birth." These 6 phrases were insights I gleaned during my travels before forming my golden core, that I have shared them with every disciple. You must remember them well, that I hope you will foster mutual affection among your fellow disciples, becoming each other's steadfast support in the future. Yize silently recited the phrases in his mind and solemnly vowed, "Master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations." After a brief pause, Dan Chenzi continued, "Of course, for now, I am your most solid support. As your master, I shall not concern myself with the failures of peer competition, but should anyone attempt to bully you in the future, know that I will not stand idly by. I will certainly advocate for you." Yize understood that Dan Chenzi's words carried deeper meaning, and feeling touched, he bowed once more, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your protection." Dan Chenzi nodded, saying, "Very well, you may rise now. Do not bow so frequently, as it may make your 5th senior brother feel he is lacking in propriety." Thus, this simple apprenticeship ceremony concluded without excessive formalities. From this day forth, Yize's status would undergo a significant transformation. As a direct disciple of a Golden Core Master, he would no longer be an inconspicuous figure within Yunqi sect. With over 10,000 inner disciples in the foundation establishment stage, their ranks varied greatly, not only based on strength, but also on the support of their respective sects or family legacies, guidance from esteemed masters, or their own independent efforts, which would create vast disparities in future achievements. As a direct disciple of a golden core elder, Yize was now on the cusp of the core echelon of Yunqi's sect. He was considered a true heir, incomparable to ordinary inner disciples. Throughout Yunqi's sect, there were but a few hundred true disciples. Yize felt a rare warmth from the world of cultivation. From Danshinzi's few words, it was apparent that he valued harmonious relations among his disciples, wishing for them to advance hand in hand on the path to enlightenment. Luo Xie and Wu Biao's gazes towards Yize softened considerably. The path of the great Tao is merciless. As cultivators live long lives, blood ties, family, and friends will fade with the passage of time, leaving only fellow disciples like Yize to accompany them. Yize, today you've formally become my disciple, and, as per tradition, I shall bestow upon you several treasures. Danshinzi's words resonated like heavenly music in Yize's ears. Excited, he replied, "Disciple humbly thanks Master for the bestowed treasures." While speaking, Yize's mind raced with thoughts of what splendid items he might receive. Beside him, Wu Biao couldn't help but chuckle. "Junior brother, you have no idea how fortunate you are. Master has been refining alchemical pills for years and is quite wealthy. He will undoubtedly not disappoint you." Yize, taken aback by the remark, could only remain silent, his heart brimming with anticipation. Danshinzi cast a glance at this mischievous elder and his troublesome disciple and snorted softly, thinking, "I hope you can still manage to smile later. I see you excel in wielding sword-type magical tools, so I shall grant you this top-grade spirit sword, named Qingming, for your use. That I observe that your spiritual sea is vast, and your magical power far exceeds that of an average foundation establishment disciple. Thus, it should not be difficult for you to wield." With that, Danshinzi produced a dark green small sword, which flew towards as it traveled. The sword gradually enlarged, and when it landed before Yize, it had transformed into a 3-foot-long azure blade, its edge glimmering ominously. "What a fine weapon!" Before Yize could respond, 2 more orbs of spiritual light shot forth, and Danshinzi's voice echoed. "This is the Yunqi immortal garment, which can significantly weaken attacks below the golden core level. The other is the feathered boots, which can enhance your speed and flight by about 30%. In my tutelage, your foremost priority should be to protect yourself. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your senior brothers and sisters. Therefore, you must make good use of these 2 spirit tools." Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Yize sensed a hint of melancholy in Danshinzi's tone as he spoke these words. Even Luo Xie and Wu Biao, standing beside him, could not help but lower their gazes, likely recalling some uncomfortable past events. However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Gazing at the 3 top-grade spirit tools before him, Yize mused that those newly initiated foundation establishment disciples without backgrounds probably lacked even a single spirit tool, whereas he had been bestowed 3, all of the highest quality. Furthermore, his master's every word was for his safety. Yize could not help but sincerely express his gratitude to Danshinzi, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. I shall diligently adhere to your teachings." That moment, Danshinzi had returned to his usual demeanor, but deep within, he mused, "This is just the beginning." He continued, "I see that you have already practiced a foundation establishment technique. Judging by the size of your spiritual sea, this technique is rather exceptional. So I shall not provide you with another primary cultivation method. Should you encounter any issues regarding cultivation in the future, feel free to consult me directly. Yize naturally nodded in agreement that I possess a unique skill inspired by a friend from Yuhua Pavilion, which I created myself, called Qinyuan True Fire. It can be used both in combat and for alchemy. You may take your time to cultivate it. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade slip containing the technique landed before Yize. Luo Xie and Wu Biao appeared unfazed. They had both been taught the Qinyuan True Fire upon entering, as it was a distinctive skill of their lineage. Once the Qinyuan True Fire was summoned, anyone with knowledge would recognize that the wielder was a disciple of Danshinzi, effectively serving as a form of identification. Wu Biao had assumed that this would be the end of the bestowals, as he had similarly experienced this during his own initiation. However, he was taken aback when he noticed Danshinzi cast a deliberate glance at him before continuing. "As your master and a master alchemist, I naturally have relevant alchemical matters to bestow upon you. Now that you possess true fire, I shall grant you an alchemical furnace as well." Upon seeing his master glance in his direction, Wu Biao felt an ominous sense of foreboding to be by the time Dan Shinzi finished speaking. Yize and Luo Xia had yet to react, while Wu Biao's eyes widened in horror. His reaction was unexpected for both Yize and Luo Xia, who looked at him in confusion, while Dan Shinzi appeared indifferent, seemingly ignoring Wu Biao's eager gaze. "Master, you aren't bestowing upon junior brother that newly refined Xian Yuding, are you?" Wu Biao asked cautiously, fearful of an affirmative response. Unfortunately, his worst fears were confirmed. Upon hearing his question, Dan Shinzi nodded without hesitation, shattering Wu Biao's last shred of hope. "Indeed, you are quite astute. Old 5, the Xian Yuding is precisely what I intend to gift your junior brother." Dan Shinzi spoke the words, which were particularly cruel to Wu Biao, with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Biao instantly wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Yize, curious, inquired, "Master, what is so special about the Xian Yuding that causes brother to react this way?" Before Dan Shinzi could respond, Wu Biao replied in a low tone, "The Xian Yuding is a treasure that Master entrusted to the Sect as master craftsman to forge over the past year. It incorporates a significant amount of Qi Lianzi gene, making it an invaluable alchemical furnace that rivals the worth of ordinary magical treasures. Magical treasures can only be crafted by golden core cultivators and are exceedingly rare and precious. For an alchemist, possessing an alchemical furnace of equal value to a magical treasure is an irresistible temptation." Yize was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, "Master, this furnace is far too precious. I feel unworthy to accept it." Dan Shinzi chuckled, "No, this was specifically crafted for you. And besides, the Qilianzi gene was obtained due to your influence. I merely wagered procured it. The cost of crafting the Xian Yuding was only a fraction of that. So you may accept it with peace of mind. As for your senior brother, he already possesses his own top-grade alchemical furnace, yet still harbors thoughts of competing with you for the Xian Yuding. How greedy." Upon realizing that the Xian Yuding was specifically crafted for Yize, Wu Biao lost all desire for it, stating, "Master, had you mentioned it was prepared for junior brother, I would not have entertained any such notions. Your mind appears to be somewhat befuddled. Upon encountering something truly remarkable, you seem unable to move on." Dan Shinzi remarked bluntly. As he spoke, a delicate purple small cauldron materialized before Yize, seemingly unremarkable. However, he was acutely aware of the rarity of the crimson serpent purple gold. Any cauldron crafted from such exquisite materials would surely not be of inferior quality. He promptly expressed his gratitude once more, albeit without any hesitation in accepting the Xian Yuding. The Xiang furnace was acceptable as a beginner's alchemical furnace, but it would fall short for the creation of more advanced elixirs. He had initially intended to explore the Danding building for a more suitable option, yet his master had already prepared one for him. Wu Biao lingered nearby, lamenting the fleeting nature of spring and autumn. While Dan Shinzi, seemingly unsatisfied with the provocation, continued, "Yize, I perceive that your spiritual consciousness is comparable to that of an average mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Have you perhaps practiced any techniques for refining the spirit?" Yize was taken aback, realizing that a core formation cultivator was indeed extraordinary. Despite not releasing his spiritual consciousness, he could be easily probed. "Master, your insight is remarkable that I have indeed stumbled upon a method to cultivate my spiritual consciousness during my 9th layer of Qi refinement. It is said to be designed specifically for those seeking to break through to foundation establishment. Ditto. Such a method exists. You are indeed fortunate." Dan Shinzi replied that I, too, obtained it by chance. However, I made a promise to the one who imparted it to me, and thus cannot share it further. Otherwise, I would have sought your assistance in examining it. In no matter. Dan Shinzi waved his hand. "I mention this not to delve into your spirit refining techniques. I possess a method to enhance your spiritual consciousness as well, known as the Yuqing Tongji method. In our alchemical pursuits, an acute understanding of the properties of medicinal materials necessitates a high demand for spiritual consciousness. With this method, your spiritual awareness will ascend to new heights, thereby aiding your alchemical skills." He then glanced at Wu Biao beside him. "Your 5th senior brother should have a deep understanding of this." Wu Biao was once again taken aback, casting a resentful glance at Dan Shinzi. his eyes seemingly questioning. Didn't you say I could only practice after successfully refining the tranquil spirit pill? How is it that he has already attained this at the onset of Foundation establishment? Master, is it truly fair for you to show such favoritism before my eyes? Dan Shinzi maintained a smile, his unspoken words striking deep into Wu Biao's heart. Yize has just entered Foundation establishment. Yet his spiritual consciousness rivals that of a mid-stage cultivator. You, on the other hand, how can you possibly compare? Defeated, Wu Biao managed a faint smile and addressed Yize. Master speaks the truth that I have cultivated for 2 years and made considerable progress in my alchemical techniques. I should soon be able to attempt the refinement of third-tier elixirs. A soft thud echoed as a jade slip containing the records of the Yunqi Tongji method and the tranquil spirit pill fell before Yize. Wu Biao gazed at the slip, which he had once laboriously obtained while secluding himself to refine the tranquil spirit pill, feeling a mix of sorrow and disbelief at the vast chasm between their capabilities, yet devoid of any jealousy. Before Yize could express further gratitude, another tome descended, accompanied by Dan Shinzi's voice. This volume contains the recipes for some common first- and second-tier elixirs. You must practice diligently, and I shall periodically review your progress in alchemy. Or not emulate your fifth senior brother, who spends his days idly. Wu Biao resigned himself, realizing that he had come today merely to serve as a cautionary tale. Upon hearing this, he exhibited no reaction. However, the second-tier recipes are forbidden from being disclosed outside the sect. You must remember not to impart them to others, though you may dispose of any elixirs you refine as you wish. Dan Shinzi admonished. Disciple obeys, Yize acknowledged, fully aware of the significance of these recipes that he had previously inquired about second-tier elixirs in the market, but each time returned empty-handed. That it was only upon requesting assistance from Jiedan that he learned that even in larger immortal cities, second-tier recipes were not easily found, as they were closely guarded secrets among various factions. Well then, allow me to bestow upon you one last gift, also something I acquired from others. Take it as a means of self-defense. A radiant golden talisman glided toward Yize as Dan Shinzi spoke. This talisman was unlike ordinary spiritual talismans. It bore the image of a grand golden bell, exuding a continuous aura of a magical artifact. Its formidable energy palpable. Did I ask this? A talisman artifact? Yize exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had never encountered a talisman artifact before, his extensive knowledge allowed him to identify it at a glance, while the recently received Xian Yuding might hold greater value. The talisman artifact was extraordinary in its own right. It required a portion of the artifact's essence to be forged, a process many core formation cultivators were reluctant to undertake, though the talisman artifact could be utilized only a handful of times. It could unleash nearly half the power of the original artifact and was a rare treasure at the Foundation establishment stage. This golden bell talisman artifact was defensive in nature, crafted from the essence of the golden morning bell, capable of being used approximately 5 times. If used wisely, it could save your life in a moment of peril. Dan Shinzi explained with a detached tone, as if presenting a mere ordinary spiritual talisman. After a considerable time, Yize stumbled out of Qingping Cave. Despite being mentally prepared, the sudden windfall of the day still left him somewhat dazed. Upon returning to his cave, Yize meticulously laid out the items bestowed by Dan Shinzi on his table, taking a moment to admire them before regaining his composure, marveling at the exquisite sensation of having such backing. Having successfully established his foundation and taken on a master, his worth had multiplied several times over. Judging by Wu Biao's earlier reaction, it was clear he had received an immense windfall today. Just the Xian Yuding alone would require an exorbitant sum of spirit stones to acquire, if he could even find it. The crimson serpent purple gold within was already priceless. Not to mention the undoubtedly invaluable Yunqi Tongji method, Yize understood the preciousness of techniques related to spiritual consciousness, whose value and efficacy could drive cultivators to madness. Yize carefully stored all his possessions, opting to maintain a low profile. Such treasures could not be disclosed lightly. He did not rush to assimilate the gains of the day. This matter was not urgent, but he still had 2 more places to visit. After arranging everything, Yize departed his cave and soared toward the towering Tianju peak. The peaks swiftly receded behind him as he darted between the spiritual mountains, heading towards the magnificent Tianju peak. Having been at Yunqi Sect for over 3 years, Yize had never ascended this pinnacle, the very essence of the sect, until today, necessitated by the requirement to report his foundation establishment status. Tianju Peak, from a distance, resembled a colossal pillar propping up the heavens. Even with his current vision, he could scarcely discern the summit, and no matter how many times he gazed upon it, Yize could not shake the feeling of his own insignificance in its presence. The peak was adorned with countless pavilions and towers, frequented predominantly by foundation establishment cultivators. Following the information he had gathered beforehand, Yize navigated his way to a hall known as Tianyan, a place all newly established foundation cultivators were required to visit, signifying their ascent upon the path of immortality. Soaring towards the azure clouds, the Tianyan Hall exuded an air of authority, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it. The doors stood wide open, yet no one was guarding them, prompting Yize to step inside unimpeded. The hall was quite spacious, its overall structure enveloped in dark tones, as Yize traversed its interior. He was struck by the antiquated decorations, a profound sense of historical weight enveloping him. Within the Tianyan Hall, there were 7 main seats, yet at that moment, only one weary old man occupied a chair. Clad in gray robes, the old man had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. Although one cannot judge a cultivator's age by appearance, Yize could perceive an aura of decay surrounding him. Immediately recognizing that his time was short, Yize approached the hall's sole elder, performing a formal salute. "I am Yize, newly established in Foundation. I humbly request Senior Brother's assistance in registering my status." The Foundation establishment pills distributed by the sect, whether allocated to core formation cultivators or exchanged for contribution points, required reporting their destination to the sect. After a year, regardless of the outcome, the sect necessitated documentation. Today, Yize was there to register, facilitating his transition within the sect and the exchange of his inner disciple identity token. Though this elder was merely a foundation cultivator, his service at Tianyan Hall indicated significant contributions to Yunqi Sect. Decades prior, he might have been a prominent figure within the sect. Their placement here was also a consideration for them to enjoy their twilight years, witnessing the achievements of each new disciple attaining foundation establishment. Providing a measure of solace for their spirits, Yize held these individuals in a degree of reverence, hence his respectful demeanor. The elders seemed deeply asleep and did not awaken immediately. Yize, unperturbed, patiently stood by, awaiting his turn. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the elder's body stirred gently, his slightly clouded eyes slowly opening, finally noticing Yize standing before him. Oh, you must be the newly established foundation cultivator. My apologies, I had just fallen into a deep sleep and did not notice you. Upon awakening, the elderly man appeared somewhat dazed and feebly offered an explanation. Yize gazed at the aged figure, whose life was waning, and smiled, saying, "You flatter me, esteemed elder. I have only recently arrived. My name is Yize, and I kindly ask for your assistance in registering me." With that, he presented his outer sect disciple identity token. "Oh, very well. I am Duan Kongming. Which spiritual peak do you practice on, Junior Brother?" The elder, now fully alert, moved with renewed vigor. "Spirit Stream Peak," Yize replied without hesitation, naming the place where he trained under the esteemed Dan Shenzi, having previously noted his sect affiliation as Spirit Spring Peak. "Spirit Stream Peak? Are you not of the Yi family? How is it that you are not at Spirit Spring Peak?" Duan Kongming inquired, examining Yize's identity token with a look of puzzlement, clearly aware of the circumstances surrounding Spirit Spring Peak. "Since joining Yunqi Sect, I have been managing the medicinal gardens at Spirit Stream Peak. Now that I am under the tutelage of Elder Dan Shenzi, I am thus affiliated with Spirit Stream Peak. So Elder Luo has taken on another disciple. Quite impressive indeed. You seem far more reliable than that Wu Biao lad." Duan Kongming commented with a smile. "You flatter me, Senior Brother." Yize thought to himself, aware that there were valid reasons for his master's disdain for Wu Biao, whose reputation seemed to be rather poor. As even the elders who resided in Tianyan Hall spoke ill of him, Yize recalled the remarks from a foundation establishment cultivator who had investigated the narrow Wind Valley, whose assessment of Wu Biao had also been far from flattering. Wu Biao. They are simply envious of the talented. Here, take this. It is your new identity token. Remember, for any matters, you must approach the internal affairs hall of the inner sect, Duan Kongming said, handing over a new token. Yize accepted the white jade token with both hands and expressed his gratitude. By the way, I will need a drop of your blood. Ordinary blood will suffice, but I will use it to create a soul lamp. Fear not, this soul lamp will merely ascertain your life and death, and will have no impact on you. Duan Kongming reassured him after recording Yize's information. Hoping to alleviate any concerns, Yize had anticipated this step. Knowing well that the vast Tianyan Hall served more than just to catalog the information of Foundation establishment disciples. Its primary function was to house the soul lamps of all Foundation establishment cultivators. Deep within Tianyan Hall lay a dedicated area for the preservation of soul lamps, safeguarded year-round by core formation elders, ensuring utmost security. Yize pricked his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to float towards Duan Kongming. The elders skillfully crafted a soul lamp. Observing the vibrant flame within, he remarked, "Your vitality is quite robust, junior brother. It truly makes this old man envious." Yize replied nonchalantly, "It is likely due to my practice of the everlasting technique, coupled with spiritual root." Duan Kongming wore an expression of realization, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he seemed to find the conversation enjoyable, perhaps due to the monotony of his daily existence within the hall. It was only when Yize noticed the elder's waning energy that he excused himself and took his leave. As Yize departed, two young individuals entered Tianyan Hall, one male and one female, both making their way deeper into the main hall. This pair bore a slight resemblance. The young man had a handsome visage, while the young woman exuded an air of elegance, their demeanor clearly indicating they hailed from distinguished backgrounds. As Yize passed them, he casually glanced their way, nodding in acknowledgement. Coincidentally, at that very moment, they also looked back at him, their gazes indifferent. The young woman responded with a nod, but the younger boy, upon noticing Yize's reaction, displayed a hint of surprise. Yize, possessing keen perception, sensed that the young woman was exceptional. Her aura was restrained yet profound, far from being an ordinary cultivator newly embarking on the Foundation establishment path. The young man, however, exhibited a more typical demeanor, his fluctuating spiritual energy and unstable aura revealing him to be a novice, freshly breaking through to Foundation establishment with poor self-control, not overly concerned with the two. Yize hastened his departure from Tianyan Hall, swiftly taking to the skies. The young man, clearly also there to register information, began surveying the hall's decor and only paid Yize greater attention upon noticing him. After passing the young woman, her expression remained unchanged, and she continued onward without pause, while the young man turned back for another glance at Yize before quickening his pace to catch up to her. "Hey, sister, that person seemed a bit peculiar, didn't he? He acted as if it was nothing when he saw you," the boy commented with a grin. Zhang Qiyu maintained her pace, responding calmly, "He doesn't know me. Such a reaction is quite ordinary, is it not? How could it be considered strange? But the lack of a reaction is what makes it remarkable. Sister, you are the pride of Yunqi's sect. That person clearly just established his foundation and yet walked by so nonchalantly." Zhang Qiyu exaggerated. "I observed his gaze when he looked at us. It was akin to how you regard others. Not from a position of superiority, but rather with a sense of indifference. Yes, indifference. I wonder how he would react upon learning your true identity, and whether he would regret missing this chance encounter." Zhang Qiyu mused, while Zhang Qiyu remained unfazed, neither affirming nor denying her brother's comments. Continuing to walk at her unhurried pace, in their conversation, the siblings approached the now drowsy Duan Kongming. "Grandpa Duan, I am Zhang Qiyu. I have successfully established my foundation and have come to seek your assistance in crafting a soul lamp," the boy announced loudly in an exaggerated tone within the hall. However, his voice was abruptly cut off, followed by a muffled cry of pain and a sharp, crisp snort. Unbeknownst to Yize, events transpired within Tianyan Hall thereafter. He did not recognize who Zhang Qiyu was. Although he found her demeanor and cultivation impressive, Yize had arrived in the realm of cultivation with a mindset of prioritizing inner qualities, referring to cultivation level, over outward appearances. Noticing Zhang Qiyu's considerable prowess at such a young age, he instinctively sought to avoid entanglements, opting for a mere nod of acknowledgement before hastily departing at this juncture. Yize had already set foot on Spirit's spring peak. As the saying goes, wealth and honor must not return home, akin to wearing fine clothes in the night. Now that he had established his foundation, his status within the Yi family was markedly different from before. He not only possessed the standing of a clan elder, allowing him to partake in family governance, but he could also establish his own lineage, elevating from a collateral branch to a direct line, thus securing a share of the family's resources in the future. Though Yize had just emerged from his retreat, having visited Spirit Stream Peak and Tianju Peak in succession, he had already spent considerable time encountering various individuals along the way. News of his successful foundation establishment had long since reached the ears of the Yi family members. Reactions among the clan varied. Some expressed envy, others joy, while some harbored jealousy. And a few felt resigned that Yize first visited Yijinyu, who upon seeing him was greeted by the sight of his beautiful eyes blinking in delight. Filled with astonishment, "Yize, you truly established your foundation. That is simply marvelous." Ian exclaimed excitedly, "I was overjoyed to hear you obtain the foundation establishment pill, but when you shut yourself away for so long, I began to worry you might have failed." Upon seeing Yize, she chattered incessantly, her emotions having oscillated wildly during his seclusion, causing even the previously composed Yijinyu to feel a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Could you not wish for my success a little more?" Yize remarked with a hint of disdain, though his heart was warmed. They had known each other since childhood and shared a good bond. "All right, let us discuss it inside," Yijinyu's voice called out from within. Upon hearing this, Ian playfully stuck out her tongue and led Yize into the room. Inside, Yijinyu was not alone. Two middle-aged men sat on either side, both foundation establishment cultivators from Yijinyu's line, Yijunfeng and Yijunwei. They were also direct descendants of Yijinyu, with Yijunfeng being Yian's father. After establishing his foundation, Yijinyu had not married outside, but instead had welcomed a talented son-in-law, though he tragically passed away young. Fortunately, they bore offspring, allowing Yijinyu's lineage to continue to that time. She was the only foundation establishment cultivator of her line, so her descendants were all direct heirs, with Yijunfeng and Yijunwei being the most outstanding representatives of the third generation. Yize acknowledged both of his clan uncles. Yize had not interacted much with them in the past, but upon meeting, he still offered them a respectful bow. Yijunfeng and Yijunwei did not presume upon their status either. Given the potential Yize had recently demonstrated, they were compelled to treat him with the utmost seriousness, and thus they returned the gesture with equal gravity. The Yi family boasted a plethora of foundational cultivators, spanning 5 generations: Yong, Jian, Yu, Jun, and Jie. Although each held the esteemed title of family elder, they still adhered to the traditional hierarchy in their everyday address. After Yize established his foundation, there was no necessity for such formalities. Yet he chose to act so, not only in deference to their elder status, but also out of respect for Yijinyu. Seated at the head of the table, Yijinyu watched Yize find a place to sit, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she remarked, "You finally managed to assert yourself. After all that time in seclusion on Lingshu Peak, you had me fretting for nothing. My apologies." Great Aunt Yize explained, "When I fortuitously obtained the foundation establishment pill, I had not yet reached the peak of the qi refining stage. Fearing that the pill might bring about unforeseen complications, I retreated to the cultivation chamber and endured months of rigorous training before attempting to establish my foundation. That is why my seclusion took longer than anticipated." Hearing this, Yijunfeng and Yijunwei exchanged awkward glances, recalling that when they first heard of Yize obtaining the foundation pill, they had indeed entertained certain ambitions. Being in close proximity to the event, they felt they had an advantage, but after receiving a reprimand from their grandmother and witnessing Yize's early retreat into seclusion, they had abandoned their aspirations. Now, upon hearing Yize voice his earlier concerns, both felt a flush of embarrassment. Yijinyu, casting a sidelong glance at her somewhat restless grandsons, maintained her composure and continued, "Now that you have established your foundation, you have secured your position within the family. What are your plans moving forward?" After a moment of contemplation, Yize met Yinyu's gaze and replied, "Let us defer that discussion for later. There is another matter I wish to address. Great Aunt, do you recall the original intent behind assisting me in seeking a position at Yunqi Peak? Was it not you who expressed a desire to cultivate flowers and plants, prompting me to enlist the help of junior brother Wu?" Yinyu's expression turned thoughtful, only to suddenly stiffen, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the composed Yize. "Could it be that you have truly caught the attention of that esteemed individual?" Realizing she had connected the dots, Yize nodded affirmatively. Yinyu's breath caught for a moment. Then she exhaled deeply, her gaze shifting to Yize, now imbued with admiration and astonishment. "Excellent, excellent. This is your opportunity. Yize, congratulations." The words left her lips, leaving the others bewildered. "Grandmother, what riddle are you speaking?" Yunqi could not restrain his curiosity. Yinyu sighed as she regarded her grandson. Yunqi had once been a promising youth, establishing his foundation before turning 30. Regrettably, it appeared his aptitude had plateaued, and over the past decade, his progress had been slow, widening the gap between him and his peers. When Yize first arrived at Yunqi Sect, he had assisted Wu Biao in managing the medicinal garden, and Wu Biao was a junior disciple of Elder Dan Shenzi. I once jested that if he were fortunate enough to catch the eye of the elder, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Casting another glance at Yize, she marveled at how her earlier words had inadvertently come to fruition. "Is this truly so, cousin?" Yunqi asked Yize, eager for confirmation. Yize nodded, his demeanor calm, as he stated, "Even during my qi refining period, my master recognized my potential and accepted me as a registered disciple. Although my foundation establishment pill was exchanged with contribution points, it was my master who advocated for me. After emerging from seclusion today, I returned to Yunqi Peak to complete my apprenticeship, and both sister Luo Xie and brother Wu Biao were present." Yize refrained from elaborating further, merely summarizing his experience of becoming a disciple of Dan Shenzi. Yan was left speechless in astonishment. Initially, she thought Yize's success in establishing his foundation was remarkable. Little did she know he had garnered the favor of a core elder during his qi refining stage and had later been bestowed a foundation establishment pill. Yunqi and Yunwei, however, felt a chill run down their spines. Had they dared to covet Yize's foundation establishment pill back then, their current predicament would undoubtedly be dire. Offending a master alchemist would have repercussions, and the other members of the Yi family would not let them off easily. Yian considered the implications. Now that Yize had become a direct disciple of a master alchemist, his status within the sect would undoubtedly soar. Her great-grandmother was also a disciple of a core elder, albeit a registered one. Yet her prowess in formations was unparalleled within their lineage. Yize's future achievements would likely rival those of his great-grandmother. What Yian could conceive, so too could the others, though their thoughts ran even deeper. For Yize was merely 20 years old, and with the talent he had exhibited thus far, coupled with the backing of Dan Shenzi, he might one day aspire to the realm of core formation. Such potential could rival that of Yijieli. Allowing a moment for the four to digest this information, Yize continued, "Great Aunt, I wish to discuss a matter with you, and I believe my two uncles should also lend an ear. Speak your mind." The three exchanged glances, but it was Yinyu who broke the silence, sensing that this matter bore significant relevance to their branch. The individual seated before them was no longer the junior cultivator of the qi refining stage. The power at his back commanded their attention. Yize spoke slowly. "I have now secured my position as a member of the family's direct line. Yet I remain single. Establishing a new branch would be overly complex, and in the coming years, I intend to train under my master, wishing to avoid distractions from family affairs. However, I do not wish to relinquish the resources that are rightfully mine. Therefore, I propose to merge my individual status with your lineage. What do you think?" His calm proposal echoed in the hall, leaving the others somewhat taken aback. They had never anticipated he would entertain such a notion. The direct line of the Yi family was not immutable. Over the centuries, as some branches thrived, others waned, or even perished, and no one could guarantee that their lineage would continuously produce foundational cultivators. Should a break occur, they would automatically be relegated to a collateral branch. At one point, Yinyu's lineage had nearly faced such a fate. Consequently, weaker branches often united or aligned themselves with stronger ones to secure favorable conditions for their descendants. Though such actions often required significant sacrifices. Indeed, while Yize had benefited from the protection of Jianyu's branch over the years, the assistance he had received was limited. They could not genuinely cultivate him as one of their own. Though this was due to Jianyu's lingering affection for the past. Now that Yize had risen, should he choose to establish his own branch, he would undoubtedly gain considerable influence within the family. Though he was currently unaccompanied, the Yi family was vast. As a direct disciple of a master alchemist, he would attract followers. Jianyu's branch did not possess the same historical depth as the others, and its influence within the family was merely moderate. Yize's inclusion would significantly bolster their strength. Moreover, Yize had made it clear that he did not wish to engage in family affairs, allowing them to handle decisions relating to family matters, just as Jieli did. Though Jieli was often absent from the family, his grandfather, the patriarch Youlan, represented him with full authority. Due to Jieli's potential, many family elders held him in high regard, resulting in Youlan's increasing influence and the growing dissatisfaction of other branches. If Yize were to merge with Jianyu's lineage, even if he were to have descendants in the future, he would not be constrained within that branch. Should he wish to detach, doing so would be simple, akin to a mere affiliation. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant as Jianyu inquired, "Yize, have you considered this thoroughly? Being the head of a lineage differs greatly from being an ordinary elder." Unfazed, Yize smiled. "Great aunt, rest assured, this decision has been made with careful deliberation. While being the head of a lineage has its merits, it also comes with restrictions and why aspirations lie along the path of cultivation, and I wish not to be encumbered by worldly matters." Jianyu studied him for a moment, recognizing that Yize was intent on minimizing his ties to the family. Finally, she spoke with a resolute tone. "Very well. I consent. I shall inform the patriarch of this matter shortly." As her words fell, Junfeng and Junwei exchanged glances of delight, for they would stand to benefit directly from this development. In relation to Yize's consolidation of ties, not only can it enhance the environment within the clan, but it will also facilitate future demands for elixirs, allowing them to seek Yize's assistance directly. After all, Yize had recently aided numerous clan members in refining elixirs, earning a commendable reputation both in quality and quantity. However, the elixirs he crafted at that time were primarily for the qi refining stage, which did not attract much attention. Now that he has been accepted as a direct disciple of a master alchemist, the prospect of him refining high-grade elixirs is merely a matter of time. With this matter settled, it was naturally a source of joy for all, and the 5 individuals in the room wore smiles, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Yize recalled something, his smile fading as he inquired, "I have heard that Yijixin has also established his foundation, but I am curious where he obtained the foundation-building elixir." The TO suggests that Yijixin dared not to utilize a foundation-building elixir and instead attempted to break through directly with something Yize found utterly implausible. Upon uttering this, the expressions of the others darkened, clearly aware of the underlying issues and expressing their discontent. Feng's countenance grew grim as he replied in a low voice, "Humph, it is none other than the machinations of those 3 factions, operating in the shadows. Otherwise, how could Yijixin, that brat, be the one to receive the foundation-building elixir? By right, it should have been you." Yize, intrigued by these words, remained unaware of the full story. Feng, not one to withhold information, succinctly recounted the events. It turned out that shortly after the distribution of the foundation-building elixirs, Yijieli had quickly succeeded in establishing his foundation. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he informed the clan that his master had temporarily prepared an additional foundation-building elixir for him. Hence, the one allocated by the clan remained unused and was returned. This incident further bolstered Yijieli's standing within the clan, a fact Yize was oblivious to as he had been in seclusion at the time. Later, with the tacit approval of the Golden Core ancestor Yizongding, Yijianshin, Yijianli, and Yijiantang convened another clan meeting, redistributing the surplus foundation-building elixir to Yijixin. Yijixin was indeed fortunate, as he successfully broke through and emerged from seclusion a month ago. What a convenient excuse about a temporarily prepared elixir. It must have been prearranged. merely concealed from us. Yunqi scoffed after listening to his elder brother's account. If not for your early seclusion, Yize, this clan meeting might never have occurred. They would have privately allocated the elixir to Ejixind. They truly think us fools to be deceived. And to make it all sound so grandiose, he added. Nearby, Ian's expression was equally displeased. His previous amicable relationship with Yijixin had soured over the past 2 years as Yijixin's temperament had shifted, leading Ian to gradually distance himself from this cousin. Coupled with Yijixin's current unseemly behavior, Ian felt an increasing sense of aversion towards him. Enough, the die is cast. Let us not dwell further on this. Yijianyu interjected, curbing her grandson's complaints. Fortunately, with Yize's successful foundation establishment, their schemes had not entirely succeeded, and since Yijixin had already broken through, there was little to be done about it now. Yize then asked, Annie, was their scheme aimed at me? Yijianyu regarded Yize intently before whispering, I have my suspicions. Yijianshang is undoubtedly acting on behalf of Yijixin, while Yijianshan likely recognized your potential and feared you might obstruct Yijieli's path. After all, the clan intends to fully support Yijieli's endeavor to break through to the Golden Core stage in the near future, while Yijianli probably seeks to align himself with them, ensuring Yijixin maintains an advantage over you to secure the foundation-building elixir. Upon hearing the intricate details of the situation, Yize felt fortunate to have encountered Danshenzi. Otherwise, had their plot succeeded, he might have been left with no choice but to venture out to auction houses and gamble on luck. Relying on contributions from the Sect to exchange for a foundation-building elixir, which might have already been depleted by the time he accumulated enough, Yize couldn't help but smirk inwardly. These individuals had indeed expended considerable effort for his sake. However, now that Yijixin had also established his foundation, it posed a bit of a complication, necessitating a delay in his original plans to deal with him that I hope you remain in Yunqi, lest I find an opportunity. Otherwise, Yijixin had long been on his hit list. Although the conflict over the foundation-building elixir had passed, Yize would not easily overlook him. With the new techniques from the Qing Tong Sect's latest developments and the treasures bestowed by his master, Yize felt confident that should he encounter Yijixin, he could eliminate him swiftly. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Yize's lips as he remarked, the expressions on their faces must be quite entertaining at present. Laughter erupted among the group, with Yunqi adding a witty remark. They probably remain unaware that you have been accepted as a disciple of Master Danshenzi. Once they discover this, Yijianshan's expression will surely be even more amusing. Yijianyu shot him a disapproving glance, but refrained from commenting, her dissatisfaction with her second brother's actions evident. This matter had initially had nothing to do with him, yet he had insistently interjected, crossing a line. Now, Yijianyu worried that Yize might grow estranged from the family or even take a stand against them. Thankfully, Yize had come to seek her out today and expressed a desire to join her faction. Otherwise, she would have been genuinely concerned about such a day, for the current Yize was not someone the Yijia could easily manipulate. The significance of Danshenzi within the sect was well understood by these seasoned foundation cultivators, as his presence was nearly on par with the entire Yijia clan. After a leisurely conversation lasting about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yijinfeng and Yunqi took their leave. Only then did Yijianyu turn to Yize and say, Come, I shall take you to meet the clan leader and formalize your status as a direct descendant, as well as finalize your integration into my faction. Thank you, Auntie, Yize replied, expressing no objections. Following this, Yijianyu left the inn at home and took Yize directly to see the clan leader, Yuding. The process of Yize's transition to a direct descendant went smoothly, as Yuding had already heard the news and, recognizing the situation as untenable, promptly amended Yize's status in the clan registry. However, upon learning that Yize intended to merge into Yijianyu's faction, he was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. His astonishment stemmed from not anticipating that Yize would forego the opportunity to become the head of a lineage and instead choose to join Yijianyu's faction. His ire arose from the significant implications Yize's actions would have on the clan. Even with Yize's status as a direct descendant, establishing an independent lineage would not have an immediate impact, considering he was but one individual. Even if he were to marry and have children, truly establishing his influence would be a matter for a decade or two hence. However, his integration into the lineage of Yi Jinyu will directly alter the power structure of the Yi family. Individually, neither Yize nor Yize amounts to much. Yet, their confluence poses a considerable challenge for him as the clan leader. Currently, Yize primarily interacts with those in the Qi refinement stage within the family. But once he is able to concoct second-tier elixirs, his influence will swiftly extend to those in the foundation establishment stage. After all, based on Yize's reputation for alchemy during his Qi refinement phase, it will be quite difficult for the foundation establishment members to refuse such a skilled alchemist. Thus, it is inevitable that Yijinyu's faction will gain significant sway within the clan. The Yuding even harbors some regret for not making a concerted effort to recruit Yize when his alchemical talents first emerged. Had he done so, even with the merger into Yijinyu's lineage, Yize would have had a favorable view of his faction. From a standpoint of strength, his own faction clearly holds more potential for his development than that of Yijinyu. Alas, regretting now serves no purpose. He can only watch helplessly as this remarkably promising alchemist falls into the hands of another. After bidding farewell to Yijinyu and Yize, Yuding struggled to regain his composure, the forced smile on his face giving way to a clouded expression as his plans had once again been thwarted. Recently, a venerable foundation establishment member from the Dongbai Mountain clan had passed away, necessitating the recruitment of a new foundation establishment combatant. When Yize had first approached him, he had been unsure of the situation and tentatively inquired whether Yize would be willing to take on the role. To his astonishment, before Yize could respond, Yijinyu revealed that Yize had already been accepted as a direct disciple by Dan Shinzi, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, his prepared words evaporating. Ultimately, Yize declined the offer, citing his master's directive to focus on guiding him in alchemy for the foreseeable future. Torn between following the alchemy master and remaining in the clan, even Yuding, with his thick skin, found it difficult to broach the subject again. Even if he could force Yize to return to the clan elders would never consent, returning to the Lingxi Peak cave residence. It was already deep into the night that Yijinyu gathered all members of their lineage to announce the news of Yize's induction, which elicited great joy among the crowd. They promptly set up a banquet at Lingquan Peak, where the clan members raised their cups in celebration until the night wore on. Yize, rubbing his somewhat heavy head, found himself indulged in an abundance of spirit wine, a rarity for him. And with his recent breakthrough into foundation establishment, he was in high spirits and willingly accepted the drinks. With no intention of cultivating that day, he soon slipped into a deep slumber, only awakening the next day around noon. Sensing the lingering scent of alcohol on his body, Yize shook his head with a wry smile, mentally noting to himself to avoid overindulgence in the future. He channeled his spiritual energy. The intoxicating aroma dissipated entirely, and his foggy mind cleared instantly. After a refreshing bath, he set aside mundane matters and resumed a new round of cultivation. He first refined the 3 high-grade spiritual artifacts bestowed upon him by Dan Shinzi, as this was currently the fastest way to enhance his strength. There is a significant disparity in the effectiveness of low-grade versus high-grade spiritual artifacts when wielded by cultivators, provided they possess sufficient mana to activate them, an area where Yize held a distinct advantage. The Qingming sword, crafted from an unknown material, was exceptionally sharp. Yize tested it against a previously acquired high-grade magical artifact, and to his astonishment, the Qingming sword effortlessly severed it in two, watching the broken remnants of the artifact. Yize felt a pang of regret for the loss of several hundred spirit stones, but was simultaneously pleased with the Qingming sword's performance, thus completing its refinement first. Next, he turned to the Yunjin Xian Yi and Feiyu boots, 2 auxiliary spiritual artifacts. From Yijinyu, he learned that these 2 artifacts were standard issue from the Yunqi Sect, with stable sources for their materials, allowing for regular batches to be produced. Despite this, these high-grade artifacts were not something an average foundation establishment cultivator could possess, as they typically commanded prices in the thousands of spirit stones in the market. It was indeed rare to see someone like Yize, who had just entered foundation establishment, equipped with 3 high-grade spiritual artifacts within the Yunqi Sect. Having dealt with the spiritual artifacts, Yize then reinforced a few exceptional magical artifacts. Although they were no longer his mainstay in combat, they could still serve him well on occasion. For instance, Using exceptional artifacts to deceive others was a common practice for newly ascended Foundation establishment cultivators. He asked for his high-grade artifacts like the Qian sword and Liyai, Fei Dao. He planned to sell them off at an opportune moment to exchange for more spirit stones. After sorting out his weaponry, Yize retrieved a finely crafted jade slip, the Yuqing Tongsher method. This was the sole cultivation technique passed down by Dan Shenzi, focusing on the enhancement of spiritual consciousness that Yize understood well the preciousness of this method. After adjusting his Kunling mat, which he found offered minimal enhancement to his cultivation speed, even in a state of ethereality, he realized that with his Qing tongue having doubled his cultivation speed, he had begun to undervalue the mat's benefits. However, he had serendipitously discovered that using the Kunling mat yielded remarkable effects in comprehending various profound techniques. During his seclusion on Lingshu Peak with the mat's assistance, he had swiftly grasped the intricate fundamentals of the Foundation establishment Imu Changqing Gong, allowing him to enter the practice and stabilize his realm quickly. As for the Yuqing Tongsher method, as described by Dan Shenzi, its contents were quite profound and intricate, and Yize hoped that the Kunling mat would prove to be beneficial. He meticulously reviewed the jade slip's contents, only to find himself momentarily lost in thought, perhaps unaware that his gaze had become remarkably clear. Yes, that kind of clear foolishness. After some time, he shook his head, adjusted his position on the mat, and read the jade slip once more, only to find his gaze becoming even clearer. No, he couldn't give up yet. He mustn't trouble his master so soon. This was just the beginning. He needed to study it thoroughly. He believed in himself. With a firm resolve, Yize bolstered his spirits and immersed himself in the study of the Yuqing Tongsher method. 3 days swiftly passed, and Yize, still in a daze, left the cave and arrived at the medicinal garden. Gazing at the spiritual herbs before him, he felt a flicker of vitality. He desired solitude, and cultivating spiritual herbs seemed a splendid way to refine his spirit. After 3 days of studying the Yuqing Tongsher method, he had grasped the fundamental descriptions of the technique, yet he found himself struggling to truly cultivate it, which left him exceedingly vexed. Upon returning to his cave, he decided not to continue grappling with the Yuqing Tongsher method. Instead, he resolved to consult Dan Shenzi directly after some time. Having an available master was a resource he ought to utilize. For now, he aimed to master several techniques associated with the Imu Changqing Gong, as these would directly enhance his strength. The Imu Changqing Gong, in its foundation establishment stage, came equipped with 3 innate techniques: Mu Xian Gui Yuan, Chui Yu Fei Xian, and Ku Mu Feng Chun. Generally, wood-type cultivation techniques in the cultivation world emphasize support and healing, and the Qing Tang's Imu Changqing Gong was no exception. Among the 3 techniques, only Chui Yu Fei Xian could be considered offensive, swiftly condensing mana into numerous flying sparrows that would strike like sharp blades, possessing formidable penetrating power, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. The true might of Chui Yu Fei Xian, however, depended on the quantity and potency of the caster's mana. The Ku Mu Feng Chun was relatively straightforward, functioning as a healing spell that not only aided in recovering injuries, but also stimulated the recipient's vitality, thereby extending their lifespan, albeit only for a limited duration. This aspect was of little use to Yize, given his lifespan of 360 years upon reaching Foundation establishment. The final technique, Mu Xian Yuan, was particularly intriguing. Its description indicated the ability to extract the essence from spiritual plants and integrate it into one's self, thereby strengthening one's body. Yize scrutinized this technique 3 times to confirm he had not misread it. Would the effects of Mu Xian Yuan rival that of the purple energy? Yize could not help but murmur to himself. Primarily, it was the introduction that captivated him, as it bore a striking resemblance to the effects of the purple aura. Coincidentally, while cultivating his body, the purple aura served as an excellent auxiliary force, enhancing the efficacy of his training. The effects of the wooden heart returning to its origin bore a remarkable similarity to the purple aura of that time, merely lacking the intermediary of the green vine. However, Yize did not wish to ponder overly on such matters. His immediate concern was to diligently complete the cultivation of these 3 techniques, thereby augmenting his combat abilities. Time flew by, and a year had swiftly passed. Yize sat cross-legged within his cave dwelling, his gaze fixed intently ahead. His left hand emitted a rare blue flame, which continuously converged beneath a massive purple-copper cauldron. He was in the process of refining a second-tier pill, utilizing the newly acquired Xianyu Ding and Xianyuan Zhenhua. The Xianyu Ding was a triangular cauldron with a maximum radius of approximately 10 feet and a height of about 15 feet. Its design was quite antiquated, and paired with the purple-copper body, it imparted an air of solemnity and dignity. The cultivation of Xianyuan Zhenhua proved to be simpler than Yize had anticipated. Under the guidance of Dan Shenzi, he had mastered the basics within a month and grasped several fire-related magical abilities. This not only improved his alchemical skills, but also enriched his combat techniques. Regrettably, Xianyuan Zhenhua was not classified as a cultivation method, and the green vine had not provided any insights on it. Nonetheless, Yize was content with his current situation, since obtaining resources post-foundation establishment. He had yet to fully absorb them. For instance, regarding the alchemical manual, despite having the aid of spirit herbs he cultivated himself, he had only managed to successfully refine about half of the second-tier pills thus far. Currently, he was refining the recently mastered Hao Yuan Dan. The auxiliary pills for the foundation stage primarily included Gu Yuan Dan and Ning Yuan Dan, both of which were of moderate difficulty to concoct, and Yize would soon become proficient in their preparation. Correspondingly, the effects of these two pills were rather average in Yize's eyes. However, foundation stage pills were indeed rare, thus becoming mainstream among foundation cultivators. In contrast, the Hao Yuan Dan possessed significantly greater medicinal potency. If Gu Yuan Dan's effect rated a 2 and Ning Yuan Dan a 3, then Hao Yuan Dan would be at least a 5. The efficacy was doubled, typically reserved for late-stage foundation cultivators. Yet its refining difficulty had also increased by 2 tiers, rendering Yize less than adept, resulting in a relatively low success rate. Yize concentrated intently on the condition within the Xianyu Ding. Now approaching the final stage of liquid separation, preparing to solidify into pills, he dared not relax for even a moment, for this step had previously been where he encountered the most failures, resulting in considerable waste of materials. Fortunately, he had now discovered some techniques, allowing him to proceed methodically and successfully condense the pills. With a resounding bang, as Yize withdrew the last wisp of Xianyuan Zhenhua, the temperature of the Xianyu Ding gradually diminished. Subsequently, the lid of the cauldron burst open with a thunderous sound, releasing a radiant golden light that slowly faded away, filling the room with a fragrant aroma of medicine. Upon inhaling the scent, Yize's face lit up with joy. With a gentle wave of his right hand, 7 golden yellow pills soared from the Xianyu Ding and landed in his palm. At last, 2 superior-grade pills had emerged. Quite commendable indeed. Yize examined the pills in his hand, particularly noting that 2 of them were of significantly higher quality than the others. Without hesitation, he consumed one of the superior Hao Yuan Dan, which dissolved instantly upon entry, releasing a surge of medicinal power that coursed through his meridians. He did not dare to be negligent and promptly began to refine this energy. Half an hour later, he finally opened his eyes. The superior Hao Yuan Dan was indeed extraordinary. The potency of a single pill would require him, at his current level, at least 3 days to fully assimilate. However, this pace of cultivation had undoubtedly accelerated considerably. Ever since he had begun refining the Hao Yuan Dan, Yize had become somewhat discerning, no longer satisfied with merely consuming Ning Yuan Dan, while assisting his fellow disciples in refining Gu Yuan Dan and Ning Yuan Dan. He sought to gather the materials needed for Hao Yuan Dan. Unfortunately, his efforts had yielded little, and he had exhausted his final supply of materials with this batch. Coincidentally, an auction was about to commence, and aside from seeking out potential treasures, he planned to procure some spirit herbs. Yize resolved to continue refining the medicinal power of the Hao Yuan Dan young master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. The foundation pills distributed by Yunqi Sect had enabled nearly 200 foundation cultivators to emerge. During this period, numerous large markets in the vicinity would host auctions, attracting newly advanced foundation cultivators. Recently, Yize's second senior sister, Luo Xia, had visited him, informing him of a large market called Hanshan, located thousands of miles from Yunqi Sect, which was set to hold an auction soon, inviting him to join her. The scale of Hanshan market far surpassed that of Muyang market, and the timing of this auction would undoubtedly feature many items suitable for foundation cultivators. After a brief consideration, Yize readily agreed. His strength had improved significantly compared to a year ago, and he now possessed a certain degree of self-defense while traveling, especially with Luo Xia, a peak foundation cultivator, accompanying him, ensuring their safety. Moreover, Yize currently lacked the materials necessary for refining various pills, which constrained his alchemical skills and cultivation growth. Although he could exchange contribution points for supplies within the sect, he preferred to purchase spirit stones in the market, making the trip to Hanshan Market a fortuitous opportunity. Having accumulated tens of thousands of spirit stones, Yize's wealth was unmatched by ordinary foundation cultivators. He was eager to convert these spirit stones into various cultivation resources to enhance his strength and foundation. Perhaps before heading to Hanshan Market, he should first visit Muyang Market. It had been 2 years since he last saw senior sister Yi, and it had been a while since he had any communication with the treasure pavilion. Yize gently pinched his brow. Deep in contemplation, the 2 avenues for selling pills had not been contacted for quite some time due to his focus on cultivation. On one occasion, he chanced upon Chening, who mentioned that Yi Jun had returned to her family shortly after successfully establishing her foundation, and has yet to return to Yunqi Sect. However, he was perplexed by the peculiar look in Chenying's eyes when he inquired about Yi Jun's recent circumstances, as if she could see through everything. Prior to his seclusion, he had already sent word to Lin Shui from the treasure pavilion, informing her that the supply of pills would be temporarily halted, given that his demand for spiritual stones had diminished following his foundational establishment. He had not returned to the treasure pavilion to sell pills after his retreat. Consequently, over the past year, Yize had amassed a substantial quantity of pills. With an auction approaching, he planned to convert his stock into spiritual stones to avoid the possibility of lacking resources when he encountered desirable treasures. Yize's responsibilities now extended beyond merely managing the 2 medicinal gardens designated as N9 and B3. Shortly after formally becoming a disciple of Dan Shenzi, he was entrusted with the management of additional gardens. Following his foundational establishment, Yize had not yet engaged in much operation. It seemed his role had become firmly fixed on tending the spiritual herbs, increasingly resembling a dedicated herbalist. Meanwhile, Wu Biao, who previously assisted with such tasks, had long been dismissed by Dan Shenzi under the pretext of preventing the wastage of spiritual herbs. The medicinal gardens on Lingxi Peak were classified into 4 levels: B, C, and D, with the A gardens being the rarest, totaling only 12 among them. The herbs from A2 and A3 were particularly precious, containing a few 4th-tier spiritual herbs specifically protected by defensive formations set by Yunqi Sect. Ordinary foundational practitioners were not permitted to enter these 3 gardens, which were exclusively tended by certain chosen disciples of the elder Golden Core practitioners. Currently, Yize was in charge of the A3 garden, previously managed by Dan Shenzi, while the A1 and A2 gardens were overseen by 2 other direct disciples of Golden Core elders. After consulting with Yize, Dan Shenzi entrusted him with the management of A3, B8, and B9 gardens, thus placing the responsibility for 5 gardens upon him, much to his delight. Although it was unconventional for a foundational practitioner to manage so many gardens, it seemed that no one had raised any objections to Dan Shenzi's arrangement. Despite the considerable time commitment required by these 5 gardens, especially A3, Yize was quite satisfied with the results. The speed of refining purple qi had accelerated unprecedentedly, although he was still far from the mid-foundational stage. Having a surplus would ultimately be advantageous. Additionally, he had commenced the foundational portion of the Fan Tian Jingti Shu, which also required the use of purple qi. The foundational portion of the Fan Tian Jingti Shu was divided into 5 layers. And with the aid of purple qi, Yize had successfully completed the first layer of cultivation within the year, a noteworthy achievement. Furthermore, the enhancement in the quality of the spiritual herbs allowed Yize to obtain a small surplus of medicinal materials, predominantly 1st-tier herbs. However, over time, these small accumulations transformed into a considerable fortune as he refined them into pills. Moreover, he could also claim various contributions to the sect upon submitting the materials. On another front, after months of diligent research and under Dan Shenzi's guidance, Yize finally broke through the constraints of a Yu Qing Tong, Fa, and successfully entered its practice. Initially, he had concocted some in Hundan, previously miswritten as in Shundan, now consistently referred to as in Hundan, but he found it of limited benefit to him. The Yuqing Tongshi Fa could induce pain to the practitioner's consciousness, and the Hundan served to alleviate such discomfort, preventing any damage to the consciousness. However, Yize's consciousness was inherently robust, and he could fully endure the pain when formally practicing the Yuqing Tongshi Fa, which was also why Dan Shenzi had imparted this method to him early on. Upon entering the practice of the Yuqing Tongshi Fa, Qing Tong routinely deduced a new technique. Yet, Yize noted that this new technique was not merely an advanced version of the Yuqing Tongshi Fa. The new spirit refining technique, though profound and challenging to comprehend, exhibited traces of the Yang Shun Lu. It appeared that repeated practice of similar techniques allowed Qing Tong to synthesize a method that incorporated the strengths of various schools. However, this was limited to spirit refining techniques. One could not easily interchange methods for enhancing consciousness or body refinement. As Yize's cultivation progressed, he observed that Qing Tong's capabilities became increasingly mysterious and extraordinary. The path of cultivation was inherently a struggle against fate, and Qing Tong's manifestations thus far had continually reshaped Yize's understanding of it. Nevertheless, he did not become overly preoccupied. The vastness of the Youlan cultivation realm meant that his current experiences were but a drop in the ocean. Who could say if there were entities even more extraordinary than Qing Tong in places he had yet to discover? For now, he would simply continue using it. Yize did not hasten to practice the new technique. After reviewing the newly deduced spirit refining method, he determined its complexity exceeded that of the Yuqing Tongshi Fa, making it difficult for him to cultivate successfully on his own, without exposing his secrets. He decided to set it aside for the time being, opting instead to continue with his current method, especially since he had a mentor's guidance. He could always revisit the new technique when his cultivation deepened in the future. After establishing his foundation, Yize's flying speed had significantly increased. What previously took him nearly 2 hours to reach Muyangfang City now took approximately half an hour. The bustling atmosphere of Muyangfang City remained vibrant, with a constant flow of people. Its proximity to Yunqi Sect ensured that it was never short of wandering cultivators, and over the years, this had led to its current prosperity, aided by the Sect's deliberate control of its scale. Yize first arrived at Xianfutang. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside and inquired whether the manager, Yize, was present. The manager, having previously met Yize and aware of his status as a junior brother to her master and a disciple of Yunqi Sect, did not dare to be dismissive and answered truthfully that it turned out that Yize had not returned since Yize delivered the last batch of pills, but the store supply had remained uninterrupted. Combining this information with what he had learned from Chening, Yize speculated that Yize had family matters to attend to. The manager could not provide any further details. And after thanking her, Yize exited Xianfutang and headed straight for the treasure pavilion. After a considerable absence, he noted that many new faces had appeared within the treasure pavilion. "Senior, how may I assist you?" A charming maid was the first to notice Yize. Quickly realizing he was a foundational senior and stepping forward before anyone else could Is Pavilion Master Linen. Yize inquired casually, "Oh, it is Senior Wu. Apologies for not recognizing you at first. Pavilion Master Lin is currently attending to esteemed guests on the second floor. Please take a seat for a moment while I notify her." The maid replied, suddenly recalling that this was the esteemed guest mentioned by the Pavilion Master. Although it had been stated he was a late-stage Qi practitioner, she had not expected that he had now broken through to the foundational stage. Yize acknowledged her words with a non-committal hum and followed the maid to the guest room on the second floor. As they passed a room, he heard faint sounds of commotion from within, but he paid little attention, continuing on his way. After waiting for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, hurried footsteps approached from outside Yize's room, and the door was pushed open. A fragrant breeze wafted in, and, as Yize looked up, he was greeted by the graceful figure of Lin Shui. However, her expression was not particularly good. Though she still radiated beauty, there was a hint of fatigue. Yet upon seeing Yize, a spark of excitement lit up her face. "Taoist Wu." "No, Senior Wu." Congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundational stage. Lin Shue's voice remained as enchanting as ever, laced with unreserved admiration and flattery. Yize sensed her aura and found that she was still at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, though her energy was evidently at its peak, poised for foundational establishment. Taoist Lin is being overly courteous. We are old acquaintances. Let us continue to address each other as Taoists. Yize smiled and replied, I observe that your cultivation is becoming increasingly solid. Your foundational establishment is just around the corner. He had always been quite satisfied with his collaboration with Lin Shui. While the primary reason was her uncertainty about his background, which made her cautious, Yize focused solely on results in the past 2 years. Lin Shui had indeed provided him with a stable source of spiritual stones. Then I shall humbly obey. Lin Shui possesses a remarkable ability to read the room. She understands that Yize's politeness is not feigned, but rather a genuine indifference. Hence, she decides to take a step back. In truth, Lin Shui is not taken aback by Yize's current foundational cultivation. She had already suspected as much. 2 years ago, at a critical juncture, his sudden retreat into seclusion, coupled with his status as a disciple of Yunqi's sect, surely indicated his intent to break through to the foundation stage. Taoist Wu, it has been quite some time since you last graced my humble establishment. Why is it that your esteemed senior sister, Miss Yi, is not accompanying you this time? Lin Shui's words brim with playful sarcasm, tinged with a hint of lingering resentment. Of course, her lamentations carry an air of feigned indignation. When the day of their anticipated transaction arrived, an eager Lin Shui found herself waiting not for Taoist Wu, but for a woman named Yi, who claimed to be his senior sister. She asserted that she would represent Taoist Wu in all future dealings. While this might have sufficed to Lin Shui's dismay, this Miss Yi turned out to be quite the shrewd businesswoman, siphoning off a portion of Lin Shui's profits over several transactions. Lin Shui, unable to reach out to Yize directly, could only suffer in silence. Yize was aware of the situation, but chose not to intervene, as he understood that the treasure pavilion had not suffered losses in this trade. Both parties seemed to have achieved a win-win outcome, certainly not solely due to his affections for Yijijun. Taoist Lin, you jest. Over the past 2 years, I have devoted myself entirely to my cultivation. Leaving little room for anything else, I entrusted matters to senior sister Yi. Now that I've found some free time, I thought I would come to bother you again, Yize remarked lightly, glossing over the matter in a single phrase, omitting any mention of the subtleties between Lin Shui and Yijijun. Lin Shui, not inclined to dwell on the issue, swiftly shifted the conversation to well-versed in the art of commerce. She refrained from discussing pressing matters immediately, instead engaging in light-hearted banter about the amusing happenings of the past 2 years. Gradually, the atmosphere in the room grew more relaxed. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Shui finally broached the main topic. Taoist Wu, what brings you to the treasure pavilion this time? I have been eagerly awaiting your visit for 2 years now. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yize. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Yize maintained his composure, as if he had seen nothing amiss, and with a placid expression replied, I have come to present business opportunities to Taoist Lin. My alchemical skills have improved, and I have brought a considerable number of fine elixirs. Lin Shui's eyes lit up, poised to respond, when a knock at the door interrupted them. Before either could reply, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a smile who sauntered in. Lord Lin, I wonder what esteemed guest you are entertaining. Meng Xianbei is growing impatient. The urgency in the middle-aged man's voice was laced with a sense of schadenfreude, his eyes glinting with barely concealed mockery. Meanwhile, he discreetly sized up Yize, clearly curious about the distinguished guest Lin Shui was currently hosting. Upon the man's entrance, Lin Shui's expression darkened, and as he concluded his remarks, her eyes flashed with irritation. Yize had already discerned that the treasure pavilion had undergone significant changes since his last visit. Where Lin Shui once held absolute authority, she now appeared to face considerable constraints despite her still lofty position. Unfazed, he merely glanced at the intruder, lifted his teacup, and resumed sipping leisurely. The man who had barged in was named Sun He, the newly appointed vice-master of the treasure pavilion, having arrived only 2 years prior. And he too was at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, The moment he laid eyes on Yize, he was taken aback, recognizing the latter's foundational cultivation. Didn't he? They say he was merely at the qi refining stage? How has he suddenly become a foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be that this is that esteemed Wu senior? Having heard reports of a distinguished guest who provided a large quantity of high-quality elixirs to the treasure pavilion 2 years ago. Son, he was eager to meet him. However, before he could ask further, Lin Shui's reprimand rang out. Vice Master Sun, do you have any sense of propriety? You have disturbed Taoist Wu. Can you bear the consequences of that? Lin Shui's tone was icy, clearly indicating a strained relationship with his subordinate. Her displeasure was unmasked in front of Yize, and Taoist Wu was now referred to as Taoist Senior. Sun He's expression shifted as he grappled with his desire to retaliate. But upon seeing Yize, he ultimately restrained himself. Taoist Senior, I apologize that it was simply that a certain Meng Xianbei from the Spirit Cultivation Association insisted on speaking with Lord Lin regarding urgent matters. In my haste, I intruded. Sun He hastily offered an explanation, but Lin Shui's countenance grew even colder, clearly unimpressed by the mention of Meng Xianbei. Just as she was about to respond, Yize set down his teacup and said gently, Since your Vice Master Sun believes that Meng Taoist is of greater importance, I shall take my leave for today. Lord Lin, perhaps we can collaborate another time. With that, he made a move to rise and depart. Lin Shui's heart surged with delight at Yize's defense. Outwardly, however, she feigned reluctance and quickly urged him to stay. Son, he was left dumbfounded. His initial intention had been to put Lin Shui in a difficult position. But according to Yize's remarks, it seemed he had inadvertently caused offense, compelling the esteemed guest to leave. Lin Shui was keenly aware that should she relay Yize's words to the higher-ups, her aspirations for the position of master of the Miang market would be dashed. He understood the immense significance of Taoist Wu's elixirs to the treasure pavilion. Realizing this, Sun He hastily interjected. Taoist Senior, you misunderstand. I merely came to inform Lord Lin. Since you have pressing matters to discuss, I will handle the situation with Meng Xianbei for now. Without waiting for Lin Shui to respond, he swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him. As Sun He departed, Lin Shui burst into laughter, her icy demeanor evaporating instantly, much to Yize's delight. She then proceeded to explain the background of Vice Master Sunday. In truth, it was due to Yize's previous contributions of high-quality elixirs to the Treasure Pavilion that their business had surged, drawing the attention of the Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, while Lin Shui was rewarded for her efforts. Her position had also attracted scrutiny from various quarters. Sun had been newly appointed as Vice Master and was now vying with Lin Shui over the procurement and distribution channels of the Treasure Pavilion. Given his connections within the forces backing the pavilion, Lin Shui found herself in a precarious position, unable to act too aggressively without risking backlash. Regrettably, her forbearance had only emboldened Sun He, leading to further escalations. Having managed the Treasure Pavilion for many years, Lin Shui was no pushover. She promptly ceased her concessions and officially opposed Sun He, plunging the pavilion into a tug-of-war between the two of them. What was that about a Spirit Cultivation Association you mentioned? Yize inquired, having come across an unfamiliar term. It is an alliance formed by a dozen or so foundation establishment loose cultivators, who have gathered numerous qi refining practitioners under their banner, wielding considerable influence in several nearby markets. Lin Shui had basically confirmed the identity of Yize as a disciple of Yunqi's sect, and it seemed he was somewhat unfamiliar with the affairs of loose cultivators. Thus, she provided a detailed introduction. The Spirit Cultivation Association had been established for several decades. Initially, it was a rather loose organization with limited strength, merely a gathering of scattered cultivators seeking warmth in numbers. However, in recent years, it appeared to have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, leading to a remarkable enhancement in its power. Not only had many foundation establishment cultivators joined, but they also had the capacity to extensively recruit qi refining loose cultivators, gradually evolving into a more cohesive faction. With the increase in personnel, the demand for various cultivation resources naturally surged. At this juncture, Sun He made connections with the Spirit Cultivation Association and agreed to supply a batch of cultivation resources for the Treasure Pavilion. The senior cultivator Meng, whom he had just mentioned, was responsible for the procurement. This arrangement was quite reasonable. Yet Sun He had failed to communicate this to Lin Shui beforehand. Receiving such a large order abruptly, the treasure pavilion found itself lacking sufficient stock. Even if resources were to be dispatched from elsewhere, it would require some time, making timely delivery impossible, which led to a quarrel between them. As the pavilion master, Lin Shui was ultimately accountable for the situation, especially since the supply of elixirs had always been under her purview. While they could somewhat manage with magical artifacts, the elixirs fell short significantly. Sun He's actions were also a test to see if Lin Shui still had a source for elixirs. For since his arrival, the treasure pavilion had seen a decline in high-quality elixirs. Following the cessation of Yize's supply 2 years prior, the elixir business of the treasure pavilion had diminished considerably, leading to Sun He's frustration at the missed opportunities. After recounting the background of the situation, Lin Shui looked at Yize with eager anticipation. Initially troubled by the arrival of the Spirit Cultivation Association, she was overjoyed to hear of Yize's presence and hurried over. Yize, though uninterested in the power struggles of the treasure pavilion, had maintained a good partnership with Lin Shui over the years and did not wish to switch allegiances. Thus, he was more than willing to lend her a hand. At that moment, under Lin Shui's urgent gaze, he smiled and handed her a storage bag. Lin Pavilion Master, please take a look at the elixirs inside and provide me with an estimate. Without pretense, Lin Shui eagerly accepted the storage bag and began to inspect its contents. Before long, the table between them was filled with various vials and jars. That Wu Daoist, you are indeed my benefactor. With these elixirs from you, my pressing crisis has been resolved. After counting the elixirs, Lin Shui was overjoyed. Not only were there a diverse array of elixirs, but also a substantial number of mainstream elixirs, sufficient to meet the Spirit Cultivation Association's current procurement needs, with plenty left over. Oh, not be hasty, Lin Daoist. I have some more for you to look at. As a second-tier alchemist, Yize could hardly settle for merely first-tier elixirs. He then placed another dozen vials on the table, all containing second-tier elixirs. Lin Shui casually picked up one vial for inspection and exclaimed, "This is a Gu Yuan Dan." She then eagerly examined the other elixirs, growing increasingly excited. These were indeed the Gu Yuan Dan that assisted Foundation establishment cultivators in their training, along with other commonly used second-tier elixirs, such as Ning Yuan Dan and Hui Yuan Dan. As for the Hao Yuan Dan, Yize had no intention of selling it. Even the low-quality ones he would keep for himself. Hao Yuan Dan was precious, and trading it for spirit stones was simply not worthwhile. Lin Shui's excitement grew with each vial she inspected, her gaze towards Yize becoming increasingly intense, as if she were beholding a rare treasure, a second-tier alchemist, capable of refining high-quality elixirs. This revelation was even more astonishing than Yize's breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Regardless of whether these elixirs were crafted by the Wu Daoist before her, as long as he could consistently supply the treasure pavilion with elixirs over a period, she would be in a position to apply for Foundation establishment elixirs from headquarters. Just as Lin Shui was envisioning a bright future, a raucous noise erupted from outside. Yize frowned, clearly irritated by the repeated disturbances, and he glanced at Lin Shui, but chose to remain silent. Lin Shui's expression shifted. The vision of a promising future shattered as she realized Yize was genuinely displeased. She quickly apologized and promised to handle the situation outside. However, just as she stood up, the door burst open for the second time, and a burly man with a thick beard strode in, his gaze unabashedly shifting between Lin Shui and Yize. Sun He, the vice pavilion master, followed closely behind, wearing a worried expression as if trying to persuade the man, though his true intentions remained unclear. Lin Pavilion Master, do you look down upon our Spirit Cultivation Association to treat me with such disdain? The bearded man, upon seeing Yize was merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, felt reassured and immediately confronted Lin Shui. Lin Shui, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances, but having a strong suspicion that Sun He was behind the trouble, shot a glare at the man, resolute in her determination to expel him swiftly. Meng Sr., let us speak properly. We conduct business openly, and there is no reason to disregard our customers. What do you mean by that? We have already paid the deposit, and the elixirs we require have been delayed repeatedly. Today, I came to your treasure pavilion and could not even see your face. He retorted, casting a smug glance at the silent Yize. Reveling in his perceived advantage. Meng Sr., it is merely that our vice pavilion master's son, he is not well acquainted with our pavilion situation, which has led to some misunderstandings, Lin Shui interjected, drawing Sun He into the conversation. Lin Pavilion Master, I too wish to bring business to our pavilion. Yet it is you who cannot supply the goods. The supply of elixirs has always been under your responsibility. Sun He immediately countered, shifting blame onto Lin Shui. Lin Shui appeared to disregard his words, continuing, Vice Pavilion Master Sun has been remiss in his considerations, and I apologize on his behalf. Meng Sr. With that, she performed a respectful bow. Sun He watched in silent fury, but at that moment, he had no recourse, merely hoping for a favorable outcome from the burly man. Indeed, the bearded man waved his hand dismissively and took a seat beside Yize, declaring, Humph, I care not for the internal affairs of your treasure pavilion. I demand the elixirs I ordered today, or the Spirit Cultivation Association shall not relent. Sun He felt a rush of delight at this, and cast a gloating look at Lin Shui. A light cough echoed in the room, drawing everyone's attention to Yize. The young man leisurely set down his teacup and addressed the bearded intruder. Meng Daoist, do you not find it rather impolite to abruptly intrude upon my quarters? Ha ha! I am Meng Chong of the Spirit Cultivation Association. My apologies for the disturbance. I was quite incensed by the treasure pavilion's treatment. May I ask for your name? Daoist? Meng Chong was not a fool. Although his sudden entry could be seen as provocative, he had no intention of offending a fellow cultivator of the same tier. I am Wu. Yize replied coolly, not lifting his gaze but casting a fleeting glance at Meng Chong before continuing. Since you have calmed down now, I kindly ask you to leave. Lin Daoist and I have matters to discuss. These words. Meng Chong's face flushed crimson. Yize's remarks were unambiguously brusque, treating him as a mere troublemaker. Sun He stared in astonishment at Yize. He quickly discerned the young man's extraordinary demeanor, suspecting he possessed some significant background, the most likely being the nearby Yunqi sect. At this moment, bringing Meng Chong here served not only to embarrass Lin Shui, but also to probe her. Should he take over the treasure pavilion, there might still be opportunities for collaboration with the Spirit Cultivation Association. Wu Daoist, I have urgent matters to discuss with Lin Pavilion Master. Might we first resolve our issues? Meng Chong replied expressionlessly, I care not for your disputes. I merely know that Lin Daoist's business was interrupted midway by your intrusion. Now, I kindly ask you to leave. Words of a similar vein escaped from Yize's lips, yet this time the target had shifted to Meng Chong, whose countenance darkened further, and his gaze towards Yize grew increasingly somber. At that moment, a surge of divine sense from Meng Chong swept over Yize, seeking to discern his depths, a move that, amongst cultivators, was considered a grave provocation. Lin Shui and Sun He both turned pale. Despite their conflicting interests, they were loath to witness a clash between two foundation-building cultivators within the treasure pavilion, as it would signify a serious dereliction of duty. Should the situation escalate, both would be held accountable, and no one would emerge unscathed. Yize's expression also turned icy as he activated his barrier technique, severing the probing divine sense from Meng Chong entirely. Feeling his divine sense obstructed, Meng Chong was taken aback, about to utter a word, when an immense force surged towards him, catching him off guard and forcing him to stagger back several steps before he could steady himself. You! Meng Chong roared, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard a cold snort from the figure before him, and clarity returned to his mind. Humph, Daoist Meng, do you truly wish to spar with me here? Yize regarded him with an unperturbed demeanor. Yet the pressure he exuded rendered Meng Chong breathless. Internally, Meng Chong acknowledged that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Sensing the profound magical power behind that recent strike, he realized that Yize's strength was far from ordinary, likely not a solitary cultivator, but rather a disciple of the nearby Yunqi sect. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gauged the situation, no longer daring to act rashly, but he immediately took a submissive stance. Daoist Wu, your prowess is commendable that I concede today for my earlier intrusion. Please forgive me, and I shall take my leave. Leave then, but do remember to close the door, Yize replied, his expression devoid of emotion. as if he had not just confronted Meng Chong. Although Meng Chong felt a sense of frustration, he was not as brash as he appeared, but a wise man does not invite immediate calamity. Thus, upon hearing Yize's words, he swiftly exited the room. Seeing Meng Chang's decisive retreat, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Sensing Lin Xue's disapproving gaze, he quickly took his leave with an apologetic tone. Once only Yize and Lin Xue remained in the room. Admiration filled Lin Xue's gaze as she looked at Yize. Taoist Wu, you truly are remarkable. Meng Chong has been foundation building for many years. Although he is merely in the early stages, he is still a notable figure among solitary cultivators. Yet he could not withstand a single round before you. Yize dismissed her praise. It was merely that he was unprepared. Otherwise, I would not have easily intimidated him. Lin Xue remained non-committal, reflecting that Meng Chong had likely focused nearly all his attention on Yize upon entering. How could there be a lack of preparation? It appeared that Taoist Wu's strength surpassed her initial estimations. The subsequent transaction proceeded smoothly. Lin Xue swiftly assessed the value of all the elixirs and extended Yize a generous discount as an apology for the earlier disturbances. Naturally, Yize accepted without hesitation, and after the trade, the number of spirit stones on his person surged past 40,000, finally granting him some confidence to participate in the upcoming auction. Eventually, Yize departed the treasure pavilion under Lin Xue's watchful gaze. Afterward, Yize strolled through the Miang market once more, gathering a considerable amount of herbs required for alchemy from various shops and stalls. During this process, he noticed that someone was tailing him. Remaining undisturbed, he continued until he had acquired all the necessary materials, then paused in a secluded alley, turning to address the follower behind him. Taoist Meng, do come out. You have been shadowing me for quite some time. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I will have no qualms about disregarding the market's rules. Yize's words were earnest, and his body was tense, prepared for combat. He asked as soon as he finished speaking. Meng Chong emerged from the shadows, wearing a natural smile, showing no sign of embarrassment from being discovered. His pursuit had not been cleverly concealed, making it easy to detect, which was one reason Yize had refrained from acting immediately. It seemed Meng Chong had ulterior motives for following him. Thus, he called out to discover what this foundation-building member of the Spirit Cultivation Society wanted, with a smile on his face, as if the earlier confrontation had never occurred. Meng Chong remarked, Taoist Wu, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will. The reason I sought you out is to invite you to join our Spirit Cultivation Society. Yize was momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly had an unusual way of thinking. After just clashing, he was extending an invitation. Was this a case of not knowing one's adversary? Or did he believe Yize had an exceedingly good temper? Furthermore, Meng Chong seemed to possess unwavering confidence in his society, assuming that merely extending an olive branch would result in Yize's immediate compliance. That I apologize, but I currently have no intentions of joining any factions. Yize replied bluntly, refusing without pretense. Meng Chong did not appear surprised. He had gleaned much information about Yize from Sun. While at the treasure pavilion, Yize was selling elixirs during the qi refining stage. And Meng Chong surmised that he likely had no significant background, instead being a low-ranking cultivator of Yunqi Sect who had gambled on some alchemical talent to sell elixirs for spirit stones. Although he had now reached foundation building, the competition within Yunqi Sect was fierce, and Meng Chong suspected Yize's position had not substantially improved. Taoist Wu, please allow me a moment of your attention. Meng Chong continued, maintaining his composure, not waiting for Yize's response. You may not be well acquainted with our Spirit Cultivation Society, but we currently boast nearly 20 foundation-building members, including several late-stage experts. Among us are weapon smiths, talisman makers, and formation masters. We only lack an alchemist of your caliber. We can mutually support one another. I also suspect you may be from Yunqi Sect. Therefore, I do not expect you to remain with us for long. However, I request that you provide us with elixirs, and we will purchase them at standard prices that in return, you will enjoy equal status with us within the Spirit Cultivation Society, perhaps even a higher standing, affording you greater convenience in your future endeavors. What do you think, Taoist Wu? Meng Chong elaborated extensively, his primary hope resting on Yize's willingness to assist them in alchemical production. He had just acquired the elixirs purchased at the treasure pavilion, which, combined with his earlier hesitations, indicated that these were likely the same high-quality elixirs Yize had sold. Yize scoffed, as a direct disciple of the golden core of Yunqi's sect. "Do you truly think I would find your offer appealing?" He expressed his disinterest decisively, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, he halted and turned back to Meng Chong, warning, "Do not follow me any longer. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." He cast a glance at the positions to the left and right of Meng Chong, where two individuals were concealed. This was another reason Yize had refrained from immediately attacking. Finally, Meng Chang's expression hardened. Despite his lengthy discourse, this young foundation builder before him remained resolute in his refusal. As Yize's words fell, he sensed two additional presences emerging from Meng Chang's side, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to stride away. Left in place, Meng Chang's expression fluctuated, his lips moving subtly as he appeared to communicate with someone telepathically. He watched Yize's figure vanish around the corner of the alley, ultimately refraining from taking action. "Why did you not let us take him down together, Meng Chong? We could have brought him back to the main hall." "What is there to fear?" A chilling voice arose as a gray-robed elder materialized to Meng Chang's left. "That I too am curious. It is merely an early-stage foundation cultivator. What are you concerned about?" A voice from the right chimed in, gruff yet belonging to a diminutive figure, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years old, with an expression of defiance. Both were indeed foundation-building cultivators, and their expressions were far from friendly as they gazed in the direction Yize had departed. Clearly displeased with his earlier demeanor, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." Meng Chong pondered for a moment, observing Yize's receding silhouette, then solemnly remarked, "This individual is likely not an ordinary opponent. I was unable to ascertain his true depth earlier, but he is probably not just a standard inner disciple. His divine sense is peculiar, and the cultivation method he practices is not simple. He either has a family inheritance or a renowned mentor guiding him. Moreover, this was in the market. Even if the three of us joined forces, we would likely not be able to subdue him in a short time. Just for a suspected alchemist, we cannot afford to lose more than we gain. After all, we will need to navigate this market for some time, and the elders have instructed us to act discreetly." Upon hearing that the individual they had just let go might possess a cultivation technique involving divine sense, the youthful foundation cultivator's eyes sparkled with interest, revealing a glimmer of greed as he was intrigued by such arcane methods. "Did he use divine sense against you? How did it feel?" the gray-robed elder inquired. "Not quite. However, he was able to easily block my divine sense probing," Meng Chong replied with exasperation. "Moreover, this individual's mental acuity far surpasses that of us mere mortals. It is likely that he has already discerned your presence. I distinctly observe him casting a glance towards your hiding spot." The other two exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to retreat, as they were unwilling to confront such a formidable foe with immense mental prowess. Should the adversary possess any means of mental assault, it would be exceedingly difficult for the three of them to defend themselves. After eluding Meng Chong and his companions, Yize felt secure in his surroundings and promptly sought a secluded corner. Utilizing the Hunyuan pearl, he altered his appearance once more and swiftly donned a new set of attire. By the time he returned to the street, Yize had transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man, his aura shifting from the foundational stage to the 8th layer of qi cultivation, leaving no trace of his former self. Observing his new visage, Yize found himself increasingly satisfied with the effects of the Hunyuan pearl. After meandering aimlessly in the market for a brief quarter of an hour, and realizing he had no luck in discovering any hidden treasures at the stalls, Yize decided not to linger any longer and summoned a flying sword, soaring directly towards the direction of Yunqi's sect. The Hanzan market is a notably large marketplace situated atop a flat-topped mountain, several tens of thousands of miles away from Yunqi's sect. It is presided over by the golden elixir cultivator, Hanzan Jinren, and possesses considerable renown in the surrounding region. Recently, the market had become increasingly bustling, with a continuous flow of cultivators coming and going. Notably, the number of foundational stage cultivators who are seldom seen had also increased significantly, as a sizable auction was set to take place shortly on this day. Two beams of light, one white and one blue, descended from afar and landed at the entrance of Han's Han Market. None other than Luo Xie and Yize, who had arrived. Yize gazed upon the flat-top mountain, resembling a section that had been cleaved off, and remarked, "Senior sister, the terrain of this Han's Han Market is remarkably even, as if it has been sheared flat by a sword. Is it not?" Luo Xie interjected it. It is said that this was once the battleground of two formidable warriors, and this peak was leveled by one of them before being subsequently occupied by wandering cultivators who established the market. The Sect's records are scant, but it is believed that one of the combatants was our Sect's esteemed elder, as this area falls within the Sect's sphere of influence. The esteemed elder of Yunqi Sect is at least of the nascent soul level. Upon hearing this, Yize expressed his astonishment, gazing at the vast marketplace before him and feeling the immense power of a nascent soul, true monarch for the first time. "Very well, let us enter the market. The auction begins tomorrow, and we shall first find our lodgings," Luo Xie said, leading Yize into the market. As they walked through the bustling marketplace, Yize noted the shops lining either side of the street, which were evidently of a higher caliber than those in Muyang Market. This was only to be expected. Although Muyang Market was closer to Yunqi Sect, the Sect would not permit the emergence of excessively powerful forces in such proximity. Thus, markets like Muyang, which are neither too large nor too small, could only afford to host foundational stage cultivators. This was also the reason why the few members of the Spirit Cultivation Society had been so arrogant there. "Junior brother, you do not venture out often. Feel free to wander about the market, but remember to exercise caution while outside," Luo Xie advised as they soon arrived at a rather opulent inn. Seemingly prearranged for their arrival, Yize had become quite familiar with his second senior sister over the course of a year, recognizing her as a person of a cold exterior but warm heart, though it seemed her warmth was primarily reserved for a select few among her junior disciples. "Rest assured, senior sister, I will be vigilant," Yize replied in affirmation. Afterward, Luo Xie retreated to her room to rest. Upon exiting the inn, Yize wandered aimlessly through the market. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a treasure pavilion, which appeared to be slightly larger than its counterpart in Muyang Market. It was evident that the force behind the treasure pavilion was quite substantial, as they had established numerous branches. Yize chose not to enter and continued onward until he reached the stall area. The stall owners sat quietly, none calling out to attract customers. Some stalls were deserted, while others were bustling with patrons haggling over prices. As Yize perused the offerings, he noted that most were selling spiritual talismans, magical artifacts, and elixirs, alongside an assortment of curious items, such as mysterious treasure maps and extraordinary fragments. He soon found himself standing before a stall with minimal traffic, where an array of items lay on display, including spiritual fruits. However, what caught his attention was a dark-colored gourd. The stall owner, a middle-aged man at the mid-chi cultivation stage, unable to discern Yize's cultivation level, quickly adopted a flattering demeanor and said, "Esteemed senior, is there anything that catches your eye? Allow me to provide you with an introduction. What is the origin of this gourd, and what purpose does it serve?" Yize inquired, pointing to the dark gourd. His interest was piqued due to Qing Tung's reaction to it, a response he had previously witnessed with Yi Jun's wooden hairpin. Although Yize was unaware of the implications, he suspected that this gourd was no ordinary item. The middle-aged stall owner, sensing Yize's amiable disposition, relaxed his earlier tension and eagerly explained, "This gourd was something I found at the foot of a mountain. Initially, I intended to use it as a vessel for wine. But after some time, I discovered that the liquid inside actually contained a trace of spiritual energy. You see, it originally held ordinary osmanthus wine, and after a month, it transformed into this." As he spoke, he uncorked the gourd and handed it to Yize. Upon receiving the gourd, a fragrant aroma of osmanthus wine wafted forth. After careful inspection, Yize confirmed that the wine indeed contained a faint trace of spiritual energy, just slightly stronger than the water from Lingxi Peak. However, the spiritual energy in Lingxi water was rather chaotic, making it difficult for cultivators to absorb. It was primarily used for watering spiritual herbs. In contrast, this spiritual wine was consumable and could aid in cultivation. Yize felt a twinge of disappointment. While the spiritual wine was certainly beneficial for cultivation, its effects were rather limited, and for someone like him, who possessed an ample supply of elixirs, it was hardly worthwhile. Yet, upon further reflection, if this gourd truly possessed extraordinary capabilities, it would likely not fall into his hands. Moreover, judging by Qing Tung's reaction, this gourd was likely more than it appeared, considering that he had already encountered some fourth-tier spiritual herbs, which had not elicited a response from Qing Tung. Yize set the gourd down, and the stall owner, noticing his disinterest, felt a pang of disappointment. However, he was aware of the gourd's limitations, recognizing its features as somewhat lackluster, let alone for a foundational stage expert like Yize. "What is the price of this gourd?" Yize inquired nonchalantly, as if he were merely asking out of curiosity before departing. The stall owner, sensing an opportunity, quickly replied, "If the esteemed senior finds this gourd to your liking, it can be yours for just 20 spirit stones." Yize maintained his composure, replying calmly, "Very well, I will take this gourd. I do have a taste for wine." The stall owner's face brightened with joy as he hurriedly handed the gourd over to Yize, who, however, refrained from accepting it until he instructed the owner to pour out the liquid inside. The stall owner, unfazed, turned around to empty the gourd while explaining, "I have not used this gourd before. The wine was merely to showcase its peculiar properties to potential customers." Yize remained silent, accepting the emptied gourd before handing over 20 spirit stones and departing. The stall owner, gazing at the spirit stones in his possession, wore a broad smile. Yize continued to wander through the market for half a day longer. But finding no further treasures, he felt a sense of disinterest creeping in. After purchasing a number of ingredients necessary for alchemy, he returned to the inn to rest. Once in his room, he eagerly retrieved the dark gourd and began to examine it meticulously. The gourd's exterior appeared unremarkable, lacking any signs of having been refined, and he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. Certain areas of the gourd were covered in a layer of dark blue scabs, resembling grime accumulated over many years. Yize attempted to clean it, but even the sharp Qing Ming sword could not make a dent. The grime seemed to be fused with the gourd itself, as if it had grown upon it rather than being applied later. Yize traced his finger through the dirt, contemplating a conjecture. After nearly half an hour of study, he found himself at a standstill. Unable to discern the peculiarities of the gourd, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. Instead, he refilled it, not with ordinary wine, but with a spirit known as Qiu Lu Bai. He was curious to observe the transformations that this ethereal liquor would undergo within the confines of the gourd over time, intending to explore its mysteries at a later date. Having yet to attend the auction, he first secured a mysterious gourd that held considerable significance for Qing Tung, as if heralding a stroke of good fortune for his journey. Yize found himself looking forward to the auction that awaited him the following day. The night fell without incident. The next morning found Yize meditating in his quarters when Luo Shiyu arrived to summon him for their outing. Announcing that the auction was about to commence, the two swiftly departed, making their way towards the center of Hanshanfang City. The venue for the auction, known as Ba Bao Lu, stood as one of the landmark structures of Hanshanfang City. At this moment, a considerable throng had gathered before its entrance, with numerous cultivators patiently queuing to enter. Each individual was required to verify their credentials to ensure eligibility for participation in the auction. Onlookers observed with intrigue, but upon reading the requirements posted at the entrance, they wisely refrained from approaching. Yize and his companion required no such queue. Their foundational cultivation served as the finest express pass. After Luo Shiyu presented an invitation to the attendant, the latter's demeanor transformed to one of profound respect, promptly ushering the two into Ba Bao Lu and escorting them to a private chamber on the second floor. "Senior sister, it seems you are quite well connected here," Yize remarked playfully, taking in the opulent decor of the chamber. He had noted upon ascending the stairs that not all foundational cultivators were granted access to such exclusive quarters. Most were relegated to the first floor, mingling with those in the Qi refinement stage, albeit in relatively favorable positions closer to the auction stage. Luo Shiyu lounged languidly in her seat, smiling as she replied, "The eldest disciple of Han Shanzhan Run is an acquaintance of mine. This invitation was graciously extended by her, and the arrangements are all courtesy of her efforts. Yize nodded in agreement, recognizing that the entire Han Shanfang city thrived under the protection of Han Shanjunrun, and that his disciple held a degree of sway. Furthermore, with Luo she used peak foundational cultivation. She was only surpassed by those of the golden core stage within the marketplace. Having observed the assembly of cultivators within the hall, Yize noted that several hundred had already arrived, with foundational cultivators comprising a significant portion. Though most were early-stage practitioners, and few late-stage ones were in attendance, that he surmised that Luo Shiyu's intent in bringing him here was merely to expose him to the world, as the treasures she sought were primarily beneficial to the golden core stage, a rarity at an auction of this caliber. As the participants continued to arrive, the second-floor private chambers filled to capacity. According to his senses, nearly 200 foundational cultivators had gathered within Bao Lu. The Qi refinement cultivators on the periphery dared not utter a sound, engaging in hushed conversations, fully aware that their status paled in comparison to the foundational cultivators. Most had merely paid the entrance fee to partake in the atmosphere, with only a few possessing the wealth and connections to acquire truly valuable items. Among the foundational cultivators, groups of 3 or 5 engaged in discussions about recent market trends, including both loose cultivators and disciples from various sects. Yize even spotted several disciples from Yunqi Sect mingling among them. It was clear that not only Yunqi Sect was represented, as numerous members from smaller factions were also present. After a brief interval, a lean, elegantly attired elder ascended the auction stage, exuding a distinguished aura that indicated a late-stage foundational cultivation. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of spiritual consciousness swept across the room, prompting an immediate cessation of conversation as an air of silence enveloped Bao Lu. This formidable consciousness did not emanate from the elder on stage. Even a late-stage foundational cultivator could not so brazenly extend their consciousness over such a multitude. It was the presence of a golden core-level consciousness, a power that could only belong to Han Shanjunrun within the marketplace. Observing the sudden stillness, the elder smiled and addressed the assembly. Esteemed fellow cultivators, do not be alarmed. That was merely a greeting from Han Shanjunrun, that we are fortunate to have the esteemed Jun Run presiding over this auction, solely to maintain order throughout the proceedings. His words, though courteous, serve as a reminder to the assembled cultivators to refrain from causing disturbances during the auction. The presence of a golden core master was the ultimate deterrent, and indeed, as the elder concluded his remarks, while some expressed dissatisfaction, none voiced objections, allowing him to continue. I am Song Bao Xing, and many of you may be familiar with my name. Today, I've been entrusted with the honor of hosting this auction. The presence of each of you here brings great prestige to our auction house, and we are profoundly grateful. We have prepared over 100 items for bidding today, encompassing magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and formations, ensuring that none shall leave disappointed. Though Song Bao Xing's voice was modest, it was skillfully amplified, ensuring that all could hear him clearly, employing a sophisticated sound technique. Since everyone is gathered, let us hasten to commence the auction. We have neither the time nor inclination to listen to your boasts, interjected an impatient foundational cultivator from below, unable to contain their eagerness. Since we have an impatient friend among us, let us proceed swiftly. However, before we begin, I must reiterate the rules of the auction. First, all forms of collusion and suppression are strictly forbidden. Should such actions disrupt normal bidding, we shall take action. One warning, and a second offense will result in expulsion from the auction. Second, bidding will be conducted in spirit stones. Should you wish to use other items as collateral, they must be appraised by our establishment prior to participation. Rest assured, I guarantee that the appraisal will be fair. Third, to ensure the auction's integrity and the safety of all attendees, no one may leave until the conclusion of the auction. That is all. Those wishing to withdraw from the auction may do so now, without obstruction from our house. Upon finishing his speech, Song Bao Xing observed the crowd below, allowing 10 breaths of time to elapse, yet no one chose to depart. Noticing this, Song Bao Xing's smile remained unchanged, and seizing the moment before others grew impatient, he declared, "Very well. I hereby announce the official commencement of this auction." As his words echoed, The doors of Babao Lu closed with a resounding thud, plunging the interior into a sudden darkness. Moments later, a beam of white light illuminated the auction stage, revealing a stunningly beautiful attendant clad in red, gracefully ascending the stage while holding a tray, standing within the radiance. Song Baoxing's voice resounded once more. Let us begin the bidding for our first item. The Seven Suns Sword Technique, a primary cultivation method achievable to the early Golden Core stage, is the mainstay technique of the Chu Zhou Star Sect, though it may not rival the most elite techniques. Its power is considerable, and the Star Sect once wielded great influence through its practice. Over 200 years ago, the Star Sect was destroyed, severing the lineage of this technique, and by fortunate chance, it has come into our auction house's possession. For those who have yet to select a primary cultivation method, do not let this opportunity slip away. The starting bid for the Seven Suns Sword Technique is 10,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent increase no less than 500. The auction commences now. I invite all to place your bids. With the conclusion of Song Baoxing's announcement, the atmosphere in the hall erupted into a frenzy. As none had anticipated such a technique would be presented as the first item for bid, I bid 12,000 spirit stones, exclaimed an early-stage foundational cultivator, evidently one who had just initiated their foundational cultivation and had yet to adopt a new technique. I bid 13,000, a determined female foundational cultivator countered, unwilling to back down, raising the bid by 15,000 spirit stones, as Yize gazed down from the elegant chamber at the bustling scene below. He couldn't help but admire Song Baoxing's prowess. By placing such a primary cultivation technique as the first auction item, he had instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire crowd, the allure of reaching the Golden Core stage. Even at its nascent phase, was irresistible for those seasoned foundation builders, particularly those at the initial level who had just begun their journey or possessed inferior techniques. The attraction was comparable to that of a foundation establishment pill for qi refining practitioners. Yize felt little interest in this technique. After observing for a while, he shifted his focus to the auction catalog in his hand. This booklet had been provided by the staff of the Eight Treasures building. Seemingly exclusive to the guests in the elegant chambers, it contained a concise record of the various items available at this auction, and Yize perused it with great interest, casually searching for anything he might require. The auction continued, and the first item was met with intense competition. Ultimately, the Seven Celestial Sword Technique was secured for 54,000 spirit stones by someone from an elegant chamber, drawing considerable attention. However, the elegant chambers were shielded by a barrier, preventing anyone from discerning the happenings within. Soon, the second item was introduced. Two young maidens clad in flowing garments of red and purple, their beauty striking and their figures graceful. The two girls bore a remarkable resemblance to one another, revealing them to be twins. Having cultivated a dual cultivation technique from a young age, these sisters were high-quality furnace cauldrons at the late qi refining stage, suitable for dual cultivation and, in ordinary circumstances, could serve as handmaidens. With a starting bid of 2,000 spirit stones and a minimum increment of 200, the two maidens displayed little change in expression. Clearly resigned to their fates as furnace cauldrons long ago, this segment of the auction lacked the fervor of the previous one, with only a handful of interested cultivators placing bids, including several affluent qi refining practitioners attempting to compete. Yize was once again confronted with the cruel reality of the cultivation world. It was evident that these sisters had been groomed from a young age for this very purpose. Auctioned off. However, Yize was not one to act out of misplaced compassion. There was no need to expend spirit stones for the sake of two strangers. Observing Luo Xie's composed demeanor beside him, he understood that such occurrences had become commonplace for her, undoubtedly something she had witnessed many times before, especially in a place relatively close to Yunqi's sect. Yet upon further reflection, although Yunqi's sect prided itself on being righteous, how could it possibly maintain control over the entire Cangzhou without harboring its own share of unsavory dealings? It was likely that such matters were merely kept out of the public eye. The sisters were quickly bid away, and the auction pressed on 0.5 bottles of mid-grade condensing yuan pills, high-quality elixirs for assisting cultivation, started at 500 spirit stones, with increments no less than 100. The second-tier breaking restriction talismans, essential for dispelling barriers, was presented, with a reminder for explorers of ancient caves or secret realms not to miss out. Lastly, a simplified version of the 6-harmony formation, boasting approximately 40% of the original's power, complete with formation plates and arrangement techniques, was highlighted as the ideal protection for a cultivator's dwelling. One remarkable treasure after another, previously unseen, was brought forth and swiftly claimed. Although Yize refrained from bidding, he remained thoroughly engaged, with Luo occasionally offering insights that broadened his understanding. Then, a 200-year-old jade marrow fruit was announced. Yize looked down, eagerly awaiting his turn to bid on something he had set his sights on. Song Baoxing continued his introduction. The jade marrow fruit, a second-tier spiritual herb. Surely everyone has heard of this fruit, whose paramount value lies in its use as the primary ingredient for crafting the purple rhythm pill. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 500. The 8 treasures building erupted once more. The reputation of the purple rhythm pill was well known. It was a treasure capable of enhancing one's chances of breaking through to the next small realm of foundation establishment. For cultivators who had not practiced special techniques, progress was typically slow, and breakthroughs between small realms were particularly arduous, with many remaining trapped at the initial stage for a lifetime. The function of the purple rhythm pill was to diminish the bottleneck between these small realms, significantly increasing the likelihood of a breakthrough. I bid 6,000 spirit stones. An elderly man at the pinnacle of the initial foundation establishment stage shouted first, having been stuck at this level for many years with no way to advance. The purple rhythm pill represented his only hope. 6,500 spirit stones, 7,000 spirit stones. The bidding voices surged, each unwilling to forego the jade marrow fruit, despite it merely being the primary ingredient for the purple rhythm pill rather than the pill itself. Yize did not rush to place a bid. He was waiting for the right moment. Eventually, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Although over 200 foundation establishment cultivators were present, many possessed only a few thousand spirit stones. Eventually, only 2 remained in contention, both cautious in raising their bids. One was in an elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, while the other was a peak mid-foundation establishment practitioner seated on the 1st floor. I bid 12,000 spirit stones, a young male voice from another elegant chamber declared, and Yize finally placed his bid, raising the price of the jade marrow fruit by another 1,000. Upon hearing this, Song Baoxing was delighted, exclaiming, "The esteemed friend above has bid 12,000. It appears he is determined to have it. I wonder if the 2 friends below will continue." The mid-foundation establishment practitioner, after glancing at the 2 bidding elegant chambers, ultimately sighed and withdrew from the auction. 13,000, 15,000. The other elegant chamber sought to persist, but Yize showed no hesitation, instantly raising the price to 15,000 spirit stones. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. 15,000 exceeded the value of the jade marrow fruit, considering the need to gather other materials and seek out an alchemist for the crafting process to obtain the purple rhythm pill. Spending 15,000 spirit stones on a single primary ingredient seemed unwise. Yet Yize was unconcerned with such considerations. Among all the auction items, only 2 had captured his interest. Moreover, as an alchemist himself, acquiring the jade marrow fruit was essential for obtaining the purple rhythm pill, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. After waiting 5 breaths, Song Baoxing, noticing that the other elegant chamber had not placed another bid, announced that the jade marrow fruit was awarded to Yize. Upon hearing this, Yize couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed his first time spending such a considerable sum on a single item. Luo observed silently beside him, her silence indicating her awareness of her junior's exceptional alchemical talent, which surpassed that of her 5th junior brother, who had been instructed in alchemy by their master for many years. Given that the jade marrow fruit was integral to crafting the purple rhythm pill, it was only natural that this junior, already a 2nd-tier alchemist, would secure it. Initially, she had planned to bid for it herself as a gift, should her junior choose to forego it. However, it appeared that his financial resources were more substantial than she had anticipated. Before long, 2 handmaidens delivered the jade marrow fruit to the elegant chamber, and Yize exchanged 15,000 spirit stones for the rare spiritual fruit, finally adding it to his collection. He patted his storage pouch, exchanging a glance with Luo Xie, both sharing a satisfied smile. Yize's acquisition of the jade marrow fruit was but a minor interlude in the auction, as one valuable item after another continued to be presented and claimed. However, none surpassed the 7 celestial sword technique, a method capable of forging a golden core force. Its worth was immeasurable, yet according to Luo Xie's conjecture, this sword technique likely possessed certain flaws. Otherwise, it would not have been acquired for merely a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. After obtaining the jade marrow fruit, Yize refrained from participating further. It was not that he lacked interest in other treasures, but rather that he needed to conserve spirit stones for a different item that piqued his interest. Falling Blossom Sword Formation, a sword formation that could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Mastering this formation would significantly enhance a cultivator's attack and defense capabilities. Those adept in combat should take heed. Song Baoxing's introduction piqued the interest of many bidders, but not all were easily swayed. Soon, a Foundation establishment cultivator raised a pertinent question. Old Song, does this sword formation have any requirements for the spiritual swords? How many spiritual swords are needed to activate the formation? The words of this individual struck a chord. Although the sword formation was formidable, it simultaneously demanded the manipulation of numerous spirit swords, imposing a high requirement on the cultivator's mana. Should the number of spirit swords allocated to the formation be insufficient, its effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. Conversely, if an excessive number of spirit swords were employed, the cultivator might find their mana depleted. In such a scenario, if one were unable to swiftly defeat their opponent, they could risk being countered by the adversary, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. This inquiry prompted a moment of reflection among the crowd, as no one wished to be the unwitting fool. While the sword formation was appealing, if it did not suit their capabilities, it would ultimately be a mere trinket. Song Baoxing felt a tinge of regret, yet he was mentally prepared for such a situation, and thus calmly elucidated, "This esteemed friend has raised a valid point. Allow me to elaborate further for your consideration." The falling petal sword formation is accompanied by a method for refining the requisite spirit swords, primarily utilizing a rare crafting material known as magine. The more magine that is infused within the spirit swords, the greater the formation's might. Regarding the number of spirit swords required to establish the formation, it could be as few as 4 or as many as 12. Beyond that, one would have to await the fortunate cultivator who acquires the formation to conduct their own research. And I shall refrain from disclosing further details. Upon finishing his statement, Song Baoxing observed that the audience had descended into contemplation. Magine, being a precious and rare metal, posed a challenge. However, thankfully, it only needed to be mixed within the spirit swords. Were one to craft the swords entirely of magine, it would likely deter all present from proceeding. The primary concern among the assembly remained the quantity of spirit swords necessary for the formation. Song Baoxing's implication suggested that to establish a complete sword formation, at least 12 spirit swords would be required, with the possibility of needing 24 or even 36, which could be rather burdensome. Those present were astute individuals. None took to heart Song Baoxing's mention of 4 or 12 swords. Their intent was to procure a complete sword formation. Although he spoke eloquently, for swords would undoubtedly be a mere simplified version, likely exhibiting pitiful power. In a nearby chamber, Yize found himself somewhat hesitant. He was indeed fond of the falling petal sword formation. His current offensive capabilities were lacking, and he had long sought to remedy this shortcoming. His master had primarily imparted techniques leaning toward support and defense, apart from the Tianyan true fire, making the falling petal sword formation particularly suitable for him. For Yize, magine was not a concern. Although rare, it could be directly exchanged within the internal affairs hall of the Yunqi sect. Yet the requisite number of sword for the formation posed a dilemma. His mana was indeed profound, exceeding that of his peers by double. Yet he could not sustain the continuous operation of dozens of spirit swords in combat. As he weighed the pros and cons, a conflicted expression crossed his face. Noticing his change in demeanor, Luo Xie inquired, "Junior brother, do you have your sights set on this sword formation?" Yize, upon hearing her words, briefly articulated his inner conflict, believing that as an experienced Foundation establishment cultivator, his senior sister could offer valuable insights. After listening to Yize's concerns, Luo Xie chuckled softly and replied, "Junior brother, There is no need for such extensive deliberation. Master has previously remarked on your abundant mana, having just broken through to foundation establishment. You can already rival those in the mid-foundation establishment phase at D. Oh, you comprehend what that implies. Before Yize could respond, she continued, over these years alongside Master, I have gained considerable insight, from what I understand. Even the most advanced techniques, once mastered, do not surpass such capabilities to so. What do you believe the mana of the individual who established this sword formation was like? Furthermore, even if you cannot unleash the full potential of the falling petal sword formation now, once you reach the mid or late stages of foundation establishment, will you still fear a lack of mana? Even if your mana remains only twice that of your peers by then, reserving half of the formation will pose no challenge. Thus, if you are inclined, junior brother, it would be prudent to acquire this formation. I believe it will not disappoint you. Upon reflecting on her reasoning, Yize decided to participate in the auction for the falling petal sword formation. During their exchange, bids had already begun to trickle in, as many foundation establishment cultivators present shared a similar level of insight as Luocia. 10,000 spirit stones. The previous bidder had reached 8,500, and Yize's first bid soared directly to 10,000. This announcement drew the attention of the crowd towards Yize's chamber. Not due to the staggering bid alone, but because his previous offerings exuded an air of wealth. Moreover, some had speculated through the Yutsue fruit that this individual was either a pill refiner capable of concocting Ziyun pills or closely associated with one. In the realm of cultivation, pill refiners often either suffered ruin before achieving greatness or amassed wealth in abundance afterward. It was clear which category this individual belonged to. Consequently, many hesitated to continue bidding, pondering whether it was worth contending with a pill refiner over a potentially trivial sword formation. Numerous individuals began to reconsider, leaving only a handful of determined sword cultivators still engaged in the bidding. Seeing Yize's bid, Song Baoxing felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astonished that so many had ceased bidding, but delighted at Yize's participation, which would undoubtedly intensify the auction. Given that this individual never hesitated to raise the stakes 13,000, 14,500, 15,000. Moments later, only 3 chambers continued to participate in the bidding, along with a solitary rogue cultivator on the ground floor, each unwilling to yield. Others observed the competition and quietly congratulated themselves for having exited early. It was evident that without at least 20,000 spirit stones, acquiring the falling petal sword formation was implausible. This sword cultivator, Ningbai, stood at the pinnacle of mid-foundation establishment, a genius among rogue cultivators that it was rumored he had begun nurturing his life sword shortly after achieving foundation establishment, allowing him to challenge those of higher tiers. Among the chambers, one was known to belong to a disciple of the Yuan family, a prominent Jiedan family rumored to have a favorable relationship with Master Hanzhan. What of it? I happened to see Mu entering another chamber. She is a true disciple of the Qinglian sect, which primarily comprises women and is overseen by a nascent soul, true monarch, ranking just below the Yunqi sect in Sangzhou. While said, several esteemed disciples from the Yunqi sect are seated right in front of us. They cannot be compared to Mu Ping'er, who has been personally guided by Jiedan true monarch since childhood. The speaker's tone had noticeably softened, as if fearing to be overheard by the foundation establishment cultivators of the Yunqi sect. I have heard that Mu Ping'er is not only strikingly beautiful, but also possesses exceptional talent in the sword path, earning her significant esteem within the Qinglian sect. If one could catch a glimpse of her today, it would not be a wasted trip. This comment came from a cultivator who had yet to win anything that day, yet the identity of the individual who had secured the Yutsue fruit remained a mystery. The crowd was indeed curious about Yize and his companion, yet thus far, no one had unraveled their secrets. Yize, preoccupied with the ongoing bidding, was nearing his limit at 26,000 spirit stones, he declared, putting forth all the remaining spirit stones he possessed in one breath. The room fell silent once more at Yize's bid of 26,000 spirit stones, as the other 3 factions deliberated whether to continue. After all, this was merely a sword formation, not a technique of the caliber of the 7 luminaries sword art, and the current price had already surpassed its intrinsic value. Additionally, they were wary of just how much more Yize might be willing to bid. Ningbai furrowed his brow. His own spirit stones were nearing their limit, that he lacked diverse means of attack and swordsmanship. Or rather, his approach was singular, striving for simplicity and relentless offense. His interest in the falling petal sword formation stemmed from its potential as a reference to enhance his own swordsmanship. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to make one final bid. 27. The words emerged from his lips with a hint of reluctance. Within the chamber of the Yuan family, a young man expressed his discontent. Are these sword cultivators truly this extravagant? For a sword formation of uncertain power, it has already climbed to nearly 30,000 spirit stones. Another, seated in the center, urged, let us not be drawn too deeply into this. We still need to contend for the final item and shouldn't squander too many spirit stones on this sword formation. The third individual, eager to acquire the falling petal sword formation, felt a pang of dissatisfaction upon hearing this, but recognized the importance of prioritizing their resources, ultimately resigning to withdraw from the bidding. In another chamber, a striking young woman flushed with indignation, venting to her senior sister, Zhang Shiji, these people are relentless. They refuse to yield, continuously pushing the price higher. It's infuriating. Indeed, it is Mu Ping'er, the prodigy of the Qinglian sect in the realm of swordsmanship. However, what remains unknown to the outside world is that this esteemed disciple, having been overly sheltered throughout her formative years, possesses a nature that is still quite innocent and willful, sometimes lacking the grace one might expect from a reputation. Beside her, Sister Zheng could only sigh and remark, Junior sister, do you think this is still within the sect? There aren't so many elder sisters to indulge you here. I suggest you reconsider. The companions next door and the one below, Ning Bai, do not seem like individuals who would easily concede. Perhaps it would be wise to forego this sword formation, wouldn't you agree? There are so many texts within the sect that you haven't yet explored. Mu Ping'er, still unwilling to relent, recalled having glimpsed fragments of the falling petals sword formation in an ancient tome, faintly aware of its extraordinary nature. Thus she refused to abandon her pursuit easily. I shall raise my bid once more, but if they increase their offers again, then I will concede. Yet, scarcely had her words faded when a voice from the adjacent chamber called out with a new bid, 28,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Mu Ping'er felt a rush of air constricting her chest, nearly choking her, forcing her to sit down in frustration, completely deflated. Although she was favored, her access to spirit stones was still quite limited. Even though she coveted the falling petals sword formation, she had no choice but to relinquish it. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek out the individuals from the neighboring chamber afterward, hoping to persuade them to assist her in replicating it for a sum of spirit stones. After Yize announced his new price, he too was anxiously monitoring the auction's developments. He had just borrowed 2,000 spirit stones from Sister Luo, allowing him to continue his bidding. Initially, he had intended to withdraw, but a single encouraging word from Luo Xia prompted him to raise his bid once more. Ningbai struggled with his decision, but ultimately chose to forfeit the auction as silence lingered in the room. Yize's anxious heart gradually settled. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the falling petals sword formation would ultimately be his. Song Baoxing, grinning broadly, announced the result. The sword formation had been sold for the impressive price of 28,000 spirit stones, marking a significant success for him. Yize, clutching the jade slip containing the sword formation, immediately began to scrutinize its contents, no longer paying attention to the ongoing auction, as he had no surplus spirit stones left. Even if he desired other items, he could not act. After perusing the jade slip thoroughly, he closed his eyes and released a long breath, his expression a mix of relief and contemplation, rich with emotion. The falling petals sword formation, versatile in its applications, serves both defensive and offensive purposes. Once the formation is established, the array's master can create a sword domain, within which adversaries face severe restrictions and are subjected to relentless sword energy assaults. The number of spiritual swords required for the formation can indeed be as few as 4 or as many as 12, as Song Baoxing had stated. However, Yize was taken aback to discover that a complete formation necessitates a staggering total of 108 swords. This was utterly outrageous. Yize was genuinely startled at the revelation. Even if all the swords were lower-grade spiritual tools, he doubted his ability to wield such a multitude, even if he were to reach the late stages of foundation establishment. Not to mention, Acquiring 108 spiritual swords would demand an astronomical number of medicinal pills to procure. Fortunately, the subsequent descriptions indicated that mastering the formation's arrangement techniques would allow one to circulate their mana through the laying swords using specific methods, thereby optimizing their usage and significantly reducing the required mana expenditure. Moreover, the swords used to set up the formation need not be spiritual tools. Lower-tier magical weapons could suffice, albeit with a considerable reduction in power. Yize had not intended to settle for lesser magical weapons, but the Jade Slip also described a method for refining the swords with Tianyan sand to create spiritual swords, which filled him with immense joy. He could initially forge a batch of magical swords, and once he had ample resources, gradually upgrade them to spiritual swords, thus avoiding waste and saving time. The creator of this sword formation likely began as a resource-strapped sword cultivator, which compelled them to devise such an ingenious formation that, to his surprise, the complete falling petals sword formation could ultimately absorb the essence of heaven and earth, drawing energy into the array, thereby reducing the mana consumption for the array's master and significantly enhancing its power. It is important to note that harnessing the essence of heaven and earth is a technique exclusive to Golden Core cultivators. This very aspect enables Golden Core masters to dominate Foundation establishment practitioners in terms of strength. 10-peak Chi refinement cultivators might contend with an early Foundation establishment practitioner, but 10-peak Foundation establishment cultivators would be utterly overwhelmed by a Golden Core master, in the Tianyan continent. Only factions led by Golden Core cultivators can establish a stronghold. Apart from their longevity, the drastic increase in combat prowess is the primary reason. Those small factions at the Foundation and Chi refinement levels can only survive by aligning themselves with Golden Core powers. Overall, Yize felt quite satisfied with the Falling Petals sword formation. Although there remains a long road ahead to fully establish the formation, he found it acceptable, as it would help to compensate for his shortcomings, making the expenditure of 28,000 spirit stones worthwhile. Observing Yize's gradually easing expression, Luoxia discerned his satisfaction with the sword formation and smiled gently. Once Yize managed to calm his emotions, he turned his attention back to the auction below. Approximately 2 hours later, the auction was nearing its conclusion, and soon it would be time for the final highlight item. After 2 continuous hours of speaking, Song Baoxing, upon revealing the last item, could not help but elevate his voice once again. Next, we present today's piece to our assistants. I suspect many friends present have come here specifically for this treasure. I will not waste further words. Please behold. With that, he dramatically pulled away the red silk covering the final item, unveiling a milky white beast egg before the crowd, which turned out to be a colossal beast egg. As the silk was removed, a vibrant surge of life emanated from the giant egg, speaking volumes of the vitality contained within. In the hall below and in the private chambers above, numerous cultivators could not help but gaze in awe. This was an egg of the Qingjiao beast, well known to be a close relative of the Azure Dragon. While its bloodline may not quite match that of the Azure Dragon, if it were to grow, it could become a top-tier second-grade spiritual beast, possessing the combat strength of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. With a stroke of fortune, it might even purify its innate demonic blood and ascend to the 3rd tier. This beast egg was on the verge of hatching. Upon its birth, one could establish a contract with it, a rare opportunity not to be missed. The starting bid for the Qingjiao beast egg is 30,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 2,000. The auction begins now. Song Baoxing's eloquent introduction echoed throughout the hall, igniting the competitive spirit among the attendees, showcasing his prowess as an experienced auctioneer. Those who were previously unaware gasped upon seeing the beast egg. This was equivalent to a spiritual beast with peak Foundation establishment combat capability, and its lifespan would far exceed that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. If a Foundation family were to acquire it, they could ensure their protection for a considerable time. As this thought crossed their minds, many began to contemplate, particularly those cultivators with familial ties, their eyes gleaming with desire for the beast egg. However, there were certainly those who remained more pragmatic. While the egg was enticing, its origins could not be overlooked. For the average individual or faction, even if they secured it, there was no guarantee they could retain it. Who knows how many years it would take for this Qingjiao beast to mature, and what unforeseen events might transpire in the interim? Some shook their heads, extinguishing their competitive spirits. Indeed, nurturing it to maturity would require an immense investment of resources. Beast tamers are notoriously impoverished, often driven to destitution by their spiritual beasts. The Qingjiao beast, with its considerable dragon bloodline, is exceptionally fierce. Even with a contract, it would likely be challenging to control. Do you think this Qingjiao beast egg was sourced from Yinzhou? The auction house truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Hush, be cautious. The auction house and the Li family of Yinzhou are not to be trifled with. We should not provoke them. Nevertheless, despite various concerns, the allure of the Qingjiao beast remained irresistible to the crowd. 35,000 spirit stones, 37,000 spirit stones. The bidding price soared, and Yize observed with great interest. There certainly were numerous wealthy individuals present. After over 100 items have been auctioned, it was astonishing to see so many still actively participating in the bidding. Gazing at the Qingjiao beast egg, Yize could not help but recall the mysterious beast egg he had received from Zhengtai. He still had yet to discern what kind of beast it was, nor did he observe any signs of hatching. Sister, it is said that the Li family of Yinzhou built their fortune upon beast taming, with the family leaders possessing a bound Qingjiao, and they have raised numerous spiritual beasts with Qingjiao bloodlines. Might this Qingjiao beast egg have originated from there? Yize inquired with curiosity. However, Luosi maintained her composure, seemingly indifferent to the matter, and replied, although the Li family exercises stringent control over such spiritual beasts, they do not entirely restrict their circulation. The background of this auction house is quite remarkable, so it is entirely plausible that they managed to acquire this azure dragon, EGG. It is likely that due to the legitimate source. The auction house is able to auction off beast eggs at such an event, and that is why those individuals dare to compete so openly. Yize nodded in agreement, fully convinced if one were to ask others which sect is the foremost in the Tianyan continent. There might be uncertainty. However, if one were to inquire about the premier cultivation family, the answer would undoubtedly be the Li family of Yinzhou. The Li family is the only powerful clan that has become a member of the Immortal Alliance through the strength of its lineage. And their family's exclusive spiritual beast is the Azure Dragon. After several fierce rounds of competition, the Azure Dragon egg was ultimately acquired by a member of the Yuan family, costing nearly 80,000 spirit stones, thus becoming the most expensive item of the auction. The event concluded amidst the gratitude expressed by Song Baoxing, and the many cultivators present, under the arrangements of the auction house, gradually exited without causing any disturbances. As was customary, the members of the Yuan family who secured the finale item were promptly arranged to leave, and without delay, they joined their waiting kin and swiftly departed the market, racing back to their clan. Whether they were being monitored remained uncertain. In any case, after the auction, beams of fleeing light rapidly vacated the Hanshan market. Yize and Luoxia, among those privileged to occupy the private rooms, were naturally among the first to exit. After leaving the Baobao building, Luoxia expressed her intention to bid farewell to a friend, asking Yize to wait for a moment. Given their capabilities, there was no pressing need to rush back to the Yunqi sect. Yize surmised she intended to meet with a disciple of Master Hanshan, and the two briefly parted ways. Yize did not plan to wander elsewhere. He was already quite content with his gains from the Hanshan market, and thus decided to remain at the inn to continue studying the recently acquired Falling Petals sword formation. According to his plans, his primary focus in the coming period would likely be on this endeavor. After a short while, Yize and Luoxia reconvened at the market exit, each taking to their flying artifacts as they set off towards the Yunqi sect. Both were formidable cultivators, yet their speed was not particularly swift. Occasionally, probing divine senses swept by, only to find two foundational cultivators, who promptly retreated. As for why Luoxia had restrained her aura, only displaying the cultivation of the mid-foundation stage, Yize connected this to her deliberately slowed speed and could not help but smile knowingly. It seemed he would indeed need to engage in a battle to return to the sect. Suddenly, Luoxia glanced to her left, where a subtle wave of magical energy, perceptible only to disciples of the Yunqi sect, flickered momentarily. That was a unique distress signal from the Yunqi sect, yet for some unknown reason, it quickly vanished. Fortunately, Yize and Luoxia were nearby. Otherwise, they might not have detected it at all. Luoxia furrowed her brow for a moment before relaxing and smiled at Yize, saying, I initially intended to attract some ill-intentioned individuals for you to practice against, but it seems we have encountered our ambushed fellow disciples instead. Yize too observed the distant distress signal from the Yunqi Sect's disciples, estimating they were the 3 he had seen at the auction. Their cultivation levels were all at the initial foundation stage, with the strongest among them merely at the peak of that stage. They had also purchased several items at the auction of moderate value, yet unexpectedly fell under the watchful eye of some malicious individuals on their way back. However, to dare to attack members of the Yunqi Sect in this area required a considerable amount of audacity. Although it was somewhat distant from the Tianyan mountain range, this territory firmly belonged to the Yunqi Sect, where many disciples could easily cross paths with them, much like Yize and Luoxia at present. Sister, shall we go help? Yize asked, recognizing Luoxia as the leader in their travels. Yes, let us proceed to see what is amiss. Those who dare to attack them likely possess some confidence, since you have been promoted to the foundation stage. You have yet to engage in a proper battle, so be cautious and act as the situation dictates, Luoxia admonished earnestly. Rest assured, sister, I am quite protective of my life, Yize replied lightly, though his tone remained serious. Luoxia nodded, evidently pleased that Yize took her words to heart, and they set off towards the direction of the distress signal. Their speed significantly increased. Within an unassuming valley, a fierce battle raged. On one side, 3 inner disciples of the Yunqi Sect banded together to confront their foes, while the opposing side, though more loosely organized, boasted a numerical advantage with 7 individuals, apart from one person flanking the perimeter. The other 6 were surrounding the disciples of the Yunqi Sect. Spells flickered within the valley, and spirit artifacts flew about as both sides unleashed their full strength. The 3 disciples of the Yunqi Sect were clearly at a disadvantage. Forced to adopt a defensive strategy. You madmen, what are you doing? Do you not fear the Yunqi Sect's vengeance if they discover your actions? The most powerful among the 3, at the peak of the initial foundation stage, angrily questioned one of their attackers, a green-clad elder, leaning on a metallic crutch due to a disability in his left leg, responded with a laugh while attacking. Ah, Qin Kong, you are mistaken if we were to kill you 3 here. Who would know it was us? I hardly believe you have soul tracking marks on you. My friend Mu is correct. I suggest you surrender quickly and hand over your valuables. We might just spare you. A burly man beside the crutch-wielding elder taunted, showing no intention of halting his assault. The 3 disciples of the Yunqi Sect did not trust that yielding their possessions would lead to mercy. They acted as though they had not heard. Refusing to relax, even slightly, I have already sent out a signal. Fellow disciples will arrive shortly. You will not have your way today, proclaimed Gao Rong, one of Qin Kong's companions, with resolve. Gao Rong had only recently entered the foundation stage and had joined Qin Kong and another new foundational cultivator, Chao Hua, in coming to the Hanshan market, hoping to acquire some suitable items. They had indeed made some purchases at the auction, but did not expect to encounter an ambush on their return. What bewildered them was that the items they bought were not particularly valuable, leading them to wonder why these rogue cultivators targeted them without regard for the Yunqi Sect's potential retribution. As Qin Kong defended against the onslaught, he carefully observed the figure hovering in the distance. It was a mid-foundation stage cultivator, while among the 6 attackers, only the crutch-wielding elder was also at the mid-foundation stage, with the others being at the initial stage, judging purely by cultivation levels. Their side was at a distinct disadvantage. The only reason they had managed to hold out for this long was due to Qin Kong's superior tactics compared to the rogue cultivators. But that advantage was limited. Continuing the battle was merely a matter of time before defeat. Brothers, we cannot continue like this. We cannot hold out much longer. We must find a way to escape separately. Qin Kong urgently communicated to Gao Rong and Chao Hua. You are right, brother. My spiritual energy is down to 40%, that if we do not break this deadlock, we will be finished. It will be difficult to escape later. Gao Rong quickly replied. Chao Hua hesitated, knowing that with their opponent's superior numbers, if they fled separately, they could easily be pursued and caught, making them vulnerable targets. Yet, with no other options, he transmitted, let us go with brother's plan. Good. Watch for my signal. Once I make my move, flee immediately, and be careful to avoid that person above. They give me a very dangerous feeling, likely more troublesome than this crutch wielder. Understood. The three quickly discuss their escape strategy and prepare to act. But just then, a new development occurred on the scene. The black-robed figure that had been hovering above suddenly noticed something and shouted below, "Finish this quickly. Someone is coming." The faces of the crutch wielders and their companions changed instantly, their assault intensifying, and the pressure on Qin Kong and his companions surged. However, their spirits lifted significantly. "Ha ha, crutch wielder, it must be our fellow disciples from the Yunqi sect. Even if you kill us today, the news will reach the sect, and they will not let you off lightly." Qin Kong was unaware of the identity of the newcomer, yet he was certain that they were not affiliated with the opposing party. Otherwise, the individual would not have issued a warning. Thus, he resorted to psychological tactics. Indeed, several individuals exhibited a shift in their mental state. They were originally solitary cultivators, momentarily gathered together, and harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Yunqi's sect. Subsequently, although the offensive remained unchanged, there was a palpable layer of caution that had been added. Observing this, Qin Kong felt a surge of confidence and continued to disrupt their thoughts with his words. Meanwhile, near the valley, Yize and his companion suddenly halted outside the gorge. Yize cast his gaze toward the figure in the black robe not far away, while Luo, with keen interest, observed a creature she had just captured in her hands.